Chapter $1 trillion Subsidy System, Magic City. Inside the Junyue Huating small area. Boom boom boom. A deafening banging sound rang out. Outside the door, a burst of shouting and cursing sounded. Lin Mo. You open the door. I know you're at home. You have the ability to rent an apartment. You have the ability to open the door. Listening to this burst of shouting and cursing, Lin Mo's mouth was filled with bitterness. Looking at the date on his cell phone, his eyes were lost in thought. Sure enough, next week is the day when the rental contract expires. This landlady herself, another week in advance, coming to collect the rent. If it was in the past, Lin Mo would have chosen to open the door and decisively pay the rent. After all, despite knowing that this landlord, in all aspects are not doing very well, rent collection a week in advance, utility bills are twice as high as the normal price. Sometimes, also cut off water and electricity. But it can't be helped. There are too few houses that are close to where you work and at the right price. Looking at his bank card, I'm down to my last $5,000. With this amount of money, the rent can be renewed for 2 months at most. But what about after that? This month, you're going to drink the northwest wind? The company you work for now, because of the company's profitability, payroll is gradually becoming a problem. Looks like, from bankruptcy and closure, it is not far away. The bottom of the hard side, outside the door, the landlord screamed and cursed for half a day. See Lin Mo dead or alive is not open the door. He could only curse and leave. This time, Lin Mo was relieved. He was just a child from an ordinary family. After graduating, he stayed in Magic City to work. It was only because of the higher wages on the Magic City side, although the price of living was also quite high. But with a little bit of saving, one could still survive. Can also slightly save some money. In addition, also think, with his own ability, he can make a career in Magic City. Originally, Lin Mo thought so, but did not expect. He has been working for a year. Career did not break out, and there is no deposit in the hand. Now, unemployment is going to reap a share. There is still a week's time. I hope that during this week, I can come to the notice of the interview. Muttering in the bottom of his heart, Lin Mo at this time, can be said to be full of confidence. Afterwards, then clicked on the cell phone, ready to go on the recruitment software to see if there were any suitable jobs, but just unlocked it. He then just froze for a moment. $1 trillion subsidy? What kind of software is this? Looking at the bottom left corner of the phone, a brand new app suddenly appeared on his phone. Lin Mo was a bit confused at this moment. I haven't installed this software, right? Frowning, he muttered in his heart. Nowadays, all software comes with its own bundled packages? Shaking his head, Lin Mo was just about to uninstall it. However, after pressing his finger on it, he realized that there was no way to uninstall it. What's the situation? Confused in the bottom of his heart, Lin Mo looked at this app and his heart sank. This app, what's going on? Frowning slightly, the next moments, Lin Mo's heart sank slightly. Forget it, click in and take a look. I want to see this app, what's going on? Clicked on the app, Lin Mo did see it. One of the main items in it, newcomer benefits. 1 villa in the eastern suburbs, subsidized price, $0. 1 inch, Porsche Limited Edition 911 GT 1-98, subsidized price, $0. 1 inch, this, isn't it bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Lin Mo shook his head. After all, these two things above, could both be valuable existences. Among them, one eastern suburb, he naturally knew about it. This thing was the top villa in Magic City. Any set, that are worth hundreds of millions of existence. This thing, can be bought for a dime? Not to fool people with such a fooling, right? A penny to buy a set of villa? This, if I can buy it, I'll eat this cell phone on the spot. Lin Mo could be said to have scoffed at this, a burst of shaking his head. At the same time, there was a desire to click in and see the details, but when the finger tapped on that Porsche picture, instantly, a screen popped up. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 5 minutes. Please wait for delivery. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo was filled with confusion. At this moment, a banner suddenly appeared above his cell phone. Above the cell phone, a banner suddenly popped up. Your debit card with the tail number 9528. Spent $0. Won at 9:38 on April 20th. Balance after transaction, $5,220. What the hell? Lin Mo's eyes widened. The bottom of his eyes were filled with disbelief and dismay. Could this be virus software? Just now, he had only clicked on the merchandise screen, didn't even enter the payment password. But, this was a successful transaction? This, what exactly is the means? An intermediate transfer? But, if the other party has this strength, there is a need to go through all the trouble and spend so much money, to give his own cell phone and install such a software? Lin Mo was filled with confusion, but then, stabilized his mind. What the hell is going on here? Just when Lin Mo was confused, the cell phone was once again vibrating. The item you purchased has been delivered. Please pay attention to checking. Delivered? You've delivered a hammer. It's been delivered. With a black face, Lin Mo cursed in his heart. However, right at this moment, Lin Mo only felt that his pants pocket was heavy. Ha! With a dig in his pocket. Instantly, a car key fell into his hands. This car key was in the shape of a long strip, and it fell heavy in his hands. And the whole body of the car key, wrapped in black cowhide, and the head had a golden shield-shaped logo. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo's heartbeat suddenly stopped halfway. In his mind was again the interface that had just appeared. Could it be that? That wasn't a scam software. Rather, it was. Really? After swallowing, the voice of the young lady over there sounded again. Lin Mo breathed heavily and looked at the app again. Looking at the interface of the app, he looked excited. This is actually real. This time, sent muttering under his breath. Lin Mo looked at another item. The villa in the No. 1 eastern suburb. Without the slightest hesitation, his finger fell once again. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 30 minutes. Please wait for delivery. As the prompt appeared, the product interface also turned into a line of text. Today's product is sold out. Please wait for replenishment. Looking at this scene, he also somewhat understood. That is to say, the refreshment of this merchandise, is it once a day? Lin Mo's eyes flickered. The delivery takes a full 20 minutes, which is slightly longer than this Porsche. The delivery time. It's just that I don't know what kind of way this villa will be distributed to me. Thinking of this, Lin Mo glanced at the car keys. Well, let's go look at the car first. Thinking of this, he tapped on the commodity positioning above the app. According to the positioning of the commodity, this car of his own, at this time, it was parked in the parking lot of a shopping mall next to the neighborhood. Chapter 2, only one Porsche in the world. Looking at the positioning, collected the car keys, and then just went out the door, all the way towards the neighborhood near the shopping mall. Along with the positioning, came to the parking lot, but saw a group of people, is around the place, do not know in the discussion of what. What's the situation? Looking at this scene, Lin Mo looked puzzled, and what followed was a sudden flash of light in his mind. Could it be my car? As the thought fell, Lin Mo also just walked over. Just as he approached, it was when he heard the crowd talking. I'll go. This is a Big Ben hiss, this rubbing a bit hard Big Ben directly a layer of paint is gone This car is a big G This time, small tens of thousands of no right? Hey, this kind of luxury car, my half a year's salary right in, but not enough people to repair a car Listening to this burst of discussion, Lin Mo also understood at this time. It turned out that there was a Mercedes-Benz hit. Through the crowd, Lin Mo was able to see clearly. A black Big Ben, at this time is parked there, and next to this car, a youth wearing a white shirt, was standing on the side, somewhat at a loss for words. Lin Mo, who was looking at this scene, sighed at the bottom of his heart for it. I don't know, which unlucky person, crashed into the Big Ben. Wait, no, this is the Big Ben hit someone else should be the Big Ben full responsibility, with the idea falling after. Lin Mo looked along with this Big Ben, only to see a pure white supercar parked there, and what made Lin Mo a little surprised was, the car paint of this Big Ben was missing a layer, but the rear end of this supercar was not half of it, and the owner of that Big Ben, at this time, was pale. Looking at this scene, he muttered under his breath, it's over, this is over, this car, I cannot afford to lose Listening to the words of the owner of this Grand Prix, the crowd next to him, however, opened their mouths. No, isn't this a Porsche? This Big G, is not worse than others, how can not afford to pay? Yes, this Porsche is also 2 million or so, cuts a car rear, but just recoating paint only Listening to these words, the young man there is crying. What do you guys know? This car is not an ordinary Porsche. This car is a Porsche 911 GT1-98, only one in the world. This car in China, at least 80 million starting If this car has a paint job, it will have to be transported to Hong Kong for a paint job. If you don't have $5 or $6 million, it's impossible to fix it. If I go back and tell my parents, I'll be killed. This little brother at this time, is already some crying. What? $80 million? There's only one in the world? Little brother, don't tease me. No, it's just a Porsche. Why does it cost $80 million? Listening to this, many people's faces were puzzled, and right at this moment, a shivering voice also sounded in the back. I just checked. This car, it really does cost 80 million. With this sentence falling after, everyone fell into dead silence. The big mom there who was originally ready to lean on the car, Immediately, she was so scared that she fell back and her body shivered. Even more nearly, she fell to the ground. A luxury car worth $80 million. This if bumped, that is not tens of millions will be gone? And many people at this time, is also full of sympathy looking at the little brother there. After all, $1 million or so big G, hit a $80 million luxury car. This is basically, is to lose all the money. Hey, this little brother is also miserable enough. Yes, but this kind of $80 million car is still on the road. Isn't this harming people? No, how is this harmful? When people buy their cars back, is it hard to believe that they can only park them at home? Just as the crowd was discussing, Lin Mo also walked to the front. He looked at the rear of his Porsche. There wasn't a single scratch on the rear of the car. The car paint was still intact. Nodding his head, he said, "Brother, this car does not need you to compensate." Hearing these words, the little brother there was stunned. Then looking at Lin Mo in front of him, his complexion was a bit confused. After looking up and down, he only saw that on Lin Mo's body, he was wearing a cheap set of amassed goods. At that moment, it was a bitter smile, shaking his head. "Brother, don't tease me, this car is not yours." The crowd next to him, at this time, also had a chorus. "Yes, young man, you are not the owner of the car, do not add to the chaos here into it." "Ha, he is nothing but still have to go to get involved. This thing you can get involved? That's right, you still think you're the owner of the car? Why are you making decisions for others? If the owner of the car really left, and the owner of the Porsche came, and wanted to find compensation, who would it be? That's right, if you're involved then, can you afford to pay for this $80 million car?" Listening to these words, Lin Mo laughed. Then shaking his head, from his own pocket, he took out the car key, gently pressed it, as a crisp sound rang out. The ambient lights inside the car lit up, the butterfly car door, then lifted up. At this moment, the whole scene, a dead silence. Everyone at this moment, their faces are written with dismay, as well as disbelief. This car, actually really is his, obviously dressed, very unimpressive, just wearing a treasure goods, but can afford to drive a full $80 million of luxury cars. This is simply too crazy point. At this moment, thinking back to earlier, the words they said, everyone only felt their faces, hot and painful, especially the Big Ben little brother who was there. At this moment, the look on his face, from the disbelief at the beginning, it turned to stupefaction, and then to elation now. Hurriedly, it was to Lin Mo that he opened his mouth. "This brother, mister, this car of yours, don't worry about it, there's nothing wrong with my car, okay? You move your car." Lin Mo waved his hand. "Hey, good Lou." Big Ben little brother can be said to be overjoyed. Where still dare to continue to stay, immediately got into the car. "Ignition start, hurry up and leave from here." Lin Mo sat on the driver's seat. At that moment, he only felt that his entire being, at this moment, it was almost like he was trapped inside the seat. The entire body, was wrapped in this seat. This feeling, worthy of being a Porsche. Feeling the sensation of having sat on a sports car, Lin Mo's heart burst with emotion. It had to be said that a luxury car was a luxury car. Even the seating sensation of the seat, compared to the average vehicle, the difference wasn't even half a star. Lin Mo closed the car door, carefully drove the car and drove away from the parking lot. There was a difference between the way a supercar drove, and the way a normal sedan drove. So even though Lin Mo had a driver's license, he was still a bit scared. And on the road, after gradually adapting to the driving method, only then did Lin Mo start to slowly pick up speed, until the very end, all the way to a wild ride. Chapter 3, One villa in the eastern suburbs. 10 or so minutes later, the bund, boom boom, with a burst of engine sounds, Lin Mo's car, stopped on the parking lot of the bund. A supercar? What's so rare about a supercar? There aren't a ton of them in Mordor? Wait, this is not an ordinary car. This is the Porsche 911 GT1-98. The only one in the world. Only one in the world? Take pictures. Hurry up and send them to your friends. As Lin Mo's car arrived, it was immediately recognized by a supercar enthusiast, causing a stir. In response, Lin Mo didn't care too much. He just calmly parked his car in this parking space. In the bottom of his heart, he was also a little curious about the way the one eastern suburbs villa he had purchased would be delivered. Waiting for half a minute, Lin Mo's cell phone, but it rang. Picked up the phone and looked at it. It was an unknown caller. Picked up the phone. A sweet female voice rang out. "Hello, East Suburb 1 Sales Department. Are you Mr. Lin Mo Lin?" Listening to the female voice, Lin Mo's eyes gently raised. "I am. Hello Mr. Lin. The real estate certificate of a villa in one eastern suburb that you purchased has come down. Do you see when you are free and can come over to collect it?" "Okay, I know. I will go over now." "Okay sir, 1 East Suburb Sales Department. Waiting for your arrival." After saying that, the phone hung up. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth gently rose. I didn't expect that it would actually be this method. Lin Mo, who was sitting inside the car, burst into a light laugh. Subsequently, after doing a navigation, he just stepped on the gas and went straight to the One Eastern Suburb Sales Department. The other side. One East Suburb Sales Department. Lin Mo hung up the phone, her face full of excitement. Manager Song contacted Mr. Lin Mo. Boom. A word fell. All the property employees there, all of a sudden, they were abuzz. Mr. Lin appeared? It's that Mr. Lin who bought the king of the building? My God. The godly man who spent $600 million to buy the king of buildings is finally coming. This moment, as soon as they heard that the mysterious godly man who had bought the One Eastern Suburbs king of buildings was coming, everyone at this moment, all of them were invigorated by it, and quite a few female sales, at this moment, were mentally calculating how to give each other a good impression, or even, leave a contact. And also at this time, the manager's room in the back, was also violently pushed open the door. The middle-aged man wearing a set of black suits ran out, contacted Mr. Lin, quickly. Where is Mr. Lin now? This middle-aged man was filled with nervousness, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. After all, this Mr. Lin, the leader above himself, had deliberately carried out instructions. One must not neglect or offend the other party. At this time, the other party appeared. Then one's own inevitable is to be treated with the highest courtesy. Going forward, I got in touch with Mr. Lin just now, and the other party said that he would come over later. Hearing this middle-aged man nodded. Then of all things, he looked at the crowd around him and spoke loudly. All of you be smart later. This mysterious Mr. Lin will be coming over later. Remember, this mustn't go wrong. Otherwise, you'll all be in trouble. At this moment, all the sales, their faces were filled with tension. As for Manager Song, he was also feeling emotional. After all, this Mr. Lin was just too mysterious. Even he only knew the other party's phone number, and the other party's surname, Lin. As for the exact appearance, it was completely unknown, and so a mysterious customer. How can not let this Song manager? For the tension, One East Suburb Sales Department this side, can be said to be tightly prepared, and Lin Mo at this time, also is the car, parked in the underground parking lot, all the way to the East Suburb 1 Sales Department. At this time, the sales department was very empty. Bright huge room. In addition to the map hanging there was an oversized villa sand table left, and upon seeing Lin Mo who walked in, next to a, wearing overalls young female sales, at this time also walked over, looking at Lin Mo in front of her, with a few smiles on her face, she said, "Hello this gentleman, may I ask what can I help you with?" Hearing this, Lin Mo was just about to speak, yet another voice rang out, "Xiao Li, didn't I tell you, don't continue to receive everyone today?" As he said that, a woman who was dressed extraordinarily enchanting and had a heavily made-up face walked over. Supervisor Liao. The saleswoman who received Lin Mo was still ready to say something, but directly, she was interrupted by this Supervisor Liao. "Alright, just now, Manager Song has specially instructed us, if Mr. Lin comes later, because there are irrelevant people here, leaving a bad impression. Can you afford this responsibility?" After saying that, he took another glance at Lin Mo. The contempt under his eyes intensified. Then, indifferently, he spoke. I'm sorry, if you're not here to buy a house, please get out immediately." Hearing these words, Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly. Looking at Supervisor Liao in front of him, he said, "How many times do you mean? Can't I just come in to take a look? Besides, is this the attitude of your sales department?" Seeing Lin Mo like this, Supervisor Liao immediately sneered. We really don't have a place where everyone can come in and take a look. A casual set of houses here in our place would be $100 or $200 million. On your poor face, give you 10 lifetimes. You can't afford to buy a set. If you don't buy a house, don't hang around here. Get out immediately." Listening to these words, Lin Mo, who was here, also had his brows furrowed more and more. Immediately, he also shook his head. He was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with this guy. From his own pocket, he took out his cell phone. Finding that Li Mo's phone, he dialed it. As soon as it was connected, Li Mo's voice rang out. "Hello Mr. Lin, may I ask if you've arrived already?" "Well, I'm in the lobby of your sales department right now, but right now it looks like the sales you guys have here seem to be treating me very poorly. There's even someone from your place threatening to tell me to get out." As these words fell, this Li Mo immediately just let out an incredulous voice. "What? There's still this? Mr. Lin, please also wait a moment. The manager and I will be right there." After saying that, the phone hung up. At this moment, in this manager's room, Manager Song's face was as black as ink. In the bottom of his heart, he was even more furious. He did not expect it at all. He had already given such instructions. As a result, someone had actually offended the mysterious Mr. Lin, and also dared to threaten to tell him to get out? At this moment, Manager Song's heart was filled with irritation. Let's go! With that, the two of them were in a hurry, running towards the first floor. And at this moment, inside the lobby of the sales department, Supervisor Liao looked at Lin Mo, who hung up the phone. Immediately, a few moments of scornful laughter was revealed on his face. He said, "Hee, the kid is still quite capable of pretending? I'd like to see what you can call down today." At the same time, the manager Song, who rushed down, also at once, saw this scene, the anger in the bottom of his heart. At that moment, it erupted. In his mouth, he loudly opened his mouth and shouted angrily, "Liao Yingying, what are you doing?" Chapter 4, The Stupid-Eyed Supervisor Liao. Hearing this roar, Supervisor Liao immediately had a jolt. Then, he hurriedly turned his head back. He looked at Manager Song and Lin Mo, who had jogged all the way down from the upper floors. At that moment, a fawning smile appeared on his face. Said, "Io, Manager Song, why did you come down? Could it be that Mr. Lin's people are about to arrive? Then don't worry, Manager Song, I'll drive this obstructive brat out right now." After saying that, Supervisor Liao immediately looked towards Lin Mo. Loudly, he said, "Hear that? We have VIPs coming soon. Are you going to get out by yourself now, or am I going to call security to come and throw you out?" With the instant these words fell, Manager Song, who was there, could be said to be furious at this moment. Hearing these words, he immediately roared, "Unbridled, who are you talking to?" With a roar, this Song manager hurriedly crossed over to Supervisor Liao. He came in front of Lin Mo, under the stunned and shocked eyes of Supervisor Liao, as well as the salesmen who were ready to watch the show. Fiercely, is a 90-degree bow. At the same time, spoke loudly, "Mr. Lin, 10,000 apologies. We were the ones who came late. I'm Song Shuming, the manager of the sales department of one eastern suburb. You can just call me Little Song. Just now, my men were unintelligent and offended you. I hope you'll bear with me." Boom! A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The moment this Manager Song's words fell, everyone was in a daze. This youth in front of him is actually the mysterious Mr. Lin, who purchased the one villa of one eastern suburb? Just kidding. Looking at what Lin Mo was wearing, everyone here, their faces gradually became odd. After all, he is clearly a person who can spend $6 million. A super godly tycoon who had purchased the king of the building level villa number 1. But, body wear, actually will be so cheap, low profile. This is really a little too much for people to feel. Unbelievable point. As for the saleswoman who received Lin Mo before, at this time, she was already completely dumbfounded. She didn't think that the guest she received at random actually is among the legends, that mysterious Mr. Lin. All of this is simply not too magical. As for Supervisor Liao, at this time, the body because of fear, and it cannot help but shiver. At the same time, is Morsum incredulous, opened his mouth. "Song, Manager Song, you are joking with me, right?" The moment the words fell, Manager Song, who was there, also turned his head back and coldly glanced at this Supervisor Liao, saying, "What I told you before, don't look down on any customer that walks in, but now it seems, Liao Supervisor, you are treating my words as a whisper, right? Okay, you yourself will go to the personnel department later, to handle the departure formalities. From now on, you are no longer an employee of our company, so get lost." Manager Song waved his hand, impatience written all over his face, and these words fell, but it caused the Supervisor Liao to instantly panic. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and spoke loudly, Manager Song, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, please also give me another chance. I won't dare to do it again." Hearing these words, Manager Song didn't have any reaction. He just smiled and looked at Lin Mo, saying, "Mr. Lin, we're invited inside?" "Aha," nodding his head. Lin Mo then just raised his steps and walked towards the inside. Manager Song was also following close by Lin Mo's side, looking at the two who gradually walked away. In the bottom of Supervisor Liao's heart, he gradually despaired. And there was Lin Mo. On the other hand, there was a burst of head shaking, saying, "It's really pathetic. The person you have offended is not Manager Song, but Mr. Lin. What kind of person did you offend? You still haven't figured it out." TSK. A burst of head shaking. Lin Mo followed, also rushing to catch up. Inside the manager's room, Lin Mo made tea for the two men separately. Afterwards, she left the manager's room. She went to get Lin Mo's real estate book and house key. As for this Manager Song, His heart was full of emotions. The bottom of his heart was also secretly surprised. To be honest, he was originally guessing Lin Mo was at least a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, but now after seeing the real person, it was realized that Lin Mo was actually so young. And the clothes on his body. Surprisingly, he was still so low-key. This also made this manager song, in the bottom of his heart, was also a little surprised. At the same time, he was also guessing Lin Mo's identity in his heart. Could it be that he's the son of some hidden great family? With some speculation, this manager song smiled and spoke. Mr. Lin, really young and promising. And I'm not afraid to tell you, Mr. Lin, our east suburb won this set of $600 million of the king of the building. Put so many years, no one is willing to buy. The reason is that the price is really too expensive, and therefore, has become a heart disease of our chairman. Now, Mr. Lin, you have bought this mansion. It is also considered to be a solution to our chairman's heart disease. Our chairman said that when he returns from the field, he will definitely pay a visit. And listening to these words, Lin Mo was also a little surprised in the bottom of his heart. He hadn't expected it. He was on the $1 trillion subsidy app. The villa in one eastern suburb that was purchased was actually a king of the building worth $600 million. This wave of his own, he had simply made a lot of money. Subsequently, Lin Mo also just smiled bashfully, waving his hand. He said, "There's no need to be so troublesome. I didn't spend much money to buy this villa." Lin Mo's words were the truth. After all, one bought this villa. It was indeed that he had only spent a dime. However, these words fell on Manager Song's ears. This words fell on the ears of Manager Song, but let the bottom of Manager Song's heart. At this time there are a few points of surprise. After all, in his opinion, Lin Mo was saying that the 600 million was not too much money, and at this moment, this song manager is also more and more certain. Lin Mo was definitely the son of a large, hidden family. Otherwise, how could he say so lightly that 600 million was not too much money? And it was also at this time, the door to the manager's room was once again knocked on. Subsequently, Lin Mo was walking in. In her hand, she was holding a file bag, and behind her was also a youth. In his arms, he was holding a huge piece of sheepskin jade piece button. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo was also a bit puzzled and dismayed. "This is," Manager Song said smilingly at this time, "this is what our chairman specially instructed me to do, because Mr. Lin you helped him get rid of his heart disease. Therefore, let us specially prepared such a piece of peace button. Also hope that Mr. Lin you can accept." Hearing these words, Lin Mo looked at this suet jade. This piece of mutton fat jade was very warm and moist, and on top of the peace button, there were a few moments of jujube red color. It looked like a perfect piece of diamond jade. Lin Mo nodded and said, "You guys have a heart." And then, after a series of processes, the real estate was also handed over. Chapter 5, $600 million Villa. Inside the sales department, Manager Song at this moment was personally sending Lin Mo away. Li Mo at this moment was also following Lin Mo's side. In her hands, she helped, holding the document bag. The three of them came to the underground parking lot next to each other, and when they arrived at Lin Mo's Porsche 911 GT1-98, this song manager's eyes rounded. In his mouth, even more cold air was sucked backwards for it. "Mr. Lin, your car is the legendary Porsche 911 GT1-98? Manager Song's body trembled. He was very fond of Porsche. Even in his dreams, he wished to buy a Porsche. It was also for this reason that he was all too familiar with all the models of the Porsche brand, and let him did not expect himself now actually can be here, seeing a one-of-a-kind in the world, Porsche 911 GT1-98. Well, that's right, Lin Mo didn't deny it. He just calmly took out the car key and unlocked the car door. Then, casually, he placed the house book and the jade piece button on the passenger side, and looking at this appearance of Lin Mo, Manager Song, who was there, looked at Lin Mo with more and more respect. It was because of the understanding. So, he was well aware of it. To get this car, it didn't just require enough money. More than that, it required a certain identity, a background. Thinking of this, Manager Song was also more and more certain that this was the idea of a family man. At that moment, there was also a burst of emotion in his mouth. "Mr. Lin, it's really powerful." In response, Lin Mo just smiled bashfully and didn't say anything more. Then of course, the few people said their goodbyes with it. Lin Mo drove the car. After leaving the underground garage, he went straight to the villa area not far away. The villa area of one east suburb is actually just a road away from the sales department. Came to the door of the neighborhood, produced their own housebook. After registering the vehicle, only then was Lin Mo released. Slowly entered the district, under the leadership of the security guard. Lin Mo is also very fast. To their own one villa, It had to be said that the security guard of this one eastern suburb was still very perceptive, parking the car inside his garage. Only then did Lin Mo take the real estate book and the peace button. Taking the elevator, he entered the house. The number 1 villa he was in the deepest part of the entire neighborhood. It covered an area that was also extremely large, and amongst the courtyard at the back of Lin Mo's villa, fountains, woods, open-air pools, everything is available. Lin Mo's villa is divided into 4 floors. The first floor is a huge living room, TV room, dining room, Chinese and Western kitchen, tea room and a series of living rooms. On the second floor, there were bedrooms, study rooms, cloak and hat dressing rooms, sun rooms, etc., and 2 floors on the ground floor. Within the first underground floor, there is a home theater, gym, and entertainment room, and in the second basement level, on the other hand, there are only 2 rooms. One was a collection room, which was thickened with steel plates. As for the other room, it was a wine cellar. The interior design of this villa, it belongs to a minimalist style of decoration and layout. Marble background wall, pure handmade sofa, coffee table, all of them reflect the unique taste of this villa. Lin Mo, at this moment, was touring inside this villa. Looking at this series of layouts, his face also gradually surfaced shocked. At the same time, at this moment he finally realized, it was really poverty that limited his imagination. Originally, the parlor and TV room of a rich family, this could still be separate. Moreover, even the bathroom can have more than 50 square feet. At this moment, Lin Mo was really shocked. At the same time, he also understood why this villa could be worth $600 million. This is the world of the rich, muttered in his heart. Lin Mo took 2 deep breaths, and with effort, calmed himself down, and at the same time, opposite the villa where Lin Mo was, villa number 2, inside the study of this second villa, a woman with a delicate figure, with a cup of coffee in her hand, was looking at the villa number 1 that was there. Her eyes flickered and she said, "Uncle Sun, this villa number 1, was bought by someone?" Sun Fu, who was behind her, nodded and said, "Yes miss, I just got some news from inquiring. It says that this villa number 1 was bought by a young man surnamed Lin. As for the specific details, my side is continuing to investigate." "Don't continue investigating for now," the young girl calmly said. "The fact that the other party was able to take down villa number 1 means that the background identity is not simple. This eastern suburb villa is nothing but $600 million though. Many people in Magic City can afford to take it out, but to be willing to spend $600 million to buy a villa, how many people are there in the whole country?" Opposite the resident, identity is not simple, is likely to be a son of the family, so there's no need to check on the other side. It might cause the other side to resent it. Hearing this, Sun Fu hurriedly said, "Yes, miss, this is me being abrupt, but it's actually so simple to move in. It's actually so low-key." This young girl pondered in her heart. After all, many people have housewarmings. It wasn't to say that it was all gongs and drums and firecrackers. At the very least, they would invite a bunch of friends or something and come over to celebrate. But now, the other party was very low-key, casually moving in. On the contrary, it gives people the feeling that the other party for this set of villa does not care at all, as if buy is not a set of villa worth $600 million. Rather, it was a slightly larger building block toy in general. There is no need to celebrate. This, then, seems to be very for horror. At this moment in time, this young girl for this number 1 villa owner part some interest. At that moment, it was looking at Sun Fu next to her and said, "Uncle Sun, tomorrow you go to pay your respects to the other party. For the gift, just take a 90-year-old Conti." Sun Fu, who listened to these words, immediately, he nodded his head and said, "Okay miss, I know." Sun Fu left this study. On the other side, Lin Mo was sitting on the sofa at this moment. The entire person, at this moment, was also sunk into the sofa, raising his eyes to look at the crystal chandelier that was hanging down. His face was dazed. Smiling bitterly, he shook his head. Driving an $80 million sports car, living in a $600 million villa. One look at the account. There are still $5,200 left. To be honest, if it wasn't for the system helping himself, paying this year's property fee already, it is estimated that he can't even afford to pay the property fee of this villa. Must find a way to get some money. Muttering in his heart, Lin Mo's brows were slightly furrowed. Lin Mo did not have any doubts about his ability to get money. After all, his own abilities were there. And not to mention, now that he had this $1 trillion subsidy app, with this look, if he still couldn't manage to get money himself, it would be too humiliating. Chapter 6 $10 seconds for 100 sweets. As time passed, soon, it was to 11:50 p.m. Looking at the time on his cell phone, Lin Mo's mood also had a few moments of nervousness. I wonder what new goodies will be on the shelves. At this time, Lin Mo's mood was 10,000% nervous, and he kept refreshing the interface of his cell phone. As soon as 0 o'clock passed, Lin Mo's instantly scrolled down to refresh. Instantly, a new item appeared amongst the item column. Subsidized price for 120 houses in Building 1 of Junyue Huating District, $10. Looking at the item that appeared in the commodity interface, Lin Mo's heartbeat, at that moment, stopped halfway. Subsequently, a burst of cold air was sucked out of his mouth. There's no mistake, right? Junyue Huating Neighborhood Building Number 1? Junyue Huating. This neighborhood he could be said to be familiar with. After all, before himself, he had lived there, and his own house has not yet expired. The houses in this neighborhood, it can be said that 80% of the residents are tenants. Because of the proximity to the subway entrance, plus the subway a few stops away, is the Science and Technology Park. Therefore, the price of housing in this neighborhood, one is at least 4 million toward the top, and the first building has 2 units, that is, 120 sets of houses, that is, 8 billion. Hiss, buy it. Swallowing his saliva, Lin Mo's finger fell directly. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 15 minutes. Please wait for delivery. 15 minutes later. Boom! With an extremely dull landing sound, 2 cardboard boxes landed on the ground. Stepping forward, the cartons were unpacked. Under the illumination of the light, on the red book, the large golden letters were exceptionally dazzling. Swallowing his saliva, Lin Mo was in a trance. Scent. At this moment, Lin Mo's mood was incomparably excited. At this moment, inside this paper shell box, it was full of real estate certificates. Casually picked up a book, opened the real estate license. Inside the information, into the eyes. Address, room 101, block 1, Junyue Huating Community Area, 98, 3 square meters. Owner, Lin Mo. Looking at the simple information, Lin Mo only felt his mouth dry. Then, he picked up 2 more books. Under a flick of the page, Lin Mo's mood became more and more excited. On each of the books here, it was all clear and labeled with Lin Mo's name. And at this moment, Lin Mo was also in a bit of a trance. In his mind, he was again reminded of a question on the forced call. How long does it take to go from being penniless to having hundreds of millions of dollars? At this moment, Lin Mo felt that he was qualified to answer. Answer, 15 minutes. After all, who could imagine? Lin Mo. This super godly man who was sitting on $480 million of assets and 100 suites in Magic City, a quarter of an hour ago, or a whole body only $5,000, an ordinary person who was still worried about how to make money? These 120 houses, selling is definitely not an option, Lin Mo muttered in his heart. After all, Magic City's current house prices were still in a soaring stage. Selling it would be like killing a chicken to get the eggs. Moreover, right now, he didn't have anything, where he needed money too much. Therefore, the best way to deal with it is to rent it out. This neighborhood, Junyue Huating, was still very popular with tenants. If you share a house, the price of a house is around $2,000 to $3,000. As for renting, basically it is also a deposit. Lin Mo slightly calculated. When the exact figure was calculated, in his mouth, he sucked in a breath of cool air. If the 120 houses are all rented out, even if you do nothing, the pure rent income for a year, that is also at $28 million. Just collecting rent for a year is more than $17 million. This 10,000 evil capital muttered under his breath. However, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth, at this time, were already grinning to the roots of his ears. After all, although capital is all evil, but the holder of this capital is himself. The corners of his mouth carried a few points of a rather wild smile. Lin Mo also gradually fell asleep. One night passed. Waiting until the next morning, Lin Mo took a shower. After putting on his clothes, eyebrows at this point in time were also wrinkled with it. It should be time to pack up the things in the rental house. Although the villa was large, the household items, however, were not much. Shaking his head, bring the 2 cardboard boxes into the elevator. Then, placed it on the passenger side of the car, drove the car and ate a breakfast at a roadside stand. Spinning around, he went all the way straight to Junyue Huating. 30 or so minutes later, Junyue Huating neighborhood. Lin Mo parked his vehicle in front of the lover's home agency across the street from the neighborhood. Then, it was holding the suitcase. He got out of the car. Inside the intermediary, a youth who watched this scene, immediately greeted out, smoothly, picked up the 2 cardboard boxes in Lin Mo's hands. With a shy smile on his face, he said, "Hello sir, Lover's Home Agency is happy to serve you." This intermediary's attitude could be described as incomparably polite. There was no way Lin Mo's car was parked there. Such a cool sports car. This was a proper rich second generation. This time, he's probably here to buy a house. If he sells one, his commission will soar. After placing the carton on the coffee table and pouring Lin Mo a cup of tea, he said to Lin Mo, I'm sorry. Then, he asked Lin Mo, I don't know sir, is there anything I can help you with? I have 2 houses in my hands that I want to rent out. Taking a sip of tea, Lin Mo spoke in a calm tone. 2 houses is it? Then sir, do you have your real estate license with you? The property owner hadn't been able to react, and his eyes were a little lost. Renting out 1 set of house. He didn't get much commission, but after all, Lin Mo's sports car was there. In his tone, he was still courteous. In response, Lin Mo shook his head bashfully, then pointed at the cardboard box there, and said, inside this is my real estate license. You can look at it. Subconsciously, the paper shell boxes were opened. Inside the 2 boxes, all were red books. Hiss, cool air was sucked backwards in his mouth. At the bottom of his heart, there was also a guess. Could it be that these 2 big boxes are all real estate books? Then how many sets of real estate books should there be in these 2 big boxes? Trembling, he picked up a book, turned it over and looked at it. Junyue Huating Community, Building 1, Room 101, Owner, Lin Mo. The moment the address of the house was seen, as well as the owner's name, this agent's throat was a little dry. At the same time, there was also an instant reaction. With a somewhat shocked expression, he looked at Lin Mo who was there playing with his cell phone and drinking tea. Out of breath, he said, You are the one, Mr. Lin who bought the 2 buildings of Junyue Huating? Chapter 7 The enthusiastic manager Zhou. In this morning, between the agents in their area, a piece of news had spread. That is, the 2 houses in the first building of Junyue Huating were both bought by a mysterious Mr. Lin, and it hadn't been rented out yet. As a result, everyone was trying to get in touch with the mysterious Mr. Lin. However, none of them had a way to contact him. However, now, this mysterious Mr. Lin now actually appeared in front of him. How could this not make him excited about it? If there's no other owner of Junyue Huating who bought 2 buildings and has the surname Lin, then it's me. With a faint smile on his face, Lin Mo sat on the sofa, taking a sip of tea. He said, gulped, looking at Lin Mo. This intermediary's expression, incomparably exuberant. This Mr. Lin now had 120 houses to rent out. If this was all rented out, then his own commission. At this moment, his look of excitement was incomparable. So, how long do I have to wait? Lin Mo lightly laughed and said. At that moment, this property also came back to his senses and hurriedly said, I'm sorry Mr. Lin, I got lost in thought. This list of yours is really too big. I have no way to make a decision. Please wait a little while. I'll go shout to our manager. With that said, he was in a hurry and ran to the manager's room. At this time, the manager's room, Love's Home's manager Zhou, was making a phone call there. Manager Zhou. This agent ran in and opened his mouth to shout. As for manager Zhou who was here, at once, his brows were furrowed. Looking at this intermediary, his expression was somewhat displeased. Wait a moment. After saying a sound, covering the phone receiver, he looked at the small intermediary who was there and said, What is it? Can't you see I'm on the phone? Manager Zhou. Mr. Lin is here. Mr. Lin? What Mr. Lin? Mr. Li? A little thing. This manager Zhou was just about to say something, but then he suddenly remembered something. Eyes were rounded, looking towards the small agent who was there, breathing heavily, said, Mr. Lin? That Mr. Lin who bought 2 buildings in Junyue Huating? Yes, manager Zhou. As those words fell after that, manager Zhou, who was here, said 2 sentences to the other end of the phone. Then, he just hung up the phone, straightened his clothes, and said, Don't hurry and take me there. Don't let the other Mr. Lin wait for a long time. Looking at this scene, the little intermediary there, the corner of his mouth also twitched. This is so realistic. The bottom of his heart spat. Then, still bringing this manager Zhou, he walked towards the outside. In the hall, the moment this manager Zhou saw Lin Mo, in his heart, he was astonished. Young. It was really too young. Originally, he thought that someone who could throw hundreds of millions of dollars and buy 2 buildings, no matter what, he had to be a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. But Lin Mo in front of him looks like he's only 23 or 24 years old. This, indeed, greatly exceeded manager Zhou's expectations. What kind of family must this be? The bottom of his heart sighed with emotion. Then, piling smiles on his face, he said, Mr. Lin, hello there, I've kept you waiting. I'm the manager of this lover's home. My name is Zhou Wankai. Manager Zhou. Hello, Lin Mo also stood up and was just about to shake hands with it. The other party was a direct 90-degree bow, and this manager Zhou also saw the 2 boxes of real estate certificates there. The eyes, too, were getting hotter and hotter. After all, this is a serious big business. The gentleman in front of him directly bought down 2 buildings. If this can be taken down, it's best to be exclusive again. Then, this Junyue Huating neighborhood, among their stores, that is the neighborhood, all the intermediary companies, the largest proportion of a one. Moreover, this kind of customer, if they can establish a good relationship for the future of their store, there are certain benefits, not to mention, will he invest in the neighborhood in the future? Just need each other, and his friends a little mention. For them, it would be an unimaginable benefit. Immediately, this manager Zhou just opened his mouth. Mr. Lin, you can just call me Xiao Zhou. With that, he also glanced at the little agent behind himself and said, how do you do your job? Letting Mr. Lin just sit in the hall? After saying that, then he was smilingly saying, Mr. Lin, let's go to the VIP room to talk. No need, just stay here. This manager Zhou didn't say much. Seeing Lin Mo like this, he just nodded his head, then opened his mouth and said, Mr. Lin, this time, is he prepared to rent and sell all the houses on hand? That's right, rent out all of them at once. That's really great. Currently, most of the houses in Junyue Huating are rented out, and Mr. Lin, the 2 buildings in your hands are currently empty, but they are hard-covered houses. If you were to rent them out, you could get at least 300-500 a month for a room, but if we're talking about doing a whole lease, then in terms of price, it's slightly lower. Well, a single room is fine. Let's go with the market price. Take a deposit and pay 1 mode, and take care of your own water and electricity. Lin Mo said flatly. He had already done the math last night. The first floor was 4 rooms and 2 halls. If all of them were rented out, then in a month, he would be able to obtain an income of more than $1,400,000. Lin Mo pondered slightly here, subsequently said, these 120 houses, if it is said that you can rent and sell them as soon as possible, then I can exclusively offer these properties to you. The moment these words came out, manager Zhou, who was there, was instantly stunned in spirit, and after that, then it was a rush, patting his chest and stating, don't worry, Mr. Lin, you leave it to us, Lover's family, and we guarantee that we can help you rent them all out as soon as possible. Immediately, after signing the proxy contract, the whole thing was settled. The real estate book was carried to the car. Looking at this pure white domineering Porsche supercar, manager Zhou's heart was also growing more and more emotional. His eyes filled with envy. Mr. Lin, you see that it's also noon now. How about, together we have a casual meal? Looking at the time, manager Zhou said, no need. I still have to go to the neighborhood to pick up some things and prepare to move home. Shaking his head, Lin Mo said, moving? Manager Zhou froze, then said in a hurry, I'll help you move. That's not necessary. There's not much stuff anyway. A number of excuses. Lin Mo screwed up this week. Manager had to go together to the inside of the neighborhood. The 2 came to the 17th floor of the neighborhood. Just walked to the door of his room. The color of the face is a condensation. God, for the cold. Because, he suddenly realized, all of his own things were all thrown outside the front door. Chapter 8. He's just a little yakuza. The door to the room, his own clothes and bedding, all of them were thrown out at the door. Looking at the things he was thrown out, Lin Mo's expression was cold, and it was also at this moment, a sound came from the hidden door. Ms. Jiang, let me tell you, just this room I'm renting out for you. The price is absolutely cheap. 1 month, I only charge you 3,700 rent. I open to you this rent. You won't find anything cheaper in the whole neighborhood. And you look at my room, or south-facing, light as first class. Listening to this burst of sound, in the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, there was a cold laugh. Subsequently, pushed open the door of the room and walked in. Just walked in. He saw a middle-aged woman with a bloated body, standing there, and at her side, was followed by a, dressed very clean and concise, dressed in a set of professional attire, a woman with bundled hair. Looking at Lin Mo who walked in, the landlady who was there, immediately just sneered and said, Yo, back just in time, I've cleaned out your pile of broken stuff for you. You take all the stuff yourself and get the hell out. That room of yours, I'm not renting it to you anymore. This landlady, at this time, was full of scornful smiles. After saying this, it was also very comforting. Last time, Lin Mo hid in his room and didn't open the door for her, which made her extraordinarily unhappy, and what was right now was to let him know, offended his own fate. Hearing these words, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. My things, you're the one who threw them out? Ha, what? It was me who threw it out, so what can you do with me? This landlady crossed her arms and sneered. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was there, calmly continuing. I remember. Right now, the contract between us is still 6 days away from expiring, right? What he said. Lin Mo glanced at the professionally dressed woman who was there and said, that is to say, our contract hasn't expired yet, but you took my things and threw them all out, and bringing other tenants to see the house. You're blatantly breaking the contract. Listening to Lin Mo's words, this landlady was blissfully unafraid. Crossing her arms, she looked at Lin Mo and said loudly, I'm in breach of contract. So what? Don't talk nonsense with me here. Hurry up and pack your things. Get lost. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but shake his head. This landlord of his is really an old legal illiterate? However, right at this moment, a sound also came from outside the door. Mr. Lin, what's wrong? Manager Joe walked in. Just now, because the elevator was full, he could only take the next trip, but after coming up, he heard the quarrel here, and looking at Manager Joe who walked in, this landlady's face, but for a change. As for this Manager Joe, at this time, he also noticed the landlord's aunt there. For a moment, it felt somewhat familiar. Then, mused, said, as I recall, you are Ms. Zhao. He still had a bit of an impression of this landlady. This landlord Emma was also a customer of their lover's store. There were 5 houses in her hands, and, with their company, they signed a full care agreement. The so-called full trust agreement is also belongs to the kind of fully entrusted them to sell the agreement. After signing the agreement, the tenant must go through their agent to rent the apartment. In terms of agency fees, it will be slightly lower. Manager Zhou, why are you back? Looking at Manager Zhou, on the landlady's face, an awkward smile appeared. After all, what was signed between herself and lover's home was a full care agreement. If it was discovered that one had privately brought someone to see the room and was preparing to rent it out privately, then, one was going to have to pay a large sum of money for breach of contract. Manager Zhou, on the other hand, calmly said at this time, oh, I came to accompany Mr. Lin to move. Mr. Lin? The landlady snorted. Manager Zhou, you're afraid you're not being tricked by this little yakuza, right? This guy is just a small tenant. At once, there, Manager Zhou's face went cold. Little yakuza? A small tenant? This woman, I'm afraid she hasn't gone insane. Looking at the landlady, she coldly said, Ms. Zhao, please be polite when you speak. This Mr. Lin in front of you is a big client of our lover's family. In his hands, there are 2 buildings in Junyue Huating, a whole 120 properties. Boom! In an instant, the landlady there was struck by lightning. Standing in place, her face was stagnant, and the professionally dressed woman next to her, her mouth was wide open. Looking at Lin Mo in front of her, her small face was filled with dismay. In front of her, this handsome young man who looked like he was the same age as herself. In his hands, there are 2 buildings, with a whole 120 houses? This joke. This, Manager Zhou, you must be mistaken. How can he have 120 houses? Before, he couldn't even afford to pay the rent. The landlady's expression was now getting more and more tense. Mistake? Of course it's impossible to be mistaken. Manager Zhou immediately said, we checked Mr. Lin's information before, and even signed the agreement to entrust the rental. When these words fell, the landlady who was there was a bit flustered. According to this, then Lin Mo really did have 120 houses. 120 houses. This is a full, worth more than 400 million. In an instant, the landlady recalled what she had said earlier, as well as throwing out all of Lin Mo's things. Her expression grew paler and paler. After all, the other party had more than 100 properties in his hands. In terms of assets, between himself and herself, it was completely not on the same level. Immediately, it was to apologize to Lin Mo. Lin, Mr. Lin, what happened before? It's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Lin Mo laughed coldly. Then, shaking his head, he said, you are now telling me that it was a misunderstanding? Ha! The one who said that glanced at Manager Zhou who was there, giving a start to finish account of what happened before. As those words finished, the Manager Zhou who was there, his eyes narrowed slightly. If that's the case, then the house rented by Mr. Lin has not expired yet, so the right to use the house is owned by Mr. Lin. Ms. Zhao, you do not have the right to take back the room now, and your actions are a unilateral breach of contract. In this case, you need to pay 1 month's rent as liquidated damages, and you also do not have the right to take back the rented room. Lin Mo, who was listening to these words, immediately smiled. Afterwards, he added, in addition, all of my personal belongings suffered damage. Regarding this matter, You'll be prepared to go to court to settle it. Chapter 9, Sun Fu who made a visit to the door. What? At once, this landlord also panicked. He himself was merely preparing to kick Lin Mo out. But now, how did it evolve into this? One actually had to go to court? The landlord directly plopped down on the floor. Hurriedly, he said to Lin Mo, Shaolin. No, Mr. Lin, it was me who had no eyes and offended you before. Please be generous with your hand. I'll double. No, tenfold compensate you. Please, you must spare me. 10 times? Do you think I lack money? Lin Mo sneered. Not to mention, with 120 houses in his hands right now, he was not short of money. Even if he was really short of money, that was still the same, and would not charge 10 times the compensation. After all, if he collected it, then one would, in turn, become disreputable. And as Lin Mo's words fell, the landlady there, at this time, her face was pale. Indeed, this Lin Mo, but in the hands of more than 100 suites, worth hundreds of millions of dollars of super god people, will he lack his own money? I'm afraid, even if all their money, compensation to him, all are not into the eyes of the other party, right? This moment, this landlady's expression, gradually fell into despair. In response, Lin Mo glanced at the nearby manager Zhou and said, Manager Zhou, this matter, I'm still troubling you to help resolve it. Everything, how to deal with it. Listening to Lin Mo's words, this manager Zhou immediately nodded his head and said loudly, Mr. Lin, you can rest assured, this matter, I have experience. After saying that, this manager Zhou immediately felt out his phone. After calling the magistrate, under the witness of the magistrate, compensation was made and the relevant responsibilities were pursued. As for the breach of contract between this landlord aunt and the lover's store, the weekly manager is also reported. After that, there were lawyers from the enterprise side, who came over to argue with her. Then, between the two sides to cancel the full trust contract. This time, the landlord aunt is full of despair, paralyzed on the ground. It's over. This time, she was completely finished. I had thought of kicking Lin Mo out and then raising the rent to rent and sell it again. As a result, I did not expect, not only did I double compensation for the rent, now also facing full trust contract high liquidated damages. Waiting to finish dealing with all this, time has come to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Mo returned to the Grand Hyatt residence and packed up some of his things. It was directly back to the villa in the eastern suburb of One. At the same time, the opposite side of the No. 2 villa, looking at Lin Mo who drove his car and came back. In the No. 2 villa, Sun Fu, who had been keeping an eye on the No. 1 villa. He also picked up the red wine that had been prepared long ago. He walked over towards Villa 1 where Lin Mo was currently. At this time, Lin Mo who had just returned to the villa, he was standing in the kitchen, swiping his cell phone, thinking about what he should eat tonight. However, just at this time, ding dong, a doorbell rang. Lin Mo instantly froze for a moment. What's the situation? I've only just moved here. How could someone come to the door? With doubts in his heart, Lin Mo walked to the front door, subsequently opened the door of his villa. Just as soon as he opened the door, he saw one, dressed in a set of straight black casual suit. His hair was combed meticulously. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s was standing there. In this man's hand, he was carrying a wrapped gift box. Hello, may I ask who you are? Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, his face was puzzled. Hello sir, I'm Sun Fu, the butler of Villa number 2 across the street from your house. My young lady heard that Villa number 1 has welcomed an owner and specially asked me to come over to pay you a visit. Listening to these words, Lin Mo pulled the gate open, saying, Mr. Sun, please come in. My name is Lin Mo. Your family's miss is really too polite. Sun Fu walked in smilingly. Then, holding the gift box with both hands, he handed it to Lin Mo and said, Mr. Lin, this is a little bit of thin gift prepared by my family's young lady, hereby congratulating you on your housewarming. Mr. Lin, you are really too polite. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. He did not bother to push anything back either, and just accepted the gift box. Afterwards, Lin Mo also greeted the other party with a cup of tea. After exchanging contact information, he just excused himself and left. Looking at Sun Fu who left, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. The housekeeper of Villa number 2? A bit interesting. Lin Mo's heart was also roughly guessing about the reason why Villa 2 sent someone to give him a congratulatory gift. The reason for this was, 9 times out of 10, because the other party couldn't figure out their own identity. After all, this east suburb one's No. 1 villa, but the existence of the king of the building level, before the sales department song manager, also is explicitly said, this set of villa is their boss's heart disease, and now, he bought this set of villa. How can the other party not be surprised? Even one's own identity information, it is estimated that now are in the people constantly prying, however, estimated to check to the end. They will be skeptical. After all, where did one have any background? All of one's life history was nothing more than an ordinary family. Ha! Lin Mo laughed lightly in his heart. Then, looking towards the gift box that was placed on the coffee table, unwrapping this gift box, the exquisite sandalwood box was revealed. After pushing open the box, a bottle of red wine sleeping in the yellow silk was revealed. This red wine label, at this time is already some slight yellowing. Red wine? Lin Mo froze. Then, glancing at the text on the label, Romane Conti, 1990. The moment he saw the text, Lin Mo suddenly had a jolt. I go? Romane Conti? Or 1990? Cold air was sucked out of his mouth. Lin Mo hurriedly put the bottle of red wine back into the box. He still knew a little bit about red wine. Romane Conti. This belongs to the king of red wine. A 90-year-old Conti. I remember the price should be $33 million. For a moment, Lin Mo shook his head with a bitter smile. The first time we met, you gave me more than $300,000? At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly felt, perhaps, this is a rich person? What Lin Mo didn't know was that this Villa 2's Missy, at this moment was already viewing him as a young master of a certain family, spending $300,000 to make friends with the son of a family. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, this is not very worthwhile, but in their eyes, however, this deal could be said to be a sure thing. Chapter 10. A wristwatch worth $4 million. Time passed little by little. A night passed quickly. Soon, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Mo was just about to play a game of king when his cell phone rang. The caller ID on his cell phone. Horrifically, it was the company's team leader, Fong Hong. Who called? Fong Hong? Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. His relationship with Fong Hong was average. On weekdays, it was only at work that they would have some contact. After work, there basically wouldn't be much contact. After the phone was connected, Lin Mo spoke to Fong Hong. Hey, team leader, what's up? Lin Mo, why didn't you kid come to the company today? Oh, I had some business today, so I didn't go. Lin Mo said casually. Alright, then don't even come in the future. The company officially closed down today. This month's salary is also normal to your card above. Fong Hong extremely helpless. After all, the company closed down, but his next job is still not settled. In the current situation in Magic City, wanting to find a suitable job, that was still a bit difficult. That's so. Lin Mo spoke in a casual tone. Right, tomorrow at 11:30 p.m., our department is going to have a breakup dinner. You come over too. Listening to Fong Hong's words, Lin Mo pondered for a while. The subsequent one still said, okay, send me the address. After all, everyone was at least a colleague who had known each other for a year. Although there weren't many who were more familiar, but at least there was some camaraderie. Now everyone was ready to break up. Then this farewell dinner. It's better to go and eat it. Well, then tomorrow at 11:30 p.m., the Rose Hall on the second floor of Pujiang Tang Pavilion. I won't see you then. Listening to these words, Lin Mo exchanged a few more pleasantries. After that, the phone hung up. Afterwards, played with his cell phone for a while. Then he came downstairs to the gym and worked out for more than 2 hours. For a while, covered in sweat, came to the bathroom, soaked in the bathtub massage bath, until 10 o'clock in the evening. This is to sleep. After 2 days of adaptation, he was also too lazy to continue to wait for the 0-second snatch, sleeping until the next morning, getting up and then buying things. Didn't he smell good? Just like this, the night passed. The next day, 8 a.m., Lin Mo slept until he woke up naturally. After a bit of washing up, while eating breakfast, he looked at his cell phone. Tap on $1 trillion subsidy. Today's subsidized goods were already on the top of the app's homepage. Roger Dubuis King Series Rodbex 0406 watch. Subsidized price, $20. Multiple spending cashback card. Subsidized price, $9. 9-inch. Looking at today's subsidized goods, Lin Mo was stunned. Roger Dubuis King Series? A few moments of surprise swept across the bottom of his eyes. He was aware of the Roger Dubuis brand of watches. This brand was a supernova in the watch industry. It was only established in 01. Although compared with Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, these, at every turn inherited 100 or 200 years of super big brands. It seems to be very young, but from the grade and quality in comparison, Roger Dubuis, not weak, and this King series, is a high-grade series of Roger Dubuis. Copied the trade name. Lin Mo entered the browser and searched. The moment he saw the picture of the watch, in his mouth, cold air was sucked backwards. A 45mm watch diameter, the 18K rose gold case and crown, and on top of that, It was set with nearly 14 carats of baguette-cut diamonds. The overall appearance is understated, yet luxurious. As for the price of this watch, it was as high as 4.2 million Shenhua coins. Gulp, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The bottom of Lin Mo's eyes were filled with dismay. This price, it's really terrifying. A burst of smacking his lips, returning back amongst the app. Lin Mo, without hesitation, chose to purchase. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 3 hours. Please wait for delivery. 3 hours? Lin Mo looked at the time. His eyebrows were unavoidably, just slightly wrinkled. This time, it's a bit long muttered under his breath. And then, it was unavoidable to shake his head. Alright, 3 hours is 3 hours. A slight sigh was given. Lin Mo just looked at another item. But, this spending cashback card, what does it mean? The bottom of his heart carried doubts. Lin Mo's gaze, it landed on the other one. The spending cashback card. Let's buy it first. Without much thought, Lin Mo's finger, it landed on this cashback card. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 30 minutes. Please wait for delivery. 30 minutes? After murmuring a sentence in the bottom of his heart, he continued to eat his breakfast. However, it was also at this moment, a text message banner popped up at the top of Lin Mo's cell phone screen. Your debit card with the tail number 9528, earned 112,0000 on April 22nd at 8:18. Balance after transaction, 113,5981. 9 yuan. Looking at the banner that suddenly popped up, Lin Mo was taken aback. And also at this time, Love's Home's manager Joe was also sending himself a WeChat message. After looking at it slightly, Lin Mo also reacted. It turned out that it was his own 120 sets of houses. 1/3 of them were rented out yesterday afternoon. After all, it was now April. At the end of the spring recruitment, many new employees have started to join the company, and Lin Mo's house is close to the subway entrance. Naturally, the leasing speed is very fast. And, Manager Joe was also assuring himself, in a maximum of 3 days, the remaining 1/3 were all rented out for themselves. Looking at the balance information on his cell phone, Lin Mo's mood, too, was a little trancy and complicated. Obviously, yesterday, he was still worried about money. As a result, now, in the blink of an eye, he had more than $1 million in his hand. This speed of earning money was truly terrifying. Phew! After taking a deep breath, Lin Mo tapped on his Alipay. Then, it was to his old mom, transferring over $200,000. Originally, Lin Mo was planning to transfer half over, but unfortunately, the limit. Plus if you transfer $500,000 to your mom at once, then it is estimated to be able to put her to the shock. However, even so, still, the mom was scared. Just transferred the past soon. Lin Mo's cell phone is ringing. Looked at the caller ID. It was his mom. Hello, Mom. Answering the phone, Lin Mo thought of an excuse and opened his mouth. Hello, son. Why did you transfer $200,000 to me all of a sudden? Where did you get so much money? Mom's somewhat anxious voice rang out. After all, $200,000, in their eyes, was still a large sum of money. Chapter 11, I'll take it all. Listening to these words from his old mom, Lin Mo smiled and said, Mom, when I was a year ago, I opened a small company with a friend of mine. This $200,000 is the company's profit to me dividend money. I kept a part of it for myself, and this $200,000 was transferred to you and my dad, so you can take it to improve your lives. Listen to this. Mom was also relieved, then said, So I and your father have money to spend. You this $200,000 Mom to you save, the future to marry a wife with. In this regard, Lin Mo is also a little helpless, can only smile with his own mother to continue to say. Afterwards, the two chatted for nearly 20 minutes. After that, they hung up the phone, and also at this time, Lin Mo's cell phone is also appeared a prompt. The cashback card has arrived. Please check the item bar interface for details. Looking at the two prompts in succession, Lin Mo froze. Afterwards, he clicked on the item bar of the app. After entering, he saw a black card inside. After tapping on it, you can see the detailed description. Multiple spending rebate card. After using this card, you will receive up to 10 times the amount of cash back for your next purchase. Looking at this card, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. A cashback of up to 10 times. This was undoubtedly extremely useful for Lin Mo right now. Then, he pondered a little in the bottom of his heart. Glancing at the time, it was just 8:30. There was still a long time to go before 11:30 noon. Then, he took another look at the clothes he was wearing. Lin Mo already had a plan in his heart. Let's go buy a few sets of clothes first. Lin Mo wasn't the type of person who was stingy. Moreover, since he had money now, then buy a few sets of better clothes. Without a doubt, it's a must and a necessity, whether it's for yourself, or that is the future to attend some more important occasions. This set of clothes are necessary. Drove the car out of the door, all the way to the National Golden Plaza. The National Golden Plaza, here can be said, is the Magic City, one of the most top of them all. Inside is full of all kinds of high-end luxury brands. There aren't many people in this IFC Plaza. After walking around, Lin Mo's eyes fell on the Armani brand. Armani could be said to be one of the most famous luxury goods. After entering the store, after a slightly brief glance, Lin Mo's eyes were also brightened. Armani's clothes were still considered to be more to his liking. After Lin Mo stepped into Armani, a very beautifully dressed sales, then just walked over. Hello sir, may I ask if you're here to see ready-to-wear or are you ready to do a customization? Although it was said that the clothes Lin Mo was wearing looked relatively cheap, but Armani's salesperson still maintained a service attitude as it should be. Look at ready-to-wear, Lin Mo said indifferently. After all, with customized clothing, it would take at least 3 months to start. He didn't have the patience to wait. Besides, Armani's ready-made clothes were considered quite good. Okay sir, then may I ask what level of ready-to-wear are you prepared to look at? Armani's clothes were divided into 6 levels. They are, the Super Tier GA, First Tier AC, Quasi-First Tier EA, Second Tier AJ Armani Jeans, the third line of EA7 and A/X Armani Exchange. These 6 levels, the GA line is among the top tier of men's ready-to-wear. AC series is Armani Business Ready-to-Wear series, mainly go as business style. EA series, that belongs to the fashion style. Fabrics then compared to AC is to be inferior, but also relatively speaking cheaper. Armani as a whole, in fact, these 3 levels can be bought. Then down a few levels of ready-to-wear, that is simply in the circle of money. If you really go to buy it, at most you can buy a brand. For Lin Mo now, money is no big deal. Immediately, he spoke. Let's go look at the GA grade clothes first. Okay sir, please follow me, said. Then he was leading Lin Mo towards the GA Super Tier 1 level area. And at this moment, after entering the GA area, there were a few other guests inside. Everyone just glanced at Lin Mo and then stopped paying attention. They continued to pick out their favorite clothes. As for a short distance away, a greasy middle-aged man with a thumb-thick gold chain around his neck and a somewhat shaven head, as well as a teenage girl beside him, who was a bit sarcastic. After glancing at Lin Mo, pinching his nose, with a look of contempt on his face, he said, "How do you Armani do things? This kid is dressed in a piece of ground goods and you all let him in?" And at the sight of the greasy middle-aged man, then he laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha, baby, you have to understand. Some people just like to swell their faces, obviously cannot afford to buy Armani, but also have to come in and look around. If you accidentally dirty a piece of clothing, cannot afford to pay are 2 different things. But if you listen to me, Brother Zhao, and make me happy, I guarantee you'll have nothing to worry about." Yikes, Brother Zhao, what are you talking about? I'll definitely listen to you, Brother Zhao. Ha ha, good. In that case, then after I've bought this dress, I'll take you to buy a bag later. You're the best, Brother Zhao. This greasy middle-aged man who called himself Brother Zhao, laughed loudly there. On his face, there was even more arrogance written all over it. At the same time, with a condescending look there, he constantly belittled Lin Mo, and when he spoke, he didn't have the slightest bit of restraint, so that everyone around was hearing it. And this also triggered the dissatisfaction of many other customers. But after glancing at Lin Mo, they didn't say anything. To be honest, even though on their faces, they acted dissatisfied, but in their hearts, they agreed with the middle-aged man's words. After all, in their opinion, how could a kid in a modest dress afford to buy Armani, or buy GA this kind of high-end clothing that can easily be 100,000 a set? This was impossible to even think about. And the saleswoman beside Lin Mo, at this time is also some embarrassment. Then, hastily the road. "Sir, you can rest assured, we Armani for every guest are sincere." Lin Mo then narrowed his eyes slightly. In the bottom of his heart, there was an anger bubbling up. This fatty, is he sick? Coldly glancing at the fat man there, Lin Mo spoke. "At your family's GA level, what are the main hits of this season?" After the sentence fell, this female sales was the one who hurriedly said, "Sir, this is a coincidence. These 7 pieces in front of you are the ones that just arrived in our store. This season's new Armani staples. The design style of these 7 pieces is." Before the saleswoman could finish her sentence, Lin Mo then just waved his hand and said, "Alright, stop talking. Wrap it up. I'll take them all." Chapter 12 Cashback, 5 million. After the sentence fell, everyone, at once, froze. All of them were somewhat stunned, looking at Lin Mo in front of them. This female sales also swallowed a mouthful of water and said, "First, sir, are you sure? The 7 pieces of clothing here, the total price is around 810,000. 810,000? Lin Mo froze, and then, his heart was also pondering for a while. In his current card, he should have around 930,000 left. In other words, after buying these 7 pieces of clothing, there was still more than 100,000 left on one's card. In that case, he was able to buy 2 more pairs of shoes. Thinking of this, Lin Mo then just spoke. In that case, it would be good to wait a bit first. With the instant these words fell on the faces of the crowd there was also an instant. A few disdainful looks surfaced, especially the greasy middle-aged man who was there. At this moment, he snorted. "Ha, you're quite deep in the theater. You really think you're a godly man, don't you? How come when it comes to money, you don't dare to take out your card to pay?" As for the snarky woman on the side, at this time the face is also written with a few points of contempt. Even if you are poor, you still have the cheek to talk big. As for Lin Mo, he ignored the words of these 2 people, just took out his cell phone, tapped the multiplier cashback card in the cell phone app. Afterwards, he pointed to the 2 pairs of black leather shoes that were placed there, plainly opened his mouth. "This way, and then help me to the 2 pairs of shoes there under the package. Just buy clothes, do not buy shoes is not appropriate," said then is pulled out the bank card. Said, "Swipe it." Looking at Lin Mo's casual movements, the saleswoman was dumbfounded. Directly swiping the card? She heard Lin Mo say at first that she had to wait a little bit, thought it was because she resented the price, but what she didn't expect was, others were actually thinking that it was inappropriate to just buy clothes without shoes. After asking for 2 more pairs of shoes, actually is ready to buy all these 7 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes. To know, the 7 sets of clothes alone were priced at 810,000 plus 2 pairs of shoes, then the total price can be towards 900,000. But now, Lin Mo was ready to swipe his card and buy it without even blinking? What kind of bravado was this? As for the other customers, at this time is also some dismay. This looks like a boy is really ready to buy? To know, these people, although they said they had the spending power to buy clothes here, but to buy 7 pieces of this season's staples in one breath, and add 2 pairs of shoes that cost $40,000 to $50,000, they still really couldn't do it. And that greasy middle-aged man, and the mean woman next to him, snorted. "Ha, swollen face, big words can be said by anyone. If you don't have the money to pay later, I'd like to see what you're going to do." This middle-aged man's face was full of teasing colors at this time. Looking at Lin Mo, his expression was playful. As for this female salesperson, she spoke in a low voice. "Sir, let me check with you again. Are you sure you want the 7 main new items of the season, and 2 pairs of leather shoes? The total amount required for your purchase of these items is 913,000 RMB. Lin Mo frowned slightly and said, "Well, hurry up. The card has been in my hand for half a minute." As Lin Mo's words fell afterward, the saleswoman there, in a hurry, was a jolt. Immediately, she then spoke in a hurry. "Yes sir, please wait." With that, the saleswoman quickly brought the POS machine. Watching this scene, the crowd was also watching here. On that greasy middle-aged man's face, the teasing intent was even more intense. "Ha, I'd like to see how you're going to continue pretending." And just the moment these words fell, the card in Lin Mo's hand had already been scratched on the POS. The subsequent one entered the password. Under the gaze of the crowd, after the POS machine let out a soft sound, a bill slowly slid out. Silence, unparalleled silence. Everyone was staring at this scene in stupefaction. The mind was wildly appalled. Actually, the payment really succeeded. For a while, the sound of cold breaths being sucked in rose and fell. Now, they all understood. The youth in front of them, who looked like he was wearing all the ground floor goods, is really rich. He belonged to the kind of person who would spend $1 million on clothes without blinking an eye. As for that pair of dogs and men, at this time, they were already confused. Especially the greasy middle-aged man. At this time, the look on his face, it was to be as awkward as it could be. After all, just now, it was the 2 of them who were screaming the most. Even more so, they were constantly questioning Lin Mo's purchasing power, thinking that the other party was just pretending there. But what happened? The facts proved that the other party was still really good. This fact was like a slap in the face. You know, that's $910,000 in one breath, to buy a few sets of clothes. This was something that even he didn't have the ability to do, to dare to do. But this youth in front of me, that is to say, the youth in front of him, identity, only afraid. In an instant, This greasy middle-aged man's heart panicked. At the same time, it was thinking of before. He was so mocking the other party here. In an instant, the cold sweat behind his back, flowing down one after another, and in the order to complete the moment, that female sales heart, at this time has long been happy flowers. A big order of $910,000. This to their own hands commission. That is more than 10,000. And other sales in the distance. At this time the eyes are red. The bottom of the heart can be said to be jealous beyond measure. More regret. Why? This single is not their own received. As for Lin Mo, at this time on his cell phone, there was also a prompt that popped up. Congratulations, received 6 times cashback. With the moment the prompt fell, the bank's message popped up. Your debit card with tail number 9528 received 5,478,000 at 9:11 on April 22nd. Balance after transaction 5,981, 9 yuan. Looking at this arrival message, Lin Mo's mood, at once, was excitement. 6 times cashback, more than $5 million of cashback. In other words, he hadn't lost any money on this purchase. On the contrary, he had also made a net profit of more than $4 million. He swallowed a mouthful of water. At this moment, Lin Mo's mood could be described as excited. Immediately after the whirlwind, then he just glanced at the greasy middle-aged man who was there, his eyes slightly narrowed, and feeling Lin Mo's gaze. This greasy middle-aged man, in a flash, cold sweat after cold sweat, flowed down. Chapter 13, Encountering Sun Fu, Tang Court Restaurant. Feeling Lin Mo's gaze, the middle-aged greasy fat man who was there, at this moment, all over his body, was a cold chill. His legs, too, could not stop trembling. Looking at Lin Mo there, the smile on his face was even more ugly than crying. After all, at the time just now, one could almost be said to have offended Lin Mo to death. At this moment, his heart could be said to be filled with despair, as well as regret. Why did he himself, just now, have to be so, to belittle Lin Mo? With a bitter smile, this middle-aged greasy man trotted to Lin Mo's side and said, "This friend, just now." Before he could finish, Lin Mo just waved his hand and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Hey, don't! How can a poor person with no money like me afford to be friends with you?" A sentence fell. This middle-aged greasy man, his face instantly turned red. A poor man with no money? A poor man with no money. This sentence from others. It was obvious that he was not willing to forgive himself and bury himself again. And just when he was still planning to say something, a voice, however, came from not far away. "Ha, Mr. Lin?" Hearing this voice, Lin Mo also looked up. "Mr. Sun." Lin Mo had a smile on his face. Looking at the visitor, he said, this visitor was not someone else. It was precisely Sun Fu from Villa 2, who he had only met yesterday afternoon. And at this time, Sun Fu was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected it. He was actually here and met Lin Mo. "Mr. Lin is here to buy clothes? Well, it's just right to buy a few sets of clothes for myself, to change into on weekdays." Saying that, Lin Mo was pointing at the clothes and shoes that were being packed there. And after Sun Fu took a look, the corner of his mouth was also viciously drawn. With his eyesight, he was able to tell at a glance, the clothes that were being packed. Without a doubt, it was this Armani's several sets of this season's staples. The price of each piece was all in the 100,000 toward the top. As a result, in Lin Mo's mouth, it became a few sets of change of clothes. This, even if it is the home of the young lady, wouldn't dare to do so, right? But on second thought, it seems that there is no problem. After all, this person in front of their own eyes, but is willing to spend 600 million to buy a set of villas. Not bad money, lord. Think of this. This Sun Fu is also released. And at this time, the middle-aged greasy man next to him, his eyes were suddenly bright, said, "Brother Sun, brother Sun." Hearing this, Sun Fu also turned his head and glanced at this middle-aged greasy man. After thinking about it, he said, "Are you, Mr. Zhao?" This middle-aged greasy man, he still recognized. It was one of his company's suppliers. "Mr. Sun, is this an acquaintance of yours?" Listening to this, Sun Fu glanced at Lin Mo. He only saw Lin Mo's face with a few smiles of playfulness. At that moment, it was a reaction. "I'm only afraid that this Zhao Ming, just now, had offended Lin Mo." Immediately, it was a jolt, saying, "Not familiar. I'm not familiar with him at all." Said, "This gentleman, who are you? Don't shout nonsense." "Okay, no, Mr. Sun, I'm Zhao Ming." "Ah, Zhao Ming from Fu Ming Cement. We've met before at your company's partner reception." Listening to this, Sun Fu was harboring a fire in the bottom of his heart. This bastard is a little cutie, is it? Immediately, Sun Fu then said coldly, "What Fu Ming Cement? Sorry, I've never heard of it. But now what kind of cats and dogs can be mixed into our company's partners? Then it seems that after returning to the company this time, I'm going to properly order the people below me to investigate the company's partners closely. After saying that, he then just looked at Lin Mo with a smile and said, Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. Between me and this person, we are really not familiar. In response, Lin Mo just smiled. Alright, this is your company's business. It has nothing to do with me. I have other things on my side, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Lin Mo was just about to leave. As for his own shopping bag, this Armani also sent someone to help carry it for himself and send it to the car. As Lin Mo left, only then did Sun Fu have a cold face. Looking at Zhao Ming behind him, he said, even Mr. Lin dared to offend. I think you're impatient with life. Yourself, behave yourself now. A sentence fell. Sun Fu left without looking back. Only Zhao Ming was left alone, in the same place as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His body cold, looking at Sun Fu's attitude. This youth in front of him was an existence that even Sun Fu didn't dare to provoke, and by himself, he was the one who had provoked him. At this moment in time, he understood himself. Finished, at the sight of the woman who was dressed alluringly. At this moment, she was also flustered, hurriedly came up. Brother Zhao, what should we do now? Zhao Ming, on the other hand, was distraught. Looking at the enchanting woman, his heart grew hateful. If it wasn't her, how would he have offended Lin Mo? Immediately, a slap was thrown up. Scram! You! If it wasn't you, how would I have offended Mr. Lin, and the others who had watched the whole process from the side? At this time, one by one, they were already in shock. They hadn't expected it at all. The young man they thought was a pauper just now, identity, was actually so terrifying. Sun Fu, they all knew each other. The other party is the vice president of the Dongjiao Group in Magic City. Dongjiao Group is a super large company that can be ranked in the top 10 in Magic City. And Sun Fu, who has such a high status, when facing Lin Mo, he has to be respectful. Then the youth just now. In the end, what is the identity? In an instant, many people here, their hearts began to speculate. As for Lin Mo, he was completely unaware of all this. At this time just his shopping bag, stuffed in the trunk. Then, in the IFC center, bought a little cologne, 2 neck braces. Subsequently, it is a foot throttle, straight to the eastern suburb of One and Go. Now the time is still considered sufficient. Directly go to Tanggu then. Obviously not the best plan. Back home, after taking a shower, combed his hair into an adult look and changed into a handsome suit. Deep under the collar, there was a gold collar brace hidden. Time passed. He finally became the kind of man whose collar was lined with gold. After finishing up, looking at the cell phone, the time is almost up. Only then drove the car straight to Pujang Tongda and Go. Half an hour later, Tang Pavilion parking lot. Looking at the Porsche 911 GT1-98 that drove in, the security guard had a jolt. As a security guard of a high-end restaurant, although he didn't know about this car, but looking at the appearance, he knew that the price of this car was extraordinary. Hurriedly, he came up to guide Lin Mo. He parked the car in a parking space inside. Then, respectfully, he helped open the car door. Chapter 14, The Pretentious Colleague. And also at this time, not far outside this parking lot, 2 women, dressed in simple clothes, also noticed this place. One of them opened her mouth. Lily, look there. Hearing these words, a nearby woman with light makeup painted on her face and wearing a pleated skirt, a young girl who looked like she had just left college, twisted her head to look over. This is. A few moments of astonishment surfaced under Qian Lily's eyes as she unexpectedly said, Lin Mo? Yeah, but I remember. It seems like he came out of the countryside, but I just saw him, coming down from that Porsche. Zhao Simon spoke in a hurry. Hey, you say, this Lin Mo wouldn't have been adopted by a rich woman, right? After all, this Lin Mo's appearance is very good. Hearing this Qian Lily's gaze, then, just landed on that Porsche. At that instant, the bottom of her heart was incomparably dismayed. Subsequently, shaking her head, she said, don't talk nonsense. Maybe it's because people have always kept a low profile. She wasn't an ordinary girl like Zhao Simon, who had little insight. Naturally, she could tell that this Porsche beside Lin Mo was not simple. From the styling, it was by no means a regular version of a Porsche. Most likely, it was some limited edition. Moreover, if she was right, this set on Lin Mo's body now should be Armani GA level seasonal staple new models. This suit, it's $100,000 to start with, and a limited edition Porsche, plus a set of $100,000 to start with. Armani GA level seasonal staple new models. Is this a rich woman's keeper? Which rich woman can be so rich? It's also for this reason That's why she thought that before. Lin Mo was actually low-key, but now the company is bankrupt. No more pretending. Showdown. He was actually a rich second generation. For a moment, Qian Lily's heart grew more and more curious. The corners of her mouth, too, rose for a while. It's a bit interesting, muttered in the bottom of her heart, ruffling the tips of her hair. She said, see man, let's go up first. Aha. With that, these two headed upstairs, and at this time, Lin Mo also took out a few large red bills from his pocket and stuffed them into the security guard. Watch the car for me. Don't let anyone scratch it. Okay, sir. Receiving the bills, the security guard said with a smile piled on his face. This was followed by a burst of nodding and haunting. Looking at Lin Mo's figure walking away, the security guard also counted the bills. At that moment, he sucked in cold air. Good boy. Rich people are rich people. One shot is 15,000. This is almost a week's salary for me. Out so generous. Deserve people can afford to drive a Porsche. He muttered under his breath. This security guard looked at Lin Mo's eyes, more and more envious. Subsequently, it was here, seriously looking at the Porsche. At this time, Lin Mo also walked to the entrance of Tang Pavilion. Just walked in. The cell phone poured out, pulled it out and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. After connecting, a respectful voice rang out. Roger Dubuis Boutique. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin Mo Lin? Yes, I am. Lin Mo nodded his head. Hello Mr. Lin. I'm Roger Dubuis store manager. Joe Siming. What you ordered? The Roger Dubuis King Series Rodbex 0406 watch has arrived. On the other end of the phone, Joe Siming's tone became a few points more respectful. Do you see where you are now? I'll send it over to you now. I'm currently at the Pujiang Tang Court restaurant, Rose Hall on the second floor. Good. It's not far from our store. I can be there in 10 minutes. Well, then I'll trouble store manager Joe. No trouble. This is what we should do. As some words fell, the phone also hung up, and at this times, the elevator also just arrived. After getting on the elevator, they went straight to the Rose Hall on the second floor. Rose Hall. At this time, the people were also almost there. Yo, Lin Mo is here. Fong Hong, the leader of the group who was there, opened his mouth. Everyone came quite early. As for Lin Mo, at this time, he was also smiling lightly, greeting everyone. And as Lin Mo was seated, this restaurant also started serving food. As the food started to be served, the door to the private room was once again opened. The door to the private room was once again pushed open. A young man with a greasy hair walked in with quick steps. Just walked in. Is loud. Really sorry, brothers. I'm sorry. The road is a bit stuck in traffic, said at the same time, this youth while looking for a seat to sit down, and then, threw a BMW car key in his hand on the desktop. The entire person had a big grin, with a smile on his face. Yo, manager's son changed his car. At this moment, everyone's eyes were also focused on the BMW car keys. Hi, don't mention it. This is not it. Just got a position as the deputy finance director of Greentown Group, so I rewarded myself with a BMW X7. Sun Xiao, who was here, said with a bashful look on his face, and after this sentence fell, everyone there, one after another, was cold air being sucked backwards. Green City Group. This is a big company in our magic city. Good boy, Sun Jing. No, Director Sun actually managed to apply for the position of deputy director. Amazing, and he even brought a BMW X7. Here's to you. In an instant, many people started to pay compliments and make toasts, and Sun Xiao was also full of pride. Loudly, he said, haha, thank you everyone haha. Hey, to be honest, this deputy director, it's not good to be and, is really not much money Saying that, he deliberately smoothed out his sleeve. Inside, a watch with a novel shape, leaked out. Brother Sun, this is Roger Dubuis on your wrist, right? At once, that is, there were people with sharp eyes, recognized this wristwatch. At that instant, everyone was just in a flurry, landing their eyes on this Roger Dubuis. Brother Sun is really low-key. This Roger Dubuis, I almost didn't notice it. I'll go. Roger Dubuis, I'm afraid this watch of Brother Sun's must cost a lot of money. In response, on Sun Zhao's face, a smile piled up. He said, hey, it's not worth a few dollars. This Roger Dubuis of mine, it's the entry model in the King series, and the price is only about $100,000. With the fall of these words, a wave of envious voices was immediately induced. I go, Brother Sun, this is loaded by you. This is still not a few dollars? More than 100,000 envious I'd have to go without food and drink for a year to afford this. I'm envious. Brother Sun actually bought it so easily. For a while, many people were casting envious gazes. As for this Sun Xiao's face, it was filled with pride, but still, he pretended to be cloudy and said, "Hi, I'm nothing, let me tell you guys, I'm familiar with one of Roger Dubuis's shopkeepers, and he told me last night, there's a mysterious tycoon in their store who recently ordered a watch that's worth a fortune." Chapter 15, Mr. Lin, your watch is here. The moment these words fell, at that instant, everyone was listening with their ears perked up. This mysterious tycoon, it's rumored, ordered a $2 million watch. After saying that, there was a burst of cold breaths at the scene. A watch for $2 million. Boy, how long do I have to go without food and drink before I can buy it? Hey, rich people are really rich. To buy a watch, it's over $4 million. But brother Sun isn't so bad. He's already an associate director now, and it probably won't take long to get rid of the word deputy. If you want to buy a piece at that time, won't it be easy? Listening to this boasting, Sun Xiao laughed out loud. At the same time, he also glanced at Qian Lili, who was there. He made such a big move. Mainly, it was still hoped that it would arouse Qian Lili's interest. After all, Qian Lili was their company, a first-class beauty. However, when he looked at Qian Lili, he realized that Qian Lili did not notice herself at all. Instead, she cast her gaze on Lin Mo, who was opposite him. Instantly, this Sun Xiao's face was gloomy. Another look at Lin Mo's handsome face. At that moment, without any reason, his heart grew more and more jealous. This guy, isn't he just a bit more handsome and taller than me? What makes him so attractive to women? Immediately said, "Hey, Xiao Lin I remember your business ability is quite good, or famous brand university graduates how is it? Have you found a suitable new job now?" Thanks to manager Sun's concern, "I haven't found a good one yet," Lin Mo said very blandly, and as Lin Mo's words fell after that, Sun Xiao, who was there, had the corners of his mouth hooked up. A cold smile was revealed. He said, "Oh, that's right, young people, don't be overly ambitious. This way, our Green City Group, now just missing a few security guards. You're kind of young man it, but also is quite suitable. Want to go win see?" Mockery, naked mockery, and also at this moment, next to a lot of people, have quieted down. Looking at this scene, there was a teasing look on their faces. As for Qian Lili, who knew Lin Mo's true situation, on the other hand, she was watching this scene with interest. As for on Lin Mo's face, at this time, the look on his face was bland, just very calmly opened his mouth and said, "No need, I still have a bit of spare money in my hand. I'm going to try doing some small business on my own." To be honest, in the eyes of the current Lin Mo, this Sun Xiao was nothing more than a clown. If it wasn't for his ex-colleague relationship, he would have already lifted the table and left. But this Sun Xiao, for Lin Mo's words, he had been Lin Mo's colleague for a year. How could he not be aware of Lin Mo's financial situation? He's got a little bit of money to start a small business? However, right at this moment, this Sun Xiao's gaze was condensed. At this moment, he also noticed, the clothes Lin Mo was wearing were actually a set of Armani. This Lin Mo could afford Armani? Sun Xiao was in total disbelief. It must be a fake. Immediately, Yin Yang said, "Yo, Lin Mo, this set of Armani on you, it's quite real. Such a high imitation fake. Where did you get this? Fake goods?" At once, the others also froze. Then, in unison, they looked at the clothes on Lin Mo's body. Before, everyone really hadn't noticed what Lin Mo was wearing. After all, everyone had been under the impression that Lin Mo wore clothes. It was either the ones that spelled CC, or a certain treasure model. But now, under Sun Xiao's mention, the others also noticed. Instantly, the look that looked at Lin Mo was odd and contemptuous. After all, if you can't afford to wear a brand name, you cannot wear it and no one will laugh at you. But wearing fake goods? As for Lin Mo, his heart also had a few moments of fire. Being provoked by an ant once, it was true that you wouldn't get angry. But to be provoked again and again and again, if he didn't fight back again, then it would truly no longer be his character. And just when he was about to say something, a pfft sound of laughter suddenly came out. Everyone looked over. "Zhao Simon, what are you laughing at?" Sun Xiao frowned and asked. "Ouch, I really can't hold it in anymore. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at you for being too ignorant, alright. Is he, Lin Mo, as good as wearing fake goods? He is at least a rich second generation who can afford to drive a Porsche. Wearing fake goods? What do you think?" This Zhao Simon burst into a fit of unrestrained laughter, and after this sentence fell, in the entire private room, there was a burst of silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. A few moments of shock surfaced amongst their expressions. Lin Mo, is he a rich second generation? You can afford a Porsche? It's a lie. isn't it? A rich second generation who can afford to drive a Porsche can come to work in their company? And where to work every day? Or that kind of cheap stuff from Pinky's in Somerset? How is it possible? As for Sun Xiao, she was also a bit dumbfounded. Looking at Lin Mo's gaze, he brought a little bit of unbelievability. And then, it was gritting his teeth, saying, impossible. It's definitely a fake. You've definitely been tricked by this kid. How could he possibly afford to drive a Porsche? Rented. Absolutely rented. Speaking of this Sun Xiao's heart. It was also gradually believing in this reason that he had found. I didn't realize that you, Lin Mo, are actually such a hypocrite. Wearing a guy's Armani even if, also rented a Porsche? Oh, it seems that you really, just spent a lot of money. Listening to this, the gazes of these two, Qian Lili and Zhao Simon, became more and more odd. As for Lin Mo, he also shook his head for a while. In the bottom of his heart, he let out a soft sigh. Just when he was about to mercilessly poke the Sun Xiao's words, the door of the private room, however, was pushed open. Subsequently, Roger Dubuis' store manager, Zhou Siming, walked in carrying a bag. The crowd looked at this Zhou Siming and froze. As for Sun Xiao, his eyes also lit up. Then he hurriedly stood up and greeted with a smile. Store manager Zhou? What brings you here? Looking at Sun Xiao who stood up, this Zhou Siming didn't care too much and just blandly said, oh, I came to deliver watches to our store's VIP customers. VIP customer? Sun Xiao froze. He was still clear about Roger Dubuis' VIP customers. It was at least necessary to purchase $1 million watch in order to become a VIP customer. But in the crowd here, could anyone afford $1 million watch? Store manager Zhou, are you going the wrong way? We are here. No one can afford $1 million watch? Wrong place? Zhou Siming shook his head and laughed. Then, in 3 or 2 steps, he walked to Lin Mo. Respectfully, he handed over the paper bag in his hand. Mr. Lin, your watch has been delivered. Chapter 16. The entire audience is stunned. Silence, deadly silence. Everyone, at this moment, was filled with stagnation. Unbelievably, looking at Lin Mo who was there, Roger Dubuis' VIP client. He's actually Lin Mo? This is no mistake. Isn't he a poor bastard who only wears clothes from a certain treasure? How could he be a VIP client of Roger Dubuis? At this moment, Zhao Simon who was there, her mouth widened into an O shape. In the bottom of Qian Lili's heart, at this moment, there were also a few points of interest. As for Sun Xiao, in his mouth, he murmured repeatedly, impossible, fake, must be fake. He's the one who wears clothes, all wearing Armani high-fashion goods. How could it be that he would be a VIP client of Roger Dubuis? Mistake. This must be a mistake. And after these words fell, Zhou Siming, who was there, had a cold face. Immediately, he looked at Sun Xiao and said, this gentleman, are you questioning the ability of our store? Mr. Lin is indeed our Roger Dubuis valued VIP customer. More so, our Roger Dubuis top VIP customer. The watch he ordered is the King Series Rodbex 0406 watch worth $2 million. Boom! A sentence fell. It was like a gust of thunder exploding. $2 million. Roger Dubuis Rodbex 0406 watch. The two messages were put together. This Sun Xiao looked at Lin Mo with an incomparable expression of dismay. As for Lin Mo, he was under everyone's gaze, taking the watch out of the beautifully packaged box without slowing down. Then he opened it and placed the wristwatch that was placed inside and put it on his wrist. Looking at that huge wristwatch, this Sun Xiao's face could be described as a fiery pain. It was as if he had been slapped hard a few times. Recalling earlier, he was bragging there, that mysterious rich man who had purchased a $2 million watch, as well as the way he himself had flaunted his Roger Dubuis most lowly wristwatch in front of Lin Mo earlier. He then felt as if he was a jumping clown. Ridiculous to the extreme. And next to him at this moment, there was also someone who exclaimed, wait, a $2 million watch. I remember Mr. Sun. Wasn't Sun Xiao talking before? Did a mysterious tycoon buy a $2 million watch? Could it be that mysterious tycoon is? Hiss. My goodness. Could it be that watch is this one of Brother Lin's? It's still really unobtrusive. Unlike some people, who get a job as a vice president, get a new car, and then show off all kinds of things. Look at my brother Lin. He didn't even show off his wealth when he bought a $4 million watch. Under a few words, Sun Xiao, who was there, was already a bit groundless at this point. As for Qian Lili who was there, at this time, she drank a mouthful of juice, then said with a smile, by the way, manager's son, you said before that Lin Mo's Armani was a fake. Actually, it's the real thing. This set of clothes, it's Armani's highest level seasonal mainstay new model, worth $100,000. As for your claim that his Porsche is a rental, that's even more nonsense. I saw Lin Mo's Porsche when I was coming up. It was a limited edition Porsche supercar. I really can't think of anyone who would rent out a limited edition sports car. A few words fell. Sun Xiao, who was there, was already dumbfounded. On his face, it was even hot and painful. At this moment, he could be said to be groundless. At this moment, he also understood why when he mentioned Lin Mo, this Qian Lily would use the kind of look as if she was looking at a little cutie. Look at herself. The original. People were totally looking at themselves being fooled. As for the store manager Zhou, at this time is also in the mouth of cold air inhaled. Limited edition Porsche, to what he understands. Limited edition Porsche, this is at least 10 million level, and, if you want to get it, you don't just need to have money. At that moment, his importance to Lin Mo was also a few points higher. As for Lin Mo, he was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect it. When he drove here, he was actually seen by Qian Lily, but in response to this, Lin Mo also just smiled. Immediately, he looked at Zhou Siming and said, Store manager Zhou, I'm tired of you making a special trip for me. In the future, if I still want to buy a watch, I will still look for you. Listening to Lin Mo's words, this store manager Zhou was instantly overjoyed. Hurriedly, he said, no trouble, it's my honor to serve you, Mr. Lin, then I won't continue to bother on my side. After bowing and saying, this store manager Zhou was the one who quickly left. With shopkeeper Zhou's departure, inside this restaurant, the atmosphere became weirder and weirder. Sun Xiao's face was on fire with pain. He finally said that he was not feeling well. Then immediately, he took the car keys and quickly left. After all, he really didn't have the face to continue staying here. And as soon as Sun Xiao left, the original colleagues who surrounded Sun Xiao, at this time, they came to compliment Lin Mo. Looking at these people, Lin Mo smiled and shook his head for a while in his heart. This person is really real. Before, when he didn't show that he was rich, these people were indifferent to him. Now, as soon as you see that you have money, you immediately have to come up to compliment. Under some of the cup exchange, breakfast is also eaten. A meal is finished. After settling the bill, Lin Mo walked towards the parking lot. After arriving at the parking lot, he was in a dilemma. He had drunk a bit of wine, and now it looked like there was no way to drive home. And with his own car, there was no way to call a chauffeur. I guess there is no way to call a chauffeur. After all, a Porsche with $80 million, even if he called a chauffeur, that chauffeur wouldn't dare to drive it. Forget it, let's put the car here first, come and get it tomorrow. Shaking his head, Lin Mo's mind made a decision, and at this moment, a voice, however, sounded behind Lin Mo. Lin Mo. Hearing this voice, Lin Mo turned his head back. He only saw Qian Lily walking towards him in a graceful manner, and at that moment, he smiled and said, HM? What is it that great beauty Qian is looking for me for? Qian Lily blushed slightly and pouted, oily mouth. Saying that, she glanced at Lin Mo's Porsche and said, I'm not seeing that you've been drinking and can't drive. Why don't you take my car? Hearing this, Lin Mo froze, then smiled and said, since big beautiful lady Qian kindly invited me, then I'll accept the invitation. Qian Lily rolled her eyes, and then, she said, the car isn't as good as this car of yours, so don't mind it. After saying that, this Qian Lily was leading Lin Mo to a Maserati president, pulled open the car door and said, get in the car. Hearing this, Lin Mo was secretly shocked in the bottom of his heart. When he was in the company before, he hadn't noticed much. It turned out that this Qian Lily was still a little rich woman. Chapter 17. Not much money, just $80 or so million. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Only then did Lin Mo realize that on the passenger side, there was another person sitting there. Lin Mo was coming up. On the co-pilot, Zhao Simon looked at Lin Mo with a smile. Afterwards, she was the one who glanced at Qian Lily and said, Lily, why don't I get out of the car and leave you two with a two-person world? Qian Lily, who heard this, her face instantly reddened and said, don't talk nonsense. Zhao Simon, on the other hand, burst into unrestrained laughter, while Qian Lily, who was there, at this time, she asked Lin Mo, right, Lin Mo, where does your family live? Oh, 1 East Suburb 1 building. Lin Mo, who had sat in the back row, opened his mouth and said, and listening to Lin Mo's words, Zhao Simon opened her mouth in surprise. Wow, it's actually 1 East Suburb? That's the most expensive villa area in Magic City. Ha ha, it's just like that. Lin Mo laughed and said. As for Qian Lily next to him, her heart was a little stunned. Through the rearview mirror, she glanced at Lin Mo with a shocked gaze. She was different from Zhao Simon. She was clear about what a building in this one eastern suburb represented. Although it was said that within the upper-class circle of Magic City, at this time about the eastern suburb of one building, moved into a new family, this matter is already spread. But, who exactly is living this point is no one knows, and let Qian Lili did not expect. The one who bought a villa in one eastern suburb was actually Lin Mo, and Zhao Simon, who was there, continued to ask, "Hey, by the way, I see that your sports car is a Porsche? What model? That car 911 GT 1-98, just a car used for transportation." Laughing, Lin Mo waved his hand and said, listening to Lin Mo's words, Zhao Simon searched on her cell phone while casually asking, "What model is this? How much is it?" Lin Mo smiled, made a slight recollection and said, "It didn't cost much, it was only 8,000 or so." Snap! At that moment, Zhao Simon's cell phone fell from her hand. Then, looking at Lin Mo with a face full of confusion, "Not much money? A substitute car?" Even Qian Lili, who was next to her, had a hard twitch in her eye. Was this Versailles? At once, these two, Qian Lili and Zhao Simon, just didn't want to talk. After 20 or so minutes, the entrance of the one eastern suburb villa area arrived. "Not going in to sit?" Lin Mo smiled and opened his mouth. This, Qian Lili mused. As for Zhao Simon, she smiled and said, He, Sister Lily, why don't we just go in and sit for a while?" Qian Lili, who was listening to this, just nodded her head, saying, "Then I'll be disturbed." After saying that, the vehicle entered the villa area, all the way forward. Very quickly, it was in front of the door of villa number 1. Looking at the villa in front of her, Zhao Simon immediately brightened up. "Wow, Lin Mo, this villa of yours is so big. It's going to cost quite a bit of money if you buy it, right?" "Well, I remember this villa. At that time, it was spoken of as $600 million, right?" Listening to this, Zhao Simon, who was here, was directly shocked with her mouth wide open. It was near enough to be stuffed into the mouth of a pulsating bottle. And then, with eyes blazing, looking at Lin Mo, he belabored in the bottom of his heart, "Wannabe capital." Next to Qian Lili, although she had known for a long time that this villa was worth a lot of money, but at the time of seeing the physical object, the bottom of her heart still couldn't help but feel for it. $600 million. This villa. No loss. At this, Lin Mo secretly smiled. Indeed, this villa would not be a loss no matter what. After all, when he bought it himself, he only spent a dime. The whirlwind. The three entered the house. After entering the house, tea was served to the two of them separately. And then, this Zhao Simon was saying, Lin Mo, Lily and I, we'll explore in your villa first." Okay, right. Have you guys eaten enough for lunch?" Lin Mo nodded and asked. To be honest, Lin Mo really didn't have enough to eat at noon. The Tang Pavilion was after all a top-notch restaurant. If this kind of restaurant, the main characteristics were nothing but expensive and small portions. Plus, at noon, he was surrounded by a group of people toasting. This resulted in Lin Mo not having a few bites of food at noon, but drinking a lot of wine. Qian Lili said, "Well, it's true that I didn't eat much at noon. That's fine. You and C-Man go explore first. I'll give you guys food below later." Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Qian Lili instantly blushed scarlet. What's wrong? What are you blushing for? Is it too hot?" Lin Mo was confused. Then he just picked up the air conditioner remote control. "Then I'll turn down the air conditioning temperature." Saying that, it was to lower the temperature of the central air conditioner to 20 degrees. At the same time, it was also continued, "In advance, haha, I didn't prepare too much food at home. In the refrigerator right now, there's basically only hanging noodles. Also, the drinks are only iced. Can I drink them?" As Lin Mo's words fell, only then did Qian Lili react, as if she had thought wrongly. Hastily, then she just nodded her head and whispered, "Can. That's good." Lin Mo walked towards the kitchen. As for Zhao Simon, she was holding Qian Lili and strolling around the villa excitedly. If one were to say it was an adventure, it was really a bit of an exaggeration. However, small surprises still appeared from time to time. A small library filled with books, a comfortable and luxurious movie screening room, a spacious piano room, a KTV lounge with top-notch sound. As the adventure began, these two women just kept on feeling emotional about it. Time passed little by little. 20 or so minutes later, a burst of shrieks rang out. Listening to this burst of screams, Lin Mo instantly turned off the fire on the stove, then ran towards the backyard. All the way to the backyard, Lin Mo then saw the excited Zhao Simon, and hearing Lin Mo's footsteps, Zhao Simon also turned back and looked at Lin Mo with a face full of excitement, saying, "Lin Mo, this open-air pool at your house is so big." Hearing this, Lin Mo's mouth twitched and said, "Scared me to death. I thought something happened to you guys." "Alright, the noodles are ready. You guys hurry over and eat it while it's hot." The three of them finished the noodles together. After stuffing all the dishes and pots into the dishwasher, Only then did Lin Mo take the two of them and visit the house for a while. And it wasn't until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Only then did the two women leave separately. After sending off the two women, Lin Mo then nestled in the house and played games, waiting until the evening fitness finished, to 12 o'clock exactly. Only then did he take out his cell phone and started checking it. With the app opened, on it, the goods were also officially refreshed. Second generation Big Red Robe 3 caddies, subsidized price, 9.9 inch. Looking at this commodity, Lin Mo's breath all stopped for it. Chapter 18, Second Generation Big Red Robe. Second Generation Great Red Robe. Looking at this item in front of him, Lin Mo's breath was shortened. This thing, Lin Mo naturally knew. The so-called second generation of the Great Red Robe. It refers to the 3 mother trees from the Big Red Robe. The leaves produced by the second generation Great Red Robe trees that were grafted off. And now, the tea leaves of the mother tree is already not for picking. The mother tree will be protected, and that's exactly why the price of this second generation of leaves can be said to have reached a sky-high price. 1 gram, then is more than $10,000. Converted down, this 3 pounds of the second generation of the Big Red Robe, that is $15 million. Good stuff. Lin Mo muttered under his breath. Buy it. Thinking of this, without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo directly just purchased it. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 6 hours. Please wait for delivery. Looking at the prompts on this cell phone, Lin Mo nodded his head. Solely, he turned off his cell phone and started to sleep. The night passed. Soon it was 8:30 the next morning. Lin Mo stretched his back, got up and put out the water. Just arrived on the first floor. Then he saw on the coffee table a large paper shell box that was placed there. Looking at the paper box, Lin Mo was first stunned. Then, as if he thought of something, he quickly walked to the coffee table. One opened it. Inside, there were small canisters of tea full of leaves. Taking it all out, Hershey's is 30 cans of 50 grams of Dahonpo tea leaves. After unwrapping a can, a thick tea fragrance instantly hit his nose. Worthy of being a second-generation Great Red Robe, lamented in the bottom of his heart. After brewing a cup for himself, he gently took a sip. Lin Mo's eyes lit up violently. Good tea, lamented under his breath. And then, a new box of tea was picked out. He was going to later send it to the second villa. After all, the owner of this second villa had sent himself a 330,000-year-old 90-year-old Conti. One couldn't accept a gift from someone and not give the other party a gift in return, right? After taking out a box, Lin Mo kept one box for himself to entertain people. The rest, all of them, were received in the storage room, waiting until 9 o'clock. Only then did Lin Mo carry the tea leaves and arrived in front of the second villa. He pressed the doorbell. The door of this villa was opened. Sun Fu, who was inside, saw Lin Mo. Instantly, a smile filled his face. Immediately, it was then that he said in a hurry, "Yeah, Mr. Lin, why are you here? Quickly please come in." Entering the house, Lin Mo set the tea on the table. Smiling, he said, "The wine that Mr. Sun sent me is very good. As it happens, I've just gotten a bit of good tea here. I was thinking of sending some over to you, and I don't know if Mr. Sun drinks tea." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Sun Fu hurriedly nodded his head. "Drink tea? Of course I'll drink tea. Ha ha." Saying that, he also walked over with 2 cups of tea, and as he put them down, he also saw the red tea canister there. The moment the tea canister was seen, the eyes suddenly widened. Then, trembling, he exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, this tea of yours is the second generation Great Red Robe?" "Yes, second generation Great Red Robe." Lin Mo nodded his head blandly, and looking at this bland look of Lin Mo, Sun Fu's heart was stunned beyond measure. He was a tea lover. Naturally, he knew the value of the second generation Great Red Robe. This tea, although the market price was $10,000 a gram, but cannot resist the limited production. So, in fact, in the tea market, has long been speculated to nearly 15,000 a gram. That is to say, Lin Mo this canister, at least worth 750,000 yuan. That's why he was shocked. Lin Mo actually took out this kind of tea to return the gift, and acted as if he was giving away a worthless trinket. This Lin Mo, what exactly is his status? This Lin Mo, what exactly is his status? Looking at the tea canister, he rolled his throat. Sun Fu shook his head and spoke. "Mr. Lin, this tea of yours is really too expensive. I can't accept it. It's not a good thing. Besides we are all neighbors. Just accept it." Lin Mo smiled and spoke. Listening to this, Sun Fu's eyes trembled fiercely. God is not a good thing. $70,000 to $80,000 worth of tea. This is called not a good thing? If it wasn't for Lin Mo's identity being placed there, it was estimated that this Sun Fu would have already cursed his mother. But, he still smiled and said, "Hey, Mr. Lin, you are really too polite, but this second-generation Great Red Robe, after all, has risen to 15,000 a gram. If that means Mr. Lin, you're willing to part with it, I can buy it." Listening to this, Lin Mo was also slightly surprised. He originally only thought that this Great Red Robe was 10,000 grams. As a result, it was unanticipated. It had actually risen to 15,000 a gram. That meant that this box was $750,000, and this grade of tea, he still has 28 unopened boxes at home. Hiss, Lin Mo's heart violently sucked in cold air. That means, those 28 boxes at his own home were worth at least $21 million. Lin Mo's mind electrified, and in his mind, another thought popped up. Afterwards, with a look as if nothing had happened, there he calmly said, "Hey, Mr. Son, don't be polite. Just this stuff. I still have several boxes at home, and I can't drink it. I'm all worried about whether to take this tea to cook tea eggs." Lin Mo's face was full of casualness, waving his hand and speaking. Listening to these words of Lin Mo, this Sun Fu immediately had a wild shock in his head. Do people speak? Taking a second-generation Da Hong Pao to cook tea eggs? Waste a heavenly treasure. This is simply a waste. Took a deep breath. This Sun Fu looked at Lin Mo with blazing eyes. Swallowing hard, he said, "Mr. Lin, may I ask, how many boxes of this second generation's Great Red Robe do you still have in your hands?" Hearing this, Lin Mo pondered slightly. Afterwards, said, "Can't really remember, but at least 10 boxes are there. At least 10 boxes. Sun Fu swallowed his saliva. The bottom of his heart was wildly shaken. This with his identity. He had indeed seen quite a few good things, but this thing, the second generation Great Red Robe, was really too rare. Even he hadn't seen it a few times. But now, in Lin Mo's hands, there were at least 10 boxes. That is, at least one caddy or more. This directly was what made even Sun Fu freeze for an instant. However, he didn't have the slightest doubt that Lin Mo's words were true or false. After all, in his opinion, Lin Mo was an existence that drove a luxury car and lived in a villa. Completely, there was no need to lie for this little thing. Immediately, this Sun Fu looked at Lin Mo and carefully said, "Then I don't know Mr. Lin, is he willing to sell these second-generation big red robes?" Lin Mo, who heard this, was happy in his heart. Here it comes, the fish has taken the bait. Chapter 19, turned a profit of $7.5 million. At this moment, Lin Mo's heart was happy. However, it was still an expressionless look. Feigning a look of disinterest, he waved his hand and said, "Hi, what are you buying? I was going to use it to cook tea eggs. This thing, if you like it, just go straight to my place and get it. It's not worth a few dollars anyway." Listening to Lin Mo's words, Sun Fu who was there was on the verge of vomiting. God prepares to cook tea eggs. Moreover, if it's 10 cans, it's more than $7 million at least. This is called not worth a few dollars? This is the dog big household? Puked. However, for Lin Mo said to go directly to get it. This Sun Fu but completely unprepared, really go directly to get. After all, in the world, where would there be a free lunch? One size fits all. Immediately, Sun Fu shook his head and said, "If Mr. Lin is willing to make an offer, my side is really willing to purchase a few jars." Listening to these words, Lin Mo still looked indifferent. Shrugging his shoulders, he spoke, "Well, then, let's chat." And then, with some conversation underway, it didn't take a while. The contract for the purchase was also finalized between the two. For each can of tea, the purchase of 10 cans of tea was made at a price of $750,000. As for this, Sun Fu went upstairs and reported to someone. Only then did the two go to Lin Mo's home. The 10 cans of tea were placed on the table in order. Looking at these 10 pots of tea, Sun Fu took a deep breath, and after that, it was to say, "Mr. Lin, if there's no problem, let's sign the contract." Picking up the contract, he glanced at it slightly. "Wait, there's a bit of a problem with this contract." "There's a problem?" Sun Fu immediately froze, and then, was listening to Lin Mo, pointing at this contract. "The amount here, there's a bit of a problem." Hearing this, Sun Fu's smile stiffened. What did it mean? Could it be that this Lin Mo was planning to temporarily increase the price? However, if the other party was really prepared to raise the price, then it seems like there really isn't much one can do about it. "Mr. Lin, this price, what's the problem?" Lin Mo, who was listening to this, just smiled and said, "You wrote 11 cans on this, while I actually sold you only 10 cans, so the price here is high." Listening to Lin Mo's words, Sun Fu who was there froze. Giving away a can? This, Sun Fu was a little stunned, and then, he just smiled and exclaimed, "Mr. Lin has a pattern. This matter is considered an advantage for my old son. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Brother Sun, you're welcome. We're all neighbors. What's there to take advantage of? Right, neighbors, good neighbors. The two of them burst into laughter. Immediately, the contract was slightly modified and Lin Mo directly signed. This Sun Fu didn't drag his feet and transferred the money immediately. 5 million. But in half a minute, it arrived. After Sun Fu talked to Lin Mo a few more times, he took 10 cans of tea and returned to his villa. Just returned to the villa, he saw the woman sitting on the sofa. Miss. At that moment, Sun Fu's face was respectful. The young woman nodded slightly and said, "Is the transaction still smooth?" "Smooth." This Mr. Lin casually made a move, and it was 11 boxes of superb second-generation great red robe. Listening to these words, the young girl nodded, her eyes flickering. "What about the other party's identity? Can you have a peek or two?" Sun Fu shook his head. "I'm ashamed to say that I only know that the other party is from Luzhou, and judging from his behavior, I'm only afraid that his identity is even more uncomplicated than what we imagined. I only said that I was a housekeeper, and the other party all put me on the same level as him. And, after receiving a bottle of wine from us for 300,000 or so, he returned a gift of 750,000 in tea. This kind of atmospheric demeanor is by no means something that an ordinary family can have." Sun Fu immediately spoke out his insight. The young girl who was listening to these words did not say anything, just sitting there. She gently took a sip of tea. The corner of her mouth was outlined. "Somewhat interesting. It seems that this Lin Mo is a dragon who has crossed the river." A light laugh followed. Then he looked at the tea in front of him, saying, "Send a little to some of our partners. Also, leave behind 3 boxes. I'm going to send some to the old man on his 70th birthday in a while." Hearing this, Sun Fu gently nodded his head and said, "Okay, miss. Well, in addition, take away a box for yourself." At that instant, Sun Fu's eyes lit up. The corners of his mouth also grinned with it, saying, "Many thanks, miss." Regarding the matter of the second villa, Lin Mo was completely unaware of it at this time. At this moment, he was staring at the balance text message in his cell phone. 13 million, a full 13 million balance. He himself, this is how he became a multi-millionaire? Lin Mo was a bit confused. He hadn't thought about it at all. Originally, he just wanted to go and return a gift. As a result, when he returned a gift, he was able to earn $7.5 million backhandedly. The balance in his bank card had skyrocketed to $13 million. And all this, just their own spent 9 bought down 3 pounds of second-generation Big Red Rogue did. This to money, speed and profit. Simply more outrageous than robbing a bank. And, not to mention, in their own warehouse, there are still 18 boxes. It's not that Lin Mo doesn't want to sell these 18 boxes. Rather, he can't sell them. For one thing, rarity is expensive. The second generation of Dahongpo on the market is already in short supply. 10 boxes can basically be said to be the limit. If you sell the remaining 18 boxes together, then although they can earn, but the price will not maintain 15,000 a gram. Secondly, he is now among the upper class. Whether it's entertaining guests in the future, or visiting friends and relatives, always have to carry something, right? This second generation of Big Red Robe, one can hold face. Secondly, if you ask someone to do something, it is also more convenient. Third, because tea, this thing, their old man likes to drink. This third point is the most important point. Now, for a short time money is not lacking at all. When the full funds for the rental house arrive after a while, the balance in my card will probably be able to go up a bit more. Lin Mo laughed lightly in his heart. But this Sun Fu's identity, I'm afraid it's not just as simple as a housekeeper. Pinching his chin, Lin Mo began to ponder the reason why he sent a box out. 1 was to return the favor. 2, it was to solidify the relationship. And at the same time, he also sensed that this Sun Fu's identity was not simple. Whether it was yesterday when he was in the Armani store, that middle-aged greasy fat man, browbeating Sun Fu, or today, this Sun Fu dominated a $7.5 million business. It was all revealing that the other party was by no means as simple as a butler. Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? No matter what his identity is, there is the $1 trillion subsidy app in hand. In the future, no matter what his identity is, he can't be my opponent. Shaking his head, Lin Mo didn't continue to think about this matter. Let's go get the car first. Chapter 20 Plastic Sisters. Pujiang Tang Pavilion. Lin Mo took a taxi and arrived at the entrance. The security guard at the entrance was still the same as yesterday. After seeing Lin Mo arrive, at once, he greeted him and said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Lin, you're here. Come, this way please." Lin Mo nodded his head. He then followed this small security guard, all the way, came to Lin Mo's parking space. "I'm looking after your car for you. Make sure no one approaches." At this time, on both sides of Lin Mo's car, both were open with an empty parking space. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo's mood was pleasant. Well done, nodded, casually stuffed a few more tips, and then, it was time to open the car door and get into the car. Driving the supercar, he left all the way. After leaving the Tang Pavilion restaurant, Lin Mo then drove to the traffic control department. His car had been using a temporary license plate. Now he had to come to the traffic control department for an official license plate. It was also unknown how the app did it. This morning, when the traffic control department sent himself a message, he himself was a little surprised. And the general speed efficiency of the traffic control department is relatively slow. But I don't know, is his car is really too expensive? Or what? Anyway, when it was processed for him, it was very fast. But in 20 minutes or so, the process was completed. Only after the license plate was installed did Lin Missouri drive away. There were many universities in Magic City. Even the University City, there were 8 of them. And at this time, Lin Mo also drove through a university town. At that moment, the dazzling supercar was what attracted the attention of many young people. Well, the stuff in the refrigerator at home is still a bit low. Buy something to bring home. Looking at a supermarket across the road, Lin Mo parked his car on the side of the road, and then walked into the supermarket. After about 20 or so minutes, only then did he walk out of the supermarket with a shopping bag and a cup of Yang Jiganlu in his hand. Back to the car, Lin Mo found that there are many people gathered in front of the car. At this time, there was a young girl, taking pictures there, taking a look up and down. This young girl was wearing a white Winnie the Pooh t-shirt and a pair of denim super short pants. 2 slender snow-white thighs are exposed, without a trace of flab. The face was quite pleasing to the eyes. Melon face, features are very delicate, especially a pair of Danfang eyes, which looked very charming. Ooh, this face value, 90 points start jumping and it's still purely natural, without too much foundation. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Smiling, Lin Mo walked straight towards the supercar. Right at this moment, a woman who was dressed alluringly and wearing heavy foundation immediately pulled Lin Mo back and said, Hey, what's wrong with you people? Can't you see that they're all lining up? What are you inserting into the line for? Another person beside him also said, That's right, Grasshopper Man has no quality at all. Can't you see that they're all queuing up here? And you're still moving up. And you, have you finished filming yet? What's the point of being so slow? The beautiful woman who was taking pictures there, at this time is a little embarrassed, whispered, wait a little bit, I'll be ready soon, dawdling to death. You can hurry up, otherwise later the owner comes back. No one can shoot. As these words fell, another person next to him also spoke. Xian, is my makeup okay? Will the car owner be able to look at us later? Listening to these words, the one who was called Xian, the woman with heavy makeup, immediately said, Don't worry, with our looks, wouldn't it be easy to take down this car owner? Listening to these words, Lin Mo's expression was odd. Looking up and down, these 2 women who were as skinny as bamboo poles, without a single bit of meat, and still had heavy makeup on their faces. Unavoidably, there was a burst of head shaking. You can look at her too? I really do not know. These 2 people were the confidence, and see Lin Mo shaking his head for a while. That Xian then immediately raised her willow eyebrows and said, What are you shaking your head? Do you think you are the owner of the car? In response, Lin Mo only felt amused. Afterwards, he took out the car key from his pocket. Drip! The car key was pressed down. The Porsche's headlights flashed, emitting a soft sound. With that, the car door opened. Lin Mo, on the other hand, swept a glance at the 2 women and faintly said, Sorry, this car is really mine, said, putting the shopping bag inside the car's trunk. At the same time, looking at the young girl who was taking pictures there, raised an eyebrow and said, It's such a hot day, do you want to go in and take some pictures? At once, this young girl's face blushed. Then after looking at the car's exquisite decorations, she sat on the passenger side, and Lin Mo also got into the car. Immediately, the car door closed. As for the outside of the car, the other 2 women, at this time, their faces were already red. The bottom of their hearts were even more appalled and confused. This car was actually really his? Thinking of their previous mockery. For a time, the 2 were so ashamed and angry that they couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Subsequently, Xian was the one who hurriedly came to the car window and knocked on it. The car window lowered. Something wrong? Lin Mo calmly asked. Yeah, little brother, I'm hot too. Can I get in the car and take a few pictures? This Xian bent over. While saying that, she wiggled her butt. At the same time, he pulled his collar down. Lin Mo only felt a wave of nausea at this. Then he laughed coldly. Sorry, I only welcome humans up in this car. Finished speaking, the car window closed. Lin Mo blasted his foot on the gas and the vehicle drove off directly. Looking at the far-away Porsche. This Xianxian was furious for a while. What did Lin Mo mean by that? Calling her inhuman? Looking at the distant Porsche, this Xianxian cursed under his breath. It's just a broken Porsche. What's there to be proud of? I don't even care to sit on it. There are plenty of Ferraris and Lamborghinis to carry me. Who cares about this broken Porsche of yours? Listening to this, on the side of the road, a boy immediately, is a snort of laughter out. And a Lamborghini Ferrari? Ha ha ha. That one just now was a Porsche 911 GT 1-98. That's like, $80 million worth of super god car. Boom. In an instant, this Xianxian was completely dumbfounded. She didn't expect it at all. The Porsche that she had just driven away was actually a super divine car worth $80 million. Then, she was looking at the other woman. At that instant, it was screaming and shouting. It's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, this stinking, how could I have missed that little brother just now? Who are you cursing? Stinking. In an instant, the plastic sisters broke up. The two twisted and scratched together. The scene, brutal and incomparable. And on the side, many boys who were watching the battle, suddenly smacked their lips for a while. Mouth is also can only a burst of shouting. Shrew powerful. And for all this, Lin Mo did not know. At this time, he is carrying a sister, driving around the university city. Chapter 21, Xiaoyuma, car. The ultra-short pants girl's face was scarlet. Sitting on the co-pilot, she looked a bit rushed. Looking at this young girl, Lin Mo immediately burst into a light laugh. Then said, what are you nervous about? Saying that, Lin Mo just glanced at this young girl and said, my name is Lin Mo. I just graduated last year. What about you? Listening to Lin Mo's words, this young girl at this time, also opened her mouth in a delicate manner. My name is Xiaoyuma, a sophomore from the Magic Theater next door. Saying that, she played with her fingers and whispered, that, brother, I'm really sorry just now. If it wasn't for me, brother, you wouldn't have been mocked by those two sisters just now. After saying that, this Xiaoyuma was the one with a pitiful look. Looking at Lin Mo who was there, a pair of clear eyes were filled with a pathetic look. Lin Mo, who was listening to this, immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Good guy, directly good guys. However, Lin Mo smiled. Then he said, it's fine, don't you want to take pictures? Then shoot it. Driving the car, slowly traveling on the road, Lin Mo said with a burst of light laughter. Listening to these words, Xiaoyuma who was here nodded. Immediately, she took out her cell phone and slightly closed the knees of her legs. After picking an angle, inside the Xiaoyuma's cell phone screen, a pair of long white legs occupied a large portion of the screen, and within the blank area, Herculean, encompassing contains, Lin Mo's hand wearing a wristwatch, as well as, the steering wheel that happened to reveal the Porsche logo. Looking at this well-taken photo, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Oh, good craftsmanship. You girls, are you all possessing an excellent hand at taking pictures? Lin Mo looked at Xiaoyuma in front of him. His eyebrows were also raised in a gentle burst of teasing. Listening to these words, Xiaoyuma, on the other hand, was there and slowly said, there is also no law. What makes you think this way, little brother? Lin Mo who was listening to these words, on his face at this moment, he also revealed a few playful thoughts. Afterwards, he opened his mouth and said, I heard that your magic theater has quite a few beautiful women. Why don't you be a tour guide for me and go to your school for a stroll? At this time, Lin Mo, it could be said that for Xiaoyuma, the tea master, was coming to have a few interests. No problem. Xiaoyuma nodded happily. Afterwards, casually took a few pictures of the scenery outside the car window. Then with the pictures together, it was sent to the circle of friends, and with the update of the friend circle, under Xiaoyuma's friend circle, rows and rows of messages were immediately exploded. Wow, Porsche hey, envious, silent beauty, begging for an introduction, hiss, silence, you've got yourself a godly man here. This car is just a Porsche, but this watch is not cheap. It's a Roger Dubuis model, worth at least $4 million. Good, eating alone behind our backs, /knife. A series of comments directly exploded Xiaoyuma's circle of friends, and some friends who know something about watches, more directly, recognized the style of Lin Mo's watch. As for the car, because there were not many details on the picture, coupled with the GT 1-98 information, there is not much on the network, therefore, it was not recognized. Meanwhile, on the other side, this Xiaoyuma also saw the comments of other people. Unable to help it, it was smacking her lips. She didn't have much research on this thing called a watch, but now looking at other people's comments, she also noticed the Roger Dubuis. Previously, she noticed this watch. At that time, she thought that it was just a slightly better watch, but now she realized, this watch actually costs $4 million. This price, it really surprised her. Afterwards, unavoidably, she lamented, brother can really have money. In response, Lin Mo just smiled and opened his mouth. Not bad. After saying that, Lin Mo looked at both sides of the street, a lot of beautiful women, and said, the Magic Theater really lives up to its name. This number of beautiful women is just huge. Hearing these words, this Xie Yuma's face also stiffened. However, right at this moment, Lin Mo's words, on the other hand, took a turn. The corners of his mouth hooked up as he said, but in my opinion, the most beautiful one is still you. No la. Xie Yuma blushed slightly, continuing to drive the car, wandering around this campus, and just after some wandering around, Lin Mo also glanced at this Xie Yuma and said, do you want to go have lunch together? Listening to these words, Xie Yuma's eyes lit up, but then, still feigned hesitation and reserve, but in the end, she still gently nodded her head and said, this, okay. Lin Mo who listened to these words, the corners of his mouth were also rising for a while. Let's go then. After saying that, Lin Mo turned around in front and drove towards the outside of the campus. 30 or so minutes later, inside a shopping center, the two of them, Lin Mo and Xie Yuma, at this time, they were also casually finding an affordable buffet restaurant to eat their meals, and Xie Yuma, who was there, was laughing lightly, saying, I didn't expect you, brother, to actually come to this kind of affordable restaurant to eat. Hearing this, Lin Mo also laughed lightly and said, even if you eat too much of something from a good restaurant, you'll get tired of it. Besides, that kind of restaurant is basically a reservation mechanism. Besides, there will rarely be a restaurant that would choose to do lunch. Lin Mo shrugged helplessly and said, listening to these words, this Xie Yuma at this moment, couldn't help but, just for a while, laugh lightly over it. So that's it? Of course, and the most crucial thing is, eating in that kind of restaurant, a whole lot of etiquette is not to speak of. The most headache-inducing thing is that the portions of food served are always ridiculously small. Every time you finish eating, you have to go home and cook yourself another bowl of instant noodles. With these words trailing behind, Xie Yuma, who was there, then could not help but snort a laugh. After saying that, the two of them also took what they were going to eat and walked towards their seats. Meanwhile, on the upper floor of this shopping mall, inside a hot pot restaurant, a youth, full of chagrin, hung his head, and across from him, a fat man with a bloated figure was comforting at that moment. Hi, brother Village, don't be so downcast. Isn't it just a missed opportunity to make friends? What's there to be so downhearted about? Listening to these words, the youth there was furious. Immediately, he continued, you dead fat. No nothing, people are driving a Porsche 911 GT1-98. Do you know, this car represents what? This car, in the whole world, is only one. To get your hands on this car means that the other party is not only rich, but also powerful. If I had to compensate the other party last time, I would have been on the other side of the line. If we make friends with each other, we may be able to get some benefits from each other's fingers. That's enough for you and me, two families, to climb up another 4 or 5 floors. However, such an opportunity, but to me missed. Chapter 22. Who allowed you to talk to this gentleman like this? At this time, the one who was eating here is the one who drove the big G into Lin Mo's Porsche last time. It's the rich second generation who drove the big G that hit Lin Mo's Porsche last time. Although, last time Lin Mo didn't let him pay compensation, he did get away with it after he went home. But on the next day, after he calmed down, but it was the realization, he had lost $100 million in this TM. At that time, he was just too nervous and anxious, completely did not think. Can put this, only exists in the legend of the divine car. Get the person, could be an ordinary person, though he hit his car. But he should take the opportunity to climb the relationship with others, and himself at that time, actually is stupid to run away. Now think of his actions at that time. He completely hated it, and gave himself 2 slaps on the face. Hearing this, the other tall and thin youth, then skimmed his mouth and said, okay, what's so great about this? Our Magic City circle is so big, there will always be a chance to meet in the future. Okay, hurry up to eat. After eating, we brother a few together to go to the old king's place to drink. I heard that the old king's place recently often have a few beautiful women over it. With these words falling, this youth could only sigh and said, hey, okay. After saying that, this youth a few people just accelerated their speed and finished their lunch. After settling the bill, a group of people was walking towards the outside, and at this time, a startled voice suddenly rang out, brother Village? Wang Village twisted his head to look. He only saw a youth with dyed yellow hair and a large gold chain, looking at himself with a face full of excitement. You are? Zhao Village was puzzled in his heart. Brother Village, it's me, Jiang Chen, little Chen. Before, the two of us, We met in Young Wang's bar. Listening to these words, Zhao Village slightly recalled. It seemed like there really was such a person. This guy was a rich man, and his family originally had a few houses in Magic City. After the demolition, he was given tens of millions of dollars. Later, he met with himself at a cocktail party, because especially can lick. All kinds of dog-licking words are all hand-to-hand. He took him in as his little brother. Oh, Xiao Chen Ah, why are you also here? Hey, I'm not just in horse. In the side of the Emerald Restaurant to eat a meal well. Village brother this is a party? Jiang Chen smilingly said. Well, later ready to go to the old king that drink 2 cups. Several people said while walking towards the direction of the elevator. And on the other side, a lunch was finished. Lin Mo went ahead to settle the bill. As for Qiyue Ma, she went outside first and waited for herself. After settling the bill, Lin Mo left the restaurant. Just after leaving the restaurant, he saw that Qiyue Ma was being pestered by someone. Opposite this Qiyue Ma, a girl with heavy makeup and carrying an LV bag was there, shading. Yo, isn't this our Magic Theater school flower? How come a hallowed school beauty still comes to this kind of affordable restaurant to eat? Jiang Qian, looking at Jiang Qian in front of him, Qiyue Ma's face wasn't very nice. This Jiang Qian, between her and her, was a classmate relationship. Only, between the two, there were conflicts. At this moment, Jiang Qian's head was held high, with a look of dislike and contempt on her face. She snorted. A place like this where only poor bastards would come to eat. I didn't expect you to actually eat it. Listening to these words, the look on Qiyue Ma's face there looked somewhat indignant and annoyed. And right at this moment, Lin Mo walked over and said, Mo, what's going on? Before Qiyue Ma could speak, Jiang Qian, who was there, was the first to say, Yo, Mo, is this your boyfriend? His looks are fine, but unfortunately, he's a poor bastard. He can only take you to this kind of buffet restaurant that only poor people would come to eat. Listening to these words, Lin Mo's face was slightly cold. Afterwards, he swept a glance at Jiang Qian who was there. At that moment, it was a cold smile and said, Then it seems that you just came out of a high-class restaurant? Hearing these words, Jiang Qian was instantly filled with arrogance. Holding her head high, she said, That's natural. I just came from the Emerald Restaurant with my boyfriend. After having a high-class steak, Emerald Restaurant. This was a high-class Western restaurant. The average per capita consumption was at least $1,000 or more. In response, Lin Mo nodded and said, Then it seems like your boyfriend has a pretty good appetite. Qiyue Ma and Jiang Qian, the two of them were a bit confused for a moment. Weren't they talking about the restaurant? This Lin Mo, why all of a sudden? Was he concerned about Jiang Qian's boyfriend? And right at this moment, Lin Mo, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Qian with contempt and said, If you don't have a good appetite, you've grown like this, how can you possibly go down? Aren't you afraid of stuffing your teeth? How can you get your mouth down? Stuffed teeth? Jiang Qian froze. Qiyue Ma, on the other hand, immediately snorted with laughter. God TM stuffed teeth. This is in the loss of Jiang Qian it. As for Jiang Qian, she also reacted. In an instant, her face turned green and purple for a while. At once, it was with rage. Looking at Lin Mo. What I said was wrong. Lin Mo looked at Jiang Qian's face in front of him that had been moved by a knife. With this look, the one who can go down on you is really a warrior who is not afraid of stuffing his teeth. In one sentence, Jiang Qian was so infuriated that she was trembling all over. And just at this moment, she was also seeing that not far away, a group of people were walking over. One of them, a yellow hair wearing a large gold chain, appeared particularly conspicuous. This Jiang Qian's eyes lit up. Subsequently, said, You wait for me. After saying that, it was to the yellow hair that was there, shouting loudly, Hubby, this guy scolded me. You quickly come over and help me teach him a lesson. Listening to these words, the crowd that was here also froze. Afterwards, they looked towards there. The moment Lin Mo was seen, this Zhao village's body, instantly, it was trembling for it. On his face, an indescribable excitement was instantly surging. It was him, the owner of that Porsche 911 GT1-98. Zhao village's face, at this moment, was agitated. He completely did not expect that he would actually be able to meet Lin Mo here. And at the sight of the yellow-haired Jiang Qian, on his face at once, it was pitch black. Among the expressions staring at Lin Mo, they were filled with annoyance. Immediately, it was cursing. Looking at Lin Mo, he rushed up in 3 or 2 steps, pointing at Lin Mo. He cursed angrily. You don't want to mix, right? Dare to mess with my horse. And at the moment these words fell, Zhao village's face suddenly changed. Looking at this yellow hair, the anger in the bottom of his heart suddenly erupted. 3 steps directly came to the side of the yellow hair. Subsequently, violently as a kick out. At once, this yellow hair stumbled and fell to the ground. At the same time, this Jiang Chen's furious words rang out. Who allowed you to talk to this gentleman like this? Chapter 23, Stunned Xieyuma. This yellow hair was ruthlessly kicked over on the ground. The entire person was also confused at this moment, and in the next moment, this yellow hair whole person, but all of a sudden, his body was icy cold. At the same time, slightly dumbfounded, looking at what happened between there and the Wang village. At this moment was looking at Lin Mo in front of him with an exuberant and excited expression, saying, "Brother, I didn't expect to actually meet you here." "You are?" Looking at Zhao village in front of him, Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. This youth in front of him, he indeed looked somewhat familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't recall where he had actually met. "You are?" "Brother, I am. We met in the parking lot before. At that time, I was driving a big Jia." This Zhao village's tone was a bit excited. Hurriedly, he just opened his mouth and said, and listening to these words, Lin Mo also came to a sudden realization. At that moment, right away, he was speaking. "So it's you, the one who cried out at that time, saying that he would be beaten to death by his parents when he went back?" This time, Lin Mo finally recalled. This was the one from last time, the owner of the big G that had crashed his Porsche. And after Lin Mo's words fell, the Zhao village there looked slightly embarrassed. Scratching his head, he said, "Brother, it's me. My name is Zhao village. You can just call me Xiao Zhao." This Zhao village's attitude was as humble as it could be. "Well, my name is Lin Mo." But the yellow hair that was there, but in his mind, was already exploding. The entire person fell into deep despair, looking at Lin Mo who was there. Inside his head, he was frantically roaring. How can this be? What the hell is going on here? Why, even brother village has to call this guy a brother? This guy, just what kind of person is he? And there was Jiang Qian. At this time, she gradually fell into deep despair. As for this moment, Lin Mo's eyes also fell on the yellow hair next to him. "This guy, you recognize?" A sentence fell. The attention of the crowd also once again fell on this yellow hair. At that moment, this yellow hair poofed and fell to his knees. Hurriedly, he then opened his mouth. Brother, you spare me. I was wrong. I know it's wrong. I really didn't mean it just now." "Ha!" Lin Mo laughed coldly and didn't say anything. And at the side, Zhao village, immediately, he said, still not quick to get out, "From now on, don't let me see you again." Since Zhao village already had preparations to please Lin Mo, then for this matter, the natural thing was to give Lin Mo a satisfactory explanation. And in the instant these words fell, this yellow hair instantly was flustered, hurriedly crawled in front of Zhao village, hugged Zhao village's thigh and said, brother village, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Please, give me another chance." Zhao village, amongst the rich second generation in Magic City, was still a small reputation. If anything, if he was blacklisted by Zhao village, then in the future, it could be said that one could not move an inch in Mordor. Zhao village, on the other hand, frowned, then violently was kicking this yellow hair away. "Get lost, don't make me say it a third time." After saying this yellow hair was looking at Lin Mo and said, "Brother Mo, shall we go?" "Aha." Lin Mo nodded his head. The subsequent ones, a group of people walked towards the elevator. As for this yellow hair, he was deeply in despair. Immediately, a furious slap was thrown out. "You, all because of you. When I met you, I simply had bad luck." If not this Jiang Qian words, how could he have offended Lin Mo? How could it have led to him being hated by Zhao village? As for the other side, inside the elevator, Zhao village looked at Xieyuma next to him and said, "This is sister-in-law, right? Looks really pretty." As these words fell, this Xieyuma's face flushed. Lowering her head, she fiddled with the corner of her coat there, and in response to this, Lin Mo just smiled. Then, looking at the group of second generation next to him, he said, "These are your friends?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Zhao village reacted and hurriedly said, "Oh, right, brother Mo. Let me introduce you. Haha, this fatty is Wu Yong. He's my good buddy. His family owns a foreign trade company." With some introduction, the fat man there, Wu Yong, was the one who nodded his head at Lin Mo and said, "Good day brother Mo." Lin Mo responded to this and also made a response. "This guy is Zheng Yang, if the family is open." A circle of introductions came down. Lin Mo was also recognized. And, also at this time, Zhou village, who was there, Port also smiled at Lin Mo and said, "By the way brother Mo, I still have an unkind request." What's wrong?" He. "I told this gang of brothers of mine earlier, about your Porsche. My gang of brothers, who are all sports car enthusiasts, want to take a look and open their eyes. So say, look, Can you? Listening to this, Lin Mo froze. Immediately, he snorted and shook his head, saying, just this? I thought it was something big. Just in time. I'm driving that Porsche today, so I'll take you guys over to see it. As these words fell, the crowd there, their expressions were agitated by this, and in the bottom of their hearts, they were, at the same time, somewhat appalled. To know, a car like the Porsche 911 GT1-98, the vast majority of people buy back, is not going to drive, large probability, that are placed in the home as a collection. After all, this car $80 million is not to say, the most critical thing is, this car, but only one in the world. If this was scratched by someone, then it could really cry to death. And now, Lin Mo actually drove this car out, and Zhao Village, who was there, was trembling. Brother Mo, you took that car and drove it out? Zhao Village swallowed his saliva. Looking at Zhao Village who was in front of him, Lin Mo blandly spoke, or else, put it there as decoration? The purpose of buying this thing, isn't it to drive it? Otherwise, what's the point of buying it? Hiss, a sentence fell. Everyone sucked in cold air. Right, that's right, Brother Mo is so aware. Right, the car was bought to be driven. This is our narrow vision. In an instant, a crowd of second generation immediately began to concur. This scene also let Zhao Village a burst of for the staggering, and soon, the crowd also arrived at the underground garage. Under Lin Mo's guidance, the crowd also came to a pure white Porsche in front of them. Looking in front of them, the exaggeratedly modeled white Porsche, the crowd there was also a burst of staggered by it. Good boy, this car is awesome. Although in the photo, seen many times, but see the physical object, or let a person shock Brother Mo Kao he can even take down this car. Yes, this car, to say the least, it has to be $80 million. As these words fell, Qiyue Ma, who was there, was instantly stunned. Chapter 24, does it matter what you're from? $80 million. This number still ruthlessly shocked Qiyue Ma. Originally, when she learned that Lin Mo's wristwatch cost $4 million, she was still shocked. But now, after learning about this car, it cost $80 million. At this moment, Qiyue Ma felt that her worldview was turned upside down. A $4 million watch, $80 million for a sports car. Here's Qiyue Ma. At that moment, there was a burst of being staggered by it. The bottom of his heart was filled with astonishment. Brother is so powerful, so young to be able to afford an $80 million supercar. Qiyue Ma, who was there, daintily spoke. It's alright, this car isn't expensive. Lin Mo smiled, shook his head, and said, he was speaking the truth. After all, this car, when he bought it himself, he just spent a dime. However, for this matter, the others didn't know. Listening to Lin Mo's words, at once, there was a twitch at the corner of his mouth, especially the group of rich second generation there. At this moment, there was even a burst of cursing in the bottom of their hearts. After all, was this speaking human words? An $80 million sports car. This is called not expensive? Spit it out. This car to be considered not expensive words. Then they buy a $4 or $5 million sports car. What are the second generation who have to hesitate for half a month? In an instant, these second generation people only felt that they were a bit autistic. As for Qiyue Ma who was there, his eyes became brighter and brighter. And right at this moment, Zhao Village, who was there, then spoke. Right Brother Mo, later on, do you want to go to KTV together? We're going to prepare later, to go inside an acquaintance's KTV to have some fun. Listening to these words, Lin Mo then glanced at Qiyue Ma, who was beside him, and said, together? This, good. Qiyue Ma, who was here, hesitated slightly. Afterward, it still nodded. Listening to these words, Lin Mo also just responded, alright then, let's go to KTV together later. Anyway, he didn't have much to do in the afternoon. Why don't you just go to KTV and sing, drink or something? Okay. Zhao Village had a smile on his face. That's fine, Brother Mo, just follow behind our car. After saying that, a few people are separately on the car. This Zhao Village didn't drive the big G from last time today. Instead, he drove a yellow Lamborghini Maverick. Several sports cars went on the road. Looking at this one sports car, whistling past on the street, quite a few other vehicles on the road. Looking at this scene, they also started to avoid it one after another. When they reached the intersection, the fleet of supercars braked one after another. Behind this convoy, there was an empty space. There weren't any vehicles that dared to approach. I'm going. So many sports cars? So many sports cars? Which second generation is out to blow up the streets? The cheapest supercars here cost over $1 million. If this rubs up against it, won't it cost us a fortune? After the green light, Lin Mo lightly blasted the gas. Soon, he passed through the intersection, and with the convoy passing through, these other car owners only then dared to start. Soon, Golden Earth KTV, the supercars drove into the parking lot one after another, and after entering, Wang Bin, the owner of the KTV, was already early, waiting on the parking lot, and after seeing the row of supercars drove into, on his face, he also revealed a few smiles, and when Lin Mo's Porsche, after driving in, Ice Ton then was all of a sudden, was attracted. This is, Porsche's 911 GT1-98, this Wang Bin's eyes, at this point in time, is straight, looking at this Porsche of Lin Mo. In his mouth, cold air was sucked backwards. He is also a supercar enthusiast, for all types of supercars, but also all know, it is also for this reason. The moment this car drove in, he was just thrilled. Who is it? Who on earth is it? Can actually take this car? The bottom of his heart carried doubts. The circle that played with supercars in Magic City was that big. So basically, which second generation bought a new supercar? Everyone was actually able to know about it. Not to mention, the Porsche 911 GT1-98 is the only one of its kind in the world. Whoever bought it, he would definitely be the first to know. But, before this, there is actually no news. This is also deeply, let his heart doubt. And also at this time, the car door was opened. Lin Mo walked down from the car, looking at Lin Mo who came out. Wang Bin froze. Who is this? I haven't seen him before. The circle of Magic City is so big. So, basically between the top two generations, even if they do not know each other, but also know each other's existence. However, this face in front of me, Wang Bin dared to say that he had never seen it before. In a moment, this Wang Bin's brow, just slightly wrinkled, and at the same time, Zhao Village also walked down in the car. With a smile on his face, he walked over, laughing out loud. He said, "Ha ha, old Wang, we're here," Zhao Village said with a big smile, and Wang Bin, who was there, nodded at that moment, but then, was looking at Lin Mo who was there, slightly puzzled. He asked, "Brother Village, this is, oh, I forgot to introduce." Zhao Village hurriedly introduced, "This one, my Mo brother Lin Mo." With that, he was looking at Lin Mo and smilingly said, "Brother Mo, introduction, this is my brother and also the boss of this Golden Earth KTV. Wang Bin." Listening to this, Lin Mo nodded his head. "Boss Wang, he, Brother Mo, you're being outgoing. Since you're a friend of Brother Village, then you can just call me Old Wang directly." Wang Bin's heart was puzzled despite his doubts, but still smiled and said, "Brother Moore, I've reserved your private room for you. I'll take you there now." After saying that, the crowd went all the way towards the private rooms inside the KTV. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was with Xiaoyuma, walking unhurriedly at the back of the group. In front, this Wang Bin was asking with Zhao Village, "Brother Village, this Lin Mo, what's his origin? I remember that there is only one rich man with the Lin surname in our Magic City, right? But the Lin family only has one little princess? Where did this Lin Mo come from?" Zhao Village, who was listening to this, looked deeply at him with an intriguing gaze and said, "Old Wang, the water in the Magic City is deeper than you think. So these things, it's better if you don't go deeper into it. The fact that people, Mo, can get a Porsche 911 GT1-98, represents the strength of the other party. So, what exactly is the person's origin? Does it still matter?" Some words fell. Wang Bin, who was there, also stopped continuing to speak. Indeed, people's strength is already placed there. So, what exactly is the origin? Is it important? Chapter 25 Global IPAM Building. Inside the KTV, the crowd was drinking and singing. Time passed little by little. It wasn't long before it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Several people finished eating dinner together, because of the sake of drinking wine, so the other people, that is, also have, in a nearby hotel, opened a room to sleep. At this time, inside a suite in the hotel, Lin Mo was soaking in the bathtub, turning on the massage system and playing with his cell phone. He was giving Xiaoyuma a separate suite, worthy of being a 5-star hotel. This configuration in every aspect is complete. For a moment, Lin Mo's heart sighed for it, and just at this moment, the doorbell was suddenly ringing. Looking at the door of the room, Lin Mo's heart was somewhat puzzled, and at this time, a voice outside the door rang out for it. "Brother, asleep?" Hearing this voice, Lin Mo sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Afterwards, he got up from the bathtub, changing into a set of bathrobe. He said, "Is there something wrong?" Walked to the door, opened the door and spoke. Upon seeing Xiaoyuma outside the door, cold air poured out of Lin Mo's mouth. At this time, Xiaoyuma was wearing a wide white bathrobe. The neckline of the bathrobe looked very loose. Looking at such a Xiaoyuma, Lin Mo only felt that his mouth was dry. in the bottom of his heart, he was also secretly cursing, "Goblin ah!" And this Xiaoyuma, on the other hand, showed a look of a pitiful appearance, saying, "Brother, people are a bit scared if they are alone and live in a big room, so I don't know, can I stay in the same room with brother, tonight?" Listening to these words, Lin Mo secretly cursed angrily in the bottom of his heart. This demonic spirit, both eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, Lin Mo pulled this Xiaoyuma's white slender hand. Then, with one hand, he pulled her in. Boom! A muffled sound. Lin Mo heavily closed the door of this room. Subsequently, against the door, he looked at the Xiaoyuma with a smile or not. For a moment, Xiaoyuma's heartbeat thumped faster. "Brother, ha!" Lin Mo didn't have the slightest hesitation. Slightly lowering his head, he directly printed on it, "Just kidding." This Xiaoyuma had all washed herself and sent herself to the door. How could he not react? This night, it was cloudy and rainy. Lin Mo was also hollowed out, waiting for the second day. After Lin Mo woke up early, after taking a shower, gently patted Xiaoyuma awake next to him. Boing! A wooing sound. Xiaoyuma opened her eyes with difficulty, looking at Lin Mo who was there. Her expression was slightly sultry. "Brother!" There was a breathless cry. Listening to these words, Lin Mo blandly said, "Get up, or else the others will have to get up later." "Yeah." Xiaoyuma hurriedly climbed up. Afterwards, under her blushing face, she quickly put on her bathrobe. "Alright, go back and take a shower and change your clothes first. I'll go wait for you at the restaurant first." Xiaoyuma nodded, and then, shyly glanced at Lin Mo. Immediately, she stepped on her slippers and left Lin Mo's room with a "di-di-di-day." As for Lin Mo, he changed his clothes, took his cell phone, and went straight to the hotel's restaurant. After entering the restaurant and choosing his breakfast, he did see, sitting inside the restaurant, Zhao Village. "Yo, up so early?" Carrying a dinner plate and gently patting down this Zhao Village, Lin Mo lightly smiled and said. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Zhao Village turned back his head. His face was a bit tired, and there were two heavy dark circles under his eyes. "I'll go." Looking at this Zhao Village, Lin Mo was also startled. He said, "What did you do last night? You've got to exercise moderation here." Listening to this, Zhao Village, who was there, looked more and more sultry. In the end, could only let out a sigh and said, "Nothing, it's just that I listened to a duet all night last night. It was not until the latter part of the night that I fell asleep. This hotel's soundproofing, it's really too bad." Listening to this, Lin Mo instantly looked a little embarrassed. He could only cough there for a while, trying to hide the embarrassment on his face. After all, Lin Mo at this time, but also understood why at this time the Zhao Village will be this look. Finished breakfast. After sending Xiaoyuma back to school, the two added WeChat to each other. Only then did Lin Mo return to the villa. Back at home, Lin Mo only had time to take out his cell phone, started to check out today trillion subsidies, online new products, and after opening the app, two items also appeared in Lin Mo's line of sight. Rolls-Royce Cullinan subsidized price, 6.6-inch, subsidized price for the IAM building, 108. Looking at these two items, Lin Mo's heart. At this moment, there are also a few moments of surprise. Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This was a four-seater SUV model under the Rolls-Royce name. Price words. Basically, it was around $7 to $8 million. As for the words of the Ring Trade IAM building, that is the Magic City A, is still relatively well-known high-end international plaza. The overall ISBI is a collection of grade A office buildings, commercial, senior apartments in one of the large-scale integrated project. The project consists of 120,000 square meters of high-level shopping malls, 2 office buildings and 2 buildings with a total of 64 units of luxury housing, with a total floor area of 380,000 square meters. And, moreover, it is located in Suwei, a place where every inch of land is valuable. I didn't expect to actually refresh these two. Lin Mo was a little surprised in the bottom of his heart. And then, there was no hesitation. Solely, it was to purchase these two items. With the purchase completed, the two items were then delivered 5 minutes later. After sitting on the sofa and waiting for 5 minutes, in front of Lin Mo, 2 file bags, all of a sudden, just appeared on a table in front of Lin Mo. It's arrived. Lin Mo had an instantaneous jolt. Then, hurriedly, he opened these 2 file bags. After opening them, in one of the bags, were Cullinan's car keys and driving license. As for the other bag, it contained a red book. After opening it and taking a look, in Lin Mo's mouth, cold air was sucked backwards. Because, in this red book, hurrah, is the real estate right certificate of the Ring Trade IAM building, and the name of all the people above. It is just like himself, actually property rights. In the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, at this time, vaguely, there are a few points of excitement. After all, to know, this ring trade I am building, but a value of tens of billions of dollars of shopping mall building, this kind of value of the mall building, and himself, simply spent $100 or so, and got it into his hands. Chapter 26, This Rolls Royce, it's your boyfriend's. For a moment, Lin Mo's heart was delighted by it. I originally thought that it would be for 1 or 2 floors of my building. As a result, I didn't expect that this entire China World Trade Center I am actually became my property. Lin Mo swallowed his saliva. At the bottom of his heart, a few points of horror were also set off at this time. Now, this is really hairy. There was a burst of emotion in his heart. On Lin Mo's face, a few smiles also appeared at this time. Well, I'm a bit hungry. Let's go out for a meal later. After we're done eating, then we'll go to this China World Trade Center I am to take a stroll. After murmuring a sentence in the bottom of his heart, Lin Mo's cell phone vibrated. He took out his cell phone and looked at the person who sent him a message. He was a little stunned. The person who sent him a message. Certainly, it was Qian Lily. Qian Lily? What is she doing sending me a message? In the bottom of his heart, there were a few points of confusion. Lin Mo finally clicked on the WeChat sent by Qian Lily. Qian Lily, Lin Mo, can you come to Qianyuan CBD here? Looking at Qian Lily's message, this Lin Mo also froze. He hadn't expected that the message Qian Lily had sent herself was actually this, letting himself make a trip to Qianyuan CBD. Lin Mo pondered slightly. This Qianyuan CBD, from his own home, is actually not far. It's only 5 kilometers away. If you drive over, it will take at most 7 or 8 minutes. And now, he is also ready to go out to eat. After a little thought, Lin Mo replied, okay, no problem. After sending the message, Lin Mo took the keys to Cullinan's car and was walking inside the garage. After starting the vehicle, then he was heading towards this Qianyuan CBD, traveling all the way. On the other side, Qian Lily looked at Lin Mo's reply on her cell phone. At the bottom of her heart at this time, she also let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Qian Lily was wearing a small black suit. Her hair was ably bundled behind her head and tied in a ponytail. In terms of dress, it appeared to be very formal. The whole person's temperament was also very different from the time of the previous gathering. She came here today for an interview, her Maserati, but today did not drive out. And also because of this, when she was interviewing just now, she was being pestered by the personnel director of this company, said to want to have lunch with her, together, in order to, is hoping to be able to further chat, understand a little Qian Lily. But for this so-called further understanding, Qian Lily is not interested in the slightest. At the same time, she also thought of Lin Mo in the first place. That was why a message was sent to Lin Mo. After seeing Lin Mo reply, she was finally relieved. However, it was also at this time, a sound of footsteps came from the back. At the same time, a voice rang out. Miss Qian, what are you walking so fast for? Hearing this voice, Qian Lily's brows furrowed slightly, but on her face, it was the same, piling on a smile, saying, Superintendent Zhou, is there something you want? The director Zhou, who was there, was wearing a suit and a pair of golden glasses. The figure was slightly bloated, looking in the mid-40s. At this moment, with a smiling face, he said, Ms. Qian, didn't I say? I think you are very suitable for our company, but in order to decide whether to hire you, or to understand you in depth, and I happen to know that there is a pretty good Western restaurant in this neighborhood. The two of us, we can eat while chatting in the Western restaurant. On this director Zhou's face, the smile became even thicker. At the same time, it was also towards Qian Lily, moving a few points closer. To be honest, when he saw Qian Lily just now, his gaze just couldn't move away a bit. Beautiful. It was too beautiful. It was because of this that he had been pretending to be confused. He wanted to invite Qian Lily to join him for lunch. Listening to this Qian Lily, at once, she just shook her head and said, Thank you Superintendent Zhou for your kindness, but I have an appointment at noon, and my boyfriend will be arriving soon. At that instant, on Director Zhou's face, a smile for a moment, but the next moment, it was a smile, shaking his head, saying, Hey, it's fine, I think he will understand if you have lunch with me for the sake of your future. Saying that, this Director Zhou took out the car key in his pocket. After pressing it, on the side of the road, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, its lights flashed at once. This was this Director Zhou, deliberately showing off here. This Mercedes-Benz of his, was a top-of-the-line S-Class. The price is around $2 million. And, in the bottom of his heart, was thinking that the Qian Lily in front of him, was not much money. As for the boyfriend, in his opinion, this is completely made up by Qian Lily, even if it was true. So what? Qian Lily had only graduated from university less than a year ago. Even if she did have a boyfriend, he was about her age and couldn't possibly have any money. And herself? She's the personnel director, driving a $2 million Mercedes-Benz S-Class. The gap between the two, that is simply a world of difference. And he wanted to pick up this Qian Lily. Is not it easy? Looking at this scene of Qian Lily, at that moment, she rolled her eyes. However, it is not good to attack. After all, this director Zhou was the personnel director. This kind of character, his connections in Magic City were still quite deep. If one really tears his face off to him, it is estimated that one's future interviews will only be difficult. Hey, I hope that when Lin Mo comes later, he can help himself drive this guy away. A heartfelt sigh. Qian Lily's expression was helpless to the extreme. And just at this moment, in the distance, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly drove over. What followed was that it stopped not far in front of the two. After the car door was opened, Lin Mo walked down from the car. Looking at this scene, next to director Zhou, there was some envy on his face. Good boy, so young, to be able to afford a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Which family's rich second generation is this? And just as he was astonished, Qian Lily, who was beside him, was also stunned at this time. She was originally still looking for Lin Mo's Porsche 911 GT1-98, but it didn't occur to her. Lin Mo actually came in a Rolls-Royce. At the same time, Lin Mo also walked up to Qian Lily, with a few smiles on his face, and said, "Let's go." Seeing this, Qian Lily hurriedly nodded her head and let out a hum. Looking at this scene in front of her, director Zhou, who was here directly, he was completely dumbfounded. Even in his dreams, he could not have imagined this Rolls-Royce was actually Qian Lily's boyfriend's. Immediately, in his mouth, he also exclaimed in shock, This Rolls-Royce is your boyfriend's?" Chapter 27, Flustered Lily Qian. Listening to these words, Qian Lily, who was there at this moment, her face, on the other hand, was slightly scarlet. As for Lin Mo, he froze. Boyfriend? After glancing at this Qian Lily, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth slightly rose, revealing a seemingly playful smile. Immediately, he gently took hold of Qian Lily's waist. He wrapped his arms around her. As for Qian Lily's body, it was somewhat stiff, wanting to break free, but there was no way to do so. Lin Mo also spoke at this time. "Yes, that's right, this car is mine. What's the problem?" Listening to Lin Mo's tone, director Zhou, who was there, looked even more embarrassed. Just now, he still thought in his heart that this Qian Lily's boyfriend didn't have much money. He also thought that when Lin Mo came, he would show off a bit and let him know what to do, but did not expect this Qian Lily's boyfriend actually drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth $8 million. At such a young age, driving a Cullinan, this is the top rich second generation, and you want to show off your wealth to others? Showing off my ass. I'm afraid that my salary for a year is not as much as someone's pocket money for a month. Embarrassing. Unparalleled embarrassment. This weak director, for a moment, just do not know what to say. In the end, can only ha-ha sound. Said, ha-ha, since Qian's boyfriend is here, then I won't bother. Hastily saying a sentence, this director Zhou hurriedly just fled the place. He was really afraid that if he continued to stand here, in the end, he would be embarrassed and use his toes to gouge out a 3-roomed room on the bottom of his shoes. Looking at the Zhou director who left, the corner of Lin Mo's mouth revealed a little playful smile. Looking at this Qian Lily, he said, "You told him that I'm your boyfriend?" This Qian Lily ruffled her hair as a way to hide her embarrassment and said, "Don't think blindly. I just because he was pestering me, so I just made up a random reason to lie to him." Qian Lily's heartbeat continued to accelerate. The whole person even looked somewhat incoherent. In response, Lin Mo's face, but the smile is even more, said, "Is that so?" Said, the two just walked to the car. "Get in the car and go have a lunch together?" It's exactly noon anyway, just have a meal together. After hesitating, Qian Lily finally, God forbid, nodded her head and got into the car. "Going to eat what? You pick the address." Glancing at Qian Lily sitting on the co-pilot, Lin Mo casually said, "Well, let's go eat Benjamin's cuisine. It just so happens that I know a restaurant here that's good. I'll treat you for lunch. Consider it as your hard-earned money for helping me." Hearing this, Lin Mo lightly laughed. Then, with a look of interest, he asked, "You invited me to dinner? Then I can take this to mean that you're taking the initiative to ask me out?" A sentence fell. Qian Lily's heartbeat accelerated. Her face flushed scarlet, and she stammered, What are you talking blindly about? Who took the initiative to ask you out? I just don't like owing others favors." "Oh, is that so?" The corners of his mouth rose as Lin Mo looked at this Qian Lily. Afterwards, he bent down in front of this Qian Lily. A male odor immediately came to his face, causing this Qian Lily, at this moment, to be somewhat mesmerized by her eyes. What does he want to do? Is it hard to force a kiss? Qian Lily was instantly flustered and at a loss for words. If it's true that he's going to forcefully kiss me, should I resist? At this moment, Qian Lily's heart was incomparably confused and her brain was buzzing. And just when she was confused, Lin Mo, on the other hand, pulled out the seatbelt on the side. Then, it went through her taut body and fastened the buckle. Get in the car and remember to fasten your seatbelt. Ear and temples rubbed. It made this Qian Lily float. More than that, she was a little confused. What's going on here? Touching her somewhat hot cheeks, Qian Lily's heart could not help but murmur. Merely fastening a seatbelt. Why did she have a somewhat expectant look on her face? Alright, we're leaving now. Cullinan launched. Under Qian Lily's guidance, the two of them fell into a local cuisine restaurant. After slightly checking the address of this place, Lin Mo was able to figure out the exact location of this place. 10 kilometers away from the restaurant, there was the IPAM building. The IPAM building. It's not too far away. It would be relatively convenient to drive there. Well, then later on, it's possible to stop by and take a look. He had made up his mind. Lin Mo followed Qian Lily. Together, he stepped into the restaurant. The restaurant Qian Lily had chosen was still very stylish. In terms of the environment alone, the restaurant as a whole is relatively dark. In addition to the top of the dining table, there is a chandelier. Inside the restaurant, there is no other light source, and the overall pattern more belongs to the kind petty mood. A meal. Eating is not fast. Soon, an hour had passed. How about accompanying me to the mall later? Just in time. I'm going to prepare something for my family. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Qian Lily hesitated. The subsequent one still shook her head and said, No, I still have a few more interviews if I'm in the afternoon. Interviews? Lin Mo froze, then said, The company has only just closed down. Aren't you going to rest for a while first? Qian Lily, who listened to these words, couldn't help but smile bitterly. The final sighed and shrugged his shoulders and said, Hey, there's no way I can't compare with a rich man like you. I'm just an ordinary citizen. If I don't work, I won't be able to eat. In response to this, Lin Mo snorted a laugh. She said, An ordinary citizen can't afford a Maserati. In response, Qian Lily just laughed and didn't say anything more. Alright, then later on, you send me the address where you want to interview. I'll drive you there. Qian Lily nodded. Then I'll trouble you. The two of them quickly settled the fight and finished their lunch. And then, Lin Mo was following the navigation and went straight to the location Qian Lily was interviewing for. But after delivering it, his face, however, was a bit odd. Because, this Qian Lily's interview place was not some other place. Just like that, it was the university town where Xiaoyuma was located. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo pondered slightly. Well, it's better to ask her to come out and accompany me to the mall. Thinking of this, Lin Mo tapped on WeChat. Then of all things, it was to this Xiaoyuma, who sent a WeChat over. Chapter 28 Porsche has too little room for cargo. Magic Theater. In the middle of the girls' dormitory, Xiaoyuma was chatting with her several girlfriends, and it was also at this time, her cell phone was a vibration. Picking up her cell phone and taking a look, Xiaoyuma was suddenly a jolt. Yeah, Xiaoyuma hastily opened WeChat. Looking at such a move, a few girlfriends who were there also opened their mouths. Mo, why are you so excited? That's right, it won't be talking to someone, right? Don't you still quickly recruit? At that moment, the group of girlfriends there all had anti-smiles on their faces, and listening to these words, Xiaoyuma, who was there, just had a few moments of scarlet appear on her face. Immediately, she opened her mouth and said, No la, you guys don't blindly guess. It's that little brother I met yesterday. He sent me a message, said he was ready to call me out and go to the mall with him. After this sentence fell, the group of girlfriends there, all of a sudden, their eyes were straight. My God, that little brother from yesterday? Oh my God, is that the Porsche little brother? Hiss, Mo, your luck is too good. Not only did you meet a godly man, but now you're being asked out to the mall. Oh, I'm so envious. Right, did you get back to them? Xiaoyuma, who was there, shook his head and said, Not yet. I don't know if I should say yes or not here. My God, what are you hesitating about? Sister, are you being silly? People are taking the initiative to ask you out. You should definitely say yes. Yeah, he probably has his eye on you. It's a blessing for you. He's a great god. This kind of character. I'm not saying you can marry him. Even if you become his lover, it would be a blessing in 8 lifetimes for you. That's right. This kind of godly man has made people comfortable. From now on, you won't have to worry about anything. If you're going to enter the entertainment industry, wouldn't you be able to get your hands on resources? In an instant, the group of girlfriends there were encouraging each other one after another. Listening to this, Xiaoyuma pondered, then just hurriedly replied, I have time, brother. Looking at this Qiyue Ma's reply, Lin Mo then blandly said, "Alright then come here to the gate. I'll wait for you outside your school." After saying these words, Lin Mo just didn't continue to pay attention to this Qiyue Ma's news. Instead, he opened the B station and started brushing the video of the young lady inside the dormitory. Qiyue Ma, on the other hand, hurriedly started to make up her makeup and change her clothes. At the same time, it was also asking, "What do you guys say? Which set do I look good in? Your foundation is already good, so you can just pick any outfit to change into. Yeah, don't get hung up on it. Hurry over there. Hey, Mo, you can't hide such a great godly man, right? When we meet in the past, why don't you take us there to meet him? What's the hurry?" After a while of changing clothes and putting on makeup, Qiyue Ma finally changed clothes and put on makeup. Qiyue Ma finally changed into a light blue dress. Face is also painted with light makeup. Subsequently, a group of people were all the way towards the school gate. As Qiyue Ma arrived at the school entrance, it also attracted the attention of quite a few people on this roadside. "Ha, look guys, it's Goddess Yuma. It's really the goddess coming out. It's not just Goddess Yuma. You guys look at the others next to the goddess. They're all so beautiful." It's said that the roommates in the same dormitory as Yuma are all acting department flower level beauties. These are probably the other beauties in Yumo's dorm room, right? And just as the crowd beside them were talking, Qiyue Ma and the others were also standing on the side of the road at the entrance of the school. One of the sisters was looking around. At the same time, it also opened its mouth and asked, "Mo, where's that little Porsche brother you were talking about? Yeah, how come I don't see anyone?" There was a flurry of chatter from the crowd. Even Qiyue Ma, too, was a bit puzzled. Just now when Lin Mo sent him a message, he had already said that he had already arrived at the entrance of the dormitory, right? But now, how come he himself didn't see that Porsche of his? "You guys wait a little bit, I'll ask my little brother." Qiyue Ma carried doubts in her heart. Relatively, scratched open WeChat, sent a message to Lin Mo. "Little brother, I've arrived at the entrance of our school. Where are you?" After the message was sent, but it was only a few seconds, a burst of car horns sounded. As the car horn sounded, Qiyue Ma, who was there, as well as a bunch of other people, were also startled. At the same time, they also noticed the Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked on the side of the road. At this moment, the power windows slowly fell down, revealing Lin Mo who was inside. "Get in." After Lin Mo's words fell, a smile also appeared on his face. "I'll get in the car first." Qiyue Ma, who said these words, jogged all the way to the door of Cullinan's car. Under the gaze of a crowd of young boys and girls, he opened the car door and got into the car. After that, Lin Mo kicked the gas, and Cullinan directly rushed out, only leaving behind a crowd of teenage boys and girls, filled with the sound of broken hearts. Whoops, the goddess left with someone. Isn't it just a broken car? What's the big deal? When I'm rich, I'll buy a car to pick up girls here too. Oh, waiting for you to get rich? Do you know what kind of car that was? That's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a luxury car worth $8 million. Hiss. 8 million, my god, does it mean that you can do whatever you want with money? Sorry, with money, you can really do whatever you want. Cam. In an instant, quite a number of young men and boys, one after another, were just sour, and their Qiyue Ma's group of girlfriends, their faces were also revealed to be stunned. On the other side, inside the Cullinan car, Lin Mo drove the car, carrying the Qiyue Ma, straight to the IPAM building, and this Qiyue Ma was somewhat puzzled, looking at Lin Mo, saying, "Brother, why didn't you drive that Porsche today? I see this car of yours. It's a Rolls-Royce, right? Oh, that car has too little space. It's not suitable." Lin Mo said casually, "I'm going to go to the mall later to buy some stuff. It's not convenient to bring goods if I drive that car out. If this car is to be used as a van later, it is able to carry more stuff." A sentence fell. Qiyue Ma, who was there, was full of confusion at this time. The Porsche space was too small for loading things. Rolls-Royce space is big enough to load things? This. Spit it out. Taking a Rolls-Royce as a van? That is just trenchant. Chapter 29, no takeouts or deliveries allowed? What kind of bull **** rule is that? The car. Qiyue Ma spat out her tongue. Immediately, asked, "Brother, where are we going to play now?" "The IPAM International Trade Building." Lin Mo calmly spoke. Immediately, he also continued to ask, "Later on, if you have a fancy, just buy whatever you want." For this Qiyue Ma, Lin Mo had a very clear perception. Qiyue Ma was going to get what he wanted on his own. And himself? Naturally, he would get what he wanted. What the other party wants is nothing more than money. But for Lin Mo, money, this thing, belongs to the cheapest, is also their own least need. Pay, then also paid. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Qiyue Ma's eyes were suddenly brightened. Immediately, With a dainty look, she said, "Thank you, brother." The vehicle quickly arrived at the underground parking lot of the China World Trade Center. Subsequently, Lin Mo was holding hands and walking inside the mall. In the mall, a variety of high-end luxury goods can be said to see the Qiyue dazzled. All around, all kinds of big brand clothing bags are looking at let him incomparable heart. Here all kinds of big brands, see as Qiyue want to buy, but she still held back. She was a smart person. Although just now, Lin Mo did say, "Want what you can pick," but in the bottom of her heart she actually had a ruler, knowing where a degree that she could ask for was the last. This Qiyue is in a Gucci store, bought a white printed t-shirt, a checkered tweed super short skirt, and a pair of black low-heeled shoes. Very pretty. Looking at Qiyue who walked out wearing this, Lin Mo's eyes couldn't help but light up. This Qiyue herself was studying acting, and her body itself was very good and moist. Now with such a set, it was even more so that her delicate figure was completely emphasized, especially that pair of white and straight long legs. It was even more mesmerizing. Well, it's very good. Let's put it this way, and then match it with this bag. After saying that, Lin Mo casually picked up a black and white checkered handbag. Anyway, this bag is not expensive, only $10,000, but it made Qiyue's eyes light up. Among the expression, the excitement is incomparable. Hurriedly, is to say, "Thank you, brother." A set down, the overall is spent more than $20,000. After this, Qiyue didn't take the initiative to ask Lin Mo for anything. This also made his recognition of Qiyue increase by a few points. The two of them were strolling along the way. Unconsciously, it is back to the IPAM International Trade Gate. This IPAM International Trade is still very big, and the main part is also divided into two pieces. One of them was the IPAM Mall. The other piece was the office building above the 6th floor of the mall. Lin Mo swept around this mall. Immediately, his gaze landed on the Starbucks next to him. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" Good, said. The two walked inside the Starbucks. Lin Mo asked for an iced Americano, while Qiyue ordered a Frappuccino. Afterwards, the two were separate again and asked for a cupcake. After coming to the seat, Qiyue was taking a few quick pictures. After ruffling the ends of her hair, she whirled around and took a bite of the cupcake in front of her. A few hints of enjoyment appeared on her face, and then, it was looking towards Lin Mo, saying, "Brother, do you want to take a bite of my cupcake? It's delicious," said. This Qiyue was using a spoon and dug a spoonful of her own cupcake, then, handed it to Lin Mo's face. In her bright eyes, she was full of expectation and innocence. In this regard, Lin Mo was not surprised. After all, this Qiyue has always been a good girl who only cares about geijai. After eating it with an open mouth, he nodded his head. "Well, it tastes good. He. A smile plastered on her face. "Then I'll try a bite of my brother's as well." After saying that, Qiyue was the one who immediately dug a spoonful of Lin Mo's cupcake, revealing a sweet smile. So delicious, smelling the air, the thick tea breath. Lin Mo's eyebrows were raised for a while. After the two of them finished their coffee and cake, they left the Starbucks. And also at this moment, a takeaway boy was running towards the mall in a hurry at the entrance, but at this moment, a security guard there, on the other hand, stopped him in a hurry. "I'm sorry, our mall does not allow takeaways and couriers to enter." Hearing this, the takeaway boy was also anxious. Hurriedly, he was saying, "Big brother, you accommodate. My order still has 5 minutes to go overtime. You let me in." Listen to this. This security guard is completely unimpressed. Said, "No, this is our mall rules. If I let you go up today, I'll have to be docked wages." "No, big brother. This order of mine is to deliver to the 17th floor upstairs." "Ah, big brother, you just accommodate once." The takeaway boy who was there was all about to kneel down at this time. This order was to be delivered to the 17th floor. There were only a few minutes left before the timeout, and he was also aware that this IPAM building was not allowing takeaway boys to enter. When he was at the door before, he had called the customer's phone, prepared to let him come down to take it down. But after a few consecutive phone calls, it was not connected, and looking at it, this order was about to go over time. Delivery boy's heart is also for it anxious up, so he thought, "Can you send it in?" But now it was blocked at the door. This makes this delivery boy anxious, almost cried out. And at this moment, Lin Mo also walked over and opened his mouth to ask, "What's going on here?" Hearing this, the takeaway little brother there, but he was instantly anxious. "This little brother, I just want to go up and deliver a takeaway, but they won't let me in." The security guard also hurriedly said, "It's not that I won't let you in, it's mainly because that's how it's regulated up there, not allowing delivery and courier to go in. I'm just a part-time worker. I don't dare to violate the rules above." Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart was also angry. What kind of bull asterisk rule is this? Not allowing delivery and courier to enter? This regulation is simply discriminating in the industry. It seems that he himself will later have the need to knock this property company. But looking at the anxious appearance of the delivery boy, Lin Mo also hurriedly said, "Brother, you go in first. I'll take care of this side." Hearing this takeaway little brother hurriedly said, "Thank you, little brother. Thanks." After saying that, he was preparing to walk towards the inside, and at this moment, an arrogant voice, but violently sounded, "Stop that delivery guy for me. Who told you guys to let him in?" Chapter 30, I am the owner of this IPAM building. Listening to this voice, Lin Mo's eyebrows, too, were slightly furrowed, and then, it was to turn his head and look towards the back, only to see a man dressed in a straight suit, dressed like a man walking over. Seeing this security guard hurriedly stopped this takeaway boy. At the same time, it also said loudly, "Manager Cui, you're here." This manager Cui walked over in big strides. At the same time, he also said loudly, "Who let you in? Don't you know that letting these guys in is detrimental to the image of our mall?" Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately spoke, "Tarnishing the image of the mall? Ha! It's simply a joke." After Lin Mo's words fell, Manager Cui, who was there, also noticed Lin Mo. Immediately, frowning, he spoke, "What kind of person are you? What do you care who I am? I just want to know who gave you the right to be able to not let the takeout boys and couriers inside the mall." Manager Cui, who was there at that moment, it was cold, and opened his mouth to say, "This is a decision made by our company's board of directors, after a discussion. Moreover, this itself is for our mall image shaping. Besides, what kind of person are you that you dare to dictate our company's decisions?" "Me?" Lin Mo sneered, and then of all things, then he spoke indifferently, "I'm the boss of this IPAM building. Who do you think I am?" After a sentence fell, Manager Cui and the others there, all of a sudden, they were confused. The boss of the IPAM building? As for this Qiyue Mo, his mouth was also wide open. On his face, at this time, it could be described as written with dismay. Lin Mo, he's actually the boss of the IPAM building. Are you kidding me? At the same time, Manager Cui, who was there, snorted with laughter. On his face, there was a sneer on his face. The owner of the IPAM building? Oh, you? If you're the boss of the IPAM building, then I'm still the richest man in Magic City. Saying that you are the boss of the IPAM building is really SB. On this Manager Cui's face, the sense of mockery was a few points thicker. Listening to this, Lin Mo, who was here, didn't say much, just calmly took out his cell phone, then dialed a cell phone number. On the other side, on the top floor of this building, IPAM Mall Property Company, inside the conference room, more than 10 executive directors of this property company are gathered here at this moment. At the head is the property company's chairman He Tianning. At this time, he was there, saying with a solemn face, "Gentlemen, regarding this matter of the IPAM building changing ownership, I'm sure you all know about it. What kind of person is the new boss? Mr. Lin, we don't know until now, and we don't know when the new boss will come to inspect the building, so I hope that you can restrain your men and make sure to give Mr. Lin a good impression, so as to be able to successfully renew the contract with this Mr. Lin." Listening to these words, a person at the bottom, at this time, also nodded his head and said, "Yeah, the property work of this IPAM building, but it takes up 40% of our company's net income. If this contract renewal is unsuccessful, it will be a very serious blow to our company. Don't worry, after we go back this time, we will definitely discipline our subordinates properly. No matter what, we must give Mr. Lin a good impression as much as possible." A group of executive directors, one after another, opened their mouths, and also at this time, He Tianning was there, but his cell phone suddenly rang. Listening to the ringing of the cell phone, this He Tianning's brows furrowed, and in the bottom of his heart, he was also a little annoyed. He was in the middle of a meeting. Before the meeting, he had said in his circle of friends, logically speaking, no one should be calling him at this point in time, but who on earth would be so ungrateful? At this time, call yourself? For a moment, in the bottom of this He Tianning's heart, it could be said that he was somewhat annoyed. The subsequent, then it was to pick up the cell phone. After seeing the incoming call displayed on the cell phone instantly, this He Tianning's face changed. Immediately, it was to violently stand up. Then, respectfully, he put the phone through and carefully said, "Hello Mr. Lin, why are you calling me?" A sentence fell. All the directors there, one after another, just looked towards the side. Mr. Lin, the new owner of this IPAM building, Mr. Lin, had actually come to call. For a moment, everyone was quiet, looking at He Tianning there. His expression looked tense. and also at this moment, Lin Mo's cold and icy voice also sounded over the phone. I'll give you 3 minutes. Immediately go to door D of the mall. Otherwise, there will be consequences. As the words fell afterward, Lin Mo was also direct, hanging up the cell phone call, listening to the sound of beep 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 on the other end. Here, Tianning's face was also a little pale. The other people in the conference room, at this time, the body, also appears to be a little soft. Through the voice on the phone, they could clearly feel it. Lin Mo at the other end of the phone, now, was extraordinarily angry, and Tianning, who was there, also reacted violently. Immediately, it was a loud shout. All froze to do what? Still don't hurry over to take a look. Who on earth has messed with Mr. Lin? After saying that, this Tianning was the first to rush out of the room. Then, all the way towards the first floor, and in the back of those directors, is also one after another, followed closely. At this time, the entrance of the shopping center, looking at Lin Mo who hung up the phone, Manager Qiyue, who was there, was also a bit stunned at this time, but what followed, was a snort of laughter, said, he, pretend quite like, if you don't know, you still think you're really the boss of this IPAM. Hearing this, Lin Mo just coldly glanced at this Manager Qiyue and stopped talking. Manager Qiyue, on the other hand, looked at Xieyuma who was at the side and said, Beauty, I'm telling you you don't want to be fooled by this kind of person. I've seen a lot of bluffers like this. This kind of person, at a glance, is the one who has no money and is pretending to be a big spender here, and I can responsibly tell you that this guy is definitely not the owner of any IPAM. After all, my uncle, that is the director of the property company, more personally, have seen this IPAM building boss, so he is not. I'm still not clear it. The Manager Qiyue there, immediately as loud said, and also at this time, this Manager Qiyue also heard a burst of footsteps, in the distance rang. Listening to this movement, he also raised his head, looking toward the not too far away, when saw a group of people who came in great numbers. He was also instantly confused. At that moment, trembling, Dong, how did you come? Chapter 31 Desperate Qiyue family 2 people. This Manager Qiyue, at this moment, was trembling all over, looking at the chairman of the board of directors, Tianning, who suddenly came in a hurry, as well as a number of executive directors. Qiyue manager in a moment, face pale incomparable. Tianning, on the other hand, did not even look at Manager Qiyue. In a hurry, he just walked over to Lin Mo, said, Mr. Lin, why did you come all of a sudden, without even informing in advance? And looking at this scene, this Manager Qiyue, on the other hand, was a bit confused. Afterwards, he hurriedly got in front of one of the executive directors and said, Third uncle, what's going on? This kid is not just a brat. He has the need to be so respectful to the other party? Hearing this, that third uncle at once is glaring at this Manager Qiyue, said, You shut up. I'm warning you, the person in front of you is the new owner of our IPAM building. His annual rent alone is more than $1 billion. He's the biggest client of our company. If he's a brat, what does that make me? A sentence fell. Manager Qiyue, who was there, was also a bit flustered. He looked at Lin Mo who was standing in front of him. This Manager Qiyue, his body was cold, like falling into an ice cellar. He knew, he was finished. He was completely finished. This person in front of him, this person in front of me, actually is the boss of this IPAM building, and himself in just now time, actually still so, to taunt the other side. This time, this Qiyue manager appeared, some 6 godless up, and there was Lin Mo. He laughed coldly. Immediately, he coldly opened his mouth and said, If I hadn't come, I really wouldn't have known. You guys have managed my shopping mall building so well. It seems that, for my building, whether or not to renew the contract with you guys this matter, I really do need to continue, and continue again, to think about it. Lin Mo's cold and icy words fell. Tianning, who was there, could not stop his body from trembling. On his forehead, there was constantly a fine sweat flowing. Immediately, he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Mr. Lin, please still ask Mr. Lin for clarification. I don't know exactly which one has provoked you. Listening to this, Lin Mo just smiled coldly and opened his mouth. I have heard that in the IPAM building, there is this rule any takeout boys and couriers cannot enter the IPAM building, isn't that so? With this sentence falling after that, Tianning who was there, at that instant, he froze, but then, was violently looked behind him, looking at a dry and skinny director there. He angrily shouted, Director Qiyue, what's going on here? You are in charge of the building's security. I'm asking you, what the hell is going on here? With this sentence falling after that, Qiyue Jianwei, who was there, broke out in a cold sweat. immediately, is violently turned around. A slap, directly and violently was thrown out. Slap, a crisp sound rang out. This Cui Jianwei, gritting his teeth, unrelenting burst of punches and kicks. In his mouth, he was cursing. He said, I'll beat you to death. You're the one who can't make things happen. But can't make things happen. Who let you take the liberty of making such rules? Cui Jianwei, who was there, was frantically punching and kicking. In response, Lin Mo was laughing coldly. And then, that is when he slowly said, that's enough. This kind of bitter trick, there's no need to continue acting. Saying that, Lin Mo looked at the takeaway boy beside him and said, Little brother, let me ask you, how long has this rule of no takeout workers being allowed to enter been set? Listening to these words, the takeaway little brother who was there, said, almost half a year. In response, Lin Mo just nodded his head, then indifferently looked at the uncle and nephew Cui Jianwei who were there. He said, this rule, it was not set for a day or two, but for a full half a year. Half a year. I really don't believe that this rule, you as an uncle, can be unaware of it, said. Lin Mo just coldly, glanced at He Tianning and said, He Dong, these two people, I don't want to see anymore. Otherwise, the property company of this building of mine, I also have the need to think about it. Along with Lin Mo's words fell. He Tianning, who was there, hurriedly just nodded his head. Yes. I understand. Don't worry about this matter. Mr. Lin, I will definitely give you a satisfactory solution. There was a burst of nodding and bowing to Lin Mo. Then, it was to turn around, looking at the crowd at the back. His face was cold, said, Gentlemen, I feel that Director Cui Jianwei is somewhat less suitable to continue to be the executive director of our company. I suggest that Cui Jianwei be stripped of his executive director status and kicked out of the board. As for this security manager, Cui Jian, he should be expelled from the company and never be hired. After these words fell, Cui Jianwei's face suddenly changed. Hurriedly, he said loudly, Don't, He Dong, please don't deprive me of my executive director status. I beg you, please be magnanimous and let me go. Listening to these words, He Tianning who was there, shaking his head, he coldly laughed. Ha, it seems like you still haven't figured it out. Who, exactly, have you offended? After saying that, He Tianning was the one who said loudly, Now, everyone, let's vote by a show of hands. After saying that, the crowd of executive directors there, one after another, is to raise their hands to vote. More than 10 executive directors, without exception, have raised their hands. After all, this Cui Jianwei's behavior, can already be said, is completely touched their bottom line, destroyed their interests. Now put this Cui Jianwei, kicked out of the board of directors, and deprived of the status of executive director. In this way, to appease Lin Mo, undoubtedly, the decision with the least cost. And looking at such an outcome, Cui Jianwei, who was there, stumbled on his feet. With a pale face, he fell to the ground. Despair, a deep sense of despair. At this moment, it was also as much as it could be, surfacing in Cui Jianwei's heart. As for manager Cui who was there, he also had a look of 6 gods. Then, it was to look at the third uncle Cui Jianwei who was beside him. Said, Third uncle, we are now, listening to the words of this manager Cui. Cui Jianwei's face was dark and cold. Immediately, his eyes were crimson. Fiercely was a slap, fiercely drawn out, slap, accompanied by a crisp sound. This Cui Jianwei, too, could no longer hold back, roared angrily, How did I have such a pitted uncle's damned nephew like you? If it wasn't because of you, this asshole, how would I have been removed from my position? I'll smack you to death, you bastard who can't do enough to get things done. For a while, the miserable screams. It was at the main entrance of the shopping mall that resounded. Chapter 32 Star Scout. Are you interested in being a star? Not a moment later, the two people here were just thrown out by the security guards. With the two people being thrown out by the security guards, He Tianning, who was there, was smiling as he walked up to Lin Mo. He said, Mr. Lin, these 2 tumors have already been liquidated by me, and I also assure you that such ridiculous regulations will categorically not be repeated. So with that said, you see, the contract renewal between you and our property company. This He Tianning smiled fawningly. Turning to Lin Mo, he laughingly said, Lin Mo listened to this. It was the same that he calmly said, the matter of renewing the contract. Naturally, only, something like today, I don't want it to happen again. If it happens again, at that time, just terminate the contract. Yes, He Tianning, who was there, hurriedly answered. Then, just smilingly, continued, Then, on our side, we won't continue to bother you. Mr. Lin, have fun at the mall, and if there's anything you want to do, Just ask. Watching this Etianing leave, Xiaoyu Ma, who was there, just smiled and said, I didn't expect it, brother you actually, or this IPAM building boss it. Listening to Xiaoyu Ma's words, Lin Mo who was there, was also smiling, and opened his mouth. What? Surprised? After finishing with a light smile, Lin Mo was also continuing. To this Xiaoyu Ma asked, do you want to join us later and go to Happy Valley to have some fun? Happy Valley? At once, Xiaoyu Ma's eyes lit up. Afterwards, very naturally, she hugged Lin Mo's arm. In Lin Mo's mouth, there was also a mouthful of cold air that was violently sucked backwards, and there was Xiaoyu Ma. Among a pair of clear pupils, a few moments of expectation also surfaced. Looking at Lin Mo, she said, yeah, I also want to go and experience those exciting programs. Before, people have always been afraid to go alone. Hearing this, Lin Mo also smiled, and then was looking outside. He said, however, it's just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun outside here is a bit poisonous. We have to go buy some protective gear before we can do that. Said, Lin Mo was bringing Xiaoyu Ma, and the two of them were inside this mall. Bought 2 sun hats, as well as some nice sunscreen, and 2 pairs of sunglasses. Things although less, but it also cost Lin Mo $6,000 or $7,000. Subsequently, Lin Mo just drove his car and went straight to Happy Valley, and along the way, Lin Mo was also holding the steering wheel with one hand. His right hand was placed on Xiaoyu Ma's big white leg. Gently, it was touching. For a moment, Xiaoyu Ma's face was slightly red, but she didn't push Lin Mo's hand away. It didn't take long. The two of them then arrived at the Happy Valley. After applying sunscreen, bought 2 tickets. The 2 people also just walked all the way inside the Happy Valley. Let's go play with the sledgehammer first. How about it? Looking at the sledgehammer in front of him, Lin Mo lightly laughed. Aha! Yes. Xiaoyu Ma was somewhat looking forward to it. Then, pulling Lin Mo's hand, she quickly ran towards the sledgehammer. Before long, the two were sitting on the big pendulum. Sitting on it, Lin Mo held Xiaoyu Ma's hand and said, What? Nervous? Xiaoyu Ma blushed slightly. Then, after giving a soft it was a nod. If you're scared later, just shout out loud. Aha! It didn't take long. The large pendulum began to rotate. As it rotated faster and faster, Lin Mo, too, felt it. Xiaoyu Ma's grip on his hand was also getting tighter, and her breathing also slowed down a few points. And also at this time, the great pendulum also rose to a height of almost 90 degrees. Then, it was a fierce drop. Ah! Xiaoyu Ma couldn't hold back any longer and violently just screamed out. Many of the girls beside her did the same. Subsequently, as the sledgehammer continued to swing, Lin Mo, on the other hand, was smiling. Then, it was gently putting this Xiaoyu Ma into a gentle embrace. In an instant, the color of this Xiaoyu Ma's face was also reddened by it. Soon, the big pendulum hammer was also the end of the rotation. Slowly, it stopped there, with the large pendulum hammer next to Xiaoyu Ma. Her legs were already soft. Eyes looked disoriented. Look at you. Your legs are soft. Shaking his head, he helped her straighten her hair. While there, Xiaoyu Ma blinked. In the depths of her eyes, the love was even more intense. And afterward, the two of them played a few more items. Almost every item. This Xiaoyu Ma was scared to death, especially when playing with the jumper. Xiaoyu Ma's little face was incomparably white. The whole person hid in Lin Mo's arms, and the screams almost pierced Lin Mo's eardrums. This was also what made Lin Mo think it was purely a wrong decision for him to bring her to play in the Happy Valley. Hey, you're really... Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. Afterwards, said, with such a small guts, you still have to come to play inside the Happy Valley. Listening to these words, Xiaoyu Ma then spat out her tongue and said, where did I know that the facilities of this Happy Valley are so exciting? Listening to this, Lin Mo looked helpless, and then, he pointed down to a cold drink store there and said, alright, let's go to the cold drink store over there to take a rest first, then we'll go back later. Lightly nodded his head. Xiaoyu Ma who was here, it was following Lin Mo and walking to the cold drink store not far away. After buying a cold drink separately, Xiaoyu Ma then took out her cell phone and took a few pictures. Then, it was compiled into a 9-panel grid. Even though I'm scared in my heart, I still feel safe in a warm embrace. A paragraph of text, together with the 9 lattice. After sending it to the circle of friends, it was almost equivalent to an official announcement. Moreover, this Xiaoyu Ma was still special, highlighting this set of clothes on his body. After all, this is a whole set of international big brand. Naturally, she had to show off in front of her group of girlfriends. In response, Lin Mo just smiled gently. This was Xiaoyu Ma's character and habit. Naturally, he wouldn't say anything. Moreover, this trip to the Happy Valley. This Qiyue was also more dependent on him, and Lin Mo this time, is also finally clear. In the world, there is no such thing as green tea. There is, but only a good sister who will only love Gigi. And also at this time, a well-dressed middle-aged man, also came in front of Qiyue. With a smile on his face, he handed out a business card in his hand. Then, spoke. Hello, on my side is a star scout from 91 Entertainment. May I ask, the two of you, are you interested in becoming stars? Chapter 33 Invitation from the owner of Villa 2. Jiang Siwei felt lucky. Today originally, he had come to this Happy Valley, bringing his own wife and children over to play, but he didn't expect to run into two of them. In his opinion, the appearance condition is extremely good, only need a little teaching a few months, can debut as an idol diamond. In this regard, Lin Mo, who was there, had a strange look on his face, digging himself up to become a star? Unless he had cerebral palsy, he wouldn't choose to become a star. Afterwards, Lin Mo just glanced at Qiyue, who was there, and smiled. How about it? Are you interested to go out and become a big star? Don't want to. Immediately, this Qiyue was shaking his head repeatedly. After all, she was at least a student of the magic theater. Even if she really wanted to debut as a star, then she wouldn't be stupid enough to run into this kind of small, obscure company. Besides, now that she's with Lin Mo, she's in the hands of a big gold master like Lin Mo. The most prioritized option must be to serve their own gold master well. Become a star? Ha! Looking at Qiyue's reaction, Lin Mo just smiled, saying, this gentleman, you've seen it. We aren't interested in going out to be some kind of star. You'd better find someone else. After saying that, Lin Mo was holding this Qiyue and walking towards the outside. Seeing this, Jiang Siwei was also anxious. Hurriedly, was saying, the two of you should consider it. Although our 91 Entertainment is a newly established company, the capital behind it is strong, and is currently preparing to launch several major programs. With the conditions of the two of you, I can guarantee, as long as you two come to our company, in 1 year, no, half a year's time, we will be able to push you two to the top stream. When that time comes, I can guarantee that the annual income of the two of you will not be less than $10 million. After these words fell, quite a few people in the neighborhood just noticed this place. They were also planning to see, how were these two people going to respond? As for Lin Mo and Qiyue, they didn't pay too much attention to this Jiang Siwei. At this moment, the two came onto the parking lot. Afterwards, they took out their car keys, gently pressed it, drip. At that instant, the lights of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan that was parked there was a flash. Lin Mo and Qiyue, both of them, sat inside the car. Subsequently, a foot on the gas pedal. With a roar, they soon left, and in the same place, Jiang Siwei, the business card in his hand, fell to the ground. His face was a little red, only felt that, just now, his own promise, that was simply a joke. After all, to be so young, to be able to afford to drive an $8 million Rolls-Royce Cullinan, this is obviously a super rich second generation. People a super rich second generation. There is a need to enter the entertainment industry exhausted? He even earns $10 million a year. People simply do not care. And the others there, looking at the Rolls-Royce's taillights, they were also completely dumbfounded. I'll go. Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Hiss. No wonder people don't care about being a star. For a car, it's $8 million. Why work so hard to become a star? That's right. I didn't expect that little brother to be a rich second generation. For a moment, the crowd was staggered. As for Lin Mo's side, in the afternoon, the two of them went to climb mountains and play video games together. Waiting until the evening, Lin Mo then looked at this Qiyue and said, tonight, how about staying outside? When Qiyue heard this, her face was slightly red, but then, it was just a small voice that said, why don't we do it in a few days? These few days, I'm going to attend a drama performance by then. If I stay outside tonight, at that time, I won't be able to attend the drama performance. Listening to these words, Lin Mo also just nodded his head. Well, okay, then it'll be a few days later. Right, when is the performance? Remember to contact me. At that time, I'll go to the scene to cheer you on. Aha! Qiyue nodded her head repeatedly. Then as soon as she pounced up, she kissed Lin Mo on the cheek. In response to this, Lin Mo also just smiled. And then, he hooked up the Qiyue's chin. Immediately, he then greeted her. Not long after, inside the car was a burst of sound. Eating lollipops. A full half hour later, this Qiyue only reddened her face and sat there with her head down, not daring to speak. In response, Lin Mo just smiled. Tidying up his clothes, he sent Qiyue back to school. Looks like it's going to be alone tonight. Laughed lightly. Immediately, it was driving the car, traveling towards home. On the way home, it was also casual. In the roadside supermarket, bought some snacks and drinks. There was no way. The refrigerator at home was really empty. Plus, Lin Mo was just alone at home. He was also too lazy to cook anything. Big head driving the car, he returned home. In Lin Mo's heart, at this time, he also sighed helplessly. It seems that it's necessary to give yourself, hire a housekeeper. Looking at the empty huge villa, murmuring in the bottom of his heart. In the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, he had made up his mind. The villa was too empty. Moreover, on weekdays, hygiene and whatnot also needed to be cleaned. In the previous few days, there wasn't much of a feeling, but now take a look. It was indeed necessary to do it. Well, let's go find the housekeeper tomorrow. Putting things away. Just as Lin Mo was about to start cooking instant noodles, the doorbell was ringing. Somewhat puzzled, Lin Mo opened this door, only to see that standing outside the door was none other than the second villa's Sun Fu. Butler's son? Somewhat surprised, Lin Mo looked at Sun Fu and said, "And Sun Fu, who was there?" said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Lin, our young lady, wants to invite you to have dinner together." Have dinner together? Lin Mo couldn't help but freeze, then, was nodding his head and said, "Well, since that's the case, then I'll be respectful." After saying that, the two of them were also all the way, walking inside the second villa. In the middle of the villa, the servants were serving food there. As for the second floor, a young girl wearing a floral dress was standing there. Looking at Lin Mo who walked in, the young girl couldn't help but shake her head. So handsome. Looking at Lin Mo from afar, her heart murmured. But then, it was all the way downstairs. With a smile on her face, she said, "Hello, Mr. Lin." Stretching out her hand, the two gently shook it. This young girl was also the one who continued, "I'm the owner of this second villa, Mu Nanji." Lin Mo said concisely. Mu Nanji was the one who greeted Lin Mo and sat down. Soon, the dinner party opened. After simply eating something, after a bout of chatting in the south of the sky, Lin Mo put down the cutlery, wiped his mouth, and calmly looked at Mu Nanji, saying, "I guess, Ms. Mu, inviting me to this dinner today is not just as simple as wanting to meet me, right?" Chapter 34, Body Strengthening Potion. As Lin Mo's voice fell, Mu Nanji who was there, also put down the cutlery in her hands, and then, it was looking towards Lin Mo who was there. With a light smile, she said, "Indeed, this time, I invited Mr. Lin to be my guest. In fact, is that there is another thing that needs to be requested of Mr. Lin." "Oh, what is it?" raised his eyebrows. Lin Mo, somewhat curious, looked towards Mu Nanji who was there. "It's like this, I hope I can buy some more second generation Dahongpo from you." Listening to these words, Lin Mo, who was there, looked a little stunned. "Buy some more?" "Well, yes, it's actually like this. Wasn't Sun Fu at your place a few days ago, buying some second generation Great Red Robe?" Speaking of this, Lin Mo froze slightly. Immediately, he also nodded his head and said, "Yes, that's right, Butler Sun Fu some time ago, did buy some second generation Great Red Robes from me." Nunanji smiled awkwardly. Then it was, there, slowly saying, "It's like this, a few days ago, my old man celebrated his 70th birthday. At that time, I just used your second generation Great Red Robe as a gift to send over. I didn't expect that my family's old master would be 10,000 times more joyful, and hoped to be able to buy in some more. So, I am also hoping that you, Mr. Lin, will be able to cut me some slack and sell me some more." Listening to these words, Lin Mo was also enlightened. Subsequently, it was also with a smile, saying, "So that's how it is, but since old master likes it, then I will just give some away. Consider this as a gift for me to congratulate the old master on his 70th birthday." Listening to these words, Mu Nanji, who was there, instantly froze. What? This is my gift to the old master. What's wrong with it?" Seeing Lin Mo say so, the Mu Nanji there, in the end, could only give a bitter smile and said, "Since Mr. Lin, you have said so, then I won't push back. This matter, it is our Mu family, who has taken advantage of you." Talking and laughing, Lin Mo was also the one who sent a tea out, and then, looking at Mu Nanji who was there, he said, "Right, Miss Mu." Hearing this, Mu Nanji immediately said, "Hey, Mr. Lin, don't call me Miss Mu, just call me Nanji directly." Lin Mo nodded his head. "Then Nanji, you can just call me Lin Mo. I actually have something that I hope I can ask you guys to do." "You say?" "Well, I just came to Magic City not long ago, so I'm not very familiar with this side of Magic City. However, if I live alone in my villa, I won't be able to keep up with the cleaning and other things. So I was hoping to ask you guys to do me a favor and introduce me to a housekeeper and nanny or something. Lin Mo said awkwardly. Indeed, one was indeed not too familiar with these. If one were to go looking for one on their own, then whether or not they could find a good one was not to be said. In terms of the nanny's credibility alone, it would be a big no, and instead of that, it would be better to let Mu Nanji and the others help look for them. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Mu Nanji and the others were stunned. In the next moment, they were smiling, and spoke. Hi, I thought it was something. So Lin Mo, you want to find a housekeeper? Don't worry about this. I'll arrange for Uncle Fu to take care of it for you tomorrow. Then thank you very much. After some conversation, after having enough wine and food, Lin Mo returned to his house, while inside the second villa, Mu Nanji, on the other hand, her eyes flickered. Immediately, it was said, it seems that this Lin Mo, his identity is not simple nah. Uncle Fu, do you think we should bring him in for the project in East China Sea? Sun Fu there, at once, was a burst of pondering over it. The project in the East Sea is worth more than $3 billion. This Mr. Lin seems to have quite a history. I think, it's possible, only, it's the Wood Source Group's side. It's not easy to get Listening to this Mu Nanji's brows furrowed. Has the gift been delivered? My side has met the Wood Source Group, Chairman Jiang Hai's wife. Just she completely refused to let go. For a moment, Mu Nanji was silent over it. At the bottom of her heart, there was some annoyance. On the other side, at this time Lin Mo was nestled in the sofa brushing the drama. For Mu Nanji their plan is oblivious. Time passed little by little. Not long after, it was 12 o'clock at night. It's 12 o'clock again? In the bottom of Lin Mo's eyes, a few points of excitement also swept through. Immediately, it was to take out his cell phone. Body strengthening potion. Subsidized price, 23. 3-inch. Charm max card. Subsidized price, 19. 9-inch. Looking at these $2 trillion subsidized items, Lin Mo was a bit confused. What the hell is all this? The bottom of his heart carried a few moments of confusion. But then, Lin Mo's fingers still landed on the screen. Choosing to place these two items, he made a purchase. Purchase successful. Delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time, 5 minutes. Please wait to receive the goods. 5 minutes delivery? Then let's wait, muttered in his heart. Lin Mo just sat down on the sofa and waited quietly. About 5 minutes later, on his cell phone, there was once again a prompt that surfaced. The item you purchased has been delivered. Please go to the item bar to check. Lin Mo froze. Immediately, he clicked on the item bar interface. After entering the item bar interface, Lin Mo saw 2 items lying inside. Body strengthening potion. After taking it, it can greatly improve the user's physique. Subsequent enhancements need to be tapped by the user themselves. Charm max card. After use, the user's charm value will be raised to the peak, and the user can control whether or not to emit charm. Looking at these 2 items, Lin Mo could not help but just froze on the sofa. This is a bit interesting, muttered in his heart. Subsequently, Lin Mo also just used the 2, one after the other, and after the body strengthening potion was taken, a strong sense of fatigue suddenly struck Lin Mo's mind. Yawning deeply, Lin Mo directly drifted off to sleep. I don't know how much time passed. Only then did Lin Mo slowly open his eyes, only to see that the sky outside had already lit up. As for himself, he was still lying on the sofa. This feels, having just woken up, Lin Mo was immediately awake. He felt that within his body, there was a terrifying power contained within. Is this the effect of the body strengthening potion? Squeezing his fist, Lin Mo only felt that his punch, I'm afraid that it could reach the effect of a top boxer, striking with all his might. Try it out. My current physical quality. Thinking of this, Lin Mo just walked towards the downstairs gym. Chapter 35, I'd like to see his limit, where it is. 1 hour later, inside the gym downstairs, Lin Mo was still on the treadmill, at an even speed. He was running on the treadmill. The gear of the treadmill was still in the highest gear. However, Lin Mo was still breathing smoothly, breathing evenly. It lasted for a few more minutes. Only then did Lin Mo end his running. There was a murmur in his heart. This is definitely not the peak of what my physical ability can tap into. When I was on the treadmill just now, I clearly felt it. I was continuously and gradually tapping into the potential of the body strengthening potion there. But now it looks like I can't continue to tap into the potential if I just continue running. Lin Mo murmured in his heart. After all, in the hour's time just now, Lin Mo had taken the treadmill, adjusted it to the highest grade, and ran for a full hour. And the result? He himself was still swimming with ease. The fitness equipment at home is not enough. It seems like I still have to try the gym. Lin Mo had a decision in his heart. Afterwards, he took out his cell phone and searched hurrah, is found in the vicinity of their own home not far away. There is a high-end fitness center. Lijia Fitness Center? Looking at the name of this gym, Lin Mo did a navigation. The gym was not far from his own place. It would only take about 10 minutes if he drove over. Afterwards, he went upstairs and took a shower first. Immediately, he followed the navigation and drove to this gym. This gym, which was relatively advanced, was decorated largely with logs, and the environment was also very elegant. The internal fitness equipment was very complete, and it was equipped with a swimming pool, jacuzzi, sauna and steam room. In general terms, rather than a gym, it might as well be described as a fitness club. With a walk to the front desk attendant who was there, immediately, a smile appeared on his face and he enthusiastically said, "Hello sir, may I ask if you're coming over to work out?" Yes. Lin Mo nodded his head and then continued, "But I need a personal trainer on my side." Lin Mo came to the gym. One was hoping to borrow the gym equipment. The second was that he hoped to find a personal trainer, so that he could maximize and tap into his own potential. "Okay sir, then this way please." The waiter led Lin Mo inside the gym, and at this moment, a voice was suddenly ringing out. "Lin Mo?" Hearing this voice, Lin Mo looked back. He only saw Mu Nanji, who was coming from downstairs. At this time, Mu Nanji was wearing a ponytail, and on her body, she was wearing a set of tight white sportswear. Under the bondage of the sportswear, the slender figure appeared to be convex and curved, and on the exposed belly, there was not the slightest bit of flab. The snow-white skin was even more pronounced. "Nanji, why are you here?" Lin Mo's voice rang out. Hearing Lin Mo's voice, Mu Nanji, who was there, was suddenly flustered. The look on her face appeared a bit disoriented. Staring at Lin Mo's cheeks, it was difficult to move away. For some reason, as soon as she saw Lin Mo today, this Mu Nanji only found it difficult to move her eyes away, as if it was attracted to him, and even more so, she felt that today's Lin Mo, compared to last night, was a few points more handsome. Seeing this, Lin Mo frowned slightly. After that, it was then said, "Nanji, what's wrong?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, this Mu Nanji hurriedly came back to her senses. Hurriedly, she said, Oh, nothing, Lin Mo, are you here to work out too?" "Well, I came here to get a fitness card." Lin Mo smiled and said, "So Mu Nanji nodded her head. Afterwards, it was to that waiter beside Lin Mo that she said, "You go back first. I'll take Mr. Lin in, just experience it first." The waiter who was at the side, then, was nodding his head, saying, "Okay Ms. Mu." After saying that, this waiter hurriedly just ran away. "I didn't expect that I would actually be able to run into you here." Mu Nanji laughed. After searching at home, the nearby gym that is closer, is only here. Shrugging his shoulders, Lin Mo said bashfully, "Nanji, since you are working out here, then I wonder if there is a familiar personal trainer that I can recommend?" Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Mu Nanji pondered, and then, said, "Let's put it this way, I happen to have a private lesson experience spot left here. Why don't you try it? That, also good. Well, then you go change your clothes first. This gym is providing sportswear." Lin Mo nodded, then took a set of gym clothes. After changing into them, he was following Mu Nanji and entered the gym. Soon, Lin Mo was seeing Mu Nanji's personal trainer. After Mu Nanji said the situation, that personal trainer was the one who came in front of Lin Mo. Then, "Mr. Lin, I will first test to see how your physical strength is." After saying that, the three of them came before a piece of equipment. This is a flat bench press rack, mainly used for strength training. The parts that are worked out are the overall pectoralis major and triceps. "Mr. Lin, you just lie on it and hold the barbell and push up." Lin Mo nodded his head, then was lying on top. After the explanation, the workout began, and because he was after drinking the strengthening potion, the quality aspect of his body was terrifying. So, the overall movements were very easy to do. Looking at Lin Mo's relaxed appearance, this private tutor was a bit surprised, and then he said, "I'll add weight on my side." After adding the weight, it was still very easy. "Keep adding." Lin Mo still looked casual. Looking at this scene, the two people, the private tutor and Mu Nanji, were both a little stunned in the bottom of their eyes. Add again. Continue. After increasing the weight several times in succession, the weight of this barbell could be said to have reached a very alarming point. Lin Mo, however, was still relaxed and cozy. Looking at this scene, the two people, the private tutor and Mu Nanji, were already a little nonplussed, and in the neighborhood, the other people who were working out also noticed the difference here. At this time, they were also gathered around. Upon seeing the barbell figures in Lin Mo's hands, there was also some shock in their expressions. To know, at this time, Lin Mo's bench press figure had already reached 100 kilograms. This number, it can be said, it has already reached a relatively shocking point, but looking at Lin Mo's appearance, it was obvious that he still hadn't reached the limit, and at this moment, a young man next to him, whose body was covered in swollen muscles, also walked over at this moment. What are you all gathering here for? Hearing this voice, the surrounding crowd, too, separated one after another. Coach Wu, you're here, Coach Wu. Hearing the voices around him, this youth nodded. This youth was the top personal trainer among their gym. It was even a character who had once won a world-class bodybuilding competition. It could be said that it was the treasure of this Lijia fitness center. Mu Nanji's personal trainer, at this time, also ran over and said, Teacher Wu, it's like this. Subsequently, it was the story of what happened. Listening to this, on Wu Jia's face, a few moments of interest surfaced. Oh, immediately, it was to look at Lin Mo who was there. A few points of interest came under his eyes. It's a bit interesting, muttered under his breath. I'd like to see his limit. Where is it? Chapter 36, Breaking the World Record. Subsequently, the weight of this barbell, too, continued to start increasing. 110 kilograms, 120 kilograms, 130 kilograms. The data continued to increase, but it was only a matter of 3 minutes. Lin Mo's barbell data was a terrifying 180 kilograms. Looking at this terrifying and incomparable data, the two people there, Mu Nanji and the private tutor, were both scared silly at this time, especially the private tutor. He was swallowing his saliva. Looking at Mu Nanji who was there, he said, Ms. Mu, your friend's body physique, perverted. It is really too perverted. Mu Nanji was already shocked, beyond words. At this time, in her mouth, she also could not help but murmur for a while. In the midst of his expression, it was even more filled with astonishment. After all, this performance of Lin Mo's was truly astounding. As for the crowd beside him, they were all exclaiming over it. Is this bastard a pervert? This physical strength, it's too terrifying, isn't it? This is 180 kilograms, obviously on his body. You can't see any too prominent muscles? There was Wu Jia. At this time, in his mouth, there was also a burst of being staggered by it. Said, this physical strength is really some horror. 180 kilograms, push actually so easy. Teacher Wu, what's wrong? Isn't this only 180 kilograms? Yes, Teacher Wu, this is terrifying, but it's not to the point where you're surprised, right? That's right, this 180 kilograms. You can do it too, right, Teacher Wu? For these words, Wu Jia could not help but just shake his head for a while. Then, it was then that he slowly said, 180 kilograms. I can indeed do it, but I definitely can't do it with such ease and comfort. I see his expression. It is obviously very casual. Obviously, this is far from his limit. A sentence fell. Everyone also noticed Lin Mo's expression. Indeed, Lin Mo's expression appeared very casual and natural. It was as if what he was lifting was not a 180 kilogram barbell. Rather, it was an 18 kilogram dumbbell. For a moment, many people were moved. Wu Jia, who was there, continued to speak at this time. Go ahead and try adding it. First to 200. Listening to this, the private tutor nodded, and then informed Lin Mo that it was a continued increase in weight. The weight was increased to 200. Lin Mo remained casual, and then, the weight continued to increase, with the increase after 2 more times. In Lin Mo's hands, the movement was a beat. Looking at this scene, the crowd there was somewhat confused, especially the personal trainer there, looked at Lin Mo and asked, Mr. Lin, what's wrong? The others were also a bit curious. After all, just now, Lin Mo was clearly just in a state of fluidity. This sudden pause, what was he preparing for? Just as they were wondering, Lin Mo then opened his mouth and asked, what is my current weight? 260 kilograms. Lin Mo mused. He said, it's a bit light, try adding it to 300 for me. A sentence fell. Everyone next to him, for a moment, everyone was kneeling, speaking called human words. 260 kilograms. This is called a bit light, and to add to 300 kilograms? This, on everyone's face, the expression was stagnant, and Wu Jia, who was there, came over at this time and said, increase to 300? Mr. Lin, are you sure? To know, Lin Mo's current weight had reached 260 kilograms. Bench pressing without equipment. This weight was already terrifying. Add it, I want to try and see where my limit is. Lin Mo calmly said. After all, himself was completely just very relaxed right now, and if he couldn't make himself feel the pressure, then the effects of the body strengthening potion just couldn't be stimulated. Okay, Mr. Lin, Wu Jia nodded his head. Then, it began to increase the weight. Soon, the barbell reached 300 kilograms. Many people swallowed their saliva. Lin Mo, however, remained relaxed. Lin Mo frowned and said, "Add 15 kilograms. A sentence fell, causing everyone around to have their hearts skip a beat. Good, good. Even Wu Jia, at this time, was trembling a little. Subsequently, carefully, increasing the weight. As for the Mu Nanji next to her, she was not very knowledgeable about bench press, although she knew that the weight was very scary, but still puzzled. She turned to her personal trainer and asked, "Coach, this weight, is it scary?" The personal trainer glanced at Mu Nanji, then said, "Let me put it this way. The latest world record in the world in 2019, unequipped bench press, the highest it can reach is 337 kilograms, and the world's top 5 record is at 322.5 kilograms. In other words, if Mr. Lin increases it to 315 kilograms, he's closing in on the world record." A sentence fell. Mu Nanji was appalled by it. Subsequently, the gaze that looked at Lin Mo was even more complicated. After increasing to 315 kilograms, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. At this weight, Lin Mo vaguely felt that he was already on the verge of touching his limit. However, there was still room to rise. Increase. Wu Jia nodded, not daring to have the slightest hesitation. The weight increased little by little. 320 kilograms, 321 kilograms, under 5 kilograms and 5 kilograms of increase. The surrounding crowd looked a little excited. Some people even took out their cell phones and started shooting videos. Wu Jia's breathing was also shortened by this. 336 kilograms, 337 kilograms, 338 kilograms. With the instant it increased to 338 kilograms, everyone who was there was instantly cheering. World record broken. The world record for the unequipped bench press. Broken. For a moment, inside the gym, there was a burst of boiling. Under this burst of cheers, even the crowds that were in other fitness areas were attracted over. After all, 338 kilograms, unequipped bench press. It might be said that this data was meaningless to ordinary people, but for their kind, engaged in fitness and bodybuilding people, but is a kind of almost faith general existence. And at this time, despite his excitement, Wu Jia, but still loudly drank. Quiet. He could clearly see. 338 kilograms was not Lin Mo's limit. The next moment, the weight continued to increase, all the way to 343 kilograms. The weight, only then did it stop continuing to increase. 343 kilograms. Although Lin Mo was able to continue to bench press, but already felt that it was a bit strained. This was the limit degree of his arm strength. Chapter 37, the video of the heat of the moment. At this moment, in the middle of the gym, all the fitness enthusiasts' faces were filled with excitement, because, at this moment, they knew, in terms of the unequipped bench press, a brand new world record had appeared. 343 kilograms. This record, compared to the original world record, is directly pulled up by as much as 6 kilograms. And, the most important thing is, this level of weight was created by their Xinhua people. You know, before this, Xinhua had never had one person, without equipment bench press weight, reach the figure of 300 kilograms. For a moment, the entire arena was abuzz. Brother, from now on, you're my big brother. From the 180 kilograms at the beginning, all the way up the weight, climbed to 343 kilograms. Nima, brother, no, dad, grandpa. At this moment, inside the gym, everyone's expression as they looked at Lin Mo was different. All of them were very clear at this moment. This one in front of them, the youth who didn't look like he had much muscle. Inside his body, he contained an unrivaled and terrifying power. And Lin Mo was also somewhat elated. To be honest, even he hadn't been able to think of it. The strengthening potion for the physical aspect of his body could actually be so terrifying. One reinforcement. It directly allowed him to break the world record for the unequipped bench press. Then, if he can continue to dig his own potential words, his own body, and can be strengthened to, what kind of a point? A time. Lin Mo's heart, vaguely some expectations up. Next to him, Wu Jia at this time. Looking at Lin Mo's face, he also looked a little excited. Mr. Lin, congratulations on breaking the world record for the unequipped bench press. To this, Lin Mo just smiled, saying, hey, it's not worth mentioning, besides it's not like I did this bench press at a competition. Waving his hand, Lin Mo's face just carried a few light smiles. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Wu Jia just laughed, but in his heart, he understood. Lin Mo was just being modest. Even if it was really on the IPF bench press championships, Lin Mo would still be able to easily break another world record. As for Mu Nanji, who was next to him, she walked over with a grudge, saying, Lin Mo, with this physical quality, What are you talking about coming to the gym? Being able to bench press a 343 kilogram barbell, you have absolutely no need for fitness, okay? To this, Lin Mo just gently smiled and said, that's for the general public. It's still necessary for me to continue working out. Listening to this, Mu Nanji only thought that Lin Mo was joking. Afterwards, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, saying, TSK, ghost believe it. Lin Mo let out a light laugh, then said, I'll be training in your place from now on. Take me to get a card? A sentence fell. Wu Jia there hurriedly said, no need. Since Mr. Lin intends to work out at our gym, this can be said to be an honor. If that's the case, I'll take it upon myself to send Mr. Lin a black gold VIP card. In the future, Mr. Lin's spending in our gym will be free of charge. Wu Jia, who was here, hurriedly said, he was one of the shareholders of this Lijia Fitness Center. He still had the right to give away a VIP card. Moreover, Lin Mo's behavior of breaking the world record just now still showed him. In this, it was actually profitable. Then this, thanks a lot. Lin Mo quickly also figured out this Wu Jia's intentions. With just a smile, he accepted the VIP card. Afterwards, he also started to try out the other fitness programs. And very quickly, it was an afternoon that passed. By the time it was around 5 in the afternoon, Lin Mo had spent the whole day in the gym. Only then did he return home. At the same time, a video was also on Weibo, gradually starting to catch fire. This was exactly what happened just now. The process of Lin Mo performing a bench press barbell. And at this time, this video, too, quickly began to skyrocket in popularity. But in a day's time, there were 300,000 likes, and there were even 50,000 comments. And the comments section now is also exploded. I go, is this for real? One person pushed up 343 kilograms? Really? Breaking the world record? This is the power of Shenhua. This little brother. Awesome. I remember before, the world record was 337 kilograms, right? Ha, that's absolutely fake. How can someone so skinny have so much strength? Disgusting. At least have some common sense when it comes to faking, okay? Our best record in Shenhua is Mao Qingyu's 235 kilograms. And internationally, those who can bench press 300 kilograms are all Europeans and Americans. That's right. This fake is too disgusting. Moreover, the way you see people's power is not right. Nima, are they really just a bunch of sheepdogs? Why can't we Chinese people have someone who can push out 300 kilograms? Weibo per capita fitness experts? At this point in time, within the microblogging platform, the comment area can be said to have appeared an extremely strong polarization state. Many people, for the authenticity of this video, is a state of doubt, and the heat of this microblogging is also crazy soaring, from the beginning of the 48th place, all the way up to the 6th place, officially, breaking through to the top 10. At the same time, inside the Dongshan province, a stout youth was pushing up a barbell, and right at this moment, his cell phone was ringing. After placing the barbell, the youth's cell phone picked up. Chang Yu, did you read the microblogging yet? After picking up, an excited and anxious voice rang out. I haven't looked at it yet. Is something happening? Mao Qingyu asked to the other end of the phone. On the other end of the phone, it was also a friend who played fitness named Yu Yang. You quickly look at it. Someone on Weibo exposed a video saying, someone broke the world record for the unequipped bench press. What? Old Yang? You're not kidding me, right? Mao Qingyu's face was filled with shock. I'm not joking. It's true. Yu Yang's tone was serious. Really? Who broke it? A godly Chinese in Magic City. He bench pressed a weight that reached 343 kilograms. How is it possible? In a flash, this Mao Qingyu stood up. The look on his face was full of shock and dismay. He was the Asian champion of the bench press, so he knew better than anyone else. An Asian, a Shenhua man, wanted to bench press a weight that reached over 300 kilograms. This difficulty, just how great? You hurry up and look on Weibo. Right now the heat of that video is already reaching the 4th of the hot searches. Hearing this, Mao Qingyu hurriedly opened his cell phone's Weibo. Just as soon as he opened it, there was a series of tips of being at. Didn't care about these. He was directly clicked on the hot search list. Then, began to look at the video on Weibo. The expression, serious and incomparable. Chapter 38 An Unexpected Harvest. It's actually, is true. From the point of view of the hair power, there is no suspicion of cheating. Sitting on the chair, Mao Qingyu there. His expression was slightly dazed. And what followed? It was excitement over it. 343 kilograms. This was a brand new record. Even though it was said that the creation of this record did not occur at the IPF championships. But still, there was no denying the strength of the other party. Immediately, he was the one who picked up his cell phone and opened his Weibo to knock down a text. Mao Changyu. Congratulations to Mr. Lin for setting a brand new world record of 343 kilograms. This is the pride of the Xinhua people. The moment the microblog was sent out, the comments section below Mao Changyu exploded. Big Brother Mao has appeared? Nyo ah. This is Big Brother Mao. Ha ha. Where's that group of spammers? Where did they go? Where are the jets who said people were faking? Now that Big Brother Mao has spoken out, you guys continue to come out and spray. Big Brother Mao recognized that video. So you can see that Big Brother's achievement. It's definitely not fake. With Mao Chengyu's microblog sent out, Lin Mo's popularity of this video, which was already hot in itself, was even more insanely skyrocketing at this time. And for all of this, Lin Mo did not know the slightest thing. At this time, he was playing games at home. At the same time, he was also waiting for the arrival of 12 o'clock. And also at this time. But there is a WeChat banner pop-up window appeared. Just like that. It was a message from Mu Nanji. Opened a glance. Mu Nanji, you are on fire. Looking at this message, Lin Mo froze and immediately replied, I'm on fire? What's the situation? Mu Nanji, microblogging hot search. You are now number 1. For this Mu Nanji's words, Lin Mo was now full of confusion. Immediately, it was to open the microblog, and with a face full of doubt, he began to check it, and after opening the microblog, the whole person, at this time, also froze. At this time, this microblogging first hot search, Hiran is their own. Unequipped bench press world record was refreshed. Good guy, after breaking the world record, and incidentally, sent me a microblogging hot search? Lin Mo was stumped for a while. On his face, there were also a few moments of consternation, and then, it was also a smile, while gently shaking his head. Slightly, he looked at the news on Weibo. Lin Mo who was here, his expression also looked calm. Time quickly, also came to 12 o'clock sharp, closing the microblog. Immediately, Lin Mo opened the $1 trillion subsidy app, refreshed the interface. Today's products appeared on the app interface. Prestige punch card table subsidized price, 18. 8-inch. 1 detox spray subsidized price, 9.99. Looking at these two items, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows, and then of all things, it was decisively purchased. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 15 minutes. Please wait for delivery. Looking at the prompts on his cell phone, Lin Mo's eyebrows gently raised. In his mouth, he also couldn't help but murmur. A quarter of an hour? Eyes flickered. The subsequent one was to close the app. Lying on the sofa, he prepared for a tense and exciting game of King. 15 minutes quickly passed. Looking at the victory mark that appeared on his cell phone, Lin Mo's eyebrows gently rose. The corners of his mouth were also outlined with it. Not bad. His mood was happy. Subsequently, he reopened the $1 trillion subsidy app. 15 minutes is almost up. If something, it should have arrived. In the bottom of his heart, he muttered. After clicking on the app, sure enough, in the item bar, there were already 2 items that were being placed in this item bar. Prestige punch list, for everyone, 000, 000 prestige reached, 1 reward will be randomly obtained, and the prestige punch list will automatically disappear after receiving 3 rewards. Spray, after using the spray on a specific person, the other person will tell the truth in the next 5 minutes, and the spray will disappear automatically after use. Looking at these 2 items, Lin Mo couldn't help but be staggered. These 2 things. For a moment, Lin Mo was somewhat in tears. Immediately, his finger then just landed on the prestige punch list, and after the finger fell, a pop-up window, all of a sudden, just popped up. It has been detected that the user's reputation has reached the standard. Will they receive the first stage reward? Reputation has reached the standard? At this moment, Lin Mo was somewhat puzzled. My reputation, how did it reach the standard? Scratching his head, Lin Mo's expression was puzzled. Could it be? Suddenly, in the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, in a vague manner, was a few guesses. Immediately, that was when he clicked on the microblog. Looking at that hanging in the microblogging hot search first topic at this time the bottom of the heart, is also for it. Sure enough, eyes flickered. At this time Lin Mo, the corner of his mouth gently rose. I didn't expect that this microblogging hot search actually directly allowed me to obtain the first stage reward of this prestige playing meter card. Gently rubbing his hands, Lin Mo had some expectations for the rewards of this prestige beating table card. Claim. The finger fell. The prompt surfaced again. Stage 1 reward. Claimed successfully. Acquired. Pagani Wind got Imola *1. After the system prompt fell, Lin Mo only felt that his pocket was heavy. After that, he pulled out a car key with a very different shape. The car key was in his hand. Lin Mo was still a bit confused about this car. Subsequently, then it was that he started searching on his cell phone. When he saw the information about this car for a moment, Lin Mo's mouth At that moment, cold air was sucked backwards. Pagani Wind God Imola. This car is a global limited edition model. All over the world, there are only 5 units. The price in the European Union was a terrifying 5 million euros, converted into Shenhua dollars. That's 3,935 million. This kind of sky-high price can even buy 2 houses in the center of Magic City. Not to mention, this is still a super luxury car that there are only 5 in the world. This value, that's not something that money can measure. $39 million supercar. Lin Mo at this moment, a burst of is just staggered by it. I didn't expect that going to the gym to get fit would actually make nearly $40 million backhandedly. Under a burst of light laughter, he was just looking at the prestige punch list on the app. Both eyes, too, were slightly narrowed. The rewards of the first stage are just so terrifying. Then the rewards of the 2 stages behind. For a moment, Lin Mo's mood appeared to be somewhat excited. Fingers, swirling, also fell once again. Chapter 39. Let's see if it's His Highness Joe. The requirements for the second stage of collection have not yet been met. Current progress, 1. 83 million/5 million inch. The second stage, requiring 5 million reputation? Looking at this scene, Lin Mo's heart was also pondering over it. What would it take to reach the second stage's prestige value? Pinching his chin, Lin Mo's brows were also furrowed for it. At the same time, he opened his mouth and asked, "This prestige value, how exactly is it judged?" As these words fell on the cell phone screen, Herculeanly, a row of messages appeared. The determination of the prestige value is after a certain event that was formed because of the user's behavior was noticed by others, thus generating effective feedback is the corresponding prestige value. Listening to this, Lin Mo's brows furrowed. Like this? Then what is effective feedback? Other people liking and commenting on this matter. This time, Lin Mo did understand. But then, the bottom of his heart also sank slightly. After all, if anything, the rules for judging the prestige value of this prestige punch list were like this. A prestige value of 5 million was still very troublesome to reach. It seems that next, this second stage of prestige value acquisition, one has to think of a more direct method. Pinching his chin, Lin Mo's heart murmured over it. At the same time, his fingers were aimlessly sliding randomly on the screen, and right at this moment, his gaze, but all of a sudden, landed on the Fighting Shark app that was there. Fighting Shark Live? Lin Mo pondered in his heart. Maybe, after his eyes flickered for a while, his finger, too, tapped into the app, and then, he also smoothly tapped into the live room of a female anchor that he had been paying attention to. This female anchor was named Fair is Not a Rabbit. At this time, is carrying on the outdoor live broadcast. In the mouth, is also open to say, "Hello friends, Phil is now outdoor live broadcast. Next, we play a game together. I am now in Magic City. Specifically in what place? Well, I will not say. The next hour of time, you cannot hesitate to snipe me. Everyone as long as in an hour to snipe to my words. I will send my micro signal." As these words fell, in the middle of this fair's live broadcast room, the pop-ups also finally multiplied. "I'll go. Is it really a fake? Then I'll go snipe you right now. I happen to be in Magic City. Woohoo! Is Fair starting the whole thing? Giving away micro signals? This is the equivalent of a super fire." For a moment, quite a few people in Magic City's water friends, one after another, were just ready to snipe this Fair, and Lin Mo's eyebrows, too, were gently raised. Sniping to send a micro signal? This is a bit interesting. But, looking at the background within this Fair's live room, Lin Mo only felt a little familiar. Subsequently, there was also a light eep in his mouth. This seems to be here. At this time, he only felt that the background of this Fair's live broadcast room appeared somewhat familiar. After some careful recognizing, Lin Mo did laugh out loud. This distance, not far. At this time, he recognized it. This Fair's location. It should be his own East Suburb 1 villa, a square not far behind. Should I go sniping to see? Pinching his chin, Lin Mo after some contemplation. Anyway, it's so close, just go over and take a look. Thinking of this, then he walked out of the villa, because the distance was not far. Therefore, there was no driving. A few minutes later, he came to the square not far away. One side of watching the live broadcast, while searching, and under some searching, Lin Mo also smiled all of a sudden. At this very moment, less than 100 meters in front of him, just like that, there was a young girl who was broadcasting live. This person was the Fair in the live broadcast room. At this time, she was wearing a white dress, under the illumination of the streetlights. Her features were very delicate. It's actually not a beauty monster? Lin Mo was surprised in the bottom of his heart. At this time, she was amazed by this Fair's true face value. To know, most of the anchors these days are beauty face monsters, but this Fair, even the real face value, that also belongs to a group of very capable. Not to say it is 100% similar, but at least it is also in 99%. The remaining 1% was a matter of lighting. Fair? Lin Mo opened his mouth. As Lin Mo's words fell, Fair, who was still live streaming there, instantly just froze. It was then that she raised her head, looking at Lin Mo who was there. At that moment was a bit dumbfounded. You are here to snipe the water friends? Took a glance at the time on his cell phone. From the time he said, let someone snipe himself offline, but it was only 10 minutes past. As a result, this was sniped at? It wasn't just Fair who was confused. Inside the live broadcast room, a crowd of water friends were also confused. Sniping? Snipe a hammer, oh. Spit it out. I just analyzed it. Where this film might be, ready to go over. And you're telling me that someone sniped it? Spit it out. This is definitely ATO, right? At this moment, inside the live broadcast room, a bar of pop-ups quickly crossed from the screen. Quite a few people were spitting there at this moment. Some were even suspecting that Lin Mo might be ATO. After all, this speed was just too fast. Even Fair was looking a little unnatural, saying, little brother, this speed of yours, isn't it too fast? Oh, I just happened to be in the neighborhood, and felt that Fair's outdoor scene was somewhat familiar, so I came over to take a look. Lin Mo, who was here, smiled and spoke. A sentence fell. Fair was a little confused, blinking her eyes. Her expression was somewhat confused. Just in the neighborhood? This Qin Fair was very clear. This square that she was currently in was in a rich area. In this neighborhood, there were basically some rich merchants, and this water friend in front of her. Surprisingly, he said that he was in the neighborhood before? Could it be that? Before this Qin Fair thought more. Lin Mo's voice, but once again sounded. Originally thought, Fair is a beauty master. Offline real life is actually a Qiyue, your highness. But I didn't expect that the actual real person would actually be no different than in the live broadcast room. After a sentence fell, inside the live broadcast room, everyone instantly just sprayed. Ha, this little brother is really interesting. Actually able to think that Fair is a tank? Put. Look guys, Fair's face has gone black. Ha, it's really killing me with laughter. Qin Fair who was there, at this time was clenching her pink fists. Then, there was a burst of gnashing of teeth. With a pair of beautiful eyes, she stared at Lin Mo with a deadly glare. His Highness Qiao? You're His Highness Qiao. Your whole family is His Highness Qiao. I'm a real beauty queen, okay? This time, I was so angry that my heart went crazy. Chapter 40, 5 shots of ultra fire. Just to watch a radio gymnastics? Silver teeth clenched. Looking at Lin Mo in front of her, the young girl looked a little indignant. There was even only one thought in her heart. This little brother in front of her was clearly so good looking, but unfortunately, how was it that it was just off? Not a mute? Subsequently, took a deep breath, trying hard to pile up a smile. He said, since I let you find me, then according to the rules just now, I'll add your WeChat. Good. Lin Mo nodded his head, and then handed out his cell phone. After scanning the code and adding WeChat, Qin Fair waved her hand towards Lin Mo and said, then I'll leave first on my side. Later at 12:30, I still have a PK. TSK, still PK? You have less than $1,000 of water a month. Going up to PK that's not looking for abuse? Lin Mo said casually. The words fell. Qin Fair's eyes widened. Looking at Lin Mo, she almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Inside the live broadcast room, at this time inside and outside was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Ha, Fair this is disliked. 666. This spitting, put. You're telling the truth. Fair, I don't want feisty. Ha, laughing my ass off. This little brother is a talent. And also at this moment, Lin Mo casually took his cell phone, tapped on the app, and asked in his heart, if I make a gift swipe to cause a stir during a live broadcast, can it be counted as prestige value? With the thought falling afterward, the dialog box appeared. Counts. Watching gave an affirmative answer. An idea, too, was gradually taking shape in Lin Mo's heart. Forget it, seeing as you're pitiful. I'll send you to first place later. A sentence fell. Qin Fair's instantly froze. Inside the live broadcast room, there was also a moment of silence from the water friends. Qin Fair, who was here, was asking with a few moments of doubt, little brother, your Do Shark account is? Oh, a white John number. A sentence fell. The corner of Qin Fair's mouth twitched, saying, forget it, little brother, don't make fun of me. Now that first place is completely out of my reach, it would be nice to win a game. Obviously, Qin Fair didn't take Lin Mo's words seriously. Immediately, she waved her hand and left. And in response, Lin Mo just shrugged his shoulders and didn't explain anything. Just slowly and leisurely, he returned home. After taking a shower at home, only then did he pick up his cell phone and look at it. At this time, It was already 12:30 p.m. Inside the live broadcast room, Qin Fei was already starting PK. Hello miss, the first round is for the two of us to PK, please also start a little bit lighter yet. The other side of the screen, a female anchor who was dressed in a cool, alluring outfit. There, she said with a pitiful look, Sister Yuan, I've lost many games in a row. I just beg Sister Yuan, just don't make my losses too ugly. This Qin Fei's expression looked somewhat bitter. With a somewhat helpless smile, she said, just now, she had looked at the data of the opposite anchor. It was completely not comparable to herself. The other party's live room, VIP has more than 100, ranking one Big Brother this month, have brushed more than 10,000, and their side? The VIPs are scattered around 10 or so. The first Big Brother's water flow, only $100 or so. This contrast, miserable can be seen. Subsequently, PK began. Lin Mo saw the other party's anchor, directly began a burst of hot dance. Cool dress, hot dance. This kind of performance is indeed letting people seem a little top-notch. And Qin Fei's side? She was simply singing a song. Other than that, there was nothing more fancy. A PK was 10 minutes, waiting until the 7th minute. The PK strip could be described as crushing. The gifts that Yuan received were already up to $800. As for Qin Fei's side, there were only less than $30. It's weird if this can win. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to charge up, a Duke account named Love Little Yuan alone entered the live broadcast room. I'm sorry for this hand. Thanks for your support, miss. A message was sent, followed by a swipe of an airplane worth $100. But then, he was the one who returned to Little Hope's side and swiped a $500 rocket. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo frowned slightly. Who was this behavior of sending out a call girl to humiliate? Qin Fei's face was also a bit dark. After all, this kind of behavior was just too humiliating. Inside the live broadcast room, many of the water friends were also infuriated. Where's the humiliation? Can you do whatever you want just because you have money? Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, the only Love Little Yuan directly said, He, being rich means you can do whatever you want. You don't like it? If you have the ability, you can brush it too. This guy is too pretentious. Didn't that passerby say he was going to send Fei to number 1? Where is he? Come on, you really expect the other party to brush it off? It's obviously just a mouthful. Inside the live broadcast room, quite a few people at this moment, all looked like they were filled with righteous indignation. And at this moment, Lin Mo, on the other hand, was still recharging his shark fins in the background. Let's first recharge 100,000 to hit the bottom. Soon, the recharge was successful. 100,000 shark fins arrived. Subsequent to that, Lin Mo was also returning to the live broadcast room. Immediately, Lin Mo was sending out 5 rounds of Ultra Fire towards Qin Fei. 5 rounds of Super Fire were sent out. PK just happens to be officially over. Qin Fei won. Inside the live broadcast room, there was a sudden explosion. 5 rounds of Super Fire? Which Big Brother is this? He's so generous as to give away $10,000? Hiss. 5 rounds of Super Fire. And the level of this god's hero is actually so low? He gave out 5 rounds of Super Fire, and the gift is directly reversed. Fei has met a hidden Big Brother? As for this Qin Fei, at this time, she also hurriedly said, thank you for the 5 rounds of Ultra Fire sent by the Crouching Dynasty Big Brother. Qin Fei looked at the 5 rounds of Ultra Fire that appeared on the screen. At this time, her expression, too, looked a bit stunned. But then, it was the opening of her mouth in a hurry that thanked her. She had originally thought that she was set to lose this round, but did not expect, in the live broadcast room, actually suddenly appeared such a super Big Brother. Without saying a word, he swiped 5 rounds of Super Fire, and on the other side of the live broadcast room, at this time everyone was already blowing up, especially the anchor Yuan. The entire person was now, in a state of trance. Even in her dreams, she couldn't expect it. The final ending was actually so dramatic. Originally, on her side, she should have said that the situation was great, but who would have thought? In the last few seconds, a hidden hero appeared in the other side's broadcast room. He swiped 5 rounds of Super Fire. The whole thing was directly flipped. How is this possible? Yuan looked at the PK failure prompt. The whole person appeared to be in an extraordinarily trance. But then, this Yuan was the one who hastily piled on a smile and said, yeah, I didn't expect that Missy's family actually has such a great god. We were beaten by your family's Big Brother, and it's really so bad. I don't know if Crouching Dynasty Big Brother, can you give some medical expenses? Hope is really in too much pain. Hope, who was here? Immediately said in a delicate voice. The whole person was also scratching her head for a while. After all, the medical fee was real money, so why not? And to this, Lin Mo responded directly, sorry, not in the habit of dismissing callers. Looking at Lin Mo's response, this Qin Fei instantly just sprayed. Subsequently, there was not the slightest hint of euphemism. Right away, it was responding. Miss Yuan, our big brother said that he doesn't have the habit of sending out callers. A sentence fell. Hope, who was here, had a stiff, ugly face. However, it was not good to have a fit. Now it was her who had lost. Even if she wasn't convinced, then she had to hold it in. While in the middle of Qin Fei's live broadcast, many people were saying, "Awesome, Crouching Dynasty Big Brother is awesome. Ha ha, there is no habit of sending out the caller. Crouching Dynasty Big Brother just a batch. I have not been able to come back to my senses until now. The last few seconds is simply the limit to save the scene. Come to worship. 5 rounds of super fire of the god level Big Brother. Just came in and saw such a wonderful scene. Must get a card. Can't whore for nothing." At this time, inside the live broadcast room, not only were there old water friends, but there were quite a few, through the 5 rounds of Superfire, attracted to the new Water Friends audience, and the anchor Qin Fei now also smiled and said, he, thanks to Crouching Dynasty Big Brother, this 5 rounds of Ultra Fire limit to save the scene, I am really too excited. I just don't know, is there anything that Big Brother Crouching Dynasty has, that he wants Fei to do? Looking at Qin Fei's words, Lin Mo pondered for a moment. What followed was on the screen, typing, saying, well, there's nothing special. Do you know how to dance on your side? Crouching Dynasty Big Brother is hoping for Fei to dance? This Fei is not very good at it, but she can still dance. Well, in that case, then you can dance a radio gymnastics. Lin Mo was there, casually sending out a message. After the sentence fell, many of the people there were all confused at this point. What the hell? 5 rounds of Ultra Fire just to watch a radio gymnastics? This, Big Brother capricious are Big Brothers nowadays, all playing like this? 5 rounds of Super Fire just to watch a radio gymnastics? My people are already stupid. This radio gymnastics, could it be some kind of secret word? Even Qin Fei, who was there, was somewhat confused at this point. Subsequently, without being able to help it, was inquiring, this, Big Brother, are you kidding? No, just radio gymnastics. Lin Mo casually sent a message. Start. A simple sentence fell. Qin Fei was somewhat helpless, but considering that, after all, Lin Mo had swiped 5 Ultra Flames, worth $10,000, himself, one had to fulfill this bit of the other party's request, right? Alright, since Big Brother Crouching Dynasty wants to see it, then, the 8th set of radio gymnastics, arrange it. Chapter 41, you came to snipe me then? When Qin Fei began to dance in radio gymnastics, Lin Mo was completely not paying attention. At this time, he was checking the data on the app. The requirements for the second stage of collection have not yet been met. Current progress, 272 million/5 million inch. Looking at the data on the app, Lin Mo's eyebrows, too, were gently raised. After winning the first game, it went up this much. Then it seems that by sending this little anchor to the number 1 throne, should be able to collect this second stage reward. Lin Mo's heart, unavoidably, there was just a burst of murmuring, and in the middle of the live broadcast room, many people were swallowing their saliva at this moment. I finally understand why Big Brother Divine Hero has to watch jumping radio gymnastics. The city knows how to play, typing with both hands to show my innocence. I think I can do it. The poor monk doesn't have that kind of worldly desire. The poor monk is going to return to the world today to subdue the demons. Even Buddha can't stop it. I can't, not a drop left. Inside the live broadcast room, many people watched on the live video, that to the 8th section of the jumping movement, constantly rising and falling up and down, constantly, just swallowing their saliva. Who could top that? And a broadcast gymnastic jump was finished. This Qin Fei wiped the fragrant sweat on the corner of her forehead and said, Big Brother Crouching Dynasty, is he still there? Because a broadcast gymnastics ended. This second round of PK, that is, was about to begin. However, with one call after another, Lin Mo was not responding in the slightest. At once, Qin Fei was just a bit anxious. Hurriedly, she was shouting, is the Crouching Dynasty Big Brother person not here? She looked at Lin Mo's account, and it was clear that he was still in the VIP seat. However, there was no response to the question. Could it be that was hanging up? Then her own second game. Just as Qin Fei's mind was tense, Lin Mo also paddled back to the Fighting Shark app. He said, so fast? I drank some water just now and haven't watched it yet. A sentence that instantly made everyone in the live broadcast room spray. Does this person speak? Show. Heavenly show. Big Brother is Big Brother. Ordered radio gymnastics. Turned around and went to drink water. Even Qin Fei was choking on the words. This really is sure. A smile stiffened on her face. Immediately, it was the words that continued. Then, Crouching Dynasty Big Brother, our second game, what do we say? Lin Mo typed calmly, go on, didn't I say? I'll send you to number 1 tonight. A sentence fell. Within the live broadcast room, there was a short window of silence. Even Qin Feier was shocked by these words. Immediately, it was the same thought that came to mind, the time before, the one he had encountered, the water friend who sniped at him. At that time, he said that he was nearby, which was why he came so quickly, and in the square, one didn't think much about it, only thought, the other party also came to play in the square. But, actually, the other party is really a divine hero? This moment, Qin Feier was shocked, swallowing her saliva. Qin Feier said with some disbelief, Crouching Dynasty Big Brother, you are the little brother who sniped me just now? Yes, it's me, Lin Mo said succinctly. A sentence fell. The comments section boiled over. That waterbender at the time wasn't joking? Hiss. Feier's luck. It's too fierce. I didn't expect that the one who sniped Feier just now was really a bigot. I was wrong. I apologize. I even mocked the Crouching Dynasty Big Brother earlier, thinking that the Big Brother was being mouthy. Kneel down. Crouching Dynasty Big Brother is awesome. In an instant, inside the live broadcast room, countless people were shocked. At the same time, there were even more people with fiery pain on their faces, and it was also at this moment, an emperor from one of the other live broadcast rooms also emerged. I'm on my knees. This is a great move. First go offline to meet the anchor and confirm before brushing gifts. Hey, indeed. Why didn't I ever think of this trick? At this moment, another diving emperor also popped up. However, since the big brother of the Crouching Dynasty has confirmed it, then I'll send some gifts as well. After saying that, these two emperors sent a separate round of ultra fire. After all, one had to give some face, didn't they? Looking at this scene, after Qin Feier thanked the two emperors, her mind was also energized by it. On a normal day, super fire this kind of expensive gift himself, that was something that one wouldn't even dare to think about. But now, how long has it been? One has received 7 rounds of super fire, even, and a whole lot of small gifts. And how all this came about, Qin Feier knew very well. It was because of Lin Mo. If it wasn't because of him, himself, I'm afraid, is just ready to quit the live broadcasting world, right? Thinking of this, Qin Feier was also in a hurry, opened his WeChat, then, found Lin Mo's chat. Thank you for the gift and support from Big Brother Wolcheo. Feier didn't know just now that it was Big Brother Wolcheo that she encountered. Sorry after whoring for so long, you have to support it, don't you? Lin Mo smiled and said, well, prepare properly, send you to number 1 tonight. Looking at Lin Mo's words, the gaze underneath this Qin Feier's eyes gradually became firm. Then, it was sending an address over. Magic City Xincheng Jiayuan, Building 7. Looking at this message, Lin Mo immediately smiled. At the bottom of his eyes, a few moments of playful light appeared. Everyone is an adult. How could he not understand what Qin Feier meant? And how could he not understand what she was planning by sending her positioning? However, so what? After all, why wouldn't he have this intention himself? What you give, what you get. This was nothing more than an exchange of prices. Since he had said that he was going to send her to the first rank list, is it realistic for the other party not to give something? Don't worry, this first place is yours today. No one can take it away, Lin Mo said. It made this Qin Feier's heart feel great. Soon, the second PK started. The screen split in two. The opposite side was still a young lady. Hello Miss Feier, I'm Blue Cloud Guild's anchor Xiaojiu. I'm glad to be able to connect with Miss. While speaking, this Xiaojiu was the one who covered her mouth and said with some surprise, wow, Miss Sister, you this list of Big Brother a bit fierce newcomer numbered direct weekly list of 10,000. Little Miss 9 good. Our family Big Brother is just brush. A sentence fell. The opposite side of the small 9. Eyes are bright. Wow, Miss Sister your family's Big Brother is so fierce lying towards the Big Brother I am Xiaojiu. In the future, if you are free, you can come to my live room to play Listening to this, Qin Feier was a little upset, but her heart was also a little worried. And right at this moment, Lin Mo's message also surfaced. Let's talk about it. Let's start PK directly first. Chapter 42, 5 shots of ultra fire to warm up the stage. A sentence fell. Qin Feier breathed a sigh of relief. Then, started the PK. And the moment it just clicked start, Lin Mo didn't hesitate. It was 5 rounds of ultra fire smashing down. First, 5 rounds of ultra fire to warm up the field. As for the opposite side, to follow or not to follow? A plain sentence, but it caused everyone to be stunned. 5 rounds of super fire first to warm up the field? I'm afraid you're not here to warm up the field, but to burn the field. 5 rounds of super fire, $10,000. Who's the anchor's big brother? Warming up the field is so warm? This moment, everyone was directly sprayed. Awesome. 5 rounds of super fire to warm up the field. Is this the way godly hope plays? Spit it out, spit it out. This kind of operation. Learn to waste, learn to waste. I've burned $10,000 to warm up the field? Big brother operation. Simply invincible. I wouldn't dare to burn like this even if I had a mine at home. For a time, everyone was given a knee, and the opposite side of the live room. The big brother who was preparing to brush the gift. Then the corner of his mouth was a hard draw. Afterwards, it was a private chat sending a message. Xiao Jiao, this give up. The opposite side of us cannot spell. Wait for the resurrection round. This big brother also did prepare more than 10 rounds of ultra fire. If one encountered some, it would still be considered a normal opponent. More than 10 rounds of super fire. That was indeed enough. However, the opposite side was not normal. He started with 5 rounds of super fire. This who dares to follow even those who have mines in their homes can't afford to follow them. So, this small 9 live broadcast room, Big Brother directly concede. Xiao Jiao is also filled with helplessness. However, what can be done? It could only squeeze a smile and said, okay, soon. The second round of PK ended. Because of the 5 rounds of ultra fire, the second round was won in a crushing manner. A simple victory. Lin Mo was tasteless, but Qin Fei was excited. In this regard, Lin Mo didn't care too much. The netizens, on the other hand, were clamoring. They were ready to make Qin Fei dance radio gymnastics once more. As for Qin Fei, she also opened her mouth. Crouching Chow Big Brother, what are you going to make people do? In response, Lin Mo spoke casually. Well, eat a lollipop. After this sentence fell, the crowd in the live broadcast room was still a bit puzzled, not understanding why Lin Mo wanted Qin Fei to eat a lollipop. But then, as Qin Fei started eating, everyone was boiling over. So it's here? Hiss. This wave of Big Brother Shenhao. It's in the atmosphere. 666. The original meaning of eating lollipops. Is this? Kneel. And at this time, Lin Mo. He came to his underground garage. Looking at this Pagani wind god Imola in front of him, his eyebrows gently raised. The frosted silver-gray body, along with the high tail fins. It gave a strong sense of the future. 4 movable spoilers on the front and rear of the body. The front end splitter, side skirt deflectors, back splitter fins, and the immense and incomparable tail diffuser. None of them were making the wind pressure of this entire car decrease. A masterpiece, Lin Mo lamented in his heart. Then there was a slight navigation. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. The location of the Xinjiang Jiayuan 7 building was not far from his place. Plus it was also in the middle of the night. If one drove over, it would take at most 7 or 8 minutes to get there. Just in time. It was now the break time of the live PK. One's own completely. Just had enough time to go over. Thinking of this, Lin Mo then got into the car. As the supercar's furious roar echoed, in an instant, the entire car leapt out. Inside the live broadcast room, a lollipop was finished. Qin Fei at this moment, taking a sip of water, she opened her mouth. Alright, the lollipop is finished. What else does Big Brother Crouching Dynasty want to see? And at the fall of these words, this Qin Fei's cell phone was suddenly ringing. Picked it up and took a look. It was a message from Lin Mo. Your home is building 7 a few zeros. Looking at this message, Qin Fei was obviously not able to react. Subconsciously, she replied, Building 7, 1803, just replied in the past. Lin Mo's message also came again. Prepare to open the door. This time, Qin Fei came back to her senses. Her heartbeat, all of a sudden, started to accelerate. The entire person was a bit flustered. She didn't expect that Lin Mo would actually come at this very moment. Originally, she thought that no matter what, Lin Mo would come after she went off the air. However, what she didn't expect was, he actually came while he was still broadcasting. So, she just rushed, and opened her mouth. Everyone wait a little bit, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and by the ways pour some water. After saying that, in a hurry, taking the water cup, she was leaving the live broadcasting zone, came to the door, taking a deep breath was to open the door to the room. Meeting again, Lin Mo had a few light smiles on his face. Looking at Lin Mo standing at the door, this Qin Fei's heartbeat accelerated. The face, too, was a little scarlet. Crouching Dynasty Big Brother, Qin Fei whispered. The entire person was slightly nervous. After all, before, Lin Mo and her were nothing more than the relationship between an anchor and a water friend. But now it was different. Lin Mo was his gold master. I'm not that old. Just call me Lin Mo. At this moment, Qin Fei didn't know how to deal with this. In her head, she was still a bit confused, just subconsciously nodded her head. Lin Mo, on the other hand, casually, walked inside the room and closed the door. Sweeping down this one room, zero-room rental house. Then, with a few playful smiles at the corners of his mouth, casually pressed it against the wall and said, "After helping you through 2 rounds, isn't it necessary to show something?" Listening to these words, plus the fact that between Lin Mo and himself, he was plastered so close, this Qin Fei's eyes became mesmerized. Breathing, too, was rapid. And then, quickly, she kissed Lin Mo's lips, although the speed was extremely fast, just like a dragonfly pointing at water. However, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth were raised. At the same time, let go of this Qin Fei. Anyway, the night was long, he had plenty of time. Alright, if you don't go back, the water friends are going to get curious. Aha! Qin Fei organized herself, then flew back into the live broadcast room. Sitting in front of the camera, she continued the live broadcast. As for Lin Mo, he was casually sitting on the opposite side of the sofa, looking at the screen within the live broadcast room. He lightly laughed in his heart. And then, it was the PK that continued. Soon, in the 3rd and 4th rounds, Lin Mo consumed 10 or so ultra flames, and gave the whole a peaceful passage. 4 rounds of PK came down. Lin Mo's reputation value also reached 489 million. Looking at this prestige value that was not far from 5 million, Lin Mo's eyes, too, flickered for a while. As long as I take this final round of the finals, this 5 million prestige value will be officially reached. Lin Mo's heart murmured. The mood, too, was somewhat excited, and it was also at this moment the final round officially came. Chapter 43, Descending Strikes. With the final connected, opposite, a young girl dressed in an ancient-style Chinese dress appeared in the middle of the camera. "Hello there, Miss Fei. I'm the anchor of the One Leaf City Guild, Lulu." The other party took the lead in greeting this newcomer anchor who had risen out of nowhere and killed her way to the final round. She had also noticed it during the time just now. Although it wasn't too much on her mind, she still had to be careful in the end. It was also for this reason that this Lulu took the lead in greeting, and on Qin Fei's face at this time, she was also wearing a few smiles. Then, it was with a smile that she opened her mouth. "Miss Lulu, how are you? When you PK later, please be gentle with your hands. Ha ha, Fei, you're joking. Still need to ask you guys to go a little lighter." And right at this moment, a king account of the other side's live broadcast room also entered the live broadcast room at this time. Immediately, it was sending out a message. "I'm sorry, this game, but please admit defeat. Today I'm going to take Lulu to the championship." Subsequently, it was a rocket reward that was sent out. The provocation in it was self-evident, and Lin Mo, who was sitting there, seeing this with his eyes, the bottom of his eyes was also vaguely a few points of ice coldness. Immediately, then it was direct, saying, "Yes, you are prepared to protect Lulu? Then I'm sorry. Today, I'm prepared to protect Fei. Rocket back to you guys. Later on open PK, directly against the line is good." After saying that, Lin Mo went back and replaced a rocket. At the same time, silently tapped on the recharge interface. After all, this one was the final. If one didn't have some preparation, there was a real possibility that he would roll over. After a little contemplation, Lin Mo is also smooth, charged 600,000 into it. 600,000 should be able to help this Fei heir on the throne of the champion. After all, this is not a large PK event. Opposite Lulu's VIP seat is only 500 people. The first big brother of the list, the weekly list, is just brushing 100,000 or so, and the other side, inside Lulu's live broadcast room, many of the water users had also discovered Lin Mo's words. At that moment, they also started mocking. "Ha ha, a little white number also comes to call out? Laughing my ass off. I suggest you take a look at the data of our family's ranking one big brother. The weekly leaderboard is 100,000 or so. How can a small white number like you come to clamor? That's right, how dare you come here? Why don't you hurry up and get lost? One rocket is probably 4 or 5 days of your living expenses. Ha ha ha." In an instant, within this Lulu's live broadcast room, many people spoke in succession to mock. As for this, Lin Mo's face was bland. With a contemptuous smile in his heart, he shook his head. He didn't pay too much attention to these mocking words, and just spoke calmly. Then, "Start," as Lin Mo's message was sent out. In an instant, both sides just started piking, and the instant the PK started, in the middle of Lulu's live broadcast room, more than 10 rounds of Ultra Fire were instantly swiped across the screen. Under a series of Super Fire brush screens, the PK bar directly crushed over. As for Fei's side, there were only a few scattered gifts being brushed. Occasionally there could be 1 or 2 airplanes, but it was simply powerless to resist. Looking at this situation in front of her, inside Lulu's live broadcast room, the arrogant voice was even louder now. "Ha ha, where's that little white number? Brush it instead. That's it. You're still protecting Fei as the champion? You don't even have to look at yourself. Put." You're just a small white number, and you're still so arrogant? The pop-ups were filled with contempt. And right at this moment, a scrolling pop-up screen suddenly appeared above all the live rooms. Congratulations to Crouching Dynasty for opening Super Emperor in the live room of Faye is not a rabbit. Click to enter the live room. A message popped up, whether it was in Lulu's live room or Faye's live room. Everyone was quiet. Opening the Emperor. To know, an Emperor of Dough Shark. The first time it was opened, it cost 180,000 yuan. Even with a 120,000 voucher cashback, that's still 60,000 yuan of cash smashed in before the crowd was surprised. At this time, there were several messages that continuously swiped the screen. Congratulations to Crouching Dynasty for renewing his subscription to Super Emperor *1 in Faye is not a rabbit's live room. Such a message swiped the screen 4 times in a row. This time, the entire Fighting Shark platform, a sea of boiling, countless online fans flocked to Faye's live room. After all, renewal fee although not open expensive, but that is also 120,000 yuan to renew a month. Afterwards, although there are 120,000 vouchers cashback, but this 120,000, after all, cannot withdraw cash. Not to mention, before Lin Mo also opened once, that is to say, within this short minute, Lin Mo was already brushing out 660,000. This moment, the Fighting Sharks were boiling. As for Lulu's live room, 5 consecutive shots from the Emperor? It's too much. What a joke. The whites helicoptering the Emperor? What kind of game is this? Kneel down. I was wrong. Don't you go look at the opponent's weekly list before provoking them? Although this little white number is a little white number, the weekly leaderboard is also in existence of tens of thousands of brushstrokes. Lulu, who was there, was also confused in the wind at this time. To be honest, she had originally thought that this wave was 9 out of 10. Even if the other party had a Tycoon playing the bottom, so what? This Tycoon on the other side had only swiped a few tens of thousands of dollars. And on her side? Weekly list of the top 5 or brushed tens of thousands. List 1 Big Brother, but also brushed 100,000 or so. This volume gap, not a Tycoon can fight. But who would have thought that? The other side of the Tycoon turned his hand to open the Emperor 5 times. A wave directly brushed out 660,000 yuan. This is still continue? Continue a hammer. This wave, Lulu directly kneeled. And on the other side, Lin Mo is also smooth. Will fight shark gift vouchers, all of them to brush out. Subsequently, it was also the same that he ran to Lulu's live broadcast room and opened his mouth to ask, continue? 2 simple words, but with boundless dominance. Within Lulu's live broadcast room, everyone had also seen this message. On their faces, humiliation could be written all over them. Anchor Lulu's expression was also somewhat bitter. As for this Lulu's rank 1 Big Brother, at this time, he was also sending out messages and chatting privately with Lulu. Lulu, let's forget about it this time. Just save up your strength and prepare for the next time. There was no way. This ranking 1 Big Brother, despite being rich, but also not rich enough to be able to brush hundreds of thousands of dollars without blinking. Besides, up until now, his noble rank was also king, or only renewed once. And the other party? That was the one that had opened the Emperor 5 times at the drop of a hat. Is this a rank? It's not at all. One can open it just by biting his teeth. And the other? That is not the money is money of the gods to play. This can be said to be a complete downgrade. Lulu was also aware of this situation, and could only smile bitterly, saying, this time, we admit defeat. Chapter 44, Second Stage Reward, Arrival, with Lulu's side admitting defeat. Inside the live broadcast room, at this moment, the heat was even more boiling. Invincible, 666, Crouching Dynasty Big Brother. This wave of operation, I would call it the strongest. Hiss, directly opened the Emperor 5 times at once. This operation, there's no one else. Catechism, 5 times Emperor, it can be called invincible. Inside the live broadcast room, quite a few people belong to the Catechism at this time. After all, opening the Emperor 5 times in one go, how could this kind of operation not make people feel appalled? And the continuous rolling of 5 consecutive Emperor shots. More so, the Fighting Shark up and down. Many of the water friends who were still online at this time, all flocked in with a brain, and their Qiyue Fair. On the other hand, there was a burst, for which she was in a trance. I'm winning? Qiyue Fair mood extraordinarily complex. I've just won? Becoming number 1? Becoming the champion? For a moment, Qiyue Fair's mood could be described as overwhelming. In the past, such a thing as being number 1, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now, she did it. At the same time, this Qiyue Fair is also very clear. She was able to take first place, all thanks to Lin Mo. And, as long as she listens to Lin Mo, and please Lin Mo, Not to mention winning first place in a PK. Even if it's the annual fan festival, winning first place in PK, maybe, it won't matter. And this opportunity is right in front of you. It's right in front of you. Whether or not he could take it, it all depended on tonight. Immediately, this Qin Fei turned to the camera and spoke. Alright, today's live broadcast, this is it. Everyone remember to take an early rest. I'll go down first. Rest early. Lin Mo was also sending out pop-ups, and looking at the biggest gold master, he all sent out words for him to take an early rest. Everyone at this time. Naturally, there was just nothing to say. Subsequently, the live broadcast image on the cell phone screen came to an abrupt end. Lin Mo was also in this regard. Exited Fighting Shark. Ended the live broadcast. Looking at Qin Fei who was there, Lin Mo smiled and said, how about it? The feeling of being number one. How is it? Without hesitation, Qin Fei just nodded her head and said, very good. In response, Lin Mo just laughed lightly for a while and said, be obedient. If you satisfy me, in the future, I'll guarantee that you'll always be number one. Lin Mo laughed lightly and said, a sentence fell. This Qin Fei's eyes were filled with light. Immediately, nodding her head heavily, she said, I will be obedient. Looking at this scene, the corner of Lin Mo's mouth rose, saying, alright, go take a bath. This Qin Fei blushed. Then, taking a change of pajamas, she just walked to the bathroom. As for Lin Mo, on the other hand, he didn't care too much. At this moment, he clicked on the trillion-dollar subsidy app. He began to check his rewards. With the fall of his finger, the reward was received successfully. Stage 2 reward. Received successfully. Reward 1, 10% of the shares of Fighting Shark Network Technology Company. Reward 2, triple the amount of consumption cashback card. *1. Shares will be credited within 12 hours, and the triple spending cashback card has been credited. As several tips appeared one after another, Lin Mo's expression, on the contrary, had a few moments of dismay. This time, it actually gave 2 rewards directly? Under a moment of staggering, Lin Mo's expression, too, looked a little surprised. Moreover, one of the rewards is actually 10% of the shares of the Fighting Shark Network Technology Company? To know, Fighting Shark Live is considered one of the top super large companies in the country. The valuation of the platform, moreover, reached 388 billion meters of gold. 10% of the shares, that's 238 million meters of gold, converted into Shenhua dollars, that's 61 billion. Lin Mo swallowed his saliva. Even in his dreams, he hadn't been able to think of it. This second stage reward, it would actually be straightforward. Giving himself such a huge gift. I didn't expect spending 700,000. What I got back in exchange was actually a reward of more than 1 billion shares. This second stage reward, it's already so terrifying. Then the third stage reward, what would it be? For a moment, Lin Mo was a little curious at this moment. At the same time, he was also checking out another reward. 3 times the amount of consumption cashback card. After using it, you can obtain a 3 times the amount of consumption cashback. The amount of upper limit of 1 million yuan. Looking at this cashback card, Lin Mo's expression appeared to be a bit casual. If anything, there wasn't that reward of 10% of the shares of Fighting Sharks in front of him. Perhaps this card, for Lin Mo, might still be considered good, but the jewel is in front of it. This consumer cashback card also seems to be mediocre. After all, consumption of 1 million, only 3 million cashback only. The most they netted was 2 million. District 2 million. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of the night. No matter what, net income of 2 million, or really fragrant. And at this time, Qin Fei also finished her bath. Wearing loose white pajamas, she came out in this bathroom. On the wet tips of her hair, there were still water droplets dripping down. What do you want to drink? Qin Fei daintily opened her mouth. Between her words, she was full of nervousness. Listening to these words, Lin Mo just laughed for a while. Immediately, he said, just have some random ones. 1 hour later, on the sofa, Lin Mo was sitting there, holding the beer in front of him and drinking it. Qin Fei was, at this time, taking a shower in the middle of the bathroom. At the same time, looking around at the small, dimly lit room, her brows couldn't help but wrinkle. This room was just too small. Moving around, it was all but inconvenient. And at this moment, in the middle of the bathroom, Qin Fei also walked out. Just now, again, she had broken out in a fragrant sweat. Looking at Lin Mo who was sitting there, this Qin Fei's face color was also unavoidable, for which she was scarlet. It was hard work just now. Lin Mo's mouth, with a playful smile, said, "Poof." Qin Fei recalled everything just now, and softly hummed under her breath. Then wrapped in a bath towel, she trotted over to the bed and directly flopped down there. With a reddened face, she said, You got people's pajamas torn to shreds. To this, Lin Mo just laughed lightly, said, sleeping? What pajamas? Saying that, Lin Mo also just laid down beside Qin Fei. Looking at this room, he said, but this house of yours, it's really a bit too small. Listening to these words, Qin Fei was also flustered for a while. Then, with eyes somewhat dark, she said, actually, I rented this rental house. Originally, it was because the company I worked for was in this neighborhood. Later, after I left my job, I didn't choose to change it. It's just been rented until now. Chapter 45 shocked Qin Fei. Listening to the words of this Qin Fei, Lin Mo was somewhat curious. Afterwards, it was then that he asked, if that's the case, why are you thinking of quitting your job to become an anchor? In the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, there were still a few doubts. After all, how much competitive pressure was there to be an anchor these days? Since there was a stable job then why, again, would one choose to resign and come to be an anchor? Listening to Lin Mo's words, Qin Fei there, her face looked just a little bit bitter. After letting out a sigh, shaking her head, she said, to be honest, it's actually not that I resigned to become an anchor, but rather I was fired. These words fell. Lin Mo did come to have a few moments of interest. Expelled? Along with Lin Mo's inquiry, Qin Fei, who was there, did sigh. Then, it was the experience of being expelled that was told. To put it simply, it was that Qin Fei was at work, discovered the company's financial director, embezzlement of public funds, prepared to report to the company's director, but crashed his own company's director, and the financial director, between some untold secrets, thus, was fired. The result, the company should pay the salary and N1 compensation, has been in arrears did not pay, and, one is also blocked by the industry. Under no circumstances, can only be an anchor to earn money to make a living. But who thought that the anchor industry is not good? Unemployed for 2 months. If it is not their own with the platform signed a contract, there is a $600 of guaranteed wages. I'm afraid, it would have been starved to death. And even so, this Qin Fei, before also intends to leave the Magic City to return home. As a result, she didn't expect to run into Lin Mo. You're in this situation. Lin Mo's expression was slightly helpless. It's really unlucky enough. Shaking his head, Lin Mo also didn't know what to say. How about this? Tomorrow you move inside one of my empty houses. Living in this kind of small place, how unbearable is that? Immediately, Lin Mo also said. His own rental house in Junyue Huating was now more than 90% rented out, but there were still a few sets. The ones that were larger in size were not very rentable. Since it's not easy to rent, then it would be better to give Qin Fei a set. Whether it's a large house, it's convenient to exercise at night, and there are many scenes, or in the future, you want to fly the colors and live in harmony. All are the need to prepare a few more houses. As long as this was the case, a perfect time management could be achieved. Qin Fei, on the other hand, was taken aback. Hurriedly, she just looked at Lin Mo excitedly and said, really? Of course really. Lin Mo nodded with a smile and said, listening to these words, Qin Fei also gave Lin Mo a kiss on the cheek. Lin Mo, on the other hand, smiled gently. Then the two just continued their exchange. It was a night that would end up with a high song. The next morning at 12:30, the two of them, Lin Mo and Qin Fei, woke up. After all, Lin Mo's body had been strengthened by the body strengthening potion. Physical quality had long since reached the peak of an ordinary person. It's perfectly capable of tamping their legs. Not so with Qin Fei. It's completely mortal. Therefore, she's still in a state of exhaustion. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo looked at Qin Fei and said, why don't we move tomorrow? Hearing this, Qin Fei immediately shook her head and said, it's fine, I can do it. Alright then, you get up first. Saying that, Lin Mo was dialing the phone number of the lover's family, Zhou Wankai. After explaining the situation to him, Lin Mo then shuffled around a bit, and then, the two of them went out the door together. Get in the car. Lin Mo took out the Pagani's car key and pressed it. The lights of the car suddenly flashed for a while. Subsequently, the seagull door automatically rose. Looking at this silver-gray dazzling supercar, Qin Fei, who was here, her eyes also lit up violently. Subsequently, that is, she sat into the co-pilot, looking at the leather interior, as well as the circle of ambient lights around. The mind was full of excitement. Palm in this car body touch, Qin Fei at this time, can be said to be greatly satisfied. And then, that is to say, wow, brother, this sports car of yours, the price is not cheap, right? Lin Mo lit the fire. Immediately, that is, casually said, not bad, that's more than 39 million, less than 40 million. A simple sentence, but directly, it made this Qin Fei stunned. 39 million, less than 40 million looks like, the word said, It's almost as if the car is not $39 million. Rather, it is as casual as $3,900. And Qin Feier, who was here, also looked a bit restrained at this time. Sitting in the car, she didn't dare to move around. Let's go have a lunch first. It's 12:30 now. After we finish eating, I'll take you to buy a set of clothes, and then we'll move. Listening to these words, Qin Feier nodded and said, good. Immediately, this Qin Feier also just rolled her eyes and said, brother, then how about I do a live broadcast? Lin Mo, who was listening to these words, pondered in his heart. Immediately, that is, he said, that's fine, then when you arrive later, you can start a live broadcast. Lin Mo had also looked at it last night. If he himself wanted to get the reward for stage 3, it would require 8 million reputation values. 8 million reputation values. He now had 5 million. He now has 5 million. For Lin Mo, then this was no big deal at all. Good. The supercar ran furiously all the way. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at IPAM's underground parking lot, as the vehicle was parked after stabilizing. At this time, this Qin Feier also started her live broadcast. Last night's live broadcast had made her fan following break through 500,000. With the start of the broadcast, there were a few thousand fans that all of a sudden flooded into the live broadcast room. With a smile on her face, Qin Feier held the head, saying, hello everyone, good my today's live content is to bring you to see the world. A sentence fell. Many of the water friends in the live broadcast room also started laughing and scolding one after another. Good after not seeing him overnight, the anchor has expanded quite a bit. With the crouching dynasty big brother at the back, the little anchor has directly swelled up. That's right, he actually dared to scold us for not having seen the world. Listening to these words, Qin Feier, who was there, was in a state of nonchalance. With a smile still on her face, she said, come, wait for me to show you guys. Crouching dynasty big brother's sports car. After saying that, this Qin Feier was also the one who turned the gimbal. The lens of the head was aimed at the sports car that was there. With the sports car into the mirror, inside the live broadcast room, once again, the pot exploded. Chapter 46 Shares in hand. Fighting Shark shareholders' reaction. Inside the car, Lin Mo was oblivious to what was happening in the live broadcast room. At this moment, he was following up on a phone call. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Mo? On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. The voice on the other end of the phone appeared to be very cautious. Yes, I am. Who are you? For this unfamiliar caller, Lin Mo at this time could be considered very puzzled. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm the CEO of Fighting Shark Live. Chen Jie listened to Lin Mo's words. At this time, he appeared to be even more nervous. After all, it was just a moment ago, he had suddenly received news. It said that someone from the market had acquired 10% of their total share capital of Fighting Shark, and raised their cards to become the major shareholder of their Fighting Shark Live. To know, as the CEO and founder of Fighting Shark, in the Fighting Shark, that is, occupies 14.8% of the equity. And now, out of nowhere, there is a Lin Mo. Without saying a word, they acquired 10% of the shares of the Fighting Shark. In one fell swoop, it became the second largest natural person shareholder of the Fighting Shark. More than that, it has the ability to question/investigate/prosecute/liquidate/dissolve the company. How can this not make him confused and careful? And after this, also urgent, held a shareholders meeting. In the end, it was decided to make a call to Lin Mo, to probe Lin Mo's mouth, wanting to see what exactly he was planning to do. And Lin Mo listened to this, at once, also understood the meaning of this Chen Jie giving himself this call. At that moment, it was also with a smile, saying, so it's Chen Dong. I've heard a lot about you. I don't know Chen Dong. Give me this call today. Is there something? Despite guessing this Chen Jie's intention, Lin Mo still feigned a look of incomprehension. Mr. Lin, it's like this. Our company saw that you acquired 10% of our company's shares in the stock market. Do you have any impression of this matter? 10% of the shares. Lin Mo feigned contemplation. Then, said, oh, yes, there is indeed such a thing. What's wrong? Feigning contemplation. Lin Mo here, asked very calmly. It's like this Mr. Lin, you acquired 10% of the shares. Are you preparing to? After the words fell, Lin Mo also smiled. Sure enough, it was like this. Immediately, it was there that he said, very casually, hey, it's nothing, a random acquisition of shares for fun. The other thing is, I have a woman that's live streaming at your place. In order to avoid being bullied, I bought some shares in passing and put them in my hands. Silence, deadly silence. With this sentence falling afterward, everyone there was dumbfounded by it. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Lin Mo, on the other hand, calmly said, So, is there anything else? Nope. Chen Jie swallowed his saliva and said, alright then, I'll hang up. Remember to call my card when the dividends are distributed. After saying that, the phone hung up. Inside the conference room of the Fighting Shark Company, a group of shareholders were sitting there, listening to the beeping sound coming from Chen Jie's cell phone. Everyone was in a state of confusion. They had just heard was what? Acquiring 10% of the shares, just for fun? It's the fear that their women will be bullied while they're on air? This TM. It's too much bull ******** to know. That's a 10% stake in Fighting Shark, a share worth $161 billion. And the reason for acquiring so many shares is this? For a moment, all the shareholders were at a loss as to what to say. Inside the conference room, more so, a needle could be heard. Until a long time later, Chairman Chen Jie. Only then did he break the silence. Everyone, I'm sure you've heard what Mr. Lin said just now. I wonder if you all have any thoughts on Mr. Lin's words? Listening to Chen Jie's words, there was a small shareholder there. At this time, he was also a bit unable to hold back, saying, this reason, TM is teasing? This reason of his is simply outrageous, alright. And at this time, one of the shareholders sitting close to the front, then knocked on the desktop and said, I think, what this Mr. Lin said, although not all of it is true, but this point about his woman in his mouth is still worthy of our attention. We don't know anything about Mr. Lin's specific information right now, so we have to find his woman. Then, for each other, to carry out a support. In this way, we can show our attitude towards Mr. Lin and avoid making enemies with him. No matter what the identity of the other party is, someone who can acquire 10% of the shares in silence. This person is by no means any ordinary person, and by no means an existence that we can be at war with. After these words fell, within the conference room, there was a silence, and then, Chen Jie nodded his head and said, Old Zhang is right, we must, immediately, find out the identity of the other party. Alright, dismiss the meeting. On the other side, inside the live broadcast room, at this moment, it could be said that a big wave of proclamation was created. I'm going? Awesome. This supercar is so damn handsome. There's something about this car. If you look at the license plate, it's a Pagani? This should be Pagani's wind god, but I've seen the Pagani wind god before. The Magic City's Mr. Zhao Village has one, but this wind god of Brother Crouching Dynasty, why haven't I seen it before? Indeed, I just searched. Pagani's wind god has a string of Huayu on the right grid at the back of the car. There should be a string of Huayra letters, but this car doesn't have them? It can't be an imitation, can it? This sentence came out. Inside the live broadcast room, there was a moment of silence, and their Qin Feier, at this time looked at this sentence. At that moment, she also panicked. Then, it was also the way to say in a hurry, you guys don't talk nonsense, okay? Crouching Chow Big Brother this sports car, but the price is 39 million it. How can it be an imitation? As Qin Feier's words fell, the crowd of fans there were first quiet. Afterward, a more violent discussion erupted. The Pagani wind god wants $39 million? No, Feier, you're definitely being cheated. I just checked. The price of the Pagani wind god is at 25 million. The most expensive is 29 million. $39 million for a Pagani wind god? Feier, you're definitely being cheated by others. A few words fell. Qin Feier froze. At this moment, the entire person was also confused for a while. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Lin Mo, this Pagani wind god is fake? At this time, Qin Feier's mind is a piece of confusion. And, just at this time of the day, in the parking lot, but another burst of supercar sound, followed by ringing, and came among the sports cars. The leader is certainly a Pagani wind god. Chapter 47, Zhao Village, my Pagani. In front of this car, that's a younger brother. With the appearance of this Pagani wind god, Qin Feier also turned the camera, and took this Pagani wind god into the lens, with the vehicle in the camera. In this live broadcast room, there was also a burst of, for which exclaimed, another Pagani? The license plate number of this Pagani is the car of Mr. Zhao of Magic City. Mr. Zhao, is that Zhao Village? I didn't expect the anchor to actually be here and run into Zhao Village. Wait, what Mr. Zhao is driving today is also a Pagani. Ha, this is going to be a good show. Real or fake Pagani? For a moment, inside the live broadcast room, there were a lot of exclamations of surprise, and at this moment, Zhao Village's Pagani, at this moment, was parked upside down, and behind Zhao Village's vehicle, it was also followed by two supercars. At this time, is also have stopped. Afterwards, Zhao Village and Wu Yon walked down from the car, and beside the two people, there is still a youth wearing a big gold chain. After the three of them got off the car, they were talking and laughing, preparing to walk towards the elevator room not far away. And at this time, Wu Yong here, the gaze is suddenly, he landed on Lin Mo's Pagani Imola. Immediately, this Wu Yong also came to have a few moments of interest, saying, "Brother Village, look, there's also a Pagani over there." Ha! Listening to these words, Zhou Village, at this moment, also saw the Pagani parked there. The moment he saw the body of this Pagani, Zhou Village's body, couldn't help it, just started to tremble for it. This car. The next moment, Zhou Village was the quick step, approaching towards this side. Looking at this scene, Wu Yong was a little confused. As for the many water friends in the live broadcast room, at this time as one after another, began to coax for it. Woohoo! Interesting. Ha ha, it seems like Mr. Zhao, this is noticing this high fashion car. TSK, 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 here comes the fun. I guess later on, this car is just going to be demolished. I didn't expect this list of Big Brother, obviously can brush a few 100,000 a night, as a result of driving a car, actually is a high imitation of fake goods. In an instant, this live broadcast room, a burst of sighing voice, for it resounded. As for Qin Fei there, at this time is some fear, do not know what to say. She could only point the camera at Zhao Village who was there. As for Zhao Village, when he came to the rear of Lin Mo's Pagani, the whole person's expression appeared to be somewhat excited. The palm of his hand gently touched the rear wing of this Pagani, as well as the bodywork. Breathing appeared heavy, and then after looking around, is noticed Qin Fei excitedly said, "Miss, may I ask, who is the owner of this car? Can you introduce me?" The moment these words fell, Qin Fei who was there froze. The water friends within the live broadcast room also froze. This situation, seemingly, something is not quite right. This Zhao Village, shouldn't he be acting angry right now? But now how? Was a look of excitement, as if he had seen a rare treasure? Everyone was frozen. After all, this was not the same as the promised script and it was also at this moment, Wu Yong there also came over and said, "Brother Village, what's wrong with you? This car and your Pagani wind god, isn't it almost the same? What are you so excited about?" Listening to Wu Yong's words, Zhao Village was instantly agitated. Afterwards, he spoke loudly, "Don't compare my garbage car with this divine car, just my trash wind god. It's not even worthy of giving this car a shoe." A sentence fell. Everyone was dumbfounded at this point. Qin Fei and everyone in the live broadcast room were all a bit dumbfounded at this time. What's the situation? You're not even worthy of lifting your shoes? This is joking, right? Wu Yong was also dumbfounded at this time. Looking at the parked Pagani, he said, "Brother Village, are you kidding? Do you think it looks like it?" Zhao Village shook his head. Then, pointing at the Pagani wind god Imola that was there, he said, "This car, it's the Pagani wind god Imola. All over the world, there are only 5 top-notch supercars. This car belongs to the ultimate version of the wind god. When it was released in the EU, the price was 5 million euros. And my wind god, the normal version, in front of this Imola? Oh, that's a younger brother." Some words fell. The scene everyone, one after another is swallowing saliva. Within the live broadcast room, there was also a rare empty screen. Enough, after 4 or 5 seconds, only then did it set off a monstrous wave. "Kneel before the big brother, this car is high imitation people? Still not hurry up and roll out to give thanks? I thank you. Just now, I was the one who said it was a high fashion model. I just did 1,000 degrees. Pagani wind god. Indeed there is a newest model is called Imola. This model is a new model that came out in 20 years. At this moment, the live broadcast room was also in an uproar, and the few people who had previously said that Lin Mo's car was a high fashion imitation, at this moment, their faces were already on fire. And Qin Fei who was there, at this moment, was also completely dumbfounded, looking at Imola's body some panic. As for Wu Yong on the side, the eyes are also bright, mouth at this time, is also a burst of muttering. "Boy, this car, actually is Imola? I didn't expect that this car in the country, someone actually got it. Just don't know, this Imola, and whose car will it be?" And after some words fell, Zhou Village's heart, at this time is also some expectations, and just at this time, the Seagull Gate there, on the other hand, was slowly rising. As the Seagull Gate rose, Zhao Village and Wu Yong, the two of them, were now looking at it all of a sudden, and under the gaze of these two people, Lin Mo's figure was also coming down from this car. The moment Lin Mo appeared, the two people here, in an instant, they froze. Zhao Village's eyes were wide. Somewhat incredibly, he looked at Lin Mo there, in his mouth. At this moment, he also exclaimed in shock, "Brother Mo? Lin Mo froze. Immediately, he saw Zhao Village and Wu Yong there, and as Zhao Village's address fell, The water friends in the live broadcast room were again shocked fiercely. What's the situation? Mr. Zhao actually addressed Big Brother as brother? This is a bit terrifying. As I recall, Playboy Zhao belongs to the top-tier rich second generation in Magic City, right? And if Big Brother can be called brother by Playboy Zhao, then his identity. At this moment, all of the water friends were also in a flurry at this time, their hearts and minds stunned by it. As for Qin Feier, she was also ruthlessly surprised at this moment. Chapter 48, What You See. Just take it. At this time, Wu Yong also welcomed up. He said, I didn't expect that this car would actually be Brother Mo's. I was thinking, this kind of world rare top luxury car will be whose? I didn't expect that it would actually be Brother Mo's again. Wu Yong was at the side, smilingly said. Then, glancing at Qin Feier who was there, he said, Brother Mo, your speed of changing this is diligent enough. Listening to this, Lin Mo just laughed. Then, looking at the two people here, he said, why are you guys here? Hearing this, Zhao Village who was there in a hurry, then just said, oh, it's like this, we came here to buy something in the supermarket. Later on, if we do, we'll go inside the Magic City racing circuit and run a couple laps. Speaking of this, Zhao Village also glanced at the Pagani Windgott Imola that was parked there. The bottom of his eyes also carried a few moments of envy, as well as a longing gaze. He said, Brother Mo, do you want to go for 2 laps together? Well, forget it, things are a bit much today. You guys play, we'll go running together next time. Lin Mo thought about it. After that, there was a burst of shaking his head. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Zhao Village also glanced at Qin Feier who was there. On his face, an expression of I understand appeared. Immediately, he said, alright, then I won't continue bothering you here Brother Mo. Have fun Brother Mo. After saying these words, this Zhao Village and Wu Yong, the two of them, that is, they brought another rich second generation, left the parking lot. Lin Mo, on the other hand, smiled and looked towards Qin Feier who was there and had long been in a state of confusion. Said, alright, let's go in. Smiled. Lin Mo was holding this Qin Feier's hand, then, walked towards the mall. After entering the mall, all kinds of big brands appeared in this Qin Feier's eyes. For a while, it made this Qin Feier feel a little dazzled. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was here and said rather casually, let's go buy 2 sets of clothes later. Otherwise, just this set on you. I'm afraid that later on, you won't even be able to enter the restaurant. As these words fell, Qin Feier, who was there, appeared to be slightly embarrassed for a few moments. Taking Qin Feier with him, he casually strolled around in this mall. Lin Mo's cell phone at this time was also suddenly ringing. Taking out his cell phone, he took a look at it. It was Sun Fu calling himself. I'm going to take a call, so go take a look inside Hermes first. If you fancy anything, just take it directly. I'll go check out later. After speaking to Qin Feier, Lin Mo just took his cell phone, walked to the side of the fire escape and picked up the phone. And after these words fell, inside the live broadcast room, many water users were also sending out pop-ups. I go. The way this was said, it's just too domineering. Take whatever you fancy directly and come over to settle the bill later. Is this really going to shop Hermes? Sure it's not Hermes? Once this comes out, Hermes gives me the feeling that it's like a $20 address roadside stall. However, it seems like the crouching dynasty Big Brother really has the qualifications to say this / laughs and cries. The already hot live broadcast room. At this time, it was even more pop-ups flying all over the place. As for Qin Feier at this time, she was also walking towards the Hermes store. As for at this time, a newly arrived clerk at the entrance of Hermes, looking at Qin Feier who was holding a head in her hand and wearing a set of affordable clothes. At that moment, he also stopped him. Then as a serious look, said, I'm sorry ma'am, inside our Hermes store, live broadcasting is not allowed. Please also put away your cell phone. At this moment, Qin Feier looked embarrassed. For a moment, she was also at a loss as to what to do. At the same time, she also glanced at the live broadcast room on her cell phone. At this moment, the live broadcast room, the heat was already at 2 million. This kind of high heat, one's going to turn off the live room and go back in? Then she really was a little cutie. It's, woohoo, the live broadcast has flipped. Ha, the anchor store intercepted it. But honestly, this is normal. After all, Hermes is a luxury store that belongs to the top tier and does not allow live broadcasts, which is justifiable. This time, I don't know how the anchor is going to handle it. At this moment, the live broadcast room was also filled with a fastidious atmosphere, and Qin Feier hesitated in her heart. Afterwards, it was still ready to wait until Lin Mo finished his call. On the other side, at this moment, Lin Mo picked up Sun Fu's phone. Butler son, what's the matter? Lin Mo smiled. Mr. Lin, it's like this. the housekeeper and nanny that you entrusted to Our Lady, to help you find. On our side, we are already helping you find them. The other party's specific information, on my side, was also sent to you via WeChat. Listening to this, Lin Mo's face also revealed a few moments of joy, and after that, it was then said in a hurry. Ha ha, so it's this matter, butler's son. Thank you for this matter. You also say thank you to Nanji, for me. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Sun Fu, who was there, just laughed lightly and said, You're welcome, Mr. Lin. It's just our honor to help Mr. Lin. Hey, that's true. Then I won't continue on my side and bother you, Mr. Lin. Alright, bye. After saying these words, Lin Mo also just hung up his cell phone, and then, opened his WeChat. At this time, among the WeChat, Sun Fu Hurleys was sending himself 5 documents. After receiving them, subsequently, Lin Mo was to open them. Within the resume, it was a 30-year-old woman. Lin Mo briefly looked at the resume. This woman's name was Huang Yuan, and she had always worked in the housekeeping industry. In terms of education, she also has a bachelor's degree. In college, she studied management. Basically, this housekeeper is responsible for managing and assigning the nannies below, as well as going to help deal with some of Lin Mo's interpersonal things. After reading it, Lin Mo then nodded his head in satisfaction, and the other few resumes. On the other hand, there were 3 nannies and 1 florist. After all, his own set of villa was with more than 700 square feet, and it also had a front and backyard. This is definitely the need for a florist. And the 3 ants, it is because the daily is needed so much. Otherwise, it would simply be too busy. Not bad. After looking at these resumes, Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, he followed the contact information given by Sun Fu, contacted these few people, let them come over to work tomorrow and sign the contract. Subsequently, it was also to walk towards the Hermes store. When coming to the front of the store, Lin Mo was also puzzled and looked at Qin Feier, who was standing outside the door, and said, Why are you outside and not going in? Chapter 49, Is it really true that you can do whatever you want just because you have money? As Lin Mo's voice fell, Qin Feier, who was there, looking at Lin Mo, who was walking towards her, her expression looked a little awkward, said, I was stopped by others. In people's stores, it's not allowed to go in with a cell phone and broadcast live. Listening to Qin Feier's words, Lin Mo, for a moment, was somewhat in tears. He hadn't thought about it. This Qin Feier would actually be stopped by the store because of this kind of small matter. At that moment, was shaking his head helplessly, spinning his head. He opened his mouth and said, How about this? You follow behind me. I'll take you in. After saying that, Lin Mo held Qin Feier's hand, and was walking towards the Hermes store. And the store clerk, who was there, looking at Lin Mo, who was walking over, he immediately frowned and then spoke. Why are you here again? Didn't I say, our store? However, this time, before he could finish his words, a passing tall-dressed female store manager also noticed Lin Mo, as well as holding the hand that was holding Qin Feier. Immediately, her face changed. Hurriedly, she walked over in 3 or 2 steps. A hand pulled the clerk behind him. With a smile on his face, he bowed and said, Mr. Lin, are you bringing your friend over to buy clothes? Lin Mo nodded. Well, you guys are in charge of dressing her beautifully. With these words falling after that, the female store manager, who was there, immediately was in a hurry, saying, Ha ha, alright, don't worry, Mr. Lin, we guarantee to dress your friend beautifully. After saying these words, this female store manager was the one who looked towards Qin Feier next to her. In the bottom of her eyes, there was a few moments of envy. Then it was respectfully, opening her mouth to speak. This lady, just now, our family's trainee has surprised you. Please bear with me. After saying that, she was looking towards the one behind her, who had long been a somewhat confused sales clerk, saying, Why don't you hurry up and apologize to this lady? Hearing this clerk had a jolt. Hurriedly, that is, to Qin Feier, he bowed and apologized. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for the many offenses just now. Looking at this scene, Qin Feier was somewhat confused. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, and seeing both Qin Feier and Lin Mo, neither of them said anything at this time. The female store manager there, at this time, also gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Lin, this lady, in order to express our apologies, I'll give you a 20% discount for your consumption in the middle of this store today. In addition, I'll take it upon myself to present a newly arrived satchel to this lady. A few words fell. Lin Mo was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect that this female store manager would actually make this kind of decision. As for Qin Feier, her small mouth was slightly open and her mind was stunned. This change in attitude, simply 180 degrees, and all of this, all because Lin Mo's appearance. At this moment, Qin Fei's heart set off a wave of shock. At this moment, Lin Mo, who was there, then looked at Qin Fei and said, "What do you think?" Qin Fei froze. Then, hastily nodding her head, she said, "It can. Listening to these words, Lin Mo also looked at the female store manager and said, "Well, that's it then." Looking at Lin Mo, he agreed. The female store manager here, at this time, was also finally relieved. Then, it was then that she looked at Qin Fei with a smile and said, "Then this lady, this way please." After saying that, the two of them, Lin Mo and Qin Fei, then they just entered the store. Inside the live broadcast room, the water friends who witnessed this were all dumbfounded at this moment. This, awesome my people are already stupid. I've already thrown up. Before the anchor wanted to go in and was stopped. As a result, Lying Dynasty Big Brother came. This immediately piled up a smiling face, and then obediently make way. By the way, also gave a 20% discount. Send a new bag. Spit it out. Is this the power of the gods, great man? This is really money can do whatever it wants, right? In this moment of time, the water friends could be said to have all completely given their knees. Lin Mo, on the other hand, smiled and glanced at Qin Fei, saying, "What do you fancy? Just take it directly. I'll help you live." After saying that, Lin Mo just took the head. Then he was loitering within this store, and even if he was just wandering around, there was still a salesperson by his side, following behind Lin Mo. Towards Lin Mo, he was constantly explaining the designs of the clothes within this store. With the explanation, quite a few female buffs, at this time, were a bit moved. However, after looking at the prices, they all put their goodbye on the public screen. On the other side, doorway, the female store manager was finally relieved, and the clerk there, at this time is extraordinarily puzzled. Looking at the female store manager on the side, she asked, "Store manager, according to the rules, our store is not allowed someone to go in and live broadcast inside?" Listening to these words, this female store manager's face was complicated. Then, shaking her head, she said, "You are right. According to the rules, it is indeed not allowed, but rules are made by people, so they definitely just need to be flexible." That Mr. Lin just now, do you know what kind of person he is? The clerk shook his head and said, "No idea. Our store, this IM building that we're in now, is owned by that Mr. Lin just now." A simple sentence, straightforwardly, it was what made this store clerk dumbfounded. The entire IM building, actually is, just now that Mr. Lin's, Ming. The other party looked so young, and, with him is also about the same age, but, is actually the owner of this tens of billions of dollars worth of IM building? The clerk's mood was complicated. At the same time, the bottom of his heart was also afraid afterward. If, just now, he hadn't been stopped by the store manager, then wouldn't he or she have already offended such a big Buddha? Then at that time, even if the other party did not put this matter to the heart, oneself is also from now on, don't want to continue to mix in Magic City. As for the other side, at this time, Lin Mo had returned to Qin Fei's side, and at this time, Qin Fei was also just in time, walked out in the fitting room on the side. At this time, on her body, she was wearing a beige skirt, a tall figure. After putting on this skirt, this Qin Fei's temperament, all of a sudden, was highlighted. Not bad. In the bottom of Lin Mo's eyes, a trace of amazement swept through. No wonder, others would say that if you look beautiful, you will look good in anything. Now, it really seemed to be the case. Moreover, Qin Fei's figure was also very good. Now that I look at it, this Qin Fei is a walking clothes rack. Chapter 50, Heavenly Price Menu. Inside the live broadcast room, many people were indignant at this moment, sucking in cold air. This set of clothes, it's too suitable for Fei, too beautiful. For a while, countless pop-ups swiped the screen for it, and at the side of the female store manager. At this time, she also opened her mouth. This set of skirt is really very suitable for this young lady. This skirt is our Hermes, the season's main new models. Currently, it is priced at $23,000. After a sentence fell, the pop-up screen in the cell phone. At this moment instantly, it was quiet. A few breaths later, a series of pop-up screens. At that instant, it appeared on the screen. A skirt that costs $23,000? This price is a bit scary. $23,000 for a skirt. It's worth 5 months of my salary. Kneel down. And Qin Fei, who was there, was now also directly dumbfounded. After hesitating, said, "Or not, it's better to forget about it." Listening to this, Lin Mo smiled. Then, snapping his fingers, he looked at the store manager who was there and said, "Wrap it up." A sentence fell. The store manager hurriedly just nodded his head and said, "Okay, Mr. Lin, and there was Qin Fei. At this time, she was looking, with a few moments of nervousness, saying, "This." Lin Mo smiled and said, "It's only $20,000. It's not worth a few dollars." A simple sentence, but directly, let the crowd in the middle of the live broadcast room. At this time, all of them choked to death. Completely, do not know what to say. But it's just a $20,000 skirt? This said called human words. Okay, then look at the others. Subsequently, the two of them continued to look around the store, started to pick, and it didn't take long. Lin Mo was helping Qin Fei pick a few other pieces of clothing jewelry. Before long, it was a total of 3 dresses, 2 pairs of high heels, and 3 silk scarves, plus some jewelry. Mr. Lin, the total is $1,830,000. Lin Mo listened to the amount. As for the specific list, it was something that he didn't even look at. Solely, he directly took out his cell phone. Then of course, it was to use up the triple spending cashback card. After doing all this, only then did the payment begin. Qin Fei, on the other hand, was holding the list and looking at it. The water friends in the live broadcast room also saw the detailed list. I'll go. That pair of high heels, it actually costs $38,000? That bustier at the back, it's actually $19,000? Hiss. A silk scarf costs $5,000. Wait, the bracelet bought at the back, it's not cheap either. A bracelet costs $33,000. This is really burning money. A moment in time. All the water friends for the horror. And what's more, a direct screenshot of the list was taken and then shared. And with the screenshots of the list sent out, the heat of the live broadcast room was also a burst of crazy soaring. It didn't take long for it to break through 4 million. At this moment, Qin Fei froze. The whole person froze in a trance. Once geometry. She also once fantasized that after making money, she would come to this kind of store to buy clothes and jewelry. However, even if it was a fantasy, she had only limited herself to buying tens of thousands of dollars. As for this kind of throwing money away, buying more than $100,000 of luxury goods in one day, she didn't even dare to think about it. However, now, it was really happening. What's wrong? Glancing at Qin Fei, Lin Mo looked puzzled. Isn't it too much to buy? Qin Fei said with a nervous expression. Is it too much? It's alright, if I don't dress you up. I'm afraid that if you stay later, you won't even be able to enter the restaurant where you eat. With these words falling after that, Qin Fei, who was there, looked embarrassed. Within the live broadcast room, quite a few water friends. At this moment on the other hand, they burst into laughter. Ha, I'm afraid that I won't be able to get into the restaurant where I'll be eating later. This is so true. Ha. As for Lin Mo at this moment, looking at these things in front of him, he pondered slightly. His own triple spending cashback card was currently still open. Currently, he himself was spending $180,000. As for himself, he still had $820,000 of cashback left. The validity time of this card, is it 24 hours? Looking at the countdown on his cell phone, in the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, he also began to ponder. This remaining $820,000. How exactly should he spend it out? Forget it, let's eat first. After we finish eating, then we can think about this. Shaking his head, Lin Mo put away his cell phone. Immediately, then he was turning to Qin Fei and said, "Let's go eat lunch." Aha, said the two of them were the ones who sent the shopping bags in their hands, back to the car afterward. Then, on foot, they went outside the mall, and under Lin Mo's leadership, they came to the back of the IM building, a restaurant called Latelier. Looking at this restaurant, Lin Mo also calmly said, "This restaurant is a 2-star Michelin restaurant. The main focus inside is creative French food." Listening to these words, within the live broadcast room, many people came to have a few moments of interest. After all, Michelin 2 stars. For many people, it was still very attractive. And at this time, the two also walked into the restaurant. The red color scheme of the restaurant was very visually appealing. "Welcome to Latelier. Do you two have a reservation?" "No." Lin Mo shook his head and said, "Okay, then both of you please choose your dining seats." The waiter who was there, handed over a tablet. On it was a map of the restaurant's seating layout, as well as the labeled prices of the dining seats. With the entry of this tablet, inside the live broadcast room, meal seats still cost money? People are stupid. The price of the dining space in the hall actually costs $18.88 apiece? This is outrageous. There's a bar? And the bar seats are required to be reserved, and are $58.88 a person? This moment, many water users were just directly dumbfounded. Lin Mo, on the other hand, didn't care about this, just casually chose a seat against the inside of the restaurant. Then, under the guidance of the waiter, he came to the table and sat down. Then, he opened the menu that was placed on the table, and with the opening of this menu, Qin Fei looked at the prices on it, and all of a sudden, a burst of heart shock. It wasn't just her. Everyone within the live broadcast room also saw what was on it. This menu, the price on it isn't labeled wrong, right? A salad for 998? Is this watermelon juice added with gold? It actually costs 298? I'm stupid. A gumbo is 648. The price is, hiss, a steak actually costs 2,800? This moment, everyone at this moment, was just completely dumbfounded. After all, this kind of price, only even if the Michelin chef handmade, but also too expensive, point right? Chapter 51, Have a Say Spray. Soon, Lin Mo and the two of them just started ordering food, and with Lin Mo's flurry of ordering underneath, Qin Fei was getting more and more alarmed. 2 servings of spaghetti, bread, 2 steaks, gumbo, and 2 drinks. The stuff wasn't much though. However, it was just such a small amount of stuff. The total consumption, surprisingly, just reached 12,000, plus the 10% service charge. That is to say, this is just one meal. It ate up 13,200 yuan. That's without the wine. If you order the wine, I'm afraid the price of this meal would be tens of thousands of dollars higher. And this, but also let a lot of water friends in the live broadcast room. Watching is for the staggering. Soon, the meal is also began to be served. Qin Fei also did not continue to live broadcast. For the time being, chose to go off air. With the aftermath of going off air, Qin Fei also let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the entire person was also patting her chest, saying, resting, being in front of the camera all morning end to end, it's really exhausting me to death. To this, Lin Mo also just smiled, just opened his cell phone app and checked the prestige punch list. Looking at the data of this prestige punch list, in the bottom of Lin Mo's eyes, there were also a few moments of astonishment. It had been less than an hour since the broadcast had started. His own reputation value had actually increased by more than 1 million, the distance to the third stage reward of 8 million. There was still a gap of less than 2 million. Then, it seems that in the afternoon today, one should be able to obtain this third stage reward, he murmured in the bottom of his heart. Lin Mo, who was here, also had a few flashes of light in the bottom of his eyes, and there was Qin Fei. At this time, she was already preparing to eat. The entire person's mood, too, looked very good. Looking at this scene, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth, on the contrary, also rose slightly. However, soon after, the good mood of the two people was gone. Right at this moment, a rather sharp voice, behind them, it violently rang out. Yo, isn't this Manager Qin? It seems that Magic City is really small enough. Lin Mo frowned and looked, only to see a woman with a tall figure, wearing a set of white dress and carrying a LV bag, was standing at the back. The woman's arm, on the other hand, was holding a fat man in his 50s who was slightly shaven. Qin Fei's face was not very pretty as she looked at the visitor in front of her. Jiang Wen. This Jiang Wen, then, was the financial director of her former company. And this financial director, misappropriation of public funds not to mention, and also with the company's old director, has an unclear relationship. After the company fired himself, and even to himself, the industry blocked. Thinking of this, Qin Fei is more and more irritated. As for the side of this Jiang Wen, that old man in his 50s, just like, is the former chairman of the company, the old director of the Wood Source Group, Jiang Hai. This Jiang Wen swept a glance at Lin Mo. Afterwards, it was with a cold smile, saying, he, it seems that Manager Qin, this is the second generation of the evening even his clothes have changed into the latest Hermes model. Listening to this, Qin Fei, who was there, immediately laughed scornfully and said, I am not like some people. Will not go to evening some old man, and after evening it, it's still a misappropriation of public funds. A sentence fell. Jiang Wen, who was here, was instantly anxious, looking angrily at Qin Fei who was there, you, and the Jiang Hai next to her. At this time, he also coldly said, Miss Qin, I advise you to pay attention when you speak. Every word that you yourself are saying right now, that's all about evidence. Our Wood Source Group, how can I say that it is also a big group? You'll be held responsible if you make empty promises and talk nonsense here. To be honest, at this time, Jiang Hai's heart was also a bit flustered. The hand holding Jiang Wen next to him was also quietly drawn out. There was no way. The relationship between himself and Jiang Wen was, after all, unseen. And this relationship, once it was broken into the open, that in their own home that tigress, one thought of this, he just couldn't stop. Winced, but verbally, still there threateningly. Miss Qin, if you dare to make such empty promises and talk nonsense again, then we, Wood Source Group, also have no choice but to send out the legal department. A sentence. Qin Feier was, at that moment, clenching her teeth for a while, and Lin Mo also stood up at this time. Afterwards, he walked over to this John Hai. He said, John Hai, right? I think that we need to go aside and have a chat. This John Hai heard this. He immediately froze, and then when he was just about to say something, Lin Mo however had already held his hand. Subsequently, a huge force came. The entire person directly was yanked and dragged away from the spot. The huge force coming from his wrist. He was even pinched, grimacing in pain, and the two people there, Qin Feier and Jiang Mu, for these subtle situations, they didn't pay much attention to them. In their eyes, it was this Jiang Hai and Lin Mo, leaving together, and Jiang Mo snorted at this time, saying, Ha, it seems that the person you're attached to, is also not good. After meeting Chairman Jiang, don't you still have to be honest? Qin Feier did not speak, only her brows were slightly furrowed. She always felt that this matter, some strange, but for a moment, she couldn't say where exactly it was weird, and at this time, Lin Mo was already dragging this Jiang Hai into the middle of the bathroom. Throw it out casually. Jiang Hai's entire body, all of a sudden, hit the wall. As for Lin Mo, he closed the bathroom door with his backhand. Moreover, he also locked the bathroom door with his hand. Jiang Hai, who was left inside the bathroom, at this time, he was also flustered, but then was to regain his composure. Threateningly, he said, Kid, I'm warning you, this is now a society with the rule of law. If you dare to mess around, you definitely won't be able to run away. And do you know who I am? I'm Jiang, of the Wood Source Group. Before Jiang Hai could finish his sentence, Lin Mo just smashed his fist on this Jiang Hai's stomach. Instantly, this Jiang Hai was in pain, wanting to scream out. He was covered by Lin Mo's mouth, simply, unable to make a sound. What a lot of nonsense. Releasing his hand, he casually threw it in the corner. Lin Mo pulled out his cell phone, tapping on the app. He took out the Habase spray. Try it out. Raised an eyebrow, shaking the can. Lin Mo just sprayed it directly at this river and sea, and after spraying, the bottle and can directly disappeared. As for this Jiang Hai, his eyes gradually lost their concentration, sitting there, looking at Lin Mo as if he was a puppet. Lin Mo, on the other hand, tapped on his cell phone's camera and recorded a video. At the same time, said, Next, I ask, you answer. Chapter 52 The Lowly Jiang Hai. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo's face was odd, looking at Jiang Hai in front of him, had to say, this Jiang Hai is really a ing talent. He doesn't just have this Jiang Mo as a lover, there are actually 3 more outside, and the most critical is, this ginger end, pregnant. Now, it is already 2 months old. Jiang Hai is already 55 years old this year. The reason for this is that the wife of the family is unable to have children. The reason is that the wife of the family is unable to bear children. After learning that Jiang Mu was pregnant, he is also in order to let him help himself to give birth to this child, so has always been to her to respond to all requests, even if it is known. The Ginger End's secretly misappropriation of the company's public funds only did not bother Ginger End what, and the same, he is also no. This thing cannot let his wife know. After all, his company can have this scale today, behind is not less. His wife's family support. If this thing is known by his wife, Jiang Hai dare to guarantee, by then, not only is his company gone, I'm afraid that is also going to be finished. Oh, Boss Jiang, it's still really powerful. I have to clap my hands when this red flag at home doesn't fall and the colorful flag is flying outside. Listening to this, the effect of the Habase spray gradually faded, and Jiang Hai, who was there, also reacted. He himself just now had said something. At once, Jiang Hai pupils dilated. On his face, he was filled with despair. Cold sweat, like a tidal wave, continuously flowed out behind his back. Then, with a bitter face, this Jiang Hai looked towards Lin Mo who was there and said, Are you actually a human or a demon? Lin Mo did not answer. He just sked twice, played with the cell phone in his hand, and said, Boss Jiang, I think, you don't want it either. This video in my hand to fall into your wife's hands, right? A sentence fell. Jiang Hai, who was there, stared at Lin Mo and said in a deep voice, What do you want? Money, or something else? This video, no matter what, could not flow into the hands of his own wife. And Lin Mo just smiled, shook his head, and said, Money? You see me, do I look like I lack money? The corner of Lin Mo's mouth rose slightly. With a few playful smiles, a sentence fell. This Jiang Hai's face was even more unsightly. My request is very simple. From now on, I don't want to continue in the Magic City to see Jiang Mo again. Just that simple? Just that simple. After Lin Mo finished saying this, both eyes, too, narrowed slightly. Then casually, he held the faucet and twisted it with force. Click. This faucet was directly unscrewed. Water spurted out. Lin Mo, on the other hand, threw the faucet in his hand, which was already being held into a ball, onto the ground and said, "I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't think of anything crooked, or else, there will be consequences." After saying that, Lin Mo turned off the valve on the side and just turned around and left. And Zhang Hai, who was there, at this time, his pants were already wet. Looking at the one in front of him, already was screwed into a spherical faucet. The body could not stop trembling. Then, looking at Lin Mo's back, in the bottom of his eyes, he was filled with fear. Inside the restaurant, Jiang Mu sat on the side, proudly looking at Qin Feier. In his mouth, he was constantly sneering. On the other hand, his face was filled with a look of complacency. Qin Feier remained silent and restrained, for the words of this ginger end turned a deaf ear. And at this time, Lin Mo returned to the table. Looking at this Jiang Mo, he sat down on his seat. His brows were also wrinkled. Afterwards, said, "Get out of the way." Listening to these words, Jiang Mo, on the other hand, was unimpressed. After looking at Lin Mo, he just said, "Yo, back, what are you still tugging at here? I'll tell you too. If you two make me happy today, when our chairman Jiang comes back, maybe I can let him off the hook. Otherwise, you'll be in deep. There's absolutely no way you'll get away with this." Jiang Mo had a proud look. Lin Mo's eyes, on the other hand, narrowed slightly, and just when he was about to say something, in front of this Jiang Mo's eyes, there was a violent lightning. Afterwards, in 3 or 2 steps, he was walking to Zhang Hai's side. He said, "Zhang Dong, why did you just come back, and got all covered in water?" She didn't notice. At this moment, Zhang Hai, with his head lowered, with a strong color of fear under his eyes, just continued to talk eloquently there. "Zhang Dong, you don't worry. This little over here, I am already taken care of." Before she continued to say something, "Pa!" a crisp sound rang out. Zhang Hai violently, was a slap thrown out. This scene, directly, Qin Feier, who was there, was taken aback. The entire person was already dumbfounded. Jiang Mo's face, at this time, was swollen high up. Teeth, are thrown off a few. The entire person, at this time, had a dumbfounded look, not daring to speak there. "You shut up!" Zhang Hai let out a roar. In the bottom of his heart, he had already cursed his mother. It's this woman, all day long, flaunting outside. Now it's good. Offended the wrong person. Still here completely unaware. She almost ruined herself. And now, even if he is not ruined, but so big a handle, in the hands of others, he is subject to others. This moment, Zhang Hai heart resentment incomparable. But one thought, the other party is still pregnant, is no way. And at this time, this Zhang Hai, on the other hand, quickly came in front of Lin Mo and Qin Feier and said, "Miss Qin, what happened before, was my fault. I apologize to you. I also hope that you will be magnanimous. As for the compensation owed to you from before, my side will also call you as soon as possible." Some words fell. This Qin Feier was dumbfounded. What is the situation? This Zhang Hai, how come all of a sudden, there was this degree of attitude change? And, also in front of himself, apologizing to himself? This Zhang Hai he was clear about. During his own time in the Wood Source Group, all along, it was the other people who begged him. How had he ever seen that he had lowered his voice to people like this? And, this Zhang Hai's personality suddenly changed. It seems that, it was after leaving with Lin Mo that it happened. Then what exactly had happened during the time away? Qin Feier was a bit puzzled. Afterwards, it was to look at, Lin Mo, but only to see, at this time, Lin Mo, was casually cutting the steak there, as if all of this had nothing to do with him at all. He looked light-hearted, and hearing the sound here, the store manager who was rushing over, looking at this scene, he was also dumbfounded at this moment. He did recognize Zhang Hai, knew the identity of the other party, was the boss of the topmost group in Magic City. He knew that the other party's identity was the boss of the Magic City's top group, a character who would make the Magic City's business community tremble when he stomped his foot. And now, this kind of character actually to these two youths, so lowly? For a while, this store manager, completely confused, more than anything else, he was a little skeptical. Chapter 53, Mr. Lin, do you think it's okay for me to handle it this way? At this moment, the store manager stood aside, silent. However, his gaze as he looked at Lin Mo was flickering for a while, unknown, what was on his mind here? And then, it was to beckon a waiter on the side. After instructing a few words, this waiter was the one who left in a hurry, before the dining table. Zhang Hai, on the other hand, was vicious. He glared at Jiang Mu, who was at the side. Afterwards, under his breath, he was roaring angrily, "Asshole thing, why don't you hurry over and apologize to Miss Qin? At this moment, Jiang Mo was already confused by the beating. Being yelled at like this, his body instantly trembled a few times. Then, walked over to this Qin Fei, biting his lower lip still. He said, Miss Qin, I'm sorry, please also forgive me. In response, Qin Fei just shook her head and said, I now have only one request. I don't wish to see you again in my life. After these words fell, Jiang Hai, who was there, instantly just swore, you can rest assured on this point, Ms. Qin, I'll arrange for an airplane to send her away tonight. This sentence came out here in the ginger end of the facepale. In a hurry, he sat down on the ground with a plop. The expression lost his soul. The meaning of these words is already very obvious. Himself, in the latter half of his life, he might never be able to return to Xinhua. Yourself, finished, and then, she was the one who grabbed this Jiang Hai's pants leg and hurriedly said, No, Jiang Hai, you can't do this. I have, in my stomach. Before she could finish her words, their Jiang Hai's face changed. You shut your mouth. You. At this moment, Jiang Hai couldn't wait to strangle this Jiang Mu. He was absolutely blind. Only then would he look at a bastard like her, who was not good enough to accomplish anything. What is the situation now? Does she have no idea? She is also prepared to use the child in her belly to threaten herself? And think of this. He directly, hard draw out his leg. At the same time, to this ginger and roared, after making it shut up, was careful, looking at Lin Mo who was there. Apprehensively, he said, Mr. Lin, do you think it's okay if I handle it like this? Lin Mo nodded and said, not bad. Jiang Dong is a character. Even he was not able to think that this Jiang Hai would actually do this. He himself was originally just thinking that he would let Jiang Mo leave Magic City. As a result, he did not expect this Jiang Hai was actually prepared to send it directly to the European Union. And their Jiang Hai, seeing this, was also relieved. Immediately, is also rushed to leave the place. And before leaving, he said something to the store manager who was there. This has also let this store manager, at this time, is more surprised a few points. And for Lin Mo, the bottom of his eyes was also more and more solemn. With the departure of Jiang Hai, inside the restaurant, once again fell into silence. And Lin Mo obviously, is some perceived, the atmosphere around some wrong. At this point in time, although there were not many people in the restaurant, but there were still a few customers, plus everything that happened just now, the commotion that was caused, was again so big. Naturally, it would attract the attention of quite a few people. At this moment, these people were looking at Lin Mo with curiosity in their eyes. They were all at this time curious about Lin Mo's identity. After all, the chairman of the Wood Source Group, this identity still had a few points of weight in Magic City, and this mediocre teenager in front of them, he was actually able to make the other party bow and apologize to himself. How can this not let the crowd hear? How can this not make the crowd here curious about the other party's identity? As for Qin Fei who was opposite Lin Mo, at this time, she was looking at Lin Mo in a state of infatuation. In her mouth, she also couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, between you and Jiang Hai, what exactly happened? Hearing this, Lin Mo just smiled and said, nothing, just with him, there was a friendly exchange in the bathroom. The other party also decided to change his ways and apologize to us. Regarding Lin Mo's words, Qin Fei naturally wouldn't believe it. After all, after saying a few words, the other party changed their ways and decided to apologize? If this was said, even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe it. The two of them were in the bathroom. Something had definitely happened. And Lin Mo had definitely grabbed the other party's handle and made the person throw in the towel. Forget it if you don't say anything. Qin Fei skimmed her mouth. Then, it was the continuation of eating the steak, and after less than a minute, this Qin Fei's cell phone, but suddenly rang a beep. Somewhat puzzled, she picked up her cell phone, when saw the message above instantly. This Qin Fei, mouth incredulously grew up. The expression, moreover, appeared to be in a trance for a few minutes. What's wrong? Jiang Hai he transferred $3 million to me. In response, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, it was also figured out. This Jiang Hai at this moment, was truly afraid of himself. This 3 million, it was made to please himself. At that moment, he also smiled and said, it seems that this Jiang Hai's speed, is still quite fast. And Qin Fei was unaware of this. Just a little hesitant. Said, but, I was just fired from the company. This transfer of 3 million, isn't it too much? It's only 3 million. It's not too big a number. Since Jiang Hai transferred it to you, then it's fine for you to accept it. If you don't accept it, this Jiang Hai will still continue to harass you in the future. Lin Mo calmly said. After all, he was very clear. Today's money, Jiang Hai seemed to be transferring it to Qin Fei, but the real target was himself. If Qin Fei did not accept it, then Jiang Hai would definitely be worried if he didn't let her accept it. After that, it would only be endless. After all, this was considered normal. Jiang Hai, so big a handle, was held in his own hands. It was natural to panic. In response, Qin Fei was a bit hesitant, but the next moments, still nodded and said, "All right then." And at this time, the store manager at this moment, was also once again walking behind him, followed by a young waiter. The waiter was carrying a silver tray covered with a red cloth. "Mr. Lin, I've disturbed your meal." The store manager bowed slightly to Lin Mo. The tone appeared respectful. Lin Mo put down the knife and fork in his hand. Then, rather curiously, he looked at this store manager, and this store manager clapped his hands, and the young waiter who was there, handed over the tray. The red cloth was uncovered. Placed on this tray, hurrah, was a wooden wine box, as well as a black card. Chapter 54, Champagne worth $2 million. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo could not help but freeze as well. And then, it was the same that he opened his mouth and asked, "This is?" Listening to Lin Mo's words, the store manager who was there, at this time, smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, this card is the store's black card. You hold this card in any latelier in the world, can be permanently 20% off, booking free service treatment of the highest level." The store manager picked up this black card. Then, respectfully, it was handed to Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded his head. Immediately, he was accepting this card. "Many thanks," and quite a few other customers at the side. At this time, cold air was sucked out of their mouths. Hiss! Looking at the black card that was handed out by the store manager, the crowd was all in shock. LATLIER's black card. This is the L'Atelier restaurant, the highest level of membership card. Globally, the number of customers who possessed this card could be said to be no more than the number of 100. And now, this mediocre-looking youth had actually received one. How is this? Can they not be shocked? As for the waiter at the side, at this time, he picked up the wooden wine box. Immediately, he slid the lid of the box open, and the store manager took out the bottle of wine that was lying in it. It was a pure black bottle of wine. On it, there was no label, and no other decorations. It was just simple and very plain. And the moment this bottle of wine was taken out, quite a few people here were also attracted by this black bottle of wine. And among them, there were a few people, the moment they saw this bottle of wine, at the bottom of their eyes, there was also a not so small amount of surprise that swept through them. What kind of wine is this? Black wine bottle. Do not recognize. A few tables of customers not far away, looking at this black bottle of wine, the bottom of their eyes carried doubts. And at this time, the store manager also spoke. "Mr. Lin, this bottle of wine was given to you by Mr. Jiang. Please allow me to introduce you to this bottle." With that said, this store manager placed the bottle of wine in his hands, on the tabletop. Immediately, he slowly said, "This bottle of wine is called the Silent Ship 1907. Currently on the market, there are only no more than 2,000 bottles of Snow White champagne in existence, and the auction price last time was up to 188 million. But that auction was a long time ago, and as far as the current market value is concerned, the price of this bottle should be more than 2 million. As these words fell, everyone there, cold air was sucked out of their mouths. Qin Fei's face also fell into shock as she looked at the unimpressive black bottle of champagne. A bottle of wine, worth $2 million. Suddenly, Qin Fei felt that the $3 million in her card, seemingly, it was actually not much. The others nearby, on the other hand, looked at Lin Mo with some surprise. The color of their faces also became more and more solemn. This youth, just what kind of person is he? Not only was he able to make the chairman of such a top-tier conglomerate as Jiang Hai grovel to him, and even sent a bottle, the black bottle of champagne that was treasured by it, the Ship of Silence 1907? For a moment, many people looked at Lin Mo, their minds pondering. Yes, Lin Mo let out a light laugh. This Jiang Hai, there are quite a lot of flowers? Lin Mo at this moment, unavoidably shook his head. At the same time, he also remembered the time before, when this Jiang Hai had slapped Jiang Mo. The whole thing was that he didn't consider that the other party was pregnant. With a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, he played with the black card in his hand. Finally, said, "All right, load it up for me and put it here." "Okay, Mr. Lin." After saying that, this wine was reloaded and placed on the table, and then excused himself. And with the departure of this store manager, Lin Mo and Qin Fei, who had also eaten almost enough, were just about ready to leave. This time, the guests at the other tables also could not sit still. Quite a few guests immediately came over to send their business cards. For this scene, Lin Mo was also somewhat speechless, but there was nothing he could do about it, but he could only accept it. After all, many of the people here, their identities were relatively extraordinary. Basically, the customers here were all either rich or noble, promised a couple of sentences. Afterwards, it was to take the wine and return to the car. After placing the things in order, Qiyue Fei also let out a sigh of relief, spat out her tongue, and said, "I didn't expect that this bottle of wine would actually cost more than $2 million. In response, Lin Mo let out a light laugh. After that, he just shook his head and said, "No matter how exorbitant the price of this wine is, it is always just a bottle of wine. This wine, more of its value, should be that story behind this wine." Story? Qiyue Fei, here, had a few moments of curiosity in her expression. Well, this champagne was produced in 1907, and was meant to be shipped to Tsarist Russia, but it was sunk in the Gulf of Finland by German ships. It slept at the bottom of the sea for 90 years, and it wasn't until 1997 that it was salvaged and then went into the auction. So to be honest, this champagne, it's just a bottle of champagne that's a bit older. Lin Mo shrugged, not a care in the world about this. Qiyue Fei, on the other hand, smacked her lips for a while, then looking at the bottle, she said, "Boy, I didn't expect that this wine has this story? Then it seems that it's really not easy for this wine to be savored by us nowadays." To this, Lin Mo just laughed and didn't care too much. "Well, right, why don't you accompany me to buy 2 watches? Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Qiyue Fei immediately froze. Buy watches? Immediately, it was also a bit sour. What? Buying for another little girl? Lin Mo didn't hide it too much and casually just said, "Well, to buy for a little sister of mine. In a while, she has a drama performance. This watch is even a congratulatory gift for her." Lin Mo bought this watch after some consideration. With his own cashback amount, there was still 820,000 left. This $820,000. If you wanted to spend it in an afternoon, the fastest way was undoubtedly to buy a watch, and it just so happens that one piece can be bought for Sieyuma, as a gift for appearing in a theater performance. As for the other piece, this will be given to Qiyue Fei. After all, it has to rain on the parade, doesn't it? Listening to Lin Mo's words, this Qiyue Fei had mixed feelings. However, for Lin Mo's candor, she was still somewhat unprepared, and at the same time for this situation, she had also prepared for it. After all, she had known for a long time that it was absolutely impossible for Lin Mo to have only her as a woman. Well, then can I go live later? Listening to these words, Lin Mo pondered. He himself was now close to the 3rd stage of rewards. There was only less than 2 million prestige values left. Afterwards, still nodding his head, he said, "No problem, just go live." After saying that, Lin Mo did a navigation. The 2 people fastened their seatbelts. Subsequently, one foot stepped on the gas pedal. The entire car, all of a sudden, was swept out. It went straight to Patek Philippe's store. Chapter 55, Buying a Patek Philippe on a straight broadcast. The 2 chatted along the way. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Patek Philippe residence. Patek Philippe, this belongs to the leader of the watch industry. Among the world's top 10 watches, it even belonged to the top of the world. Here it is. The vehicle drove into the Patek Philippe residence. Originally, parking was not allowed at the Patek Philippe residence, but after seeing Lin Mo's car, it was a Pagani Wind God Imola. The fact that parking wasn't allowed became an empty phrase. There was no way. Those who could afford to drive such a luxury car, without a doubt, they are all VIPs. For the VIPs, naturally, they can't be confused with other ordinary customers. In the car, Lin Mo packed up his things and said, "Start the live broadcast." Qiyue Fei nodded. Afterwards, opening her cell phone cloud, she just started the live broadcast. Along with the start of the live broadcast, a group of water friends who had been waiting for a long time, instantly flooded into the live broadcast room. The Do Shark official, at this time, also found Qiyue Fei's live room. It was determined that this was what Lin Mo had said, his woman's live room. Immediately, it was a variety of recommended positions, resources arranged on. With this increase in exposure, this Qiyue Fei's live room, the heat was crazy high, and looking at this scene, Qiyue Fei was also somewhat surprised. The mood, too, was somewhat excited, saying, "I'm on the open screen pop-up recommendation." Oh, listening to this, Lin Mo froze, but then, it was also understood. At that moment, it was a smile and said, "This action, it's quite fast." Listening to Lin Mo's words, Qiyue Fei immediately froze, looking at Lin Mo with a curious expression. "Alright, get off the car." After saying that, Lin Mo just got out of the car. Qiyue Fei also suppressed the doubts in her heart, then, opened the car door, and at the same time, said to the live broadcast, "Hello, everyone, the anchor is now at the Patek Philippe source residence in Magic City. Next it will live broadcast to buy a Patek Philippe watch." A sentence fell. Jean Fair also got out of the sports car. At that moment, the Patek Philippe residence's small, detached building entered the live broadcast room. For a moment, among the live broadcasting room, many people began to boil up. Live streaming to buy a Patek Philippe watch? Hiss. Patek Philippe? That piece of watch. At least 100,000, right? Kneel down. Hiss. Is this the Patek Philippe residence? A small detached building? At this time, there were also two sales clerks dressed in straight and neat suits, who came to the side of the car, looking at Lin Mo and Jean Fair who came down from the car. Immediately, they greeted them. Sir, ma'am, welcome to the Patek Philippe source residence. Well, I wish to pick out a few watches. Lin Mo spoke with a smile on his face, with the words that followed the fall of this sentence. Within the live broadcast room, many people were completely dumbfounded at this time. Wait, what did I hear? Buy a few pieces? WOJ. The Crouching Dynasty Big Brother said a few pieces. I'm afraid it's not the kind that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. I can't afford a Patek Philippe watch even if I don't eat or drink for a whole year. But now, Big Brother Crouching Dynasty is actually planning to buy a few pieces? This is a Big Brother? Kneel down. And the saleswoman there, listening to this, the smile on her face got even bigger. As for the back, Jean Fair who was on the air, then she didn't care at all. After all, Lin Mo's words, together with that supercar that started at $10 million, representing the other party, today's consumption, was something that would not be less than $1 million at all. Because of a live broadcast, kicking out a customer with this kind of spending power? Then she is really stupid. Immediately, that is, she smiled and said, okay sir, then is this side going to look at the men's or the women's? Well, let's look at the men's style first. Lin Mo was also prepared to buy himself a wristwatch, although he had a Roger Dubuis. However, as a man, how could he only have a wristwatch? Plus, this watch from Roger Dubuis was on the younger side. It's fine to wear it on a daily basis, but when attending some solemn occasions, if you wear it, it will be somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, Lin Mo was prepared to give himself another piece of Patek Philippe. Okay sir, then please follow me. Walking inside the Patek Philippe store. Inside the store, there were other customers at this time, and after Lin Mo entered, he froze, only to see that inside, a middle-aged man was there picking out a watch. After seeing Lin Mo, he just said with some surprise, Mr. Lin, Butler's son? Lin Mo was a little surprised. He was not expecting that he could actually be here and bump into Sun Fu. Ha ha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to actually be here and run into Mr. Lin said. He was looking behind him, saying, Shopkeeper Qian, this is the one I mentioned to you, that Mr. Lin. As those words fell, at the back, Qian Yongkong instantly, his eyes lit up. He was the store manager of this Patek Philippe. Originally, he was here to receive this Sun Fu, and at the time just now, he was listening to Sun Fu, mentioning Lin Mo, and he learned that Lin Mo had bought the building. Lin Mo had bought the $600 million building at one eastern suburb. Therefore, he is for Lin Mo, is born to want to befriend some of the mind. He didn't expect that after he had this thought, Lin Mo actually came to their Patek Philippe residence. At once, Qian Yongkong's eyes lit up. Then, in a hurry, he just ran to Lin Mo's face and said cordially, Mr. Lin, how are you? I am the store manager of Patek Philippe source residence. Qian Yongkong, looking at this scene, the crowd of salespeople there, at this moment, one after another, just stared out of their eyes. Why was his own store manager so excited? To know, the store manager of the family, on weekdays is not less reception Magic City big shot. However, why had they ever seen the store manager act so excited? Just when they were curious, but they saw Qian Yongkong, who was there, smiling. Mr. Lin, is this preparation to buy a wristwatch for yourself? Well, let's get myself a piece first. Listening to these words, the store manager there, his face was also instantly revealed a few smiles and said, ha ha, that's really a coincidence. Mr. Lin, on our side, a wristwatch just arrived yesterday. It's guaranteed that Mr. Lin, you'll love it after looking at it, said. He was leading Lin Mo to the center of this store. Here, a separate stand was placed, and it was equipped with high-strength bulletproof glass. Mr. Lin, the wristwatch that just arrived in our store yesterday is exactly the one in front of you. Patek Philippe Super Complication Timepiece Series, 5271 or 001 watch. Chapter 56 Stage 3 Mission Reached. Listening to these words, Lin Mo also looked towards the wristwatch that was placed here. The 18K rose gold strap was paired with a pure black dial, low-key, yet luxurious. Under the illumination of the booth's fluorescent lights, this rose gold watch body glittered. As for the live broadcast room, a large number of water friends, at this time is also to see the true appearance of this piece of wristwatch, and after seeing it, the crowd here was also a burst of, for which they were staggered. At the same time, emotions were also showing on their faces. So this is the top of the line wristwatch? Awesome! Worthy of being a Patek Philippe watch, this is simply a work of art. This wristwatch, it's simply outrageous alright. And at this time, this Qian Yongkang, too, said respectfully to Lin Mo, Mr. Lin, this 5270/1 or 001 watch, currently belonging to our store's top watch, it uses 18K rose gold as the strap, and the watch dial layout, in continuation of the classic pattern of the Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph. The dial layout of the watch continues the classic layout of the Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph, with the addition of a day/night indicator and a leap year cycle indicator. It can be said that the appreciation space of this watch is still very large. Lin Mo listened to these words, just nodded calmly. Then, it was to say, not bad. Qian Yongkang then smiled and said, if Mr. Lin likes it, he can try wearing it. After saying that, Qian Yongkang was pulling out the key, opening the bulletproof glass cover. It was with care that he took out this wristwatch. In the booth, and watching Qian Yongkang's movements, one of the sales in the back was frowning, whispered, store manager, this is not in line with the rules, right? This wristwatch should only be a diamond VIP, who is qualified to make a purchase, right? After all, this wristwatch, in their store are all belonging to the treasure level of the store, so unless it was a diamond VIP member, otherwise, they were not qualified to purchase this watch at all. The person in front of him was not even a Patek Philippe VIP. How could he be qualified to purchase this watch? Listening to these words, a salesman at the side shook his head and said, that sports car outside just now, you saw it, right? Saw it? Ah, why? This male sales is still a bit puzzled, wondering, if a sports car? It's not rare in Magic City. We can't sell a watch that is limited to diamond VIP purchases just because the other party came in a sports car, right? With this sentence falling after the other sales, at once, was a burst of snickers, said, ha, if it was an ordinary general sports car, then it would indeed be unqualified, but the car that the other person is driving, that is the Pagani Wind God Imola, of which there are only 5 in the world. The price of this car, even more so, has reached a staggering $39 million. What? As these words fell, the male salesman who was there looked shocked, looking towards Lin Mo who was there, his face changed slightly, and at the same time, that sales then continued to speak. Also, let me remind you, just now, I heard it. It's said that this Mr. Lin is still living in the number 1 villa of one eastern suburb. At that moment, the male salesman's face changed for a while. No, 1 villa of one eastern suburb? The king of the building that's worth $600 million? Yes, it's that villa. After the words fell, the male salesman here, in his mouth, kept sucking in cold air. So does it really matter if someone is a diamond member? Besides, even if he really isn't a diamond member, so what? As long as he buys this watch, he can still become a diamond member? Rules, they were always made for ordinary people, for the rich and powerful. The rules never mattered. After Lin Mo put on the watch, the temperament of the business elite was immediately obvious. After looking at the watch on his wrist in the mirror, Lin Mo also nodded with satisfaction and said, very good, it's it. Saying that, Lin Mo just casually asked, if this wristwatch, what is the current selling price? Listening to Lin Mo's inquiry, Qian Yongkang, who was here, also said respectfully, this wristwatch, the current selling price, is 165 million. Okay, swipe your card. Lin Mo took out his bank card. Without even blinking, he directly swiped his card for the bill. Looking at this scene, the few shopkeepers there, on the other hand, were staggered for a while. Without hesitation, he directly swiped his card. This was simply subverting their 3 views. As for Qin Feier, she was also dumbfounded at this moment. She did know that Lin Mo was very rich, but this operation, it was simply outrageous. Easily taking out 165 million to buy a wristwatch. It was as if, what he spent, it wasn't 165 million, but just 165 pieces, and the live broadcast room, at this time, was also directly detonated. Some of the emperors and kings who had dived in to watch the live broadcast, at this time, they started sending out pop-ups and making rewards. Kneel directly. Big brother, this operation really let people have to admire. 650,000 Patek Philippe top of the line watch. Bought it without the slightest hesitation. This spunky temperament. I'm ashamed to be inferior. People are stupid. Compared to the crouching dynasty bigwigs, what is this bit of wealth of mine? And with these rich people swiping gifts, Most of the people in the live broadcast room felt that it was an eye-opening experience. With such a number of brush gifts, Qin Fei's live broadcast room, the heat was also climbing. Gradually, it reached a level of 6 million. And looking at this scene, at this time, Qin Fei also revealed a color of surprise. After all, this was the first time that he, without Lin Mo brushing his gifts, the heat of the live broadcast room reached 6 million, and this heat was still constantly climbing upwards. As for Lin Mo, he didn't care too much about all this. At this moment, after signing the contract, he was calmly saying, right, one more lady's wristwatch, for someone else. He also had to buy a piece for Xieyuma, as a gift to celebrate the drama performance. And listening to Lin Mo's words, Qian Yongkang, who was there, smiled and said, if we're talking about a lady's wristwatch and it's meant to be a gift, I recommend this one. Our store's better selling, Complicated Functions Timepiece Series 4947G001 watch. Qian Yongkang brought Lin Mo to the counter. Then, from it, he took out a sky blue colored wristwatch, the 18K white gold case, with a circle of diamond embellishments. The entire wristwatch appeared to be very light and elegant. Looking at this wristwatch, Lin Mo also nodded his head, saying, this is it. Wrap it up for me. After saying that, Lin Mo was looking at Qin Fei who was there and said, do you want to choose a piece as well? Chapter 57, shares worth $10 billion. Qin Fei's shock. Lin Mo looked at Qin Fei who was there and smiled. After all, this had to be a bowl of water. And Qin Fei, who was there, listened to Lin Mo's words. At this time, she was also stunned. The subsequent one was shaking her head and said, it's not good, right? Listening to these words, Qin Fei who was here, at that moment, she opened her mouth and said, it's fine, you can buy as much as you want, take whichever one you fancy directly. Lin Mo waved his hand, and blandly said, listening to these words, Qin Fei here, her mind was also starting to come alive, glancing at the wristwatch on Lin Mo's wrist, then, looked at the surrounding booths again. After hesitating, she said, how about this one? Lin Mo also looked in the direction of this Qin Fei's finger. What this Qin Fei was pointing at was a rose-gold-colored Nautilus sports-style watch, and, if one were to just take a cursory glance, it was easy to recognize this Nautilus, and the wristwatch Lin Mo was currently wearing, as a couple's model. Sure about this one? Looking at the Nautilus that Qian Yongkang took out, Lin Mo asked. Qin Fei, on the other hand, put it on her wrist and nodded, saying, well, I think this one is very pretty. Alright then, pay the bill. Lin Mo swiped his card once again, and Qian Yongkang, who was there, also nodded his head at this moment, saying, okay, Mr. Lin, this 4947G001 watch of yours is $370,000. As for this Nautilus then, it's $250,000, totaling 620,000 yuan. As these words fell afterward, in the middle of the live broadcast room, many people were just bursting, staggered by it. I go, 620,000 yuan? Good boy, worthy of being a Crouching Dynasty Big Brother, a $620,000 watch, he just gave it away. Compared to the Crouching Dynasty Big Brother, I suddenly feel, my $100,000 to buy the Green Water Ghost, counts for nothing. For a while, within the live broadcast room, quite a few people at this time, were showing envious gazes, and at this time, within the live broadcast room, quite a few netizens, also discovered a problem. Wait, you guys look at the wristwatch on the anchor's wrist, it's the same as the wristwatch of the Woohoo Dynasty Big Brother. Woohoo! If you look at these two watches from a distance, there's not much difference at all. TSK, that's a clever trick, and after buying the two watches, Lin Mo also paid attention to the heat of the live broadcast. At this time, the heat had already reached 8 million. Looking at this heat level, Lin Mo's heart was also murmuring over it. 8 million heat. Judging by this heat, my task 3 should be completed, right? As this thought of Lin Mo's fell to Qian Yongkang who was sitting there, after asking for the location of the bathroom. Then, he went all the way to the bathroom. Then, he opened his cell phone and started to check it out. At this time in the props column, the triple cashback card was already ready for settlement. After the settlement, $3 million quickly arrived. However, Lin Mo didn't care about this 3 million. What he really cared about, it was the rewards of this third stage. And then, the finger fell. Third stage reward, received successfully, obtained. Reward 1, cash reward 50 million Divine China dollars. Reward 2, skill, Divine Culinary Arts. Reward 3, 10% shares of Qiyue Group. The moment the 3 rewards appeared, cold air was sucked backwards in Lin Mo's mouth. On his face, he also looked a little stunned. The first two didn't shock Lin Mo too much. The main thing was the third reward, 10% of the shares of the Trina Group. This Trina Group was not a small company. The fighting shark technology that Lin Mo had previously obtained, that could be said to be a large company. But, in front of this Trina Group, fighting shark technology? That's just a younger brother. In the country, it is one of the largest supergroup, more involved in real estate, film and television, tourism and financial four industries. And in the real estate and tourism industries, it is the leader, 10% of the shares, although it does not seem much, but at least, it's a $10 billion share. For Lin Mo, this was a truly huge fortune. At this moment, Lin Mo was truly excited. This wave of his own, he had completely used a few $1,000,000. He has earned back tens of billions of dollars. Although the annual dividends may not reach 10 billion, but at least, it was also the existence of billions. A wave of fat a wave of staggering. Lin Mo was in an excited mood. Then, he took a deep breath and tried hard to calm himself down. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth also rose for a while here. After tidying up his clothes and hairstyle, only then did Lin Mo leave the bathroom. After returning outside, after giving Qin Feier a wink. This Qin Feier was the one who ended the live broadcast. With 8 million, almost 9 million heat levels, she chose to go off the air. This could almost be said to be the craziest thing Qin Feier had ever done. But, after all, it was Lin Mo's intention. She also just didn't have the slightest hesitation, and absolutely just chose to obey. Immediately, following Qian Yongkang and Sun Fu, after some pleasantries, this was what left the Patek Philippe source residence. Alright, then next, it's time to take you to move. After saying that, Lin Mo was the one who stepped on the gas and went straight to Grand Hyatt residence. After arriving at the opposite side of the lover's home store, the weekly manager of this lover's home was busy welcoming up. Turning to Lin Mo, he hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, you're here." This manager Joe had a smile on his face at this time. Afterwards, he was turning to Lin Mo and reporting on his work. "Mr. Lin, the 120 houses in your building, the current occupancy rate has already reached 90%. At the moment, my site is organizing out for you 3 empty houses. They are 1703 on the 17th floor, which is slightly smaller in size, with 2 households on the first floor. The other 2 sets, respectively, are 3101's large flat, and one is 3002's large flat. These 2 sets of large flat, both belong to the area of 240 square feet. As for 3101, it has a small storage room on the second floor." Listening to the words of this lover's manager, Qin Feier, who was there, was confused again. "What do you mean? A whole building? 3 empty houses?" This moment, Qin Feier looked at Lin Mo and was a bit dumbfounded. Opening her mouth, her throat was a little dry. Finally, somewhat unbelievably, she said to Lin Mo, You have a building in this Junyue Huating?" Lin Mo bashfully nodded his head, said, "That's right, what's the problem?" No. Qin Feier hurriedly, just shook her head. As for the bottom of her heart, she began to calculate, this one building, exactly how much money, and at this moment, Lin Mo then smiled and said, "How about this? Just give me the key to 3101. Chapter 58 Housekeeper in Place, Godly Driving Skills." Subsequently, after settling this Qin Feier down, Lin Mo also just drove his car and left. In the past 2 days, he had worked himself almost night and day, so he had to rest a little. He returned to the villa of one eastern suburb, took out the bottle of wine that Zhang Hai had given himself, after putting it in the wine cellar. Then he turned around and entered the gym next to him. Very quickly, a night's time passed. Waiting until the next morning, Lin Mo was woken up by a phone call. The caller was none other than the gatekeeper's office at the entrance of this villa complex. "Hello." After picking up the phone, yawning, Lin Mo lazily said, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to wake you up at this hour. The main reason for calling you is because there is a lady at the door called Huang Yuan. Says she's your housekeeper and is here to serve today, so I'm calling you to confirm." Huang Yuan? Lin Mo was slightly stunned, but then, it was a reaction. Nodding his head, he said, "Yes, that's right, she is indeed my housekeeper. Your property department recorded it. If you come later, there will be some nannies and florists coming over. These people, when you guys arrive, just confirm with Huang Yuan." "Okay, Mr. Lin." After confirming, this property was also released with it. After Huang Yuan arrived, Lin Mo met with her. This Huang Yuan had a very slender figure. Her appearance was also young and beautiful. Looking at Huang Yuan in front of him, Lin Mo was a bit curious and opened his mouth. "I see Ms. Huang, this year is only 30 years old, and is also a graduate of the National People's Congress. Why don't you go to some big enterprises after graduation to be the management of the administrative department?" On the contrary, She has entered the housekeeper industry, and has been doing it for so many years? After Lin Mo's words fell, this Huang Yuan was also stunned. After that, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. I'm not hiding it from Mr. Lin. When I started out, I was indeed in the administration industry. Only later, because of some family factors, I could only turn to the housekeeping industry. After all, with this industry, the annual salary is quite a bit higher than administration. Listening to this, Lin Mo also nodded his head. Then, it was the words that continued. Alright, I see that the intended annual salary on your side is 1 million, right? Yes. Listening to this, Lin Mo calmly nodded his head and continued. Alright, since there's no problem, then the follow-up will be troublesome for you. With these words, after falling, Huang Yuan was also officially busy. As for Lin Mo, on the other hand, he returned inside the study. Then, he began to check out the app. What new items had hit the shelves today? With the opening of it, Lin Mo did see that the merchandise that was in there. Skill, divine driving. Subsidized price, 188-inch. Looking at the commodities in the middle of the mall, Lin Mo was also a bit depressed. It's actually a skill? At this moment, Lin Mo really didn't know what he should say. In the end, it was just a sigh. Forget it, it's better to have it than not to have it. In the bottom of his heart, he let out a helpless sigh. And then, Lin Mo just purchased it. Purchase successful. Product delivery in progress. Estimated delivery time, 40 minutes. Please wait for delivery. Looking at the delivery time, Lin Mo didn't care too much. Just opened the computer. Then, he prepared a family expense card. After transferring $1 million of funding inside, casually swiping through the B station, he began to wait. And after 40 minutes, this divine driving skills is also the account. Almost instantly, Lin Mo only felt that there was a whole lot more information in his mind. After a full 5 or 6 minutes, this pile of information was completely digested. Phew! Lin Mo let out a breath. Inexplicably, there was an impulse in his heart, wanting to drive his own car, to try out this divine driving ability. And at this moment, the door of the study room was also knocked on. The next moment, Huang Yuan's voice then rang out. Boss, it's time for breakfast. Okay, I know. Going out and downstairs, Lin Mo then just saw several nanny ants and a florist in this first floor hall. Good day, boss. These several nanny ants, one after another, were bowing to Lin Mo. In response to this, Lin Mo also just nodded and said, Alright, everyone sit, let's eat together. Hearing this, one of the ants there just smiled and said, No need, boss. We all ate when we came. Seeing this, Lin Mo also just didn't say anything. Sitting down on a chair, the subsequent one felt out a bank card and said, By the way, Butler Huang, there's 1 million in this card. It's for the family's activities. You can take it and use it first, and if you don't have enough money later on you can tell me, and I'll call money to the card. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Huang Yuan's, at once, was also stunned. $1 million? She didn't expect that Lin Mo would actually come out with $1 million. Wasn't he afraid that she would escape with the money? But then, this Huang Yuan just came back to her senses. People can afford to live in the know. One villa in the eastern suburb. Where else would she be afraid of running away with the money? Thinking of this, she nodded her head and said, Okay. Immediately, this Huang Yuan is also asked, By the way, boss, about the family grocery cart, you see? Well, Lin Mo mused. Then, it was then that he opened his mouth. Let's put it this way then. Within this 1,500,000 you take to get a grocery cart. After saying this, a sentence fell. Huang Yuan was also confused. Take 500,000 and get a grocery shopping car? Isn't it a bit too extravagant? She had originally thought that this car for groceries would cost $200,000 to $300,000, which was just about right. But, how could she have thought the boss of the family actually directly start his $500,000 of funds take to buy vegetables car? After swallowing, here's Huang Yuan, is also some curiosity. The boss of his own home, this exactly is how luxurious, and next to a group of nannies, at this time is also a burst of for the staggering. They, too, had worked as nannies in many rich and powerful homes, but Lin Mo was so bossy, it was the first time they had seen it. $500,000 for a grocery car. This is really some terrifying. Very quickly, Lin Mo also finished a breakfast. Afterwards, after ordering something with Huang Yuan, he also walked into the garage, and after that, it was time to get into the Pagani. The moment he sat in the cab, the skill of divine driving was instantly activated. The entire person's temperament changed by a few points. With the engine roaring, Lin Mo instantly had a judgment about the sound of the engine, and then, the entire car quickly leapt out. Chapter 59 Annoyed Mu Nanji. The vehicle quickly leapt out. After extracting the divine level vehicle skill, Lin Mo also clearly felt it. His own control over this Pagani Wind God Imola was at a peak. Together with himself, his body had already been strengthened by the body strengthening potion. He had also utilized his divine car skills to the extreme. Although currently, it was just driving on an ordinary highway. But, Lin Mo's speed was still extremely fast and incomparable. 30 or so minutes later, Lin Mo was also tired of playing. At this time, his vehicle was in the business district. On the opposite side of the road was a building called Mu Group. Well, go down and buy a drink. He looked down at the roadside. There was a milk tea store open there. Lin Mo got out of the car and entered it to buy milk tea. At this time, the top floor of the Mu Group, inside the president's office, Mu Nanji was sitting there. Across from it, Zhang Hai was sipping tea with a very casual look. However, it was this casual demeanor that made Mu Nanji gnash her teeth. The two of them, from 8:30 in the morning, had started talking about cooperation, but the result, this talk for nearly 2 hours, but still no deal. And this Zhang Hai, completely as a look of oil and salt does not enter the mold. All, is to let Mu Nanji, difficult to the extreme. At the same time, the bottom of the heart is also hidden. Anxious, there is no way. The East China Sea project, worth more than 3 billion, but if you want to take the project in the East China Sea, one of the pieces of land that was in the hands of the Wood Source Group was the one that had to be gotten. Thinking of this, Mu Nanji was also the one who directly said, Jiang Dong, about your company's East China Sea side of the land issue, do you see what you think? Listening to Mu Nanji's words, Zhang Hai instantly just smiled, sitting there, still with a nonchalant look. Indifferently, he said, regarding this piece of land, we don't need to rush for the time being, but now this time, is also about to arrive at noon. In my opinion, let's go have a lunch, how about chatting while eating? As these words fell, Mu Nanji, who was there, was almost furious. Eat lunch? Eat a hammer to eat. Immediately, the Mu Nanji here, then is violently slammed the table. Subsequently, the bottom of the heart has a few points of annoyance. Said, Jiang Dong, you don't go too far. Regarding this piece of land, between our two companies, it's already been nearly 3 months of negotiation. During these 3 months, we, Mu Group, have already tried our best to show our sincerity. However, you, Mu Yuan Group, have not shown enough sincerity. Looking at Mu Nanji's irritated appearance, on Zhang Hai's face, there was a bland smile. With that, he calmly spoke. Mr. Mu, what's the hurry? Regarding this matter, within our Mu Yuan Group, it has already been discussed in the board of directors. As for the specific cooperation program, our Wood Source Group has also already drawn up a corresponding contract. After saying these words, Zhang Hai was looking towards the secretary behind him, saying, come, bring the contract to me. The secretary took out the contract. Immediately, it was handed to Zhang Hai who was there. Please ask Mr. Mu to take a look at it. For this situation, Mu Nanji was a bit confused. And then, still, he took this contract over and began to look through it. As the contract was flipped through, the bottom of Mu Nanji's heart was also gradually burning with anger. Eventually, then as some huffing and puffing will contract heavily put down, said Jiang Dong, you this contract, some excess of it, East China Sea that piece of land, you actually want to price 1.3 billion, and require a one-time payment? On your price, compared to the current market price, is a full 30% premium. Mu Nanji was annoyed in the bottom of her heart. The look on her face was even a bit ugly. After all, the project in the East Sea, the profit was just around $3 billion. Now this Jiang Hai sell land, actually premium 30%. This is to let their side of the profit become several hundred million lower. And the most critical thing is, this business, but also have to talk. After all, if the project in the East China Sea is successful, although only 3 billion in profits, however, it is able to get involved with the official relationship, the subsequent profits, far more than this 3 billion. As for Jiang Hai who was there, he was in a nonchalant manner, still with a calm demeanor. He said, what's Mr. Mu's hurry? This premium of 30%, compared to the profit that Mr. Mu can bring from this business, a mere 30% premium, what can it be considered? Jiang Hai gently tapped the desktop. On his face, he wore a few light smiles. You guys, at this moment, Mu Nanji also reacted. At the same time, the bottom of her heart was also a few points clearer. This Jiang Hai was afraid that he knew about the East Seas project. It was also for this reason that it would have a look that completely ate up their appearance. And today from the beginning, the other party is on purpose hanging himself. Thinking clearly about this matter, Mu Nanji, the whole person is also black face, but Jiang Hai there, on the other hand, smiled slightly and said, "This matter, you take your time to think about it, Mr. Mu. Anyway, we, Mu Yuan Group, have plenty of time. After you've considered it, we'll come back to sign the contract. There's no rush. Only, I need to remind Mr. Mu of one thing. The next time you sign a contract, the premium will not necessarily be 30%. After all, this piece of land in my hands is still quite popular these days." After saying that, Jiang Hai got up and left. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Jiang Dong, stay. Just when this Jiang Hai was about to pull open the office door, behind him, Mu Nanji's voice rang out. "Ha! Took the bait." The corners of Jiang Hai's mouth rose. The expression was filled with contempt. This Mu Nanji was indeed a strong woman amongst the Magic City business community. It's a pity that she's too young. Sex, easy to rush. More than 10 minutes later, Mu Group's main entrance. Jiang Hai had a look like he was in the spring breeze. Smiling, he opened his mouth. "Ha ha, this cooperation with Mr. Mu is very pleasant. I hope that in the future, the cooperation between both of us will still be the same as today." On the opposite side, Mu Nanji's face was green. Gritting his teeth, he then spoke. He, definitely. Then, Jiang Dong, I won't continue to deliver on my side." With the words falling after that, this Jiang Hai was preparing to leave. However, just at this moment, a somewhat surprised voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Ha, Nanji, why are you here?" As this voice fell afterward, Mu Nanji, who was there, twisted her head to look towards the back. What followed was the sight of Lin Mo, who was standing there, holding milk tea in his hands. The expression, too, was stunned by it. Lin Mo? And there was Jiang Hai. The moment he saw Lin Mo, the face, however, was a white color. It was followed by a shuddering, saying, "Lin, Mr. Lin?" Chapter 60. Mu Nanji, who was dumbfounded. At this moment, Jiang Hai was trembling all over. His legs, even more so, were trembling. Jiang Hai did not think at all. He himself, actually could be here, and encounter Lin Mo, this fatal star. Jiang Hai, why are you here? At this moment, Lin Mo also noticed this Jiang Hai with a puzzled expression, while the Jiang Hai who was here, had a sarcastic smile on his face, said, "Came over here to talk about something, didn't expect to meet you here." Arching his body, Jiang Hai's face was full of smiles, while there, Mu Nanji, at this time was dumbfounded. This Jiang Hai, actually knew Lin Mo? And, actually to Lin Mo, or this respectful look? This, at that moment, Mu Nanji was just a little curious, looking at Lin Mo and said, "Lin Mo, you know Boss Jiangyam?" Hearing this, Lin Mo, who was here, then just calmly said, "That's right, it's kind of like having a one-sided relationship. It's kind of like knowing him." Listening to Lin Mo's words, Jiang Hai, who was here, was also relieved. To be honest, he was really afraid that Lin Mo would shake him out. As for Mu Nanji, who was there, at this time, she was a bit puzzled. One side of the story? This can you call it a one-sided relationship? Just this Jiang Hai humble appearance. How is it possible that it is just a one-sided relationship? And at this time, this Jiang Hai also suddenly reacted. "Mr. Lin, between you and Mr. Mu, you also know each other?" Just now, if he remembered correctly, this Mu Nanji was directly calling out Lin Mo's name. "This relationship, between me and Nanji, we belong to the opposite door neighbors. The relationship is quite good," Lin Mo, who was here, casually said. A sentence fell. This Jiang Hai, his face went white. Neighbors across the street, not a bad relationship, calling each other by name. This moment, this Jiang Hai as a whole, only felt his legs go weak, himself just now when, at the time of signing the contract, but hadn't had less to play the bully and, now is being told, between this Mu Nanji and Lin Mo, the relationship is quite good. This, Jiang Hai's mind was suddenly filled with thoughts. If afterward, this Mu Nanji talked to Lin Mo, saying bad things about herself, spitting out bitter water. As a result, Lin Mo's impression of himself was not good. Thinking about this, Jiang Hai's face gradually turned white. Looking at this scene, Mu Nanji's eyebrows burst, was wrinkled for it. At the bottom of her heart, for this Jiang Hai situation, she was also greatly puzzled. "Jiang Dong, are you not feeling well?" And just in Mu Nanji this sentence, in the moment after asking, the Jiang Hai there, however, took a deep breath. Then, looking towards Mu Nanji who was there, a smile was written all over his face. Immediately, he then just spoke. "Ha, Mr. Mu, I've thought about it, the contract we just signed, why don't we just void it and redraft the contract?" The moment these words fell, Mu Nanji froze, and then, was to say, "Jiang Dong, what do you mean? You must not misunderstand, Mr. Mu, I feel that the contract just now is really a bit unreasonable. I think that we should adjust the price downward by 50%, so that it can be considered more reasonable. And in terms of payment, there's no need to be in such a hurry. It can be paid off in batches within a year. Said. Zhang Hai took out the contract that was signed before. Then, it was torn to shreds, threw to the side of the trash can. Immediately, a fawning smile appeared on Zhang Hai's face. Turning to Mu Nanji, he respectfully said, "The other thing is, just now in the office, I may have offended a bit in my words, but please, General Manager Mu, don't take it to heart." Looking at the Zhang Hai with this appearance, Mu Nanji was shocked. Just now, this Zhang Hai completely is a look of a rambling appearance, but now, how is it that all of a sudden the temperament has changed greatly? Actually want to sign the price down 50%? That is, 20% lower than the market price, and this is not to mention, also agreed to their side installment payment, and the secretary there at this time, is also anxious, hurriedly, is to say, Jiang Dong, this, before the secretary finished his words, Zhang Hai, who was there, coldly said, "What's wrong? My right to change a contract is still gone?" "No, Dong Jiang, it's just that if this is done, the board of directors sighed." Listening to these words, Zhang Hai coldly snorted and said, "The board side is dissatisfied. Let them come to me. I'm the chairman of this wood source group." The Zhang Hai here, coldly said, although, this contract was at the market price, reduced by 20%, however, one was still only earning slightly less, and even though it was true that by doing this, one would offend the group of old men on the board of directors, but, this group of board of directors, if you offend them, you offend them, but, if one offends Lin Mo, then the trouble will be big. One's own estimation of people can be lost. Thinking of this, Zhang Hai did not dare to delay. Immediately, he said, "Mr. Mu, you hurry up let's go and re-sign the contract right now." Zhang Hai began to urge, "I'll have someone redraft the contract immediately." Mu Nanji didn't hesitate, and immediately started to call. At this time, she was also figuring it out. This Zhang Hai's temperament had changed drastically. Between it and Lin Mo, it was absolutely inseparable. Although she didn't quite understand why Zhang Hai's attitude became so respectful after seeing Lin Mo, his attitude would become so respectful. However, she didn't think about it, just waited for the people to deliver the contract and then said, "Jiang Dong, this new contract, if you look at it, if there are no problems, let's sign it. No need to look at it, just sign directly." After saying that, this Zhang Hai did not even look at a glance, directly lying on the car, is swish, signed his name, shun hand in the secretary's bag, took out the company's official seal, directly, changed in the above. This, Jiang Dong, the secretary was already completely petrified and dumbfounded. This TM, contracts do not even look at? The chairman of the family, what kind of stimulation is this? Actually, sign a contract, so casual? Moreover, this cover, that is the profit on the less several hundred million even the Mu Nanji there, at this time are dumbfounded, is really too metaphysical. After signing and stamping himself, the whole thing, the lid is finalized, and looking at this scene, Zhang Hai was also relieved. Then, to Lin Mo was to carefully say, "Mr. Lin, look, if you have no other orders, then I'll take the first step to leave on my side and not disturb you and Mr. Mu." Looking at Zhang Hai's appearance, Mu Nanji, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 61 Mu Nanji's Invitation. At this moment, Mu Nanji was completely dumbfounded, looking at this Zhang Hai who was in front of her. Then she was full of confusion. Is it really the Zhang Hai that he knows? How? Attitude would be so humble? And, even to leave, he needed to ask Lin Mo for instructions? At this moment in time, Mu Nanji's face was a million times more odd. As for Lin Mo, he casually said, "Okay, nothing to ask you to do. Then I'll take my leave on my side." Zhang Hai was respectful. Bowing his body, he bent down and left. Mu Nanji, on the other hand, with an odd face, looked at Lin Mo, said quietly, I'm afraid it's not just between you and him, it's a one-sided relationship?" Lin Mo, who heard these words, then smiled blandly, said, "Sort of a one-sided relationship." Mu Nanji also did not care too much about this matter, just consequently, said to Lin Mo, "Want to go up and have a seat?" Lin Mo nodded and said, "Well, good." The two went upstairs. Within a short time, it was to this Mu Nanji's office. Inside the large office, it was incredibly empty. On the east wall, a picture of purple breath coming from the east was hanging there. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Mo's sitting posture was casual. In his hands, he was holding a cup of big red robe. At the same time, he was also smiling lightly, saying, "This office of yours is not bad, overrated." Mu Nanji also smiled gently. At the same time, it also lamented. I have to thank you, Lin Mo, for this today. If I hadn't run into you, I was only afraid that I would have lost several $100 million. Moreover, in the long run, the benefits I gained this time would have been even greater. So, this time, it's me who owes you a favor. Here was Mu Nanji. Turning to Lin Mo, she said very sincerely. That's too much to say. I'm just doing a little bit of lifting my hands. Lin Mo burst into a light laugh. Immediately after taking a sip of tea, he just shook his head and said, listening to Lin Mo's words, Mu Nanji could only smile bitterly down. For Lin Mo, this might be a show of hands, but for them, this was not what was called a show of hands. And at this moment, all of a sudden, this Mu Nanji just said, by the way, are you free tomorrow? Lin Mo gently raised his eyebrows and said, what? Are you planning to date me? A sentence fell. All of a sudden, Mu Nanji's face flushed crimson. The entire person, there too, could not help but say, what are you talking nonsense? At this time, Mu Nanji, speaking voice, also was a lot smaller. The whole person's face color scarlet. Handsome do not know where to put, look embarrassed. But then, took a deep breath and said, didn't I tell you last time, my grandfather he wanted to see you once? So I want to ask you, tomorrow time, are you free? Tomorrow happens to be the day that my grandfather is at the Golden Foothills Hotel, preparing a banquet. If you're free, I'd like to invite you over to attend it. That's so. Lin Mo mused. Afterwards, said, alright then I'll just go and attend tomorrow. After these words fell, the Lin Mo here, was also turning around and leaving. Looking at Lin Mo, after leaving, the Mu Nanji here, also took a deep breath. The bottom of her heart murmured for it. Lin Mo. As for Lin Mo, after leaving this Mu Nanji here, he also got into the car and went straight to the gym. Subsequently, he soaked in the gym. It was only until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that he returned home. And after returning home, Lin Mo's eyes were also brightened. The villa's courtyard was cleaned up. The lawn was also remaintained, neatly trimmed. The greenery was even carefully trimmed, giving people a very comfortable look. As for the garage, at this time is more than a BMW 5 Series, parked there. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo also smiled. This Huang Yuan's work speed is quite fast. Lin Mo smiled. Then he pushed open the garage door and walked inside the villa. With the moment Lin Mo entered, the housekeeper, Huang Yuan, was the one who greeted him. With a smile on her face, she said, boss, welcome home. Please change your shoes. As Lin Mo began to change his shoes, this Huang Yuan was also the one who began to report on the work. Boss, according to your orders, I spent 392,700 yuan, purchased a BMW 5 Series, as a grocery car for the family, and also helped you today, the villa as a whole, to carry out a cleaning. Listening to these words, Lin Mo also nodded his head in satisfaction and said, well, not bad, I've worked hard for you guys today. Boss, are you going to take a bath first, or are you going to eat first? Eat? Lin Mo casually said, okay boss, then you rest first. After 10 minutes, we will start eating. Listening to these words, Lin Mo sat down on the sofa, and his heart was moved by it. After this hiring a butler, coming back is just awesome. There was some lamentation in his heart. He was just sitting there, casually, brushing up on the drama here. Time passed little by little. Very quickly, it was 11:50 in the middle of the night. At this time, Lin Mo was lying on his bed, waiting for the app to refresh. 10 minutes passed, and Lin Mo pulled down his finger. The homepage of the app was refreshed. 1955 gold covered out of print spear table asterisk 30 subsidized price, $9. 9-inch, subsidized price of 30% of the shares of Junyue Hotel, 8 yuan. Looking at these two items, Lin Mo froze, and then, it was murmuring, Golden Foothills Grand Hotel? I remember what Mu Nanji said. The address of the banquet is this Golden Foothills Grand Hotel, right? At this time, Lin Mo, the corners of his mouth were also gently rising for a while. Interesting. In his mouth, after murmuring a sentence, Lin Mo was also looking at another item. 1955 Golden Capped Outstanding Edition Spearmint? Spearmint wine? If I take this out and give it away tomorrow, it shouldn't drop in price, right? Tomorrow was for a banquet though. But one, after all, was going to meet Grandpa Munanzi. So, that definitely can't go empty-handed. No matter what, it was also necessary to bring some gifts. And now, there's this 1955 gold-covered spear platform. Then it would be better to bring it tomorrow. Thinking of this, Lin Mo just bought these two things together. Purchase successful. The item is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 8 hours. Please wait for delivery. 8 hours? Looking at the delivery time. At that instant, Lin Mo was just stunned. Then, in the bottom of his heart, a few moments of curiosity also surfaced. I just don't know. If this is said to take 8 hours, tomorrow morning these two commodities, how are they going to be delivered to themselves? Chapter 62 Junyue Hotel. The next day, 8:30, Lin Mo was woken up by Huang Yuan. After getting up, after some washing, the clothes were changed. Immediately, it was time to go to the dining room and eat breakfast. Drinking a mouthful of milk that cost less than $5 and eating an egg that cost $1. Lin Mo, who was sitting at the dining table, swiped his cell phone. At the same time, in the bottom of his heart, he muttered, "TSK, I really can't figure out how some people think that eating an egg and drinking milk, a day's food cost of 650 is still not enough." At this moment, Huang Yuan, who was there, also said to Lin Mo, "Boss, half an hour ago, you had 2 expresses arrive, on my side. I signed for them for you, and placed them in the study." Okay, I know. Lin Mo calmly nodded his head. In the bottom of his heart, he was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that it was actually sent by way of express delivery. The original time, Lin Mo was still curious about how the goods he purchased today were going to be delivered to him. This Huang Yuan was already receiving the goods, and it was through a courier this way. Without any further hesitation, Lin Mo quickly finished his breakfast. The subsequent one, which was all the way, walked to the second floor within the study. At this moment, within the study, a large-sized paper box was placed on the ground, and on the desktop next to it. On the other hand, a file bag was placed. Without bothering about the paper box that was placed on the ground, Lin Mo just opened this file bag. Subsequently, Junyue Hotel, 30% of the shares of the book, was on the desktop. Looking at the 30% shares, Lin Mo nodded his head blandly. The face, too, looked very frank. This Golden Foot Hotel, at least it's a 5-star hotel. A 30% share. Well, this share should be worth a few $1,000,000. Lin Mo nodded his head in satisfaction. Immediately, he then took this shareholding book. Casually, it was just thrown on the desktop without bothering about it. Next, it's these 30 bottles of white wine. Lin Mo looked at this paper box in front of him and took the nail clippers next to him. Then, using the runt, he scratched the tape on the paper box. With the tape being scratched open, neatly, 30 bottles of Moutai wine were lying inside. Casually took out 2 bottles. This was the old Moutai from the 50s. It was different from the spear platforms of the later generations. The spears of the 50s were in alabaster bottles with cork stoppers. It's a purple sand bottle with a cork stopper. This purple sand bottle spear platform preservation is still intact. The label affixed on the outside was somewhat broken and yellowed at this time. However, the red star and wheat ears in the upper left corner, it was still the same, clearly visible and appeared brightly colored. If Lin Mo didn't know the origin of this wine, one would really think that these 2 bottles of 1955 outstanding gold Moutai were modern-day counterfeits. After a little bit of thought, Lin Mo mused, and immediately, he found a handbag. Carefully, he put the 2 bottles of wine away. After that, he sat down in the middle of the study and played with his cell phone. Soon, it was 10:30 in the morning. At this point in time, Mu Nanji also sent a message to himself. At this time, Mu Nanji, but has already prepared, said to let himself drive over. Her driver is on vacation today. Looking at Mu Nanji's message, Lin Mo also raised his eyebrows. Then, it was to take this document and walk downstairs. Butler Huang, hearing Lin Mo's words, this Huang Yuan also just walked over, her face respectful. "Boss, what's the matter? You can drive, right?" Huang Yuan nodded her head and said, "Yes, boss. That's fine then. You drive me and Miss Mu Nanji from across the street, together to the Golden Foothills Hotel. Also, when we get to the hotel, you take my equity book, go to the general manager's office of this hotel, and go to the general manager of the other party to do a handover procedure." Listening to Lin Mo's words, Huang Yuan, who was there, was stunned, but then, it was nodding her head and said, "Okay boss, alright then, you can just drive this Rolls-Royce Cullinan of mine." Casually grabbing it, he laid out the Rolls-Royce's car keys on the side. "Okay boss." Receiving the car keys and the equity letter, Huang Yuan was the one who headed to the garage. As for Lin Mo, he changed into a decent outfit. Then of all things, it was out the door. Curbside, Cullinan was waiting there. After placing the Moutai in the trunk, only then did this knock on Mu Nanji's door. Getting into the car, the 3 of them went all the way, straight to the hotel. In front of the hotel, Lin Mo carried the wine, then with Mu Nanji, together to the banquet hall. Today's banquet, the people inside are basically acquaintances. For example, it's with our Mu group, some partners or something, but in reality, everyone is treating this as my grandfather's second birthday banquet. After all, the previous one, my grandfather's birthday banquet, was in the form of a family banquet, and no one was invited. Listening to these words, Lin Mo nodded his head. Soon, before arriving at a large private room, this Mu Nanji also said, "You go in first, I'll go and call my grandfather first." Good. After saying that, Lin Mo was pushing the door in. As Lin Mo entered, inside this restaurant, the crowd that had already taken their seats in a circle, also one after another, their gazes fell on Lin Mo's body. At this moment, on the other side, inside the general manager's office, General Manager Zhao Qian was inside the office, pacing for a while. Just now, he had received a call from his own chairman. He said that 30% of the shares of the hotel had been acquired by a young man called Lin Mo, and about this Lin Mo's all information, as well as personality, that was completely nothing. This new major shareholder, in the end, what kind of character is it? He actually managed to acquire 30% of the hotel's shares without a word. Just when Zhao Qian was wondering in his heart, the landline on the desk, at this time also rang. Hello. After picking up, Zhao Qian's tone appeared to be somewhat anxious. On the other end of the phone, his assistant's voice rang out. Mr. Zhao, there is a lady outside the door who claims to be Lin Mo's housekeeper, saying that she wants to see you. No. Zhao Qian's tone was impatient. However, before he could finish his sentence, the remaining half of his words froze and he swallowed it back. Whose did you say? Mr. Lin's? This Zhao Qian's heartbeat accelerated wildly, his face horrified. He remembered that the new major shareholder was called Lin Mo. Could it be that the person coming is the new major shareholder's butler? Thinking of this, Zhao Qian just took a deep breath and said, "Quickly, hurry up and invite the person in. The other party is an honored guest. No slacking off." After saying this, the phone hung up. Zhao Qian's face changed for a while, and he finally felt that something was wrong. Hurriedly, he also ran towards the outside. Chapter 63, He's an honored guest I've invited. 3 minutes later, inside the general manager's office, Zhao Qian looked at the shareholder certificate in front of him, saying, "That's right, it's confirmed. This is indeed the share certificate of our Golden Foothills Hotel." Looking at Huang Yuan, who was there, Zhao Qian, who was here, was also respectful, and just said, "Butler Huang, I don't know if you're here today. Is it Mr. Lin? He has any instructions?" Hearing this, Huang Yuan, just sipping tea here, calmly said, "My boss, he is attending a banquet downstairs." After a sentence fell, this Zhao Qian, at this time, also all of a sudden, was just agitated. Hurriedly, then was to open his mouth and said, "Then Butler Huang, I wonder Mr. Lin, which private room is he in right now?" On the other side, Golden Fortune Hall private room, the crowd looked at Lin Mo who walked in, and in the bottom of their hearts, a few moments of doubt and curiosity surfaced. Who was this young man in front of them? The circle of top tycoons in Magic City was that big. Basically, everyone knew each other as well. But, this Lin Mo in front of me, the crowd here, but no one knows. Could it be that this was the son of a great family that had only recently returned to China? For these gazes, Lin Mo chose to ignore them, just casually, walked to an empty seat and sat down. Then, he placed the bag in his hand to the side. At the same time, the door of this private room was opened once again. A young man wearing a suit hurriedly walked in. At the same time, with an apologetic voice, he said, Sorry, uncles and uncles, I'm the one who came late. There was some traffic on the road." And after these words fell, the youth who was here, however, also noticed Lin Mo who was there. Immediately, it was with a frown, saying, "Lin Mo?" Listening to these words, Lin Mo did notice this youth, but his entire person was slightly stunned. This person in front of him was his college classmate, Li Dongwei. This Li Dongwei, with his own relationship in the university, was a little bit of a bad deal. The reason is because, when he was in the university, because the face value can be, plus their own results, is also very good, so is more attract girls like. But this Li Dongwei, in the university when, is notorious rich second generation, character is more dude. Once, this Li Dongwei confession girl, rejected him. Instead, he confessed to Lin Mo. Naturally, it is a beam, but later, it is not much to see each other, and after graduation, the interactions between the two, is even less. As a result, I didn't expect to actually be here, but I met again. As for Li Dongwei looking at Lin Mo, he was frowning slightly. At the same time, it was also noticed, the position where the other party was sitting should be his own seat. At that moment, his heart was getting more and more displeased. Right away, he said, "Lin Mo, why are you here? This is not a place where people like you can come." With the fall of these words after that, there was a bloated and obese old boss there, then he looked at Li Dongwei and said, Mr. Li, this person, you recognize? Li Dongwei laughed and immediately said, recognize? Of course I know him, this guy is one of my college classmates. Where are the parents of the family? They are in a small county, opening a grocery store. After these words fell, many of the surrounding people, at this time, also froze, immediately, among the eyes that looked at Lin Mo. At that moment, a few points of contempt surfaced. They originally thought, Lin Mo was the son of a big family that had only returned to China in the Magic City. The result, it turns out that his family is just a grocery store in the countryside. For a moment, the bottom of the eyes of the crowd was full of contempt and disdain. And at this time, Li Dongwei, with his head held high, walked to Lin Mo's front, scanned Lin Mo's clothes up and down, snorted and said, Hee, this set of clothes on you. You spent a lot of money when you rented it, right? I don't care now how you mixed in. However, this is by no means a place where you can come and make trouble. You immediately, give me out of here. Regarding this Li Dongwei's words, Lin Mo just swept the other party up and down. Immediately, he then just shook his head and said, it's been so long since you graduated, but you still have this character. You really have no brain. Between Lin Mo's words, he was full of mockery at this time. A sentence fell. Li Dongwei also exploded a bit, and then, still turning to Lin Mo, he angrily said, I'll give you 3 seconds at last. You immediately get the hell out of here. Otherwise, do you believe that I will immediately call the security over and throw you out? For this Li Dongwei's words, Lin Mo just shook his head and laughed coldly in his heart. As for this Li Dongwei, his heart was also annoyed by it. Humph, it seems like you really are still honoring your drink and refusing to eat it. Since this is the case, then I can only have the security guards throw you out. With a cold snort from his mouth, this Li Dongwei was planning to call security, but just at this moment, at the back, a somewhat huffy voice, at this time is also for it sounded, Li Dongwei. A sentence fell. This Li Dongwei then turned back, looking at Mu Nanji who was there. At that moment, a few smiles appeared on his face. He hurriedly said, Nanji, you came at the right time. I see that our grandfather's group's banquet, a poor boy who came to dabble in the food has mixed in, and I'm preparing to kick him out. Listening to these words, Mu Nanji who was there, all of a sudden, her willow eyebrows were raised. The bottom of her heart became more and more irritated. Originally she was planning to come down with her own grandfather, together, but she suddenly remembered, Lin Mo and the people here were all unknown to each other. In order to avoid a conflict, so she came down first, but did not expect. As soon as she came down, she saw the situation, and then, it was a stern voice, dabbling poor boy? Li Dongwei, have you lost your head? This Lin Mo, he's an honored guest that I invited. Grandpa, he also agreed, and now you're planning to kick him out? Li Dongwei, what do you mean? A sentence fell. This Li Dongwei was completely confused. Afterwards, he was a bit incredulous, looking at Lin Mo who was sitting there. The expression was dismayed. He was actually invited by Mu Nanji, and the old master actually agreed to it? What kind of joke is this? Li Dongwei was confused at this time. For all this, he only felt that it was a bit unbelievable. Mu Nanji just coldly glanced at this Li Dongwei. Then, very quickly, he came to Lin Mo's front, saying, I'm really sorry, I forgot to introduce you to everyone. It's fine. Lin Mo waved his hand, not caring. By the way, I told my grandfather that you came. This Mu Nanji who said that, came to the position located above. Then, continued, my grandfather said to have you sit by his side, which is this position. After accompanying the fall of these words, everyone present was wide-eyed. On their faces, they all wore a stunned, dumbfounded look. Chapter 64, The Spear Platform of the Alabaster Bottle. This moment, everyone was dumbfounded, letting Lin Mo sit next to the old man? This, on what basis? To know, this banquet today was hosted by the old master, and the old master is also the protagonist today, the existence with the highest status, and such an old man actually let this poor boy sit beside him? Why? At this moment, everyone here, in regards to Lin Mo's heart, was somewhat unconvinced, but this was after all the old master's idea. Even if they were somewhat dissatisfied, they could only hold it in. Even Li Dongwei, who had always been a bit of a brainiac, at this time, he could only be there, with a defiant gaze under his eyes, looking at Lin Mo. And at this moment, Lin Mo, on the other hand, sat there with an indifferent expression, with Lin Mo sitting down. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the door of this private room was also pushed open at this time. A crane-haired, rosy-colored old man walked in. This old man was not someone else. It was precisely this Mu Nanji's grandfather, the Mu family's contemporary family head, the Mu family's old man, Mu Jiangwo. and along with that, the arrival of this Mu Jiangwo. Everyone here also rose for it one after another, saying, "Grandpa, Elder Mu." Hearing these words, Mu Jiangwo just smiled, then, waving his hand in a gesture, said, "Ha ha, sit, everyone sit, no need to be polite." With his issuance of words, only then did the crowd, one after another, sit down again, and at this time, this Mu Jiangwo was also smiling, came to Lin Mo's side, after sitting down, sizing up Lin Mo, he said, "I believe that little friend is the little friend Lin Mo that Nanji mentioned to me, right, Elder Mu?" "It is precisely me," Lin Mo said with a smile on his face. Seeing this Mu Jiangwo also nodded, with a few moments of appreciation and satisfaction under his eyes. He said, "Not bad, not bad." After saying that, there was a slightly bloated figure there. Hanging around his neck was the middle-aged man who had a big gold chain that was about the thickness of his thumb. Then he spoke with a smile, "Elder Mu, last time you celebrated your birthday, my juniors were not able to go to the scene to celebrate your birthday. This meager birthday gift of mine, please accept it." After saying that, this middle-aged man, right from the back, held out a box. After opening the box carefully, inside, there was a longevity peach carved out of white jade. Then slowly, in the box was held out. Then, it was handed to Mu Jiangwo. Looking at this birthday peach, Mu Jiangwo here played with it, and then smilingly said, "Ah, you have the heart. Ha ha, it should be." And at this time, the others were also one after another, and began to give gifts. As one by one, the gifts were sent out. On the counter behind this Mu Jiangwo, at this time, there were about 10 more birthday gifts. At the same time, Li Dongwei there, at this time, is also stood up, from the side of the pocket, took out a wooden box, then opened the wooden box. In this wooden box, there was a bottle of exquisite red wine. "I have heard that Mu Lao is good at wine. I am not a trustee from the European Union to give you a bottle of 90 years of Conti. I hope that Mu Lao do not mind." As this 90-year-old Conti appeared, quite a few people here, dismay surfaced on their faces. A 90-year-old Conti? The Li family, this time, has put in a lot of blood. Yes, 90-year-old Conti. This is a rare and good wine that once fetched $3-4 million a bottle. Mu Jiangwo, who was there, was also a bit surprised at this time. He took this bottle of Conti and held it in his hand, watching it carefully. In his mouth, he was also praising continuously. "Not bad, not bad. This wine is indeed a 90-year-old Conti. You've got heart, Dongwei. This time you've really got heart. I'll take this bottle of wine." Old man, looking at Mu Jiangwo in such a manner, those rich businessmen and bosses on the side, at this time, looking at Li Dongwei, they also started flattering him. "I didn't expect that Dongwei could actually get this kind of good wine." Once Dongwei's bottle of wine came out, it immediately compared our gifts to all of them. The corners of Li Dongwei's mouth, also gently, a burst of upward for it. The bottom of his heart can be described as very excited. It seems, this 3 million, did not spend in vain. At the same time, this Li Dongwei also looked towards Lin Mo. With a few cold smiles at the corners of his mouth, he murmured in his heart, "He, isn't it just being fancy by Mu Nanji? It's just a little white boy. Let's see how I'll make a fool out of you." Thinking of this Li Dongwei, then is smilingly said, "Ha ha, all uncles and uncles are polite, but this is also what we, as juniors should do. Moreover, it's just a bottle of wine. It's nothing. But speaking of which, everyone is here to see the old man this time. More or less, they will bring some gifts. There won't be anyone who comes empty-handed, right?" This sentence came out. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Mo, who was sitting in the upper seat. Seeing this, the Mu Nanji there frowned slightly. The bottom of her heart also sank. At this time, she also saw it. Lin Mo and this Li Dongwei were not dealing with each other. At this moment, Li Dongwei was clearly turning on Lin Mo, and before, although she saw it, Lin Mo did, indeed, walk in carrying a black paper bag, but she didn't care too much about what the gift Lin Mo was carrying was, and she had only told Lin Mo yesterday, the gift he was carrying, probably wouldn't be anything too good, and if it was too average, the inevitable, would be given the opportunity to be mocked by Li Dongwei. At this moment, Mu Nanji's mind sank. There's some trouble. As for Lin Mo, he smiled calmly. Afterward, said, "I came in a bit of a hurry, so I just brought some thin gifts, so I hope that Elder Mu will not be offended." Mu Jiangwo laughed and said, no blame, Shaolin you can come that's the best gift for old man me." And at this time, Lin Mo was also taking out the 2 bottles of purple sand bottles of spear platforms that were placed in a black paper bag. Didn't prepare anything good, just brought 2 bottles of white wine. As this alabaster bottles of spear platforms were taken out, everyone at the scene froze. These two bottles of spear platforms looked to be of some vintage, but the alabaster bottle was the first time most of the people present had seen it. While Mu Jiangwo looked at these two bottles, in the bottom of his heart, he was somewhat appalled. Immediately, it was to take it in his hand and observe it carefully. As for Li Dongwei, looking at these two bottles of wine, the corner of his mouth was a few moments of teasing and disdain. Ha! Those two random bottles of worthless old wine over here? Who are you shaming? Besides, the purple sand bottle of spear platform? I've never seen it before. You are afraid this is not the roadside $5 a bottle, right? Li Dongwei's tone was full of mockery. The words just fell. On that Mu Jiangwo's face, a few moments of annoyance appeared. Shut up. Chapter 65, 55 years golden will brand spear table. Worth 2.8 million. With a roar, Li Dongwei, who was here at that instant, he was also startled. Immediately, he also looked at Mu Jiangwo, who was there. At this time, Mu Jiangwo, faced with a few points of anger, and next to a slightly older middle-aged man, at this time is also looking at this bottle of purple sand bottle spear platform. The bottom of the heart is also a few points of realization. Purple sand bottle. Cork. This is obviously a bottle of old wine from the 50s. This middle-aged man's heart beat for it. Then, he swept a glance at Li Dongwei, who was there, and his expression was also a bit unhappy. Slowly, he just spoke. Humph. Young man, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. The wine that this young friend brought is a $5 bottle from the roadside? Oh, if you can get this wine for $5, how much you can get? How much I acquire? After these words fell, Li Dongwei, who was here, was red in the face, and next to a bunch of other bosses, although they do not recognize this 1955 alabaster bottle spear table, but looking at this appearance of the two, they also reacted. This bottle spear platform in front of them, only afraid, is a great origin. One of them, at this time, also opened his mouth and asked, Elder Mu, Dong Qian, could it be that this spear platform has some origin? With these words, in that middle-aged man who was called Qiandong, at this time, he was looking excited, said, this bottle spear platform is not any ordinary spear platform, but a great origin. Purple sand bottle body spear platform does exist, only, that is only existed in the 50s. With this sentence fell after the scene of a crowd of old bosses, instantly dumbfounded, looking at the bottle of spear platform in the hands of Mu Jiangwo. Their faces were shocked. What? Spearmint from the 50s? The 50s spear platform. I did hear about it, but never saw its real appearance. I didn't expect that I could actually see it here today. I remember that in 10 years, in the Goethe auction specializing in famous wines, a bottle of 58 mutai was once auctioned. At that time, the price of the bottle reached $12 million, and that bottle of wine is not as well preserved as this one. Hiss, boy, then this bottle of wine. This moment, everyone is all in succession. It is to look at. In the hands of Mu Jiangwo in this bottle of 5-star spear Taiwan, face are changed. As for Mu Jiangwo, who was there, he still had a calm demeanor. Then, sweeping a glance at the middle-aged man, he said, Xiao Qian was right, but not completely right. A sentence fell. Everyone froze, and this Qiandong was also a bit confused. Not completely right? This, what do you mean? Just when everyone was confused, the Mu Jiangwo there also continued, leisurely, this bottle of spearmint comes from 1955, and is labeled with the golden wheel. A simple sentence fell. The crowd was somewhat confused, not quite understanding what this sentence meant, and that Qiandong's face instantly changed when he heard this figure. His eyes stared round, his expression was stunned, and his breathing was ragged. Golden wheel standard. This is the golden wheel standard spear platform? Qiandong was a little out of sorts. The whole person was a little unable to sit still. Looking at Qiandong, who looked so out of sorts, the others also froze, unable to help it, is to open their mouths and ask, Qiandong, what's wrong? What happened to the golden wheel spear platform? This Qiandong took 2 deep breaths. With great effort, he kept himself calm and said, the spear platform symbols we know now have the 5-star brand and the flying sky brand, but it was different in the 50s. In the 50s, the 5-star sign was a domestic sales spear platform. In this era, the spear platform for export is the golden wheel brand. The golden wheel brand of spear platform. The number of export is relatively rare, and, in the view of the collectors, the collection value of this kind of spear platform, far more than the 5-star brand. I remember, there was a bottle of 57 years of the golden wheel spear Taiwan, once auctioned to 253 million. This 55-year-old bottle, I see that the quality is far better than the original bottle. I predict that the auction price of this wine will definitely not be less than $2.8 million. A sentence fell. Everyone at the scene, cold air inhaled. A bottle of Maotai wine, worth $2.8 million. This, simply heavenly price. As for Qiandong, these words to doubt? That naturally no one will doubt. After all, this Qiandong family is open auction house, although it is not the main auction wine category. But let him valuation words, but also not bad. At this time, Lin Mo was confused, looking at the 55-year-old golden wool spearfish terrace that was held in the heart of Mu Jiangwo's hand as if it were a treasure. The expression is bizarre. So, this thing was so valuable? And this kind of wine? In the study of his own home, there are still 28 bottles. For a moment, Lin Mo's expression could be described as odd, and Mu Jiangwo was even more in love with this bottle of wine. Immediately, it was cold, glanced at Li Dongwei who was there and said, "Young man, this world is far more vast than you can imagine. In terms of this bottle of wine alone, it's much more precious than what 90 years of Conti you have." After saying that, he was casually placing the 90-year-old Conti that was set aside on the table, casually turned to Li Dongwei's face. With a cold snort, he said, "Take your Conti and go out by yourself. This thing, old man, I don't care." A sentence fell. In this Li Dongwei next to the crowd, one after another, is to hastily avoid, as if this Li Dongwei is the plague general, fear to avoid it. Li Dongwei's face was pale. The whole person is completely disoriented. Finished, completely finished. In the bottom of his heart, he was even more regretful. Just now, why did he say something to mock Lin Mo? If he hadn't mocked, how could he have ended up in this situation? Afterwards, he was the one who hastily opened his mouth. "Lin Mo, brother Mo, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Please, for the sake of you and I being classmates, help me beg for mercy with Elder Mu." In response, Lin Mo was indifferent. Just by glancing at him, he was saying, "Sorry, this really can't be helped. Elder Mu's decisions, how could it be a small person like me, who can go and sway?" A simple sentence fell. Then it was completely, causing Li Dongwei to fall into despair. And there, Mu Lao, at this time, also snorted coldly, "Don't hurry up and get out." Hearing these words, Li Dongwei could only turn around and leave with a disoriented look. With Li Dongwei's departure, inside the private room, the atmosphere was strange. As for Mu Jiangwo, he said with a smile, "This gift, little friend Lin, is really a bit expensive. 55-year-old golden will brand spear platform, and also a one-time is 2 bottles. Old man me, this is really something. I feel ashamed to receive it." Chapter 66, he is the second largest shareholder of our hotel. Listening to Mu Jiangwo's words, Lin Mo just laughed. Immediately, he shook his head and said, "This wine itself isn't anything too expensive. Today's arrival was a bit of a rush, so I casually, at home, pulled out 2 bottles as a gift. When I came, I was worried that Elder Mu wouldn't like it. Now since Mu Lao likes it, then Mu Lao accepts it." Lin Mo, who was here, said smilingly, but after these words fell, the surrounding crowd, however, were dumbfounded. 8 million a bottle of Mao Tai wine. This is called not something too expensive? In addition, what do you mean? Casually draw 2 bottles at home as a gift? Could it be that, in your home, this kind of 55-year-old spearmint is still available? With this thought just falling, the voice of Lin Mo, who was there, then just resounded once again. "Just this stuff. I still have a whole bunch of it at home. It's completely undrinkable." Lin Mo blandly opened his mouth and said, as these words fell afterward, the crowd there, at this time, were all sucking in cold air. At home, there really were several bottles? For a moment, many people were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. After all, this level of spear platforms, it was difficult to see on a normal day. But when it came to Lin Mo, but there are a whole bunch of them? This, for a moment, many people had, and were just staggered by it. And also at this time, the door of this private room, but also was knocked. Everyone, at once, is toward the door to look at, with the eyes cast after. This room door was also pushed open. Then, the general manager of the Golden Foothill Hotel, Zhao Qian, walked in. Behind him, there were 2 waitresses in cheongsams. In their hands, they were holding a tray. Mr. Zhao, why are you here?" Looking at Zhao Qian who had come, everyone was stunned. Listening to these words, Zhao Qian just gave a faint smile, then said, "I heard that our Golden Foothills Hotel's director, Mr. Lin, and Elder Mu are dining here. Specially, I came over to give you all a gift from our hotel." After these words fell, everyone at the scene froze. The Qiandong who was sitting there, unable to help himself, he then just said, "Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhao, the Mr. Lin you're talking about, could it be?" With this sentence falling after that, Zhao Qian, who was there, then just nodded his head and said, "Yes, it's Mr. Lin Mo Lin. Mr. Lin is the second largest shareholder of our hotel." After saying that, this Zhao Qian also walked in front of Lin Mo and bowed, saying, Mr. Lin, I didn't know you were here. I wasn't able to greet you earlier. It's fine. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, I was only invited here today, so I didn't inform you in advance. Hearing Lin Mo's words, this Zhao Qian also wiped the sweat from his forehead. Immediately, it was said, Mr. Lin, Elder Mu, I ordered the kitchen from my side, made a palace dish, 100 birds toward the phoenix, as well as a bottle of flying spear terrace. After saying that, clapping his hands, the tray was put down. The flying spear terrace and 100 birds chowfeng inside were then placed on the table. I won't continue to disturb here, so I will take my leave. After saying that, this Zhao Qian turned around and left with him. With this Zhao Qian's departure, the crowd here, at this time, somewhat stunned, looked at Lin Mo in front of them. Lin Mo was actually the second largest shareholder of this Golden Foothills Hotel? For a moment, everyone was a little stunned. This Golden Foothill Grand Hotel, in the entire Magic City, belonged to a renowned existence. Although, the annual net profit of this Golden Foothill Grand Hotel is only around $100 million. But, cannot withstand the Golden Foot Hotel's connections are horrible enough. The whole Magic City, all kinds of business banquet. Basically, we'll choose in Jean Lu Hotel. This behind the formation of the network of contacts, cannot be said not huge. And, Lin Mo is actually the second largest shareholder of the Golden Foot Hotel. At this moment, everyone's gazes as they looked at Lin Mo changed somewhat. At the same time, there was also some speculation. This Lin Mo, just what kind of person is he? After all, the circle of Magic City was just this big. However, such a person, they had never heard of him before. This is a little weird. As for Mu Nanji who was there, she was also a bit stunned at this time. The look on her face as she looked at Lin Mo appeared a bit strange. She was also all but unable to think. Lin Mo would actually be the second largest shareholder of the Golden Foot Hotel. This was really, some people felt that it was unbelievable. Lin Mo was also somewhat helpless. Originally, he didn't want to expose this identity. As a result, it was still exposed now. Feeling the gazes of the surrounding crowd, Lin Mo touched his nose. Afterwards, he picked up the bottle of wine that was there and unscrewed the cap. First, he filled a cup for Elder Mu. Immediately, he said, everyone still don't freeze, eat the food and drink. This 100 birds chowfeng, when it gets cold later, the flavor won't be good. With these words falling, on the dining table, the atmosphere was only revitalized. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes had passed 5 flavors. On the dining table, gradually there were only leftovers. Elder Mu, who was there, looked at Lin Mo and said, little friend Lin, this is just returning to the Magic City? In response, Lin Mo then smiled and said, that's not true. Before I was just an ordinary student. It was only during this recent period that I took over these things. So many aspects may be a bit unintelligible. I hope that you seniors can bear with me a bit. Lin Mo didn't say this falsely. After all, it was indeed only recently that he had come into contact with these things. He relied on the $1 trillion subsidy app to obtain these things. However, in the ears of these people, it was a different meaning. At this time, everyone was becoming more and more serious about Lin Mo. In their opinion, the family power behind Lin Mo was definitely very large and terrifying. Before, Lin Mo didn't have much of a reputation. It was purely because the family was refining and exercising him. Now, the family's ban has been lifted. The period of several years has expired, starting to gradually give him these resources. And this Golden Foot Hotel is in order, can give him a get contacts network way. And this point, also let a lot of people here. For the solemn, after all, one shot is one. Annual net profit of hundreds of millions of dollars of 5-star hotels to practice, get a network of contacts, and, still let it become, the hotel's second largest shareholder, at least palm shares, in about 30% of the kind. How terrifying is the family power behind this Lin Mo? This is definitely an extremely large and terrifying family. As for Mu Lao and Mu Nanji who knew part of Lin Mo's information, at this moment, they were also ruthlessly shocked. Looking at Lin Mo in front of them, it only felt that the mist on his body was getting thicker and thicker. Chapter 67 East Sea Project, Mu Lao's Intentions. Half an hour later, the main entrance of the hotel. At this time, the crowd was all gathered here. One after another, they bid farewell to each other. It didn't take long. It was also the case that only Lin Mo and the 2 from the Mu family were left. On the side, Zhao Qian and a group of hotel executives stood there, not daring to go forward. At the same time, Huang Yuan also walked over. Boss, bowing to Lin Mo. This Huang Yuan's face was respectful. Lin Mo then nodded casually and said, alright, drive over. After saying that, Lin Mo was looking at the 2 Mu family members next to him and said, Elder Mu, Nanji, want to go together? listening to Lin Mo's words. The Mu elder next to him, after pondering, he just nodded his head and said, "Good, then let's go together." Said. This Mu Lao was also, looking towards the few servants behind him. "You guys go back first." Yes. Without saying much, the few people carried their things and turned around to leave, and at this moment, Huang Yuan also drove a car. Several people just got into the car. The group of executives behind them bowed 90 degrees in unison. "Good day, Mr. Lin." "Good day to Elder Mu." In an instant, the momentum was immense, so much so that to the side, some of the other customers who had just finished their meals and were preparing to leave. At this moment, they were all ruthlessly surprised by this great momentum. "What do you mean by grandeur? It's called a show." Lin Mo only smiled at this. Then, he shook his head helplessly. "This has gotten," helplessly laughed. Lin Mo also didn't pay any more attention to it. The vehicle was launched, all the way, to one east suburb, inside the villa. As the tea was served, Lin Mo, Mu Lao and Mu Nanji, the three of them, were sitting on this sofa. Mu Lao, who was there, after taking a sip of tea, on his face, he also revealed a few smiles and said, "This second-generation Great Red Robe, the flavor is just different." In response, Lin Mo gently smiled. Then he just said, "If Elder Mu likes it, in the future, when you run out, you can still come to me to get it." Listening to Lin Mo's words, Elder Mu was also a little stunned. He didn't expect that such a precious second-generation Great Red Robe, it was actually still available in Lin Mo's hands, and although it was said, he was also extremely hopeful that he would be able to oblige. However, he only laughed lightly, in a whirlwind, then he just opened his mouth. "Ha ha, that's not necessary." After taking a sip of tea, Elder Mu, who was here, then just slowly said, "Little friend Lin, I don't know, do you know about the Magic City's East Sea project?" Listening to Mu Lao's words, Lin Mo instantly froze. In the bottom of his heart, he also had a few moments of doubt and said, "East Sea project?" "Yes, the East Sea project." Mu Lao nodded his head, and then, immediately, he just continued, "Currently, our Mu Group is preparing to build a resort next to the East Sea, and if this project is completed, the conservatively estimated profit is around $3 billion. Resort?" Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, slowly said, "Elder Mu now, telling me about this project. Could it be that he is preparing to pull me into your project as well?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Elder Mu here, on the other hand, gave a slight smile. Afterwards, it was looking at Lin Mo, just plainly sipping his tea without speaking, and Lin Mo, in the bottom of his heart, after weighing things up, he said, if I join your program, what do I need to invest?" As Lin Mo's words fell, Elder Mu, who was there, shook his head bashfully. Immediately, he then just spoke, "Mr. Lin doesn't need to invest anything. You only need to, on this project of ours, put up a name. After the project is completed, on our side, we will give you a 10% profit share." Some words fell. However, Lin Mo and Mu Nanji were both stunned. In the bottom of their hearts, they were also a bit puzzled. You don't need to invest anything, just need to hang a name, and when the project is over, give yourself 10% of the dividends? This simply gives the feeling that it is giving away money. For a moment, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. It only felt that what this Mu Lao said, it was really something that made people, for which they were puzzled and confused. Looking at Lin Mo's puzzled gaze, the Mu old man here, also laughed at once and said, "Ha ha, Mr. Lin doesn't need to worry about anything. I don't need Mr. Lin to pay anything. The main thing is still because, before, our family, Nanji, was in trouble. At that time, you had stepped in to help Nanji, and it was the profits of this project of ours that increased drastically. So that's why what I'm doing now is just to repay your favor." Listening to this explanation, Lin Mo was also not in a good position to continue to say something. He could only nod his head and said, "In that case, then I won't push it off." These words fell. Elder Mu, who was here, also revealed a few smiles and said, "Ha ha, little friend is refreshing. Then since it's like that, tomorrow night's project banquet, will little friend go?" Lin Mo pondered a little. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he might as well go over and mix things up. Thinking of this, he still nodded and said, "In that case, then I'll go ahead and take a look. Then tomorrow, I will have Nanji come over to pick up little friend." Saying this old man Mu put the tea in his cup and drank it all in one go, saying, "Since this is the case, old me will not continue with the nuisance." At that instant, the two of them, this Mu Lao and Mu Nanji, then just turned around and left. Lin Mo sent the two out of the villa. Then, it was time to head to the underground gym and work out. Inside the second villa, Mu Nanji's expression at this time appeared to be very puzzled. Opening her mouth, she asked, "Grandpa, why did you, just now?" Mu Lao, who was sitting there, calmly said, "You want to ask, why don't I want that Lin Mo to invest a portion of the funds?" Mu Nanji nodded his head. In response, this Mu Lao just smiled gently. Then shaking his head, he said, "You are still too young. This Lin Mo's identity, it's definitely far more terrifying than what you and I have imagined. Our Mu family is a foreign family. Our roots in Magic City are not particularly stable, and this project in the East China Sea will bring too much profit. Many people covet it. We can't swallow it easily with just the Mu family. So, at this time, it's necessary to tie up a big shot. Only in this way can those who covet not dare to act recklessly. And as I see it, this Lin Mo should be the son of some big family out for a trial. If we befriend him at this time, when he returns to the family, as long as we can remember the favor, at that time, won't we get more benefits than this mere few hundred million?" Chapter 68. 25% of Trina Group's shares, shocked Wang Tsong. As for Lin Mo, although it was said that it wasn't quite clear what this Mu Lao was thinking, however, at this time, he had guessed it. However, Lin Mo did not care too much about this. After all, no matter what the other party was thinking, but his own bottom card was here. There was no fear of what the other party was thinking about himself, either. On the treadmill, after running for about half an hour or so, Lin Mo turned into the pool. Before, Lin Mo's pool was, basically, not cleaned, but after the nanny came here every day, it was also changed with new pool water. Time passed little by little, very quickly. The time also came to midnight in the evening, on Lin Mo's cell phone app. At this time, there were also new goods on the shelves. After refreshing it, Lin Mo was also instantly stunned. His face, too, was a little odd. Actually, it's the shares of Trina Group again? And, this time, it's actually a 15% share? Lin Mo's face was strange. He remembered that the time before, when he passed the prestige punch list, he himself had once been the one to obtain a 10% share, and this time, he had actually swiped out 15% of the shares of this Tianhe Group in the app. This was really some. Buy it. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo's finger fell. Purchase successful. The product is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 15 minutes. Please wait for delivery. It only takes 15 minutes? Lin Mo was a bit surprised, but afterward, he was also very clear about it. After all, this 15% share of the Tianhe Group had cost him $188. This 15-minute delivery was reasonable. Then let's wait. Lin Mo thought so in his heart. At the same time, he also clicked on Do Shark and watched Qin Feier's live broadcast. 15 minutes passed very quickly, and at this moment, on the nightstand next to Lin Mo's bed, a document bag fell on it. After taking it in his hands and opening it, the document inside the bag, at this time, also fell on the hand. And this one document, hurrah, is this Tianhe Group's equity book? Not bad. It's exactly 15% of the shares of the Sky Teen Group. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth rose, and at the same time, capital, inside an opulent villa, an old man who looked nearly 70 years old with gray temples. He was sitting in front of the mahogany desk in the study, handling the documents at hand. Among the ashtray next to him, a layer of silver-gray cigarette ash was spread out. Exhaling, the old man let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the clock, he pinched his brow and was just about to continue processing the documents. The cell phone on the side was suddenly ringing. Looking at the caller ID, it was clearly his own secretary. After connecting, this old man said, "Hey, Xiao Song, what is it? Chairman, it's very presumptuous to disturb you at this time, but just now, there was a major change in the company's equity." As these words fell, the old man Wang Yingjia looked solemn. "What's the situation? Speak in detail." To know, during this recent period of time, within their company, it was not stable, especially on the board of directors. At this moment, it was in a state of power grabbing. Several other shareholders were voting at this time, wanting to squeeze themselves out. As a result of this, a major change in shareholding had occurred. How could he not be nervous? Just a minute ago, Mr. Lin Mo, who acquired 10% of our shares in the Trina Group last time, made another move. This time, it was direct, acquiring a full 15% of the shares of our Trina Group. That is to say, at this time, in Mr. Lin Mo's hands, there are 25% of the shares, becoming our company the second largest shareholder. At this moment, Wang Yingjia, who was here, his face became somewhat solemn. 25% of the equity. To know, he was the chairman and founder of the Tianhe Group. Until now, only 37.8% of the shares and now a guy who doesn't know where he came from, actually mastered the company, a full 25% of the shares. This, after the face for a while of the slight change. This Wang Yingjia also calmed down. He said, "Do you have any information about Lin Mo? We are currently in possession of a portion of the information and have already sent it to your mailbox." Wang Yingjia, who was listening to these words, also quickly opened his mailbox, started to check it out. With this amount of viewing, this Wang Yingjia also shook his head and said, "These messages are basically all messages that are at the surface. By the looks of it, it's all what the other party wanted you guys to check. It can even be said that this information has still gone through a bit of retouching." Looking at the information on the computer screen, this Wang Yingjia for a while, then just shook his head. At this moment, in front of it this information resume, hurrah, is Lin Mo's resume. On it, is clearly written, Lin Mo is a child of an ordinary family who came out from a small town in Ontario. But, for this kind of information, Wang Yingjia definitely didn't believe it. A child from an ordinary family in a small town? How is this possible? It wasn't that he, Wang Yingjia, didn't believe it, but it was just too far-fetched. An ordinary child from an ordinary family. Is it possible for him to swallow 25% of his shares in Qiyue Group without a word? Even if it is possible, where did he get such a large sum of money? So, there was only one possibility, and that was that this information had been whitewashed. A bit interesting. The corners of Wang Yingjia's mouth rose. He said, "Alright, you don't need to continue checking this Lin Mo's information. If you guys are on this side, you shouldn't be able to find out any more information." Yes. With that, the phone hung up. This Wang Yingjia, looking at the information in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. Fingers, too, were on the desktop, tapping lightly for a while. A bit interesting, is the person in Magic City? After murmuring a sentence under his breath, this Wang Yingjia then dialed his son's phone. Magic City, Bayajili Hotel. Wang Songsong was in the hotel, doing late-night games. In his mouth, he was even cursing. "Phone smoke. What are you standing around for? Why don't you hurry up and seal the smoke?" With a burst of cursing sound, computer screen, suddenly is gray, slammed the mouse. Wang Songsong's face was full of indignation. Also at this time, Wang Songsong's cell phone, but suddenly rang. He did not look at the caller ID. Immediately connecting, some impatiently said, "Hello, who?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then, a cold voice rang out. "Me." At that moment, Wang Songsong broke out in a cold sweat. "Ha ha, old dad you're still up this late? Humph." Wang Yingjia let out a cold snort under his breath and said, "I have business to arrange for you here. If you are now in Magic City, give me as soon as possible. To meet someone, the specific information I sent to your mailbox." Listening to this, Wang Songsong opened the computer mailbox. Looking inside, his old man sent himself information. Wang Songsong looked at Lin Mo's information and said with some confusion, "No, Pops, isn't this just an ordinary person? You're asking me to meet him? What's the point?" Listening to Wang Songsong's words, this Wang Yingjia instantly, with a cold laugh in his heart, said, "An ordinary person? Ha! Then what if I tell you that this person's hand holds 25% of the shares of the Qiyue Group, and is now our group, the second largest shareholder?" As these words fell, this Wang Songsong instantly, his pupils contracted for a while. He is not an ordinary second-generation playboy. Naturally, he understood what was represented behind his own father's words. "What? How is this possible?" Wang Songsong lost his voice and exclaimed, 25% of the shares of Qiyue Group, in the hands of this ordinary kid with a resume that looked bland. This, then, seemed to be very much against the grain. After swallowing his saliva, this Wang Songsong also took a deep breath and said, "I know, I will find him as soon as possible. You'd better be respectful to the other party. If it wasn't for the fact that I am now in the capital, unable to get away, I would have gone over to see him myself." After saying that, he just hung up the phone. After the phone hung up, Wang Songsong whole person, paralyzed in the chair. There were a few moments of panic, looking at the picture of Lin Mo on the computer screen in front of him. Lin Mo, 25% of the shares, the second largest shareholder of Qiyue Group. Muttering under his breath, this Wang Songsong's heart was shaken. From the information shown, the other party is a few years younger than himself. But, is such a person, in his hands, actually mastered 25% of the shares of Qiyue Group? The shares in his hands were almost as much as his own father. This moment, Wang Songsong was lost in thought. In a moment of time, but also do not know what to say. Must find him as soon as possible. This kind of character, absolutely cannot be messed with. Muttered in the bottom of his heart, Wang Songsong did not dare to delay. Hurriedly, is to start, to their own friends in the Magic City sent a message to ask, and caused all of this main Lin Mo. For all of this, is completely unaware. Now he, after watching the live broadcast, after sending a message to Qin Feier and Xiaoyu Ma respectively, he went to sleep. Recently, Xiaoyu Ma, was about to arrive at the time of the drama performance. Therefore, the time she had to chat with herself was becoming less and less. The night passed quickly. The next day, Lin Mo, on the other hand, ran to the gym, soaked in the gym, and worked out for a day. After a day of working out, the body strengthening potion had been tapped out a few more points of its potential. It made his body, once again, be strengthened quite a bit, especially in terms of endurance. It was also much more terrifying, feeling within his body, that terrifying endurance. Lin Mo's heart also lamented. This endurance, could it be that next time, we have to call out Qin Feier and Xie Yuma together? Of course, for this thought, Lin Mo only thought about it. After all, only small children would choose to have it all, and adults knew that they couldn't stand it. When he returned to the villa, Lin Mo changed into a set of dinner clothes after taking a good shower. Then, Mu Nanji also came to knock on the door. Only then did Lin Mo get into Mu Nanji's Bentley, going straight to tonight's dinner venue, Magic City Hotel. Chapter 69. What kind of big shot is this? 10 or so minutes later, the entrance of the Magic City Hotel. Many guests, at this time, were meeting at the main entrance. Ha, Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to come too. Yo, Mr. Pang. Ha, it's been a long time since we last met. Hey, isn't this Jiang Dong? Nice to meet you. Quite a few old bosses who knew each other, one after another. They were just exchanging pleasantries here. Under some pleasantries, all the people here had smiles on their faces. And also at this time, there was also someone who saw the long version of the Bentley Mulsanne that was slowly approaching in the distance. Look, the Mu family is coming. This Mulsanne, I remember it's the car of Mu Nanji, the president of the Mu Group. Mu Nanji is here, with everyone talking for a while. This Bentley Mulsanne, at this time, was also slowly parked at the entrance of the Magic City Hotel. As the vehicle stopped, everyone quieted down. Immediately, they were looking at the car, silent. As for Jiang Hai, who was there, at this time, looking at this vehicle, his heart was also a little apprehensive. In the car, the driver Sun Fu also got out of the car. He went around to the back and pulled open the car door. The slender, large white legs, took the lead. Immediately, Mu Nanji, who was wearing an evening dress, walked down from the car. And then, in the midst of everyone's stunned gazes, Lin Mo's figure appeared, along with Lin Mo. He stepped down from Mu Nanji's car. At that moment, everyone here just froze. This person, who was it? Why had it never been seen before? And, he still walked down in this Mu Nanji's car? In a moment of time, all the people, is a little frozen, looking at Lin Mo who was there. The bottom of his eyes, was full of doubts. As for Jiang Hai there, at this time the face is also a burst of change, but the next moment, still walked over with quick steps. Mr. Mu, Jiang Dong, the two gently shook hands. Afterwards, in the midst of everyone's dismayed gazes, this Jiang Hai still arrived in front of Lin Mo, towards Lin Mo. Then he just bowed and said, Mr. Lin. Everyone looked at this Jiang Hai's appearance. In an instant, they were just dumbfounded. What is this? Who is this youth? First he came down in Mu Nanji's car, and now he's able to make Jiang Dong bow and curtsy? Hiss. It seems that this youth's identity is not trivial. In a moment, quite a few people here, cold air was sucked out of their mouths. Looking at Lin Mo who was here, his face was stunned. In a moment, the eyes of many people looking at Lin Mo changed. In the bottom of their hearts, they began to pay attention to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, on the other hand, for all of this, was somewhat crying and laughing. This Jiang Hai is really. Lin Mo reached out his hand and helped this Jiang Hai up, saying, Jiang Dong, we are all friends. Let's just consider that thing from before as if it's in the past. Yes. All are friends. Jiang Hai didn't dare to take it seriously. Hurriedly, he just respectfully said, but, in the bottom of his heart, it was still as if he had eaten a tranquilizer pill. Mu Nanji also smiled and said, then, Jiang Dong, inside please. After saying that, Mu Nanji was just obediently holding Lin Mo's wrist. At the same time, said, how about, Mr. Lin acts as a time, my male companion on the red carpet? Lin Mo smiled slightly and said, can. After saying that, the two were walking towards the hotel. The two walked on the red carpet, all the way towards the banquet hall. Along the way, the people they encountered were all respectful. At the same time, they were also surprised at Lin Mo's identity. What exactly was this person's origin? He was actually able to act as Mu Nanji's male companion. Soon, the two were entering the banquet hall. And at this time, on the second floor of the banquet hall, on a table next to the parapet, a handsome man was sitting there drinking wine, and across from him, there was a young man sitting there, spitting out bitter water at this moment. Old Chen Ah, you don't know, Last night, my old man called me in the middle of the night and asked me to find someone. As a result, I've been searching for a whole day. The person that my old man asked me to look for, up to now is not even a shadow. Listening to these words, Chen Wan, who was there, laughed lightly. Then, picking up the wine and gently taking a sip, he said, "Ha, brother Tsong, don't worry about it. This dinner party today is organized by the Mu family of Mordor. Basically, all the dignified figures in Magic City are here. Since you said that you were looking for someone, then you should be able to find someone at this banquet tonight. Well, let's hope." After saying that, this Wang Song was also a bit depressed and took a sip of wine. As for Chen Wan, who was there, he was also a little curious at this time. "But brother Wang, I am quite curious. What are you looking for here? What kind of person is it? To actually make uncle call you overnight to let you find him in Magic City?" Chen Wan was still very clear about the identity of this brother Wang in front of him. The son of the top domestic conglomerate, Manhwa Group. The identity status, extremely proud. And what kind of big shot is this that actually allows him to come and look for him? Listen to this. Wang Song, who was here, shook his head and said, "This is a really big person. I can't reveal it to you for the time being. However, what I can tell you now is, if it wasn't because of my father, who couldn't get away recently, it would have come on its own long ago." What? A sentence fell. Chen Wan, who was here, was appalled in his heart. In the middle of his gaze, there was clearly a slight sense of consternation that swept over him. For a moment, in the bottom of Chen Wan's heart, there were also a few moments of gravity that swept through. After all, he did not expect, originally to come. It was actually that big shot from the Wang family. Then this time, this Wang Song, to find the person. In the end, who is it? When, in Magic City, there is still such a big shot? A moment. This Chen Wan's mind was like electricity, surfacing a series of questions. Then, picking up his wine cup, he gently took a sip of wine. And at that moment, this Chen Wan's gaze, also subconsciously, looked towards the doorway below. At that moment, it was to see Mu Nanji who walked in, as well as Lin Mo who was being held by Mu Nanji's arm, acting very intimate. For a moment, the color of his face was somewhat gloomy and ugly. Old Chen, what's wrong with you? Wang Song also noticed this Chen Wan, some ugly color. Hearing Wang Song call out to himself, hurriedly, Chen Wan just turned back his head. Then, smilingly said, "Saw an acquaintance. Brother Wang, you sit here for a while. I'll go down and say hello to others." Okay, you go and say hello first." Wang Song didn't care too much and just waved his hand. Chapter 70, I, for one, don't like violence. Below, the two walked inside the banquet hall. Mu Nanji spat out her tongue and said, "Lin Mo, thank you for walking me down this red carpet. It's fine." Lin Mo also smiled and didn't say anything more. However, just at this moment, behind the two of them, a gloomy voice rang out. "Nanji, I didn't expect you to actually come." Mu Nanji froze, then her face changed and she turned her head to look. Looking at Chen Wan there, his face was icy cold, with a few points of disgust under his eyes. "Chen Wan, I didn't expect that the representative from the Chen family to come was actually you." In response, Chen Wan did not speak, just with a coldness on his face. He looked towards Lin Mo who was at the side. "Ha, no wonder you've been avoiding me. It turns out that this is himself. As a good man said. This Chen Wan looked at Lin Mo's eyes and was filled with jealousy. He had been pursuing this Mu Nanji for more than a year, and Mu Nanji for herself has always been unwilling to pay attention. But now, she actually came holding other men's arms. How can this not make him furious? And listening to the words of Chen Wan, Mu Nanji at once, face color slightly red, but instantly, it was a somewhat mortified and enraged shout. "Chen Wan, don't you give me any nonsense words here." "Nonsense?" Chen Wan sneered. "Did I talk nonsense? The process of you coming in with this wild man of unknown origin was witnessed by everyone. If this kind of behavior like yours were to be spread out, then I'm afraid, for your Mu Group's reputation, the impact wouldn't be very good, right?" A sentence fell. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Quite a few people around. At this time, all noticed this place. Yes, this man that Mr. Mu is holding on to. Who exactly is he? Don't recognize. Is this the son of someone's family in Magic City? Never seen. Mu Nanji bit her lower lip and said, "Chen Wan, this is a private matter between you and me. You better not go too far." Hearing this, Chen Wan laughed. Then, raising his eyebrows, he said, "Ha, since it's a private matter between you and me, shouldn't we, then, find a private occasion to talk about it?" With a playful smile, this Chen Wan stretched out his hand and was grabbing at Mu Nanji. And right at this moment, a hand, stretched out behind Mu Nanji, a hand, is dead. grabbed this Chanwan's wrist. The next moment, Lin Mo stepped out and blocked in front of Mu Nanji's body. Then, he threw away this Chanwan's wrist. Coldly, he said, "This handshake of yours, isn't it a bit excessive?" A simple sentence fell. All the people around were all a little stunned. As for the bottom of Mu Nanji's heart, a few points of security were cultivated. On her face, there was also some redness. This kind of feeling of being protected let Mu Nanji's heartbeat thumping accelerated. As for Chanwan, who was there, his heart was also startled at this time by the Lin Mo who suddenly leapt out. He was startled. After all, under the effect of the body strengthening potion, Lin Mo, who was originally 1.85 meters, recently, he had grown a few centimeters taller. It reached 1.88 meters or so, and was already close to 1.9 meters, together with Lin Mo's recently gradually bulging muscles. It could be said that the entire person was still very, with a sense of oppression. As for Chanwan, after being startled, he also gradually came back to his senses. Then, sized up Lin Mo. Under his breath, he just cursed, "CTM, you stinking beggar, are you still going to learn how to save a beauty from a hero?" Listening to these words, Lin Mo frowned, but in the way of this scene tonight, it was formed by the Mu group. Just a slightly cold tone said, "Watch what you say, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." For Lin Mo's threat, this Chanwan completely just didn't care, just laughed coldly twice, then said, "Hee, you're not polite? I'd like to see how you can be impolite to me. Threaten lousy? For a beggar like you, with one finger, lousy can crush you to death." Listening to this Chanwan's words, Mu Nanji, who was at the side, had a slight change of color. Afterwards, the face just looked compassionate and shook her head slightly, and Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Staring at this Chanwan, patiently, he said, "I'll give you one last chance. Here, apologize to me, and I'll let this matter go." Apologize? Chanwan seemed as if he had heard the world's funniest joke, laughing out loud here. "You're asking me to apologize? Ha ha ha, even a beggar like you has the qualification to ask me to apologize to you? Ha, good. I'll get you killed first, then I'll apologize to you." After saying that, this Chanwan towards Lin Mo, is a fist directly smashed out, and looking at Chanwan who made a move, Mu Nanji's face changed and said, "Don't." Listening to Mu Nanji's words, this Chanwan heart more annoyed. All this time, still protect this stinking beggar. And, what he didn't know was, Mu Nanji's words, is to let Lin Mo slightly tighten the force. Don't kill the person. After all, the scene of Lin Mo's bench press breaking the world record before was still fresh in her mind. The other people around, looking at the hands of Chanwan, the color of their faces also changed a little. To know, this Chanwan has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Ordinary people can't even enter his body. Now he is making a move against Lin Mo. Then this Lin Mo can be said to be somewhat dangerous. However, before their thoughts fell, a series of click, 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 click crunching sound is ringing. Stunned looks appeared on everyone's faces. Only Lin Mo grabbed Chanwan's wrist with one hand and then twisted it with a slight force. Chanwan's arm was bent at 90 degrees. The bones directly broke into several sections. As for Lin Mo, from the beginning to the end, his feet didn't move a bit. This Chanwan screamed miserably. The expression on his face was twisted together. Sweat was constantly on his forehead, flowing down, but in his mouth, he was still roaring angrily. "You, do you know who I am? Dare to do this to?" However, before he could finish his words, Lin Mo was direct, with several slaps in succession. Slap, a series of crunching sounds. Several slaps were drawn out. This Chanwan's cheeks swelled up high. The mouthful of teeth was mixed with blood and all of them were spat out. Lin Mo, on the other hand, casually, threw it on the ground. After tidying up his suit, he slowly said, "Did no one in your family teach you to speak properly? Apologize to me. Is it so hard, having to use violence? I, for one, never liked violence." A simple sentence, but it made everyone here, couldn't help but shiver. Looking at Chanwan who was there, with his cheeks swollen high, he swallowed his saliva. "You call this you don't like violence?" And just at this moment, at the back of this place, there was a voice that rang out. "Here, what happened?" Hearing this voice, everyone looked towards the back. As for the fearful Chanwan, his eyes were also brightened. Chapter 71 Angry Wang Tsongtsong. As a voice rang out, everyone looked towards the back, only to see a youth with a center-parted hairstyle, walking quickly. On his face, there were a few moments of sulking. Who is this person? Don't know. Shouldn't be someone from Magic City? Wait, you don't recognize this person? He's the young proprietor of the Trina Group, Wang Tsongtsong. He's Wang Tsongtsong, the young master of the Trina Group? Hiss, it's actually him. I had long heard that Wang Tsongtsong had come to Magic City. I didn't expect that I would actually see him here. Interesting, this is really interesting. In an instant, quite a few people here, all of them revealed a look that was ready to watch a good show. After all, the Trina Group was a behemoth. In earlier years, the Trina Group started out as a real estate company, and built a variety of large shopping centers. The real estate industry, so to speak, is spread throughout the entire first and second tier cities of Xinhua, and in the past few years, it has even made a series of investments overseas. The whole thing is to earn a lot of money. Looking at the appearance of Wang Songtsong, where the Mu Nanji, at this time the eyebrows slightly wrinkled, at the bottom of the heart, there is a bad feeling, began to grow. At the same time, this Chen staggered and climbed up from the ground. He came to this Wang Songtsong's side, crying. He opened his mouth. Brother Wang, you can definitely be the judge for me. At this time, Chen, his speech was a bit slurred and leaking. Looking at Chen in a state of distress, this Wang Songtsong's bottom of the heart is also some annoyance. Immediately, is to say, who moved? Although it is said that between this Chen and him, the relationship is just average. However, this Chen is now, after all, with himself. However, right now, this Chen was being beaten. If you don't stand up for yourself, in the future, in the circle of the second generation, he had no face to mix. Listening to Wang Songtsong's words, Chen Wan's eyes immediately brightened. Then, pointing to Lin Mo who was there, he hurriedly said, Brother Wang, it's him, it's him, it's him, it's this guy that beat me up like this. This guy is really too much. But it was just a verbal altercation. He came straight up and slapped me a few times. My teeth were all knocked out by him. Brother Wang, you must give me the judgment. This Chen Wan's tone appeared to be very aggrieved. A few words fell. Wang Songtsong, who was there, also frowned at this time. Afterwards, it was to look at Lin Mo. However, the moment he saw Lin Mo, the bottom of the entire person's heart was instantly trembling. It was him? In a hurry, Wang Songtsong took out his cell phone. He found the photo that his father sent to him yesterday. After carefully looking at two eyes, this Wang Songtsong's heartbeat, thumping accelerated. That's right, that's him. The person in front of him is the one who sent the photo to him last night. His own old man sent himself that person. Currently their family, the second largest shareholder of the Trina Group, Lin Mo. At this moment, Wang Songtsong was agitated. And then, this Wang Songtsong was walking quickly towards Lin Mo. Watching Wang Songtsong's movements, Mu Nanji's entire heart was in his throat. Although, he knew that Lin Mo's identity was very mysterious. But, the one who was on the opposite side right now was not someone to be messed with. Rather, it was the young proprietor of the Tianhe Group, Wang Songtsong, Lin Mo he. At this moment, Mu Nanji's heart was filled with worry. At the same time, also took out her cell phone and sent a text message to her own grandfather. She could only hope now that her own grandfather could rush over. And then, to protect Lin Mo. After all, this matter is because of himself. The crowd beside her at this time also sighed over it. AI, this lad, it's over. Who would have thought that this Chen actually knows Wang Songtsong? Yes. As for the Chen who was there at this time, he was also incomparably arrogant. Asterisk. You stinking beggar! How dare you hit me? Let's see how you can continue to be arrogant this time. Chen pointed at Lin Mo and just arrogantly shouted. However, in the instant these words fell, Wang Songtsong, who was there, was instantly enraged. Turning around, directly, he was viciously kicking at this Chen stomach. Boom! A kick out. This Chen directly fell to the ground. The whole person was in pain, about to cry out. Say it again. Who are you cursing? Mr. Lin is also a person you can scold. While saying that, this Wang Songtsong was still a bit unrelieved. After kicking this Chen a few more times, with quick steps, he walked in front of Lin Mo. Afterwards, violently was a bow, saying, Mr. Lin, I'm very sorry. I didn't recognize you just now. I'm much offended. I hope you will bear with me. A sentence fell. The other people around here, at this moment, all of them were sucking in cold air. What is this situation? Wang Songtsong, the young proprietor of the Tianhe Group, actually treating this Lin Mo with such respect? This is a bit unbelievable. At this moment, everyone around was dumbfounded. And there, Chen whose body was curled up into a prawn in pain, at this time, in his mind, also set off a monstrous wave. In his mind, at this time, an almost ridiculous thought even surfaced. Could it be that this Lin Mo is what Brother Wang mentioned before? That big shot? How is this possible? There are only a few second-generation surnamed Lin in the entire Magic City. This person, in the circles of Mordor, has never been seen before. At this moment, on Chen Wan's face, a layer of fear climbed, as well as deep despair. As for that Mu Nanji, at this moment, he was even more confused. Looking at this, Wang Songsong, who was respectful to Lin Mo, his throat, slightly dry. What is this situation? This Lin Mo, just what kind of person is he? Could actually make Wang Songsong also respectful? Mu Nanji only felt that in the bottom of her heart. It was a million times unbelievable. Just when her heart was suspicious, next to her, there was a loud noise. Make way, Elder Mu was here. At that instant, the people here just made way one after another. Subsequently, Mu Jiangwo hurriedly arrived. A moment ago, he had received a Weibo message from his granddaughter. He said that there was a conflict between Lin Mo and Wang Songsong of the Tianhe Group. The reason for the conflict was because of his granddaughter. This makes Mu Lao instantly is unable to sit down, hurriedly rushed towards here. In the bottom of his heart, he was calculating how to solve this matter. After all, both sides of this conflict, he cannot afford to offend. One is the youngest son of the Tianhe Group. One is the mysterious Lin Mo. This also gave him a headache. At this time, he also came here. Hastily, he smiled and said, "Ha ha, Mr. Wang, what brings you here?" The words were not yet finished. Elder Mu was the one who saw, there, towards Lin Mo, the respectful Wang Songsong. The whole person was instantly confused. Mu Lao, who am I? Where am I? What happened here? Chapter 72, Lin Mo, my family is an ordinary family. At this time, Mu Lao was already completely dumbfounded. Looking at the scene in front of him, the whole person fell into a state of confusion. Here, what is happening here? Didn't you say that Lin Mo and Wang Songsong were in conflict? But the scene in front of me, the three people who were here at this time also noticed the walking Mu Lao. Mu Nanji quickly greeted them. Grandpa. Lin Mo also nodded his head at Mu Lao and said, Mu Lao. Wang Songsong, who was next to him, looked at the old man who walked over, and at this moment, he also respectfully said, Old master. This old master, Wang Songsong still did not dare to offend. Although Mu's group was only a new enterprise, but the momentum of development over the years was also very frightening. Not to mention, behind this old man Mu, the family power is still quite powerful. Looking at this Wang Songsong, Mu Lao also laughed and said, Mr. Wang, between this and little friend Lin, you know each other? Before is not considered to know, only, is long admired Mr. Lin's great name. Mu Lao, who was listening to these words, was even more confused. Before Mu Lao could say anything, this Wang Songsong, again, continued to speak. To be honest, this time I'm also replacing my father to meet Mr. Lin. This time if my father wasn't unavailable, he would have personally come to meet Mr. Lin. These words came out. The two people there, Mu Lao and Mu Nanji, at once, even more confused. What kind of person was Lin Mo, to actually be able to make this Wang Songsong's father, Wang Yingjia, the chairman of the Tianhe Group, are all planning to personally come to meet? Elder Mu, at this moment, was also somewhat puzzled and spoke. Mr. Wang, what the hell is this? Listening to Mu Lao's inquiry, Wang Songsong did not speak. He just looked at Lin Mo with an inquiry on his face. Lin Mo, on the other hand, waved his hand and said, It's fine, go ahead. Lin Mo was not thinking of hiding anything about this matter. After all, he held 25% of the shares of the Trina Group. This matter was very huge. I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long to trigger an industry shock. Therefore, it was better to speak frankly. Okay, Wang Songsong nodded, then explained respectfully, Mr. Lin acquired 25% of the shares of our Trina Group. Currently, the percentage of shares held within the group is second only to my father. It's our Trina Group, the second largest natural person shareholder. Boom! A sentence fell. In the entire arena, there was a shock. Everyone was stunned. A 25% shareholding? Or the Trina Group? A sentence fell. Everyone, dumbfounded. Zhang Hai was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Lin Mo is actually the second largest shareholder of the Trina Group? Is this really not a joke? Then he is dealing with this kind of people? Zhang Hai for a split second, thoughts of lightning and flint. At the same time, also secretly, made a decision. Being grasped by the handle, so what? Since he had a handle, he was in a relationship with someone else. Then, must find a way to deepen this layer of relationship. Hugging each other's thighs tightly, both Mu Lao and Mu Nanji could not help but swallow a mouthful of water. Before, they had thought of many possibilities. The only thing was that they hadn't been able to think of this possibility. After all, this possibility was really too outrageous. It was even more ridiculous. 25% of Trina Group's shares, the second largest shareholder. This was simply shocking, and Chen Wan, who was there at this point, is already desperate. Even more so, he felt a bit dizzy. even though he had guessed that the big shot that this Wang Songsong was talking about was Lin Mo. But after hearing the other party's identity, he still felt desperate. Before they notice me, run, hurry up and run. Thinking of this Chen Wan was enduring the pain in his abdomen, climbed up from the ground. Then, towards the outside, he was preparing to run out. And just at this moment, this Wang Songsong glanced at Chen Wan, who was there, coldly said, "Ha, want to run? Do you think you can run?" A simple sentence fell. Chen Wan's body immediately stiffened there. At this moment, Mu Lao's eyes were also slightly narrowed as he looked at this Chen Wan. In the bottom of his heart, he gradually realized. At that moment, he was laughing coldly, saying, "Chen family's kid? Oh, Hu Jiao, master." Behind Mu Lao, an old man with a mustache and dressed in a proper suit walked over. "Prepare a separate room for the Chen family's son, and let him rest in it. Later on, I'm going to personally send the Chen family's son home. By the way, find the Chen family's head of the family and have some tea. It's been a long time since I've met with old Chen. I miss him." Yes. This Hu Jiao walked up to Chen Wan and smiled. "Young Master Chen, this way please." In an instant, Chen Wan's face was pale and his mind was in despair, while old man Mu looked at Lin Mo and said, "Young friend Lin, Mr. Wang, this is not the place to talk. Let's talk somewhere else." Good. Tens of minutes later, second floor, inside a private room, the two of them, Lin Mo and Wang Songsong, were talking very cheerfully. As for Elder Mu and Mu Nanji, they had long since left, and with some chatting, Wang Songsong had also figured out Lin Mo's character. At this time, was laughing there and said, "But speaking of which, there is something that has been troubling me. I have the audacity to ask for advice from you, brother Lin." Listening to Wang Songsong's words, Lin Mo took a sip of tea before saying, "Young Wang is asking why I want to acquire 25% of Trina's shares?" He was interested in what this Wang Songsong wanted to ask next. It had long been a guess. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Wang Songsong gave a hefty smile, touched his nose and nodded his head. "Right, he, brother Lin is really smart." Lin Mo just laughed lightly. Then, it just blandly said, "The reason is simple. I have confidence in the Trina Group and think that the Trina Group can make money. I'm a person who doesn't have much ambition. I just want to go get some money and make myself rich. After all, right, I'm a person whose family doesn't have much money. It's just an ordinary family that's scared of being poor." Lin Mo's words could be described as very casual, but falling in this Wang Songsong's ears, it made the corners of his mouth tug. God, ordinary family. An ordinary family that could silently acquire 25% of their shares in Trina Group? This word, ghost believe. Wang Songsong spat in his heart, but still nodded his head and said, "Ha ha, so that's how it is. Then I don't know. Mr. Lin's opinion on the inner workings of the Trina Group. What do you think about the recent uproar? Preparing to change the chairman of the board?" Chapter 73, The Active Mu Nanji. Change the chairman? For this Wang Songsong's words, Lin Mo was full of confusion at this time. For this matter, Lin Mo was completely unaware, and listening to Lin Mo's words, Wang Songsong at this time also froze. This matter, Lin Mo didn't know? With doubts in the bottom of his heart, here Wang Songsong still opened his mouth. Currently within the group, a few shareholders with palms at around 10% are discussing and preparing to impeach my father and forcefully replace the shareholders. Listening to this, Lin Mo's brows were also slightly furrowed. After some pondering in the bottom of his heart, he immediately said, "There is still this matter? This matter, brother Lin, you don't know?" Lin Mo shook his head and said, "Indeed I didn't know. At that time for these, didn't pay too much attention, thinking that it wasn't too expensive. I just gave it a go in passing." Lin Mo's tone was very casual. He wasn't lying. After all, this Tianhe Group's shares, for Lin Mo, the price was indeed not high. 10% of it was obtained through prestige value. The latter 15% of the shares, on the other hand, was bought from the app by himself for $100. However, these words fell on Wang Songsong's ears. However, it caused Wang Songsong's heart to be stunned for a few moments. 25% of Trina Group's shares are not expensive? How rich does one have to be able to say such a thing? The market value of their Trina Group, indeed, did not reach the degree of trillion, but that also has more than 500 billion. 25% of the shares, acquired down, at least to spend more than 100 billion, and more than 100 billion, in Lin Mo's mouth, is not expensive? At this moment, Wang Songsong was truly shocked by Lin Mo's words. More than 100 billion is not expensive. This Lin Mo, what is the origin? How many assets does he have at home? The bottom of the heart with a few points of shock. This Wang Songsong swallowed his saliva, and at the same time, Lin Mo also smiled and said, "Okay, this share in my hand. Your family is still at ease. As for me, I only want to make a little money quietly. I don't have any other ideas. As long as your Trina Group can still make money, I won't go messing around with anything. A simple sentence. But let this Wang Song heart greatly determined. The whole person, completely relieved. After all, Lin Mo's words were something that had already made his own position clear. On his face at this time, a few smiles also surfaced, saying, "Then I'm here to thank Brother Lin for his support in advance." In response, Lin Mo just smiled faintly, and after that, the two of them were also here, continuing to chat idly. After some small talk, a full half hour later, at this moment, the two of them also walked out from within the room, and on their faces, they were all wearing smiles. The relationship between the two was as if they had known each other for more than 10 years, and after the two came out, inside this banquet hall, many people also quickly greeted towards this side, one after another. They handed their business cards to Lin Mo, even though Lin Mo was 10 or 20 years younger than them, but one by one, they were still very respectful, addressing Mr. Lin. After all, Lin Mo's status was right there, being younger than them, so what? And after this, a few people also dispersed for the occasion. In front of the Magic City Hotel, Wang Song smiled and said to Lin Mo, "Brother Lin, I'll take the first step on my side. If you're free in a few days, come out to play together." Okay, then come out to play in a few days. A greeting was given to Wang Song. This Wang Song also got into the car and quickly left here. After all, what happened here? He still had to report to his father, as soon as possible. Lin Mo, on the other hand, looked at Mu Nanji next to him and said, "Elder Mu is leaving? Well, Grandpa, he went to meet an old friend." Listening to these words, Lin Mo didn't say anything either and just nodded. And then, the two of them just got into the Bentley and drove towards the villa, all the way to the neighborhood of one eastern suburb. The two of them got out of the car at the entrance, while Sun Fu drove the car and went back to the villa first. As for Lin Mo and Mu Nanji, they were walking along the roadside. Not long after, it was when they arrived at the central lake next to the one eastern suburb villa area. The two sat on a bench. Before, in the hotel. "Thank you." Mu Nanji exhaled a breath. The body was trembling slightly and looked up to the sky. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was quiet, looking at the side of this Mu Nanji's face. Under the moonlight of the silver moon, Mu Nanji's side face, layered with a layer of light, it appeared to be very white and holy. To be honest, if you hadn't helped me block it, I really wouldn't have known what to do. The Chen family behind the Chen Yuan is actually comparable in power compared to between my family. So even though I've been rejecting him all along, he can still, unscrupulously, pester me. Speaking of this, Mu Nanji looked towards Lin Mo with a smile on her face. The two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes. However, from now on, I won't have to continue to worry that he will come and pester me. So, this time, thank you. Looking at such Mu Nanji, Lin Mo was flustered by it. He didn't think that Mu Nanji, who was known as a businesswoman in the outside world, actually, will have this kind of, as a small woman general moment. And also at this time, this Mu Nanji suddenly, is to come up. A touch of warmth appeared on their lips. Under the silver white moonlight, Lin Mo obviously was able to see that Mu Nanji's eyelashes, in a burst here, for which trembled. At this moment, Lin Mo, completely confused. On the other side, 9 Halls Villa area, Chen family villa. In the middle of the hall, Elder Mu was drinking tea there. Next to him, Chen Tianhe, the Chen family's head, was sitting on the side. In the seat below him, this Chen Wan's father, Chen Shiji, was grim-faced, looking at Chen Wan who was standing in the hall, covered in injuries. Chen Tianhe, who was there, then slowly said, "Brother Jiangwo, aren't you going a bit too far? What great mistake did this grandson of mine make to be beaten into this state?" Chen Tianhe was a bit annoyed. This Chen Wan was their Chen family, the only child of the 3rd generation. On weekdays, he couldn't even wait to spoil him. Now, he was actually beaten into this state. How could this not make Chen Tianhe feel annoyed? And here was Elder Mu. On the other hand, he was not panicked and gently took a sip of tea. Immediately, he blandly said, "Excessive? It seems like you still don't know, Tianhe, this precious grandson of yours, what he did at our Mu family's banquet today." Chapter 74, Desperate Chen Family. A sentence fell. The two people who were here, Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji, for a moment, they were both stunned. At this Mu Lao's words, their hearts were filled with incomprehension and doubt. As for Chen Wan below, after listening to Mu Lao's words, his body instantly trembled. His face looked a little pale. It's over. This was the only thought that this Chen Wan currently had. After all, if you let your own father and grandfather knew that he was offending the 2nd largest shareholder of the Trina Group, then tonight is estimated to be. The father sees that the son is not dead, and draws the 7 wolves, the stick in the hand of Master Ci, the stick out of the storm. At that time, tonight, at the very least, oneself is going to lose a layer of skin, and in order to be safe, one's own best is still by the way, booking an ICU ward, and their Chen Shiji looked at his own son so, at that moment, his eyebrows wrinkled, said, "Uncle, this canine son of mine, is he causing trouble again?" Elder Mu here, just laughed slightly, then, holding a teacup, gently just took a sip, spinning around bashfully, he opened his mouth and said, "This matter, you'd better go and ask your son yourself what exactly he did." Listening to Mu Lao's words, the two people here, Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji, at this moment, at the bottom of their hearts, all of a sudden, they just sank for a moment. They knew, this Chen Wan, had definitely messed with an unimaginable character. Chen Shiji, on the other hand, coldly, looked at Chen Wan who was standing below and angrily rebuked. "Asshole, you say, what exactly have you done?" With a chiding voice, this Chen Wan's legs instantly went limp. With a flutter, he knelt on the ground. "Speak!" Chen Tianhe also grimaced, slapping the desktop and roaring angrily. The Chen Wan there shivered and trembling just opened his mouth. I offended the second largest shareholder of Tianhe Group, and Wang Tsong. Boom! A sentence fell. This Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji too. It was as if they were struck by lightning. At this time, their faces were even more pale. Although they had guessed that Chen Wan had offended someone he shouldn't have offended, but did not expect, actually will be such a character. Trina Group. This is the nation's top company. Although the Chen family is the leader of the Magic City, but compared to the Trina Group, it's not in the same league. On a normal day, when faced with such a character, it's too late to bow to him. And this Chen Wan actually offended the second largest shareholder of this Trina Group, and the young prince. For a moment, the two of them, Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji, sat paralyzed in their chairs, the look of despair. You, rebellious son, retrograde son Here, Chen Tianhe, with his mouth constantly, was roaring angrily. On his face, it was even more filled with irritation at this time. Chen Shiji was also staring angrily at Chen Wan. At this moment, if it wasn't for the fact that Mu Lao was still around, he was really wanting to take this rebellious son and hang him up to beat him. As for Elder Mu, he was smiling, drinking the tea in his cup, then, said, "It's getting late, so old man, I won't bother you anymore." Chen Shiji stood up, pulled the corner of his mouth, and said, "Then, old Mu, I apologize for not seeing you off. No harm, no harm." Elder Mu smiled and was walking towards the outside, and right at this moment, that Chen Tianhe's voice, too, sounded for it. "Brother Jiangwo, please still stay." Mu Lao's footsteps lurched as he said, "Is there anything else?" Chen Tianhe gritted his teeth and said, "Please also ask Brother Jiangwo to save our Chen family. Please inform me of the address of this second largest shareholder. I'll wait so that we can make amends at the door first thing in the morning." Listening to these words, Mu Lao laughed softly and said, "1 Eastern Suburb, Villa 1. 8 simple words fell. However, it made this Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji duo, at this moment, suddenly froze in place. At the bottom of their hearts, shocking waves were set off. Eastern Suburb 1. 1 Villa. This set of villa, they are aware of. It belongs to the famous king of the whole Magic City. Some time ago, it was rumored that it was bought by someone. At that time, they were still curious. Who, exactly, would throw away so much money? Bought this super mansion worth $600 million. But now, they know, it's this Lin Mo, the second largest shareholder of the Trina Group. He was also the only one who had the strength to throw away so much money. While his mind was wildly horrified, this elder Chen also turned to Elder Mu, slightly clasped his fist and bowed, saying, "Many thanks." After saying that, this Mu Lao at this time also left with him, and in the moment when Mu Lao had just left the villa's gate, behind him, a mournful and miserable sound then rang out, and the sound of angry curses also rang out. "I told you to give me trouble all day long. I'll whip you to death. You unfilial son, you're not good enough for anything. Give me this unfilial grandson to die." Under a burst of roaring, Mu Lao also shook his head, got into his car, and left the place, leaving behind, in vain, the roars and screams that echoed in this air. And this night, after all, it was destined that within the Chen family villa, it would not be stabilized. At the same time, on the other side, inside the east suburb 1 villa, lying inside the jacuzzi, Lin Mo recalled that touch of warmth by the lake. The entire person looked at the ceiling, his mind froze. He was really not expecting that this Mu Nanji would actually be so proactive, coming up and giving herself a kiss. This is something that is really out of Lin Mo's expectation. After all, the time spent between the two people was actually not much. But, this Mu Nanji would actually be so proactive. This moment of the faces of both Xie Yuma and Qin Fei were also drilled into Lin Mo's mind. Although Lin Mo said that he knew that he had the potential to be a scumbag, ever since he had obtained the Charm Max card before, he was just very clear about this. But to be honest, he was still somewhat hesitant. This matter, should he confess or not? After all, if this matter wants to hide it, it can't be hidden. Even if you want to slag, you have to slag openly. Otherwise, knife up. They cannot stand. And if open and honest words, Qin Fei herself is still relatively assured. Xie Yuma's words, not much of a problem either. But the key is, how do you want to deal with the relationship with Mu Nanji? This was the point that Lin Mo was most entangled in. And because of this, Lin Mo's thoughts were disorganized at this time. Sins, a deep sigh was given. At this time, Lin Mo's mood was complicated. Forget it, what's the point of thinking about it now? Shaking his head, Lin Mo stood up from within this jacuzzi. After drying off the water, he put on his bathrobe. Everything, just let nature take its course, muttered in his heart. Lin Mo decisively was walking towards the bedroom. Then, he laid down on the bed. Anyway, the ship will naturally straighten out when it comes to the bridge. This matter, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Chapter 75 Goldenrod Gloomwood Tea Plate. At the same time, Lin Mo's cell phone, in turn, was shaken. He picked up his cell phone and glanced at it. It was a message that Xie Yuma had sent to himself. Brother, tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll be performing a drama in the school's auditorium. When brother has time, can you come over and take a look? Okay, I'll go to the school at that time and cheer you on. He had already promised Xie Yuma that he would go to the school to cheer him on. Now since it was ready to start, then Lin Mo naturally was also ready to go over and take a look. Aha! Then when I get there, I'll be waiting for my brother to come. Oh, after all, I haven't seen my brother for a long time either. I've missed him to death. Looking at this Xie Yuma's words, cold air poured out of Lin Mo's mouth. Goblin, after tomorrow's performance, I'll have to serve it with a stick. Let its original form be revealed. For a while, in the bottom of Lin Mo's heart, he cursed angrily. Afterwards, he closed the chat interface. He chatted with Qin Fei for a while. Then, he fell into a deep sleep. The night passed. The next morning, Lin Mo practiced for half an hour in the morning. Then he took a shower and ate breakfast. After breakfast was finished, Lin Mo was also on his phone and started checking out today's subsidies. With the app opening, he was also officially seeing the goods that were in it. 3 commodities? Looking at these 3 items, Lin Mo's eyes, at this time, also froze. Squirrel Grape 10 headset tea set made by Gujingzhou. Subsidized price, 99. 9-inch, golden rosewood tea tray. Subsidized price, 88. 8. Lycoming supercar. Subsidized price, 55. 5. Looking at these 3 items, Lin Mo, at this moment, was also stunned. These 3 pieces, slightly pondering in the bottom of his heart, Lin Mo also did not hesitate too much. Directly, that is, he also bought these 3 items. All of them. Purchase successful. The goods are being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 10 minutes. Please wait for delivery. After that, he sat on the sofa and continued to play with his cell phone. Although, he did not know the specific price of this Squirrel Grape tea set, but he still knew the price of the Goldenrod and the Lycan supercar. These 2 items, both belong to a great value, and this Squirrel Grape tea set, since it can be judged, is more expensive than these 2 items. Then it also shows, this tea set, is absolutely extraordinary. 10 minutes later, with the door bell ringing at the entrance, housekeeper Huang Yuan went forward to open the door. Then, the express delivery was signed for. Boss, you have 3 expresses. Listening to this, Lin Mo nodded slightly. Put it there, pointing to the coffee table in front of him. Lin Mo casually said, okay boss. Immediately, Huang Yuan then placed these 3 things, all of them, placed on the coffee table. Lin Mo, on the other hand, after finishing a game, only then did he casually set his cell phone aside, took out the key, and unpacked the 3 couriers. The packaging was unwrapped and 3 items appeared. At the forefront was a file bag. It contained Lin Mo's car keys, and driver's license and driving license. According to the app's tips, that Lycan supercar should now be parked on the curb outside the villa area, and the other 2, just like that, is that, a huge piece of gold Nanmu tea tray. And, this canary wood is not just ordinary canary wood, rather, it is a piece of reddish gold nanny wood. On top of this tea tray, the flower pattern was carved vividly. On this wood, it was even carved with the pattern of 2 dragons playing with pearls. Boy, this tea tray is extraordinary. With a stagger, Lin Mo's heart was dumbfounded. Under a burst of emotion in the bottom of his heart, Lin Mo also followed suit and looked at the 3rd item that was there. This was the Squirrel Grape 10-head set tea set made by Gujingzhou. Looks like just a set of mediocre purple sand tea set. However, the texture of the squirrel grapes was quite realistic. TSK, this set of alabaster teapots is quite ordinary. Lin Mo's at once was a burst of shaking his head, and then said, Butler Huang, boss. Huang Yuan, who was in the living room, directing the servants, was instantly walking over. Bending over, she listened with her ears perked up. You have someone clean this tea set. There is also the tea tray. Also wash it slightly. Later use this set and make me some tea. Okay, old. The words hadn't even finished. This Huang Yuan was the one who smelled an ethereal fragrance. Immediately, her gaze landed on the tea tray of the huge golden nanny wood. The whole person's expression immediately is a little stiff up. Gold nanny gloomy wood. It was still such a big piece. Huang Yuan's throat rolled slightly. The golden heather. This was a very precious plant, and in the ancient times of Xinhua, it was a symbol of the imperial court, and placed in modern times. She had also seen a lot of gold nanmu, but this piece in front of her was different. This was a gold silk nanny in sankwood, and, by the looks of it, it was the best of the best. Plus the pattern and carving on this tea tray, definitely from the hand of a master. Such a large piece of gold nanny wood tea tray, positioned in the auction, that at least is also able to shoot to 5 or 6 million completely, is the best collection. And just now, what did the boss say? Let yourself take it to clean it, then use this set of tea utensils, to make some tea? This, in an instant, Huang Yuan only felt that her heartbeat stopped halfway, then, took 2 deep breaths. Looking towards her own boss, she asked with some disbelief, Boss, are you sure? What's wrong? Lin Mo glanced at this Huang Yuan with a bland expression, and looking at such Lin Mo. At this moment, Huang Yuan, too, was instantly stunned. The bottom of her heart instantly reacted. The boss of his own family? How could he not know the price of this tea tray, since the boss had asked himself to clean it, and then took it to make tea? Obviously, is not care about this piece of gloomy wood tea plate. Immediately, then he just nodded his head and said, Okay boss, I'll go and do the job. After saying that, carefully packed the tea set on the tea tray and walked towards the kitchen. And then, some cleaning began. Time passed little by little. After more than 10 minutes, the doorbell of the villa was rung again. Huang Yuan came to the door of the villa and opened the door. Outside the door, an old man stood there with a respectful demeanor. Behind him, there was a middle-aged man. Beside the middle-aged man, there was a youth. This youth's face was swollen, and his body was even more blue and purple. The old man at the head of the group asked cautiously, Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Mo Lin's home? Chapter 76, Gujingzhou's Squirrel Grape Tea Set. Chen family's shock. You are? Looking at the 3 people in front of her, at the bottom of Huang Yuan's heart, she carried a few moments of doubt. Looking at Huang Yuan in front of him, this Chen Tianhe didn't dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful. Although, the other party was only a housekeeper, but it could not withstand the other party's master terrorized After all, a dog needs to look at its master. Who is Huang Yuan's master? Lin Mo. Not to mention, he himself, today, came here to make amends and apologize. That's why, even if this Huang Yuan is just a housekeeper, that was also something one should never offend. Old me, is Chen Tianhe of the Chen family? And this is my son, Chen Shiji. Having said that, this Chen Tianhe also gritted his teeth and looked towards Chen Wan who was there, saying, As for this one, this is my untalented grandson, Chen Wan. Listening to these words, Huang Yuan, who was here, was instantly startled. She had been in Magic City for many years. She had also been a housekeeper for quite a few years. For this Chen Tianhe and Chen Shiji's reputation, she still had heard of them. This is just like one of the several big snakes in Magic City. And such a big shot, today actually came to pay a visit to his own boss? And it looks like, Huang Yuan took a look at the back of the Chen Shiji hand carrying gifts, as well as, the bruised and swollen, covered in injuries Chen Wan. In the bottom of her heart, she had a few guesses. Feeling Huang Yuan's gaze, this Chen Tianhe smiled awkwardly and said, That, yesterday at the dinner party, this incompetent grandson of mine, for Mr. Lin, was much offended. I have come today with this grandson of mine, to give Mr. Lin, an apology. Listening to these words, Huang Yuan's heart was even more surprised by a few points. It was indeed correct. This was indeed guessed correctly by herself. It was just that, at this moment, in the bottom of this Huang Yuan's heart, it could be said that it had set off shocking waves. What kind of identity is this boss of his? Actually, can make this Magic City's giant, the head of the Chen family, as well as the next generation head of the family, come to the door to apologize. The bottom of his heart carried a few moments of shock. This Huang Yuan took a deep breath and said, You guys wait for now. I need to report to the boss. Okay. Subsequently, Huang Yuan's room door was closed, and she just returned to the hall, and said a few words to Lin Mo. In response to this, Lin Mo was slightly stunned, but in a whirlwind, he still nodded his head and said, "Let them come in." Yes. After saying that, Huang Yuan was the one who returned to the door. To the 3 members of the Chen family, she informed them, just as soon as they entered the door. This Chen Tianhe was addressing Lin Mo. With a deep bow, he said, "Mr. Lin, last night, this incompetent grandson of mine was more than a little abrupt to you. Please, Mr. Lin, forgive me. I here, on behalf of this Chen family, apologize deeply to you." As this Chen Tianhe bowed, Chen Shiji, who was behind him, also bowed obediently. Lin Mo did not speak, just here, calmly playing with his cell phone. And at this moment, this Chen Tianhe then gritted his teeth and glanced at Chen Wan, who was there. Violently, he kicked up. "Sinful thing, why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin on your knees?" Hearing these words, Chen Wan's face changed and he just wanted to say something, but then he met his own grandfather. That angry gaze, he could only suppress the thoughts in his heart, gritted his teeth, and fell to his knees. "Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. Last night, my youngest didn't know any better and offended you." Listening to these words, Lin Mo raised his eyes and said, "Now, can you speak human words?" Chen Wan, who was listening to these words, looked very embarrassed, while Lin Mo's mouth, he snorted coldly. "I'll tell you one more thing now, that Mu Nanji is my friend." In response, Chen Wan said evenly, Yes, I will definitely not appear in the same place as Miss Mu from now on." Hearing this, Lin Mo also just blandly said, Then, looking to the side, Huang Yuan, who had long been dumbfounded, said, "Let the servants serve tea." Yes. Huang Yuan nodded and left. "Alright, you guys get up, all sit down." At this moment, Chen Tianhe let out a sigh of relief. Then, he sat down opposite Lin Mo, and also at this moment, the tea tray was brought up and placed on the coffee table. Then when Chen Tianhe just wanted to say something, the corner of his mouth was viciously drawn. Looking at this huge golden nanny gloomy wood tea tray, the bottom of his heart was also taken aback. How rich does one have to be to dare to be so heartless? Such a piece of gold nanny sinking wood tea plate, get to hand but not properly preserved. Also brought, really as a tea tray. If this is known by other collectors, estimates can be anxious red-eyed. To Lin Mo is to come to a beating. "Mr. Lin, this tea tray. Nice ah." Chen Tianhe snorted, with a few moments of embarrassment between his words. "Average. It's just an ordinary tea tray. It's not worth a few dollars." Lin Mo, who was there, calmly said. And at this moment, this purple sand teapot was also picked up by Huang Yuan. Separately, 4 cups of tea were made. Lin Mo, on the other hand, picked it up blandly and said, "Drink the tea." At this moment, Chen Tianhe's expression was a little stiff. Subconsciously, he nodded his head. Then, picking up the teacup, he just gently took a sip, and just as he was about to put the teacup down, his entire person froze. His gaze fell on the squirrel and grape figure of this purple sand tea light. This squirrel grapes figure, the carving is lifelike. As for the handle of this teacup, it was like a grapevine. Looking at this teacup, Chen Tianhe's pupils gradually began to dilate. Subsequently, his gaze landed on this set of purple sand tea set. The entire person's breathing, gradually, began to be heavy. Mr. Lin, this tea set of yours, is it from the hands of Master Gu Jingzhou?" Chen Tianhe, who was here, swallowed his saliva. In a hurry, then he just asked. "Not bad," Lin Mo calmly responded. A sentence fell. This Chen Tianhe was already dumbfounded. The hand holding the teacup was slightly trembling. Then, carefully, he placed this teacup on the cup holder. It was as if it was placing a precious treasure. The bottom of his heart even set off a huge wave. He had originally thought that Lin Mo had already gone too far by using a gold nanny wood as a tea tray. However, he did not expect it at all. This set of tea sets was even more outrageous. A whole set of tea set can actually be Master Gu Jingzhou's Squirrel Grape 10 headset. To know this set of tea sets in 15 years, once on the Kyoto's Dongjiao Autumn Auction Dedication Special Transfer. At that time, this tea set was the one that was auctioned out at a sky-high price of a full 92 million Xinhua coins. Now, 6 years have passed. After this tea set has appreciated in value, it's not unlikely that it will reach $100 million. This thing, completely can be said to be a treasure. And here's the kicker. Lin Mo completely do not take this thing as a treasure. Just take this thing as a teapot make. This, for a while, Chen Tianhe could no longer be calm. A tea tray of gold nanny shade wood. Master Gu Jingzhou's Squirrel Grape 10 headset tea set. This Lin Mo's identity. I am only afraid that it is definitely not just a Tianhe Group second largest shareholder. So simple.